Chapter 1. The Persuasion System and the Imperial Marriage with the Gu clan's princess. Brother, have you not always been unwilling to marry the princess of the Gu clan? What has prompted this sudden change of heart? And what about your so-called gynophobia? Has it subsided? In the vast expanse of the great wilderness, the Changsheng Imperial clan, the Ye family. At this moment, the atmosphere was jubilant, adorned with lanterns and vibrant red silks, an aura of endless festivity pervading the air, with celestial blessings swirling all around. Inside a room, a remarkably handsome youth, dressed in splendid new attire embroidered with golden dragons and phoenixes, stood before a mirror, meticulously adjusting his garments. Beside him was a girl who bore a striking resemblance to him, her bright and sparkling eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at her brother. "What do you know?" Ye Changsheng rolled his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "Though I am reluctant to wed, I must heed my parents' wishes as their only son. It is my duty to honor them. I am, after all, a dutiful son who listens to counsel." Upon hearing this, Ye Yao's gaze turned peculiar, her head filled with questions. A dutiful son who listens to counsel? Brother, could you please speak again with a clear conscience? Previously, her brother had adamantly refused the marriage alliance with the Gu clan, claiming to suffer from gynophobia. He had gone so far as to threaten to elope and even resort to self-harm to escape the union. Because of this matter, he frequently quarreled with their parents. Had it not been for their formidable power, they would have likely been driven to despair long ago. While her brother was not a rebellious son, the notion of him being a dutiful son was utterly misplaced. And now, he proclaimed himself a dutiful son who listens to counsel. This was simply preposterous. Ye Changsheng raised an eyebrow at his sister's reaction. "What? You don't believe me?" Ye Yao nodded vigorously. "Fear not." Ye Changsheng patted his sister's shoulder, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "In due time, you shall come to believe it. All right, the wedding feast is about to commence. Let us go." With that, Ye Changsheng left the room, hands clasped behind his back, a cheerful expression on his face. Ye Yao stood alone, her mind in disarray. Watching the hurried figures outside, she couldn't help but doubt if her brother had taken leave of his senses. "What has become of your once unruly demeanor?" As he walked along the path, Ye Changsheng observed a system panel visible only to him, his heart brimming with excitement. Persuasion system. Parental suggestion: marry Gu Qingyi of the Gu clan. Difficulty: extremely easy. Danger level: none. Reward: ordinary gift pack. Gift pack levels: ordinary, advanced, rare, perfect, legendary, epic, mythical. An ordinary gift pack, I wonder what treasures it might yield. Ye Changsheng pondered with eager anticipation. In truth, he was a transmigrator, a reincarnated soul. Due to an unexpected turn of events, he found himself inexplicably transported to this vast and fantastical world, becoming the heir of the Ye clan. The Ye clan, a family of eternal life, possessing immense power and a rich, ancient heritage. His father was the clan's leader, a formidable figure with imperial cultivation, whose authority resonated throughout the ages, unmatched by any. His mother, a princess of the divine creation mountain and daughter of an emperor, not only held a prestigious status, but also boasted unparalleled talent, standing at the threshold of imperial power. At the time of his birth, the heavens and earth bore witness to extraordinary phenomena, shaking the very foundations of the universe. He was believed to possess an extraordinary divine body, destined to become an emperor. However, he ultimately manifested as a being incapable of cultivation, burdened with the Tai Wang ancient body. This physique, originating from the distant primordial era, was not born of the world, but crafted by an immensely powerful being. When cultivated to the great completion stage, it rendered the flesh invincible, impervious to all forms of attack, and was famously deemed an invincible constitution. Yet, due to the Tai Wang ancient Buddhist's overwhelming prowess, it was suppressed by the laws of the great Tao following the primordial age. Coupled with the changes in the rules of heaven and earth, this once supreme constitution was reduced to a mockery. As a result, he became the laughingstock of the great wilderness, the subject of ridicule for many. Had it not been for the might of his parents, he would have likely been expelled from the Ye clan long ago. As for his reluctance to marry into the Gu clan, one could only attribute it to the melodramatic experiences of his past life, which had extinguished any hope he held for marriage, even leading to severe gynophobia in his psyche. Since his rebirth, he had not engaged with any female aside from his family, let alone consider matrimony. However, due to the bloodline of the Ye clan, only one male heir could be born per generation. Even though he was a being incapable of cultivation, the burden of continuing the family line fell squarely upon his shoulders. The Gu clan, also part of the Changsheng Imperial clan, was far less powerful than the Ye clan. The marriage contract had been established long ago between the two families. His betrothed was none other than the Gu clan's princess, Gu Qingyi. It was said that she possessed an innate divine body, favored by the heavens, with extraordinary talents. At a young age, she had broken through limitations to achieve the legendary 10 heavenly caverns. Her beauty was unparalleled, captivating all, making her the object of desire for countless men in the great wilderness. Yet, Ye Changsheng regarded her as poison. Initially, upon learning of his engagement, he vehemently resisted and refused. However, just a few days ago, he unexpectedly awakened a persuasion system. By adhering to suggestions, he could earn rewards. His first task was to marry into the Gu clan, which prompted his change in attitude. Even though he still harbored deep-seated resistance towards the idea, he endured it for the sake of the system's rewards. In the grand hall of the Ye clan, the venue was now teeming with guests. Powerful figures from all races within the great wilderness gathered, creating a magnificent spectacle filled with grandeur. Red silks adorned the surroundings, exuding joy as ethereal energies swirled and divine rhythms enveloped the space. The wedding's extravagance had reached an almost unparalleled level. At the center of the gathering stood an elegant and regal middle-aged couple, their smiles growing ever more pronounced as they surveyed the lively scene. Yet, thoughts of their son's previous demeanor filled them with concern. "My dear, are you certain everything is in order? Rest assured, I have instructed 3,000 guardians to seal off the entire Ye clan. If that boy dares to run away from the wedding, I shall break his legs. Even if he becomes a bedridden cripple, he must fulfill this marriage. That is good as long as he does not end up dead." At that moment, a voice from the crowd called out, "Ye Changsheng has arrived." All eyes turned in unison towards a single direction. This is the scion of the Ye clan? Indeed, he is quite the handsome figure. One wonders what the Gu clan is thinking, insisting on marrying their princess to such a wastrel. Is it so strange? The Gu and Ye clans have been friends for ages. The Gu clan owes its current status to the Ye clan. Surely, they cannot allow a mere marriage to sever their long-standing ties. The Taiwan ancient body, the invincible constitution of the primordial era. It is a pity he was born in an opportune time. I have heard that Ye Changsheng has been vehemently opposed to the marriage, frequently declaring his intent to call it off, even threatening self-harm. Yet today, why has he consented? Could it be the phenomenon of realization? The crowd buzzed with speculation. In a hidden corner, a handsome youth clenched his fists, his expression dark, filled with an overwhelming desire to dismantle Ye Changsheng piece by piece. "Xiao Chen, remember your purpose for entering the Ye clan. Do not let romantic entanglements hinder you. Once you achieve your cultivation, what woman will be out of your reach? Why suffer for an unrequited love?" A mysterious voice echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, the youth took a deep breath. Casting one last glance at Ye Changsheng, he violently swiped his sleeve and turned to leave. Chapter 2. The wedding ceremony concludes, rewarding the undying golden body. Father, mothered on the other side, Ye Changsheng approached his parents, offering a simple greeting. "The Gu family will arrive shortly. You are to remain in the main hall and go nowhere." Despite having made all necessary preparations, he could not shake his concern for his son and issued another warning. "Rest assured, I shall not wander. I will stay right here." Ye Changsheng presented himself with a compliant demeanor, which left his parents somewhat taken aback. What has happened to their son lately? Why has he become so obedient? It was puzzling, yet they could not afford to let their guard down as time passed. A large contingent of powerful figures from the Gu family, laden with countless dowries, descended upon the Ye family. Gu Qingyi's parents, also leaders of the Gu family, were sworn brothers with Ye Changsheng's parents. having cultivated together since childhood. Upon their meeting, greetings were inevitably exchanged. Meanwhile, Ye Changsheng obediently trailed alongside his parents, occasionally engaging in light conversation. Before long, the auspicious moment arrived. Both sets of parents took their seats, and the wedding ceremony officially commenced. The hour is upon us. In an instant, the sound of bells and drums resonated. A divine melody soared to the heavens, and auspicious signs filled the world. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, an extraordinarily beautiful figure gracefully entered the hall, dressed in a phoenix crown and a festive bridal gown, adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs akin to Ye Changsheng's. She moved with elegance, her every gesture radiating infinite charm. Though her face was partially obscured by a red veil, glimpses of her exquisite features were enough to captivate and enthrall onlookers. She was like a moon reflected in water, a fairy from painting. Possessing a unique physique, she bore the laws of life, making her one of the most exceptional vessels in existence. That be why cultivating together with her, one could attain the ethereal essence of the Linglong saint, a mere thread capable of resurrecting the dead, and cultivating to the peak could even reverse reincarnation. Such a formidable divine body was now bestowed upon this useless individual. Alas, who could blame her for having a good father? Thus, the first goddess of the great wilderness was about to become a wife. In a nearby corner, a young man seethed with resentment, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Yet he had unfinished business. Otherwise, he would have stormed the wedding. Just wait. It won't be long before I rescue you from this torment, that he vowed silently, convinced that Gu Qingyi was compelled by her family to marry Ye Changsheng. Little did he know, she had chosen this willingly. On the grand platform, Ye Changsheng and Gu Qingyi stood side by side. At first glance, they appeared a match made in heaven. A handsome youth and a beautiful maiden, perfectly suited for one another. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a distinctly unnatural demeanor of evasion in Ye Changsheng's eyes. Deep within, he felt an overwhelming discomfort, perceiving the enchanting lady beside him not as his bride, but as a fearsome beast poised to devour him whole. Noticing the mere step that separated them, Ye Changsheng subtly shifted away, waiting until the fragrance emanating from her diminished slightly before he felt a modicum of relief. Indeed, marriage was not meant for him. Ye Changsheng's sole desire was to expedite the wedding ceremony. He was barely able to endure the pressure. Subsequently, he cast a discreet glance at the elder presiding over the ceremony. The elder, noticing, chuckled softly and stroked his beard. "Ah, our young master is quite eager, isn't he? Truly, no one can escape the allure of the fragrant truth." Without further ado, the elder stepped forward, calling out, "The wedding ceremony officially begins. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to your parents." The couple bows to each other. The first two parts proceeded relatively smoothly. However, during the couple's bow, their heads accidentally collided. Gu Qingyi seemed unfazed, but Ye Changsheng's hair stood on end, his heart racing to the extreme as he instinctively took 2 steps back. This scene left the onlookers bewildered. Are you serious about stepping back? And what does that frightened expression mean? Ye Changsheng realized he had been overly sensitive. Regaining his composure as he urged, "Continue, continue." The elder cleared his throat, then raised his voice passionately, "Take them to the bridal chamber." The ceremony is complete. With a resounding boom, the world erupted in joyous sound. Vibrant red light soaring into the sky, and boundless blessings enveloped the newlyweds at that moment. A notification echoed in Ye Changsheng's mind. The suggestion to marry Gu Qingyi of the Gu family has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have received an ordinary gift package. Would you like to open it? Open it. Ye Changsheng exclaimed eagerly. Unleashing the ordinary gift package, the undying golden body's physical cultivation level. As he spoke, a surge of mysterious power suddenly flowed into Ye Changsheng's body. This force was overwhelmingly dominant, as if it bore the might to transcend all limits, integrating into countless cells, coloring his limbs and meridians with a golden hue, an endless strength birthed from within. Ye Changsheng clenched his fist, feeling the immense power coursing through him, convinced that he could shatter mountains with a single blow. Truly, the undying golden body was as formidable as legend foretold, with a physical strength of 100,000 pounds. One could break the shackles of heaven and earth, achieving unparalleled dominance among peers. Yet, above this physical pinnacle lay another level of cultivation. The undying golden body. It was said that the undying golden body could preserve the physical form from decay. A single drop of blood or strand of hair could reconstruct the body, rendering it eternal. It could even grant immunity to all forms of magic. Most critically, this undying golden body had profound ties to his ancient physique. However, the ancient body was so distant in time that he could not grasp its specifics. Earlier, he had attempted to cultivate using his family's techniques, but the ancient body remained as immovable as a rock, showing no signs of change. This meant his physique was still incapable of cultivation. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had an advantage. If an ordinary gift package was this powerful, how formidable would a mythical level package be? Ye Changsheng could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. I must find a way to extract some benefits from my parents, he mused. Casting a glance around, he soon realized that Gu Qingyi had already been escorted to the bridal chamber. Just as he prepared to follow, his mother approached him abruptly. "You little rascal, what are you still doing here?" The sudden reprimand left Ye Changsheng momentarily stunned. "It's not even evening yet. Where else would I be?" According to standard protocol, shouldn't he be attending to the guests? His mother shot him a glare. "You needn't concern yourself with this. Go keep Gu Qingyi company." From his mother's suggestion, spend the night in the bridal chamber with your new wife. Gu Qingyi, difficulty, extremely easy, danger level, none. Reward, ordinary gift package. Chapter 3, a new suggestion, accompany my wife in the bridal chamber. The system's voice ignited a spark of excitement in Ye Changsheng. Truly, the moment one speaks of the devil, he appears. Thus, he promptly replied, "I shall head over now." However, just as he took his first step, his mother seized him again. "What is it?" Ye Changsheng turned back, his expression one of confusion. Leaning closer, Ye's mother whispered, her tone laced with warning. "Listen here, you little brat. Even though you've married Gu Qingyi, do not share a bed for the first year." "Why?" Ye Changsheng was taken aback. Hadn't she been incessantly urging him to marry and continue the family line, always mentioning her desire for grandchildren? Now that he had followed her advice and married, why could he not consummate the marriage? Of course, he had never intended to share a bed with Gu Qingyi. Setting aside the lack of feelings, his current mental state rendered him uncomfortable even being near the opposite sex, let alone sharing a bed. His inquiry stemmed purely from curiosity. Ye's mother rolled her eyes and huffed. "Do you think I don't want grandchildren? While I yearn for them, I also cannot harm another. Gu Qingyi's physique requires a year to mature. If she loses her virginity too soon, it could damage her foundation." I see that why Changsheng suddenly understood. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of joy. No need to share a bed. This was even better. Initially, he had worried that his fierce mother might take matters in her own hands to ensure he and Gu Qingyi consummated their marriage. "Rest assured, I promise I won't lay a finger on her," Ye Changsheng vowed, patting his chest. "Fool!" Yet, Ye's mother did not appear as satisfied as he had anticipated. Instead, she wore a look of exasperation. Her teeth gritted as she said, "Not sharing a bed doesn't mean you can't do other things, Ye Changsheng was taken aback. What kind of predatory talk was this? A married couple should have romance, you understand? She handed him a booklet, shoving it into his embrace, then waved her hand dismissively. "All right, go spend time with Gu Qingyi." Curious, Ye Changsheng opened it up that my sweet daily life with the overbearing empress? Thankfully, it wasn't what he had feared. But what use was this? Ye Changsheng was perplexed by his mother's intentions, carelessly stuffing something into his embrace before turning to leave. After all, completing the task was of utmost importance that, in truth, Ye's mother was well aware that her son was not only afraid of women, but also an exceedingly staunch heterosexual. If he was deterred from consummating the marriage, he would likely not even dare to touch her hand. Were it not for Gu Qingyi's physical condition, she would not have hesitated to lend him a hand. Since she could not intervene, she decided to allow them a year to cultivate their feelings, trusting that in due course, everything would fall into place. Thus, she entrusted Ye Changsheng with a romance novel. Hoping her oblivious son would take the opportunity to learn, she had already perused the book, which not only provided guidance on romance, but also included various driving skills, though he was not yet able to drive. He could certainly ride in a vehicle. Alas, her heart was heavy with concern for her son. Meanwhile, Ye Changsheng lingered at the entrance of the bridal chamber. He had been there for quite some time. Yet his fear of the opposite sex prevented him from stepping inside. "Brother!" At that moment, a voice from behind startled him. Turning around, he saw his sister, Xiao, bouncing towards him, her sparkling eyes glinting with mischief. She then deliberately raised her voice, calling out, "Brother, what are you doing here?" Ye Changsheng shot her a glare, fully aware that she was teasing him. With a playful grin, Xiao approached him, sticking out her tongue mischievously. "Mother sent me to get you. Hurry inside. Don't keep sister-in-law waiting." With that, she dashed away, leaving him exasperated. Given the commotion, Gu Qingyi should have noticed. Delaying further seemed futile. After all, it was not as if he were facing a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. With a determined bite of his lip, he steeled himself, pushing the door open. Inside the bridal chamber, the decor was resplendent with red satin and golden embroidery. A beautifully carved mahogany bed adorned with auspicious patterns swayed gently in the breeze. Gu Qingyi sat gracefully at the edge of the bed, her delicate hands resting demurely on her lap, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Her porcelain-like chin peeked out from beneath the veil, smooth and lustrous, evoking an irresistible desire to caress. Even Ye Changsheng, despite his fear of women, found himself momentarily entranced. Shaking his head to regain his composure, he repeatedly reminded himself, "Women are akin to bone-cutting knives, and marriage is a sweet poison." He sat at the dining table, deliberately turning his back to Gu Qingyi, focusing on breathing exercises to calm his mind. Throughout this time, Gu Qingyi remained silent, her demeanor unchanging. This silence persisted for quite a while, the sky gradually darkening. Unbeknownst to Ye Changsheng, above the bridal chamber, several auspicious clouds had gathered, an incongruous sight against the starry night. Has this insufferable boy really sat there all day? A voice echoed from the clouds, filled with exasperation, that he hasn't moved an inch since entering. Doesn't his backside hurt? How did I end up with such a blockhead? Hasn't he even glanced at the book I provided? Does he not wish to touch those delicate hands or kiss those luscious lips? And yet, he just sits there. A long sigh resonated through the clouds in the bridal chamber. Ye Changsheng shifted uncomfortably, feeling as though his lower half was no longer his own after sitting still for so long. Stealing a glance behind him, he noticed Gu Qingyi, like him, remained motionless. Perhaps he should say something? After all, it was their wedding night. He couldn't just ignore his new wife. But what could he say? Furrowing his brow, he pondered how to break the awkward silence. However, after half an hour, he shook his head in frustration. Indeed, he was ill-suited for interactions with the opposite sex, let alone marriage. Perhaps it was best to remain silent. After all, once the night passed, the task would be completed. Thus, he returned to his silent contemplation. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyi was filled with confusion. Her mother had told her that after marriage, the husband would lift the veil and kiss her, then hold her as they slept. Although she sensed Ye Changsheng's presence in the room. Why had he not moved? Was her mother mistaken? After much hesitation, she decided to inquire, "Why do you not lift the veil to kiss me?" Her voice, melodious and enchanting, resonated like a celestial melody, with a loud crash. Ye Changsheng was startled by her words, his hair standing on end as he inadvertently toppled from his chair. He landed sprawled on the floor, his handsome face a picture of bewilderment. What on earth? He thought, utterly confounded by her request to kiss her tea that moment. Gu Qingyi, reacting to the noise, instinctively lifted her veil. What lay beneath was a visage that could enchant the world, flawless and ethereal. Her eyes, like pools of water, held depths of wisdom and allure. Her lips, reminiscent of blooming rose petals, were soft and inviting, naturally curved in a way that exuded charm. Coupled with her otherworldly grace, she resembled a celestial being stepping out of a painting. Breathtakingly beautiful and surreal. "Are you all right?" Gu Qingyi inquired, her slender waist swaying as she approached him with long strides, intending to help him up. This gesture caused Ye Changsheng to bristle, an indescribable feeling of aversion welling up within him, prompting him to instinctively retreat. Yet he quickly realized that such behavior was impolite. Embarrassed, he wiped his nose and replied, "I'm fine, thank you." Rising to his feet, he noticed Gu Qingyi observing his every expression and movement with keen interest. She glanced at her own delicate hands, puzzled. Is my hand poisonous? Why is he so afraid? She mused, but soon dismissed the thought. Are you not going to bed? Gu Qingyi inquired curiously that why Ye Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. Unsure how to explain his severe fear of women, that he opted for a vague response, saying, I'm just thinking about some things. You should rest. All right, Gu Qingyi accepted, believing him. Then I shall rest. With that, she made her way to the bed, happily burrowing under the covers, finding a comfortable position before gently closing her eyes. Although she was a practitioner, she had developed a habit of sleeping early, and, as night fell, she felt drowsy, with a sigh of relief. Ye Changsheng's tense demeanor began to ease. Reflecting on Gu Qingyi's actions and words, he suddenly recalled that his parents had pressured him into marriage, discussing Gu Qingyi's qualities, a pure and innocent spirit, possessing a heart as clear as crystal and a kind and gentle nature. Moreover, having been sheltered within the Gu family and focusing on her cultivation, she was as naive as a blank slate when it came to worldly affections. In a positive light, one could say she was pure. In a less flattering light, one could describe her as a simpleton. Yet, such simplicity was preferable to the aloof and proud demeanor of some strong-willed women. Thus, Ye Changsheng sat alone at the dining table until dawn broke. Finally, the system's notification resounded, invigorating him. The objective of spending the night in the bridal chamber with your new wife, Gu Qingyi, has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have received a basic gift package. Would you like to open it? Yes, he declared. Open the basic gift package. The physical divine ability, Great Wilderness Star Snatching Hand, has automatically elevated the host divine ability to the Great Perfection level. As the words faded, countless mysterious ancient glyphs flooded his mind, in the depths of his consciousness. He vaguely perceived a magnificent, immortal figure, exuding an aura that could suppress the heavens, timeless and unparalleled, above the resplendent river of stars. This entity extended its hand, seemingly spanning an immeasurable distance, enveloping the universe with a gentle grasp that obliterated all existence, causing the stars to erupt, returning the world to chaos, a void of nothingness. As his mind settled, Ye Changsheng opened his eyes, astonished and exhilarated. The arts of heaven and earth were categorized into spiritual arts, minor divine abilities, major divine abilities, saintly techniques, supreme techniques, and imperial techniques. Although the Great Wilderness Star Snatching Hand was classified as a major divine ability, it was not considered a rare treasure among the Ye clan, who were of imperial lineage. However, cultivating physical divine abilities was exceedingly challenging, and those who could comprehend such techniques to perfection were few and far between. Even his father, a great emperor, possessed only a handful of physical divine abilities. What an exhilarating feeling! Ye Changsheng marveled inwardly. The cultivation realms were divided into blood refining, spirit entering, divine transformation, spiritual abode, cave heaven, returning to the void, Tao platform, tribulation transformation, saint, supreme, and emperor. Among these, the blood refining stage was synonymous with the physical realm. With his indestructible golden body cultivation and the great perfection level Great Wilderness Star Snatching Hand, he could likely overpower most cultivators at the divine transformation stage. Just then, Gu Qingyi stirred awake on the bed. The girl, freshly awakened, radiated a hazy beauty, her unadorned face revealing exquisite features, her cheeks soft and flushed with a delightful rosy hue, utterly captivating. This scene suddenly captivated Ye Changsheng, leaving him somewhat mesmerized. However, in the next moment, an image appeared that nearly caused him to lose his composure. Due to her slumber, Gu Qingyi's clothing was somewhat disheveled, and at the instant she rose. Her exquisite bridal gown slipped from her smooth shoulder, revealing half of her pristine, ample skin and a profound cleavage that was utterly enchanting. Gu Qingyi noticed Ye Changsheng's gaze, and upon glancing down, realized that her modesty was gradually diminishing. Although her nature was simple and she was naive to the ways of the world, the ingrained sense of shame that resided within her as a woman caused her to feel a wave of embarrassment, a blush blooming from her delicate face to her elegant neck. Yet, upon reflection, she reminded herself that the man before her was her husband, the one with whom she would share her life. They would be sleeping together in the future. This was merely a fleeting glance, After all does so, she resolved to suppress her shyness and did not pull up her garments. This, however, left Ye Changsheng utterly astounded. What does this mean? You want to even cover yourself? Even if he harbored a fear of women, he was still a man of normal inclinations. Was she testing his resolve with an icy heart? He remained unperturbed. Fortunately, Ye Changsheng possessed a sturdy will, and with great difficulty, he averted his gaze, repeatedly reciting calming mantras in his mind. Once the heat within him subsided, he promptly stood and exited the room, turning back only to utter, "I'll step out for a moment. Please freshen up and join me in the main hall to greet my parents shortly." Gu Qingyi suddenly smiled, finding her husband rather amusing. It was clear he enjoyed the view, yet he restrained himself. She couldn't help but wonder if her body was truly so captivating. Wasn't every woman endowed with such attributes? She glanced down at her own alluring figure, feeling a twinge of confusion in the grand hall of the Ye family. Gu Qingyi had already completed her morning routine. After she and Ye Changsheng served tea to his parents, they began to partake in breakfast. Cultivators, with their prolonged lifespans, had long ceased consuming grains, requiring only the essence of nature for sustenance. The act of eating was merely to satisfy one's palate. Furthermore, the dishes laid before them were not ordinary fare. Each ingredient was a rare treasure of the earth, capable of enhancing cultivation and replenishing vitality, representing yet another form of practice. Chapter 5. Xiao Chen. So, I am the clown. The 5 members of the family, Ye's father, Ye's mother, Ye Changsheng's sister Yao, along with the newlyweds, sat quietly at the table. While Yao absent-mindedly pushed her food around the bowl, her large eyes continually scanning her brother and sister-in-law, seemingly trying to uncover some hidden truth. Ye's father maintained his usual solemn demeanor, chewing slowly and meticulously. Meanwhile, Ye's mother persistently served dishes to her daughter-in-law, her smile never fading. However, upon noticing her son, who was buried in his meal, her smile vanished, replaced by a look of frustration and deep-seated helplessness. When would her son finally gain some insight? After a moment of contemplation, she spoke up. "Qingyi is new to the Ye family and unfamiliar with our surroundings. After breakfast, you should accompany her on a tour of the estate." As expected, the system's notification echoed in Ye Changsheng's mind. Mother's suggestion: accompany Gu Qingyi to familiarize her with the Ye family environment. Difficulty: extremely easy. Danger level: low. Reward: high-level gift pack. He gasped in excitement. Ordinary gift packs yielded such generous rewards, so what might a high-level one contain? Yet alongside his anticipation, a sliver of confusion lingered. Danger level: low. What did that mean? The entirety of the Ye estate was his home. How could there be danger? It seemed that the peril stemmed from Gu Qingyi herself. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. He had married the woman every man in the world coveted. With her stunning beauty, she undoubtedly attracted countless admirers, inciting jealousy and resentment from others. Caution is the mother of safety. He resolved to have the Ye family's protectors shadow them discreetly. After finishing their meal, Ye Changsheng eagerly took Gu Qingyi's hand and departed. This scene left Ye's parents and sister Yao momentarily stunned. Why was their son so obedient? Wasn't he fearful of women, even if he didn't outright refuse? One would expect some semblance of discontent. But what did that eager, excited glint in his eyes signify? The 3 exchanged glances, growing increasingly perplexed by Ye Changsheng since he had consented to the marriage alliance. Had he truly changed his ways? They speculated among themselves, deciding to follow discreetly and observe. As Ye Changsheng accompanied Gu Qingyi throughout the Ye estate, he purposely maintained distance, rarely speaking. Whenever they arrived at a new location, he would offer a brief introduction before moving on to the next site. That it felt less like a leisurely stroll for a newlywed couple and more akin to an official tour for a visiting dignitary. 3,000 protectors cloaked in invisibility observed their young master, each wearing an expression of helplessness. With his demeanor, when would he ever ensure the continuation of the Ye lineage? Ye's father and mother needed no further discussion. They were on the verge of confronting Ye Changsheng directly. It was as if they were witnessing a piece of uncarved wood, utterly hopeless. They implored him to accompany Gu Qingyi, not to serve as her tour guide. Exhausted, they wished for a swift conclusion. Meanwhile, Yao regarded her brother with a thoughtful expression and a burgeoning bold hypothesis. Could it be that he was like her? While their thoughts diverged, an unexpected phenomenon unfolded. The heavens shifted dramatically, and ancient wonders appeared in the sky, enveloping the Ye family in a cascade of endless auspicious signs. Who had summoned such celestial marvels? The onlookers gasped in a W, and no longer concealed. Countless formidable figures manifested before them. Ye Changsheng and Gu Qingyi halted in their tracks, gazing upward. Eye in the sky. Golden clouds of merit transformed into blossoms of golden lotuses, blooming profusely, as laws of the universe resonated around them with immense power. Then, an ancient and imposing pressure descended. A massive bronze tablet materialized above the Ye estate. What is this? Ye Changsheng was utterly bewildered. Impudent boy, I've told you repeatedly to read more, yet you don't even recognize a Heavenly Dao Tablet. Ye's mother appeared before Ye Changsheng, explaining, the Heavenly Dao Tablet only manifests when someone breaks through to the extreme realm. It remains for 99 days, and anyone of equal standing who inscribes their name upon it within this period shall receive boundless fortune. The higher their ranking, the more substantial the rewards. 3 years ago, Qingyi opened 10 celestial realms, summoning the Heavenly Dao Tablet once. Many prodigies inscribed their names and reaped countless opportunities. The current manifestation is the physical tablet, indicating someone from a Ye family has broken through to the extreme realm. She spoke. A name appeared upon the tablet, inscribed with the weight of the cosmic laws. Xiao. Upon seeing this name, the Ye family members were taken aback. Xiao, one of the divine sons of the Ye clan, had entered 2 years prior, forcefully consolidating 9 celestial realms, earning the title of the 10th divine son. Subsequently, in pursuit of the 10th realm, he had even dispersed his powers to focus on refining his physical body. Now, having emerged from his seclusion, he had triggered the manifestation of the physical Heavenly Dao Tablet, indicating his successful recultivation. Xiao pays respects to the clan leader and esteemed elders at that moment. A young man clad in black, strikingly handsome, emanating a formidable aura, stepped into view. He bowed respectfully to the powerful figures. Upon catching sight of Ye Changsheng, a fleeting glimmer of unnoticeable coldness flickered in his eyes. Then, glancing at Gu Qingyi, that chill transformed into profound infatuation. Although Xiao was a divine son, the Ye family was an Imperial clan. Every previous divine son had summoned the Heavenly Dao Tablet. The 3,000 protectors, having cultivated for countless years, were well versed in such matters. The Heavenly Dao Tablet was not particularly remarkable. Activate the protective array for the clan. The Heavenly Dao Tablet requires no special attention. Let anyone who wishes to attempt it do so freely, Ye's father commanded. Understood, the crowd replied, then dispersed one by one. Now, accompany Qingyi properly. It's merely a Heavenly Dao Tablet. Don't concern yourself with it, Ye's mother added, before departing. In an instant, the once bustling sky was left with only the bronze tablet and Xiao. Miss Qingyi, we meet again, he said, unable to resist approaching her now that no one else was around. Completely disregarding Ye Changsheng's presence. Ye Changsheng narrowed his eyes, sensing an undefined tension between the two. We know each other. Gu Qingyi furrowed her brow, feeling an instinctive aversion to Xiao Chen's gaze. Xiao smiled. 5 years ago, I was pursued in the Kanglin's secret realm and was fortunate to be saved by Miss Qingyi. Upon recalling the incident, Gu Qingyi blurted out, "You were that man in black." Seeing her recognition, Xiao Chen's excitement surged. However, just as he was about to speak, Gu Qingyi's next words struck him into silence. "You're still alive?" Ye Changsheng could no longer contain his laughter. Xiao Chen's expression stiffened. How did he detect a hint of her wishing for his demise? I apologize for the misunderstanding. Had it not been for your timely rescue, I would have surely perished, Xiao awkwardly replied. A smile plastered on his face. "Oh, you are mistaken." Gu Qingyi, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "In the past, within the Kanglin's secret realm, there existed a particular item I sought, and you were the key to that realm. Should you perish, the Kanglin's secret realm would remain forever locked. Thus I saved you, that I had anticipated your demise within the realm. Yet here you are, still alive. These words struck Chen like a thunderclap, rendering him numb all over. The fervor in his heart turned to ice as the truth became a bitter pill to swallow. Chapter 6. Advanced Gift Package by Ling Hua Chun Grass. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Qingyi have saved me solely for this reason? Xiao Chen's heart roared in defiance, unwilling to accept that his 5 years of unrequited love were nothing more than a folly. Ye Changsheng cast a peculiar glance his way before turning to Gu Qingyi, saying, "Come, I shall take you to explore other places." Listening to my husband. Watching the two depart, Xiao Chen suddenly experienced a flash of insight. Of course, it must be Ye Changsheng, with Gu Qingyi being the illustrious 9 apertures Ling-Long divine body, destined to tread the path of emperors. What reason could she possibly have to wed such an incapable individual? If it weren't for Ye Changsheng's underhanded machinations, how could the Gu family be foolish enough to bestow such a talent upon the Ye family as a bride? The way Ye family head and his wife were so invested in this matter suddenly illuminated something for him. Wait, Ye Changsheng halted, turning back to regard Xiao Chen with evident displeasure. He was hardly acquainted with this fellow, who had been rather insistent, bordering on audacious. Qingyi has already stated her intentions were merely utilitarian. What more do you wish? Silence. Xiao Chen unexpectedly barked in anger. Qingyi, the reason you agreed to marry him must be due to some unspoken circumstances. Am I correct? Your words to me were surely a result of unavoidable constraints. Yes, seeing the agitated expression on Xiao Chen's face, Gu Qingyi was taken aback, her heart pondering why he was behaving so oddly. Nevertheless, out of politeness, she resolved to respond sincerely. What I said earlier was the truth. I saved you because you were the key. Without you, how could I unlock the Kanglin secret realm? My marriage to my husband bears no hidden motives. It is simply my heartfelt desire. Gu Qingyi's earnest demeanor felt like a dagger piercing Xiao Chen's heart. Leaving him in agony and breathless that moment, Ye Changsheng finally grasped the situation. This brat harbored feelings for his wife? Any normal man would find it intolerable. Tsk, Xiao Chen is the divine son of our Ye family. A figure of unparalleled talent and attention, a person of such stature, who does not even regard me. Why must he entangle himself with my wife? You are destined to be a future prodigy, one who will dominate the realms. Fixating on these trivial romantic entanglements is beneath you. Though Ye Changsheng did not utter any insults, his words carried an undertone of praise. Yet, Xiao Chen felt as if he had received a resounding slap to the face. The sting igniting a fiery pain. Why Ye Changsheng, uninterested in further discourse with such a person, reached out to tug at Gu Qingyi's sleeve. Come, Qingyi, let us go and explore other places. Of course, my husband. At the touch from Ye Changsheng, Gu Qingyi's face lit up with a radiant smile. Once more, Xiao Chen felt the stab of a knife in his heart. In the circus, you are the busiest. In Gotham City, you are the most audacious. Who would have thought such a person exists? Ye Changsheng. The muttered words faded into the distance as Xiao Chen ground out those 3 syllables through clenched teeth, imbued with an enmity that felt insurmountable. Though he did not comprehend the latter part of Ye Changsheng's remarks, he sensed they were far from flattering. Nevertheless, as a divine son, he managed to rein in his emotions. Xiao Chen, recognize what you truly desire. You are a child of destiny, one who is bound to make a name for themselves and tread the path of emperors. Do not be swayed by your emotions. Although that waste of a body may speak oddly, he did not speak entirely without merit. You are a prodigy, and it is beneath you to be entangled in such matters of the heart. After comforting himself with these thoughts, Xiao Chen felt considerably lighter. Watching the couple's harmonious figures retreat, he snorted and vanished from sight. The Ye family, a clan of Imperial lineage, possessed profound heritage. They boasted countless treasures and hidden abodes that by the time dusk approached. Ye Changsheng had only meandered through a mere 10 locations with Gu Qingyi and my husband. Night is falling, and I am feeling somewhat weary. Shall we return? Ye Changsheng, naturally in agreement, nodded. Very well, as you wish, upon returning to their marital chamber. The voice of the system echoed in his ears. Task of familiarizing Gu Qingyi with the Ye family's environment has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have received an advanced gift package. Would you like to open it? Yes, opening gift package. You have obtained the earth-level celestial herb by Ling Hua Chun grass. Consuming will cleanse the body and enhance cultivation. Would you like to use it? Ye Changsheng felt elated, realizing he had struck a veritable jackpot. It is known that celestial herbs are categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The Yi family, being immense and powerful, placed great importance on earth-level spiritual items, with formidable guardians protecting the spiritual fields against unforeseen events. Highlighting their rarity and value. Use. As the thought flashed through his mind, Ye Changsheng witnessed the verdant spiritual herb transform into a crystalline liquid within his consciousness. Hiss! A sudden chill enveloped his entire body, as if the cold seeped into his very bones. Then, that icy sensation cascaded through his limbs, inducing a tingling numbness that compelled him to stifle a groan. "My husband, what are you doing?" From behind a curtain. Gu Qingyi, changing clothes in the bedroom, inquired curiously upon hearing the commotion. Nothing, just a bit of discomfort in my stomach." Ye Changsheng quickly fabricated an excuse. Moments later, the sensation subsided, but he was assailed by a foul odor. It seemed to emanate from his own body. Lowering his gaze, Ye Changsheng was startled by the sight. Numerous black impurities were expelled from his pores, clinging to his skin like mud, exuding an unpleasant stench. "Goodness, is there this much filth within my body? It feels like a garbage dump." After silently cursing, he hastily exited the room, instructing the servants to prepare cleansing water to rid himself of these unsightly impurities. As night deepened, Gu Qingyi hesitated momentarily before mustering the courage to speak. "My husband, won't you join me in sleep?" Ye Changsheng, seated by the table, glanced up before swiftly averting his gaze. This girl is astonishingly pure. Dressed in form-fitting garments, her shoulders barely concealed, the sight was enough to quicken one's heartbeat. "Ahem. Not for now. You should rest first. I have matters to ponder." "Very well." Though she did not understand his reluctance to rest. Gu Qingyi was a person of great politeness, believing her husband must have his reasons for such behavior. Days passed. "My dear son, won't you even give it a try? What if the Heavenly Dao Monument reacts?" Moreover, with so many prodigies from various clans arriving, all wishing to leave their names on the Heavenly Dao Monument, are you truly uninterested in such a spectacle? Surely you can at least enjoy the show? Chapter 7. Returning home for a visit. Mother. What is there to see in the competitive endeavors of youthful pride? Besides, as a waste incapable of cultivation, what could I possibly comprehend? Ye Changsheng did not intend to reveal his advancements in cultivation just yet. He needed to find a suitable reason and timing. Otherwise, such a drastic change might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Upon hearing her son's mention of his incapacity to cultivate, his mother sighed internally, her tone softening. "Even so, you must not lose your spirit, understand? Rest assured, mother, I have endured thus far without issue." Returning to his room, Gu Qingyi observed Ye Changsheng's sighs of frustration and curiously asked, "Husband, what troubles you? Why do you appear so discontent?" "Sigh, it is my parents who insist I visit the Heavenly Dao Monument to seek fame and fortune, yet they know full well my inability to cultivate. What use would it be?" Understanding his plight, Gu Qingyi blinked her autumn-like eyes a few times and proposed a solution. "Why not, my husband? Tell your parents you wish to stay in the room to accompany me." The suggestion from Gu Qingyi to remain in the chamber and forego visiting the Heavenly Dao Monument. Difficulty: extremely easy. Danger level: none. Reward: ordinary gift package. Ye Changsheng paused for a moment, then erupted into uncontrollable laughter. "Now I have no choice but to stay in the room." In the blink of an eye. 8 days had passed, and Ye Changsheng and his wife were summoned to the main hall early in the morning. After paying respects to the elders, Ye's mother smiled at the matching couple, saying, "Qingyi, you have been married for 10 days. It is time to return home for a visit." "Thank you, mother, for your concern. I am truly grateful." Gu Qingyi replied with a graceful bow. Ye Changsheng was reluctant to waste time on such matters. However, given that Gu Qingyi was his legitimately wedded wife, and she had done no wrong by him, it was only proper to observe the necessary courtesies. "My son, will you accompany Qingyi back to her family today? Is that acceptable?" With a smile in his eyes, Yi Fu inquired, increasingly pleased with the compatibility of the two from his father's suggestion. accompany Gu Qingyi back home to visit her family. Difficulty: extremely easy. Danger level: low. Reward: high-level gift package. Ye Changsheng's eyes sparkled, and any lingering hesitation dissipated. However, with the danger level being low, it seemed that this trip to the Gu family might not be entirely tranquil. At noon, atop the floating white jade square, celestial energy swirled as grand melodies resonated. 9 golden scale dragons lay prostrate, their whiskers undulating, resembling sculptures. Ye Changsheng and his wife boarded the celestial palanquin. The 9 golden dragons sprang to life, their roars shaking the heavens. Their massive forms soared into the sky, extraordinarily brilliant and dazzling. Following the dragon palanquin, an array of mythical beasts and celestial birds paraded, showcasing numerous powerful figures. Goodness, what an impressive spectacle! Ye Changsheng couldn't help but marvel at the grandiosity orchestrated by his parents. Half an hour later, high-ranking members of the Gu family gathered at the foot of the celestial mountain, their eyes filled with envy as they beheld the lavishly extravagant procession. Truly, the Ye family is remarkable. With the 9 dragons clearing the way, even the lords of most sacred lands would not receive such treatment. Indeed, those mythical beasts trailing behind could each serve as a guardian deity for a mountain. Alas, it is a pity that our Qingyi, a true prodigy, is wed to a useless individual who cannot cultivate. Sigh, how lamentable. As Ye Changsheng and Gu Qingyi descended from the dragon palanquin, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Your humble son-in-law Ye Changsheng and his wife Qingyi pay their respects to my esteemed father-in-law and all the esteemed elders and friends. In front of the crowd, the head of the Gu family approached with a beaming smile. There is no need for excessive courtesy, my dear son-in-law. Please, come in swiftly. After exchanging greetings with the various elders and friends of the Gu family, Ye Changsheng finally managed to maintain a stiff smile as he took his seat. Please, take your seat, my esteemed father-in-law. Following a round of polite refusals, everyone finally settled down. Aside from Ye Changsheng and his wife, most of those at the table were beautiful women. Gu Qingyi discreetly informed him that they were all concubines collected by her father. A testament to his unyielding nature despite his age. Is there anything inappropriate about Qingyi coming to visit her in-laws? No. Qingyi is exceptionally virtuous and intelligent. She has been a great help to her husband. Ye Changsheng responded with a hearty laugh, while Gu Qingyi shot him a peculiar glance. During this time, her husband had either been sitting at the table or sleeping on the floor, never having shared a bed with her. Yet he was unexpectedly considerate of her reputation in public. In the midst of their conversation, a servant from the Gu family presented a list of gifts. The Gu family head glanced at it, stroking his beard and grinning even wider. My dear son-in-law, you and your wife are a match made in heaven. You must live harmoniously together in the future. If you have some leisure time, do visit the Gu family more often so that our 2 families can strengthen our bond. The head of the Gu family had high hopes, but a visit would require substantial expenditure. Ye Changsheng silently scoffed at this thought while maintaining a beaming smile. By the way, my son-in-law, I have heard that a genius has emerged from the Ye family, causing the Heavenly Dao Tablet to descend. Do you know who it is? As soon as the Gu family head finished speaking, a little girl with twin buns sitting at the lower table chirped cheerfully. I know. It definitely can't be a brother-in-law. I heard from third sister that he's a natural waste, unable to cultivate. The atmosphere at the banquet instantly turned somber. And no matter what, Ye Changsheng was still the favored son of the Ye family. Even if the entire world knew the truth, saying it aloud was still a slap in the face. Be quiet. The Gu family head quickly reprimanded, glaring at the beauty holding the little girl. Lianyu, look at the fine daughter you have raised. The beauty hastily covered the girl's mouth, her expression somewhat aggrieved. Yes, I have failed in my teaching. I hope my husband will forgive me. But she soon muttered softly, but that was what third sister said. What does it have to do with the child? A slightly older woman beside the Gu family head shot a cold glare at Lianyu. My lord, forgive me. It was my fault. Father, as the head of the family, you should be a bit stricter. Changsheng is my husband, and it's not right for our family's people to speak ill behind his back. Gu Qingyi's expression was cold, but she spoke reprovingly to her father. With so many people in the family, there are bound to be more matters. Sometimes, you should pay attention to manage things, to prevent those who rely on their looks from overstepping their bounds and bringing private matters to the surface. This statement was clearly directed at the third and fourth sisters, immediately inciting their ire. However, Gu Qingyi was now the pillar of the Gu family, and regardless of her exceptional talent or her status as the daughter-in-law of the Ye family, no one dared to oppose her. Ye Changsheng was somewhat astonished as he observed the assertive side of Gu Qingyi, who usually appeared innocent and aloof. He realized that there must be some hidden conflict between the third and fourth sisters, and the fourth sister was trying to embarrass the third sister under the guise of his name. Initially, Ye Changsheng felt a surge of anger, yet upon hearing Gu Qingyi stand up for him, his irritation lessened significantly. Usually, she seemed quiet and somewhat foolishly innocent, but when faced with a situation, she did not appear weak. Indeed, Qingyi is correct. It is I who has been lax in my duties as a father. I shall reprimand the family members properly later and ensure they speak no more nonsense. The Gu family head echoed his reprimand towards the two concubines, then turned to Ye Changsheng with an apologetic expression. Dear nephew, please do not take it to heart. Children do not know better and tend to speak carelessly. Children speak without reservation. Haha, Ye Changsheng tugged at the corners of his mouth. Considering how Gu Qingyi defended him, he chose not to hold it against them. What you say is true, esteemed father-in-law. Your humble son-in-law will not quibble with a child. I knew my son-in-law had a broad mind and was capable of accommodating others. Others may not understand, but I see clearly my son-in-law is a dragon concealed in the depths, destined to achieve greatness in due time. The Gu family head's flattery finally lightened the atmosphere of the banquet bit. Ye Changsheng found the meal rather dull, wishing it would conclude swiftly. The scheming among the women was relentless, their words laced with barbs that could drive anyone to madness. Gu Qingyi's brow remained tightly knitted throughout. After finally bidding farewell to the Gu family and boarding the dragon palanquin, Ye Changsheng leaned back against the soft couch and sighed in relief. My husband, you need not be upset. Father has many women, and it is inevitable that there will be some rivalry for affection. If you feel wronged, I shall teach them a lesson upon our return to relieve your grievances. Gu Qingyi's voice, tinged with remorse, made Ye Changsheng chuckle. You need not be so courteous, Qingyi. These are merely trifles and should not weigh heavily on your heart. As long as my husband is not upset, that is all that matters. Gazing at her breathtakingly beautiful face, Ye Changsheng felt a sudden wave of emotion. Gu Qingyi had grown up in such an environment, and he could only imagine the grievances she must have endured to arrive at this day. Though he preferred to avoid contact with women, having such a sensible and understanding beauty by his side was indeed a delightful experience. Task accomplished. Accompany Gu Qingyi home for a family visit. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a high-level gift package. Would you like to open it? Of course. Opening the package, obtain blood amber body nourishing pill. Consuming it will enhance your physique. Would you like to use it? Use it. Ye Changsheng closed his eyes, leaning against the soft couch, feeling a wave of heat radiate from his throat, surging through his entire body like a rushing river. His body felt as if it had plunged into a furnace, overwhelmed by a fierce burning sensation. This experience was fleeting, vanishing in the blink of an my husband. Why has your complexion suddenly turned so red? Gu Qingyi's curious voice brought Ye Changsheng back to his senses, making him realize that in the future, it would be safer to open such boxes in private. Upon returning home, Yimu inquired about the events at the Gu family. Ye Changsheng, disinterested in the details, casually brushed it off. Conversely, Gu Qingyi diligently recounted the events, even emphasizing how he had been slighted, prompting Yimu to shower him with praise. In the following days, Ye Changsheng became even more reclusive, remaining indoors without stepping outside. The outside world buzzed with rumors that he was enraptured by feminine beauty and unable to extricate himself. Yet, only Gu Qingyi understood that her husband was too timid to even touch her, preoccupied with peculiar pastimes. Come, let us play another round of go-bang. Ye Changsheng exclaimed enthusiastically. Gu Qingyi, somewhat helpless, replied, Husband, you have already devised numerous games in this period. From Ludo to Monopoly to go-bang, there's been no shortage. Though you cannot cultivate, You are still the favored son of the Ye family. If only you would apply your intelligence to more productive endeavors, even assisting your parents in managing family affairs would be commendable. I lack such abilities that Ye Changsheng casually tossed the game pieces aside, reclining leisurely in his chair. Qingyi, consider this. My parents are formidable beings, with long lifespans and abundant energy. What need have I to join in their affairs? You can cultivate, just work hard at it. Once you become a master, you can simply rely on me. His languid demeanor left Gu Qingyi at a loss for words, prompting her to merely sigh and nod in acquiescence. However, on the contrary, the peculiar trinkets crafted by her husband intrigued her greatly, igniting a spark of interest within her. Despite not sharing a bed, Gu Qingyi could still sense his goodwill emanating towards her. Young madam, the matriarch has summoned you. A maid's voice broke through Gu Qingyi's reverie. She turned to Ye Changsheng and said, "Please wait here. I shall attend to this matter. Go on, go on. Just remember not to mention our games to mother, lest she begins her incessant lecturing." Once Gu Qingyi departed, Ye Changsheng sat up straight, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He had been diligently seizing every opportunity to undertake tasks over the past few days. Now his undying golden body had reached the 4th level, and he had acquired 2 new divine abilities: soul-severing finger and mountain-shattering fist. One was subtle and cunning, while the other was fierce and dominating, with an incredibly terrifying lethality. The combination of these abilities with his formidable physique rendered him capable of handling cultivators of the transformation stage with ease. Speaking of which, Qingyi is quite a remarkable girl. Despite my lack of diligence, she still patiently accompanies me. Truly a kind soul. Just as Gu Qingyi was about to enter the grand hall, she suddenly overheard some gossip behind a rockery. Our family's young master is utterly finished. He has no aptitude for cultivation and is now infatuated with beauty. What a shameless display. With that frail physique of his, it won't be long before he meets his end in a woman's embrace. Gu Qingyi's brows furrowed in indignation, and with a flick of her wrist, she shattered the rockery. How dare you, as members of the Ye family, speak so disparagingly of our young master? You who benefit from the Ye family's grace yet speak with such ingratitude. Truly a pack of ungrateful wretches. Faced with Gu Qingyi's delicate rebuke, the 3 family disciples quickly admitted their wrongs and, after apologizing, left in a state of embarrassment. And no matter how incapable Ye Changsheng may be, he was still the young master and the heir. They had no right to insult or belittle him. Humph, such wicked hearts. Gu Qingyi muttered in annoyance as she watched their retreating figures before making her way to the council hall. Unbeknownst to her, all that transpired was closely observed by the matriarch of the Ye family. Qingyi is quite commendable. She knows how to defend Changsheng. However, some individuals in this household have mouths far too foul. Chapter 9. The matriarch's favor. As soon as Gu Qingyi entered the hall, the matriarch grasped her hand and began praising her incessantly. Our Qingyi is truly a good girl, standing up for her husband in front of outsiders. My unworthy son has many flaws. Please be more forgiving of him. Qingyi hurriedly replied. Mother, you flatter me. My husband is quite good and takes great care of me. Oh dear, do you truly believe that? I know my son better than anyone. He hardly knows how to care for others. The matriarch continued her lamentations, leaving Gu Qingyi unsure of how to respond. By the way, Qingyi, aside from your daily cultivation, would you consider helping me handle some matters of the Ye family? As a simple daughter-in-law, I fear I am not capable of such responsibilities. Yu Qingyi was taken aback, not expecting the matriarch to contemplate entrusting her with such duties. Oh, Qingyi, please think it over. Your father and I have but one child. You will inevitably have to shoulder the affairs of the Ye family in the future, with your assistance as a wise and capable partner. I would feel much more at ease. Mother, I truly lack that ability. The matriarch interrupted playfully, pulling her hand and smiling. Do not rush to a decision. Take your time to consider. Yu Qingyi felt too embarrassed to refuse outright and hesitantly agreed. Upon returning to her room, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. What troubles you, Qingyi? Ye Changsheng, keenly perceptive, noticed her unusual demeanor and inquired. Yu Qingyi hesitated before speaking. Mother wishes for me to take over the family business, and I'm unsure whether I should agree to that all. If you do not wish to take on the responsibility, just tell her boldly. Who would dare make things difficult for you? While I wouldn't be troubled, I still feel conflicted. Husband, what do you think I should do? Ye Changsheng answered without a moment's hesitation. This matter should be decided by you. If you wish to go, then go. If not, then do not. Should you find it burdensome, I can speak with mother on your behalf. Well, thank you, husband. Allow me to ponder it further. As her words fell, Gu Qingyi's gaze suddenly landed on the table. Husband, what is this? This is called Go Bang. Would you like to give it a try? Then, please teach me how to play. Gu Qingyi's suggestion. Teach her how to play Go Bang. Difficulty, extremely easy danger level. None reward. Ordinary gift pack. Ye Changsheng's eyes lit up, and he hurried to sit beside the table. Come, let me show you how to play. After finishing a game, Gu Qingyi quickly grasped the rules and engaged in a spirited back and forth with Ye Changsheng. During their play, he managed to acquire several small gift packs from her, significantly enhancing his abilities. 2 days later, Gu Qingyi finally made her decision to take on some family affairs. The couple resolved to consult the matriarch and select some straightforward tasks to begin with. As they approached the door of the council hall, they overheard several voices discussing matters within. That Ye Changsheng is a useless waste who cannot cultivate, yet the matriarch still showers him with resources. It truly baffles me what use he is. Indeed, in my opinion, such a person should be abandoned early to avoid wasting resources. Listening closely, Gu Qingyi recognized the voices belonged to several family elders. Ye Changsheng frowned slightly, unwilling to engage with those who only gossiped behind his back. Qingyi, perhaps we should wait a moment before seeking out mother. Qingyi, he looked up in surprise as Gu Qingyi strode furiously into the hall. What nonsense are you speaking? No matter what, my husband is still the young master of the Yi family, even considering the sacrifices made by our parents for the family over the years. He is deserving of respect. Upon realizing who had entered, the expressions of the elders shifted subtly. Ye Changsheng spoke softly, his face expressionless. Qingyi, there's no need to engage with these people. Ha! Young madam, your words seem a bit biased. A plump elder leaned back in his chair, a faint smile on his face. Even in the presence of the young master, there are things I must say. The prosperity of the Yi family today is the result of everyone's efforts within the clan. While it is true that the matriarch and patriarch have made significant contributions, without the efforts of others, how could the Yi family thrive? As our family's young master, he ought to bear some responsibility, whether in cultivation or family affairs. Yet now, he possesses no cultivation and neglects clan matters. Is that not a bit of unearned privilege? As soon as he finished speaking, another elder chimed in. Indeed, young madam. I do not mean to criticize the young master, but look at someone like Xiao Chen, and he not only assists in handling clan affairs, but also excels in cultivation. As our clan's divine son. He has drawn the Heavenly Dao Tablet and attracted countless talented individuals, elevating the Yi family's reputation. Such a figure deserves the resources of the clan. Indeed, Xiao Chen is quite impressive, compared to young Master Changsheng. He is far more suited for the position. Ye Changsheng's expression turned cold, a flash of icy light flickering in his eyes. These individuals were deliberately comparing him to Xiao Chen to belittle him. Though he was reluctant to engage with them, he could not allow such insults to go unchallenged. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Qingyi's clear voice rang out first. What right do you have to speak of my husband in such a manner? So what if he cannot cultivate? He has not caused any trouble for the clan. Why should he not be allowed to live? Moreover, our parents used their contributions to provide him with certain resources. On what grounds do you criticize them? Those are our parents' possessions, and they can choose how to handle them. Her words were resolute, leaving several elders' faces pale with indignation. Ye Changsheng gazed at the fierce Gu Qingyi, warmth blooming in his heart. Within the family, despite his noble status due to his parents, his inability to cultivate was a fatal flaw. His parents had invested considerable resources in him over the years, all earned through their contributions without any selfish gain. The elders' words were likely fueled more by envy of those benefits. Humph, and what of it? Is it truly a better choice to squander resources on a waste? A genius like Xiao Chen is far more deserving of cultivation and attention. The elders continued to exchange barbs, seemingly oblivious to Ye Changsheng's presence. You! Gu Qingyi was about to retort when the matriarch's furious voice suddenly erupted within the hall. You old scoundrels, have you nothing better to do than bully my son? The elders' expressions changed instantly, and they hurriedly rose to bow respectfully. In a flash of divine light, the dignified matriarch appeared in the hall. Get out, you shameless old fools. Chapter 10. The breakthrough of Xiao Chun and the movement of the Heavenly Dao Monument. Several elders exchanged glances, and the red-faced elder tentatively spoke, matriarch, regarding Xiao Chen's need for the spirit-nurturing fruit. Get out? Why, yes. Upon witnessing Yi Mu's genuine anger, the elders dared not prolong the discussion and left the meeting hall in a somewhat awkward manner. Changsheng, do not take those words to heart. Yi Mu consoled her son with a hint of worry. He chuckled in response. Mother, it's nothing. I haven't taken it to heart. By the way, Mother, Qingyi and I came to discuss her involvement in the family management. Yi Mu's eyes brightened instantly. What have you decided? Ye Changsheng replied on behalf of Gu Qingyi. After careful consideration, Qingyi believes it is appropriate to assist you in sharing some responsibilities at home. She wishes to start with simpler tasks. Good, good. I knew Qingyi was a good girl. Yi Mu called out, Someone, take Qingyi to the spiritual fields to hand over responsibilities. From now on, she shall be in charge of that area. Both of them were taken aback, not expecting Yi Mu to be so decisive. Mother, is this not a bit too hasty? What haste? This matter is quite simple. The sooner she engages, the sooner she becomes familiar. With that, Yi Mu urged the maidservant to escort Gu Qingyi away. Once they had departed, Yi Mu turned to Ye Changsheng and said, Son, you must treat Qingyi well. Do you understand? Do not worry, Mother. I hold Qingyi in high regard, he replied, but Yi Mu chuckled softly. That's good. Qingyi cares for you deeply. She is truly an admirable person. You should be more affectionate towards her. From Mother's suggestion, be closer to Gu Qingyi. Difficulty, easy danger level. None reward. High-grade gift pack this time. Ye Changsheng hesitated somewhat. Ever since being betrayed by his girlfriend in his past life, he had developed a natural fear of love and marriage, even developing a mild fear of women. The thought of becoming close to Gu Qingyi felt somewhat daunting. Damn, bringing the past into the present. It's truly unfortunate, he lamented silently. If it weren't for that woman, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. After all, it's a high-grade gift pack, feeling a pang of despair. Ye Changsheng involuntarily thought of Gu Qingyi. She was indeed quite a remarkable girl. Not only did she not disdain him for being a failure, but she also frequently guided him and kept him company, even defending him in front of others. Perhaps becoming closer to her wouldn't be so bad. After a moment of reflection, Ye Changsheng ultimately decided to accept the task. When Gu Qingyi returned home that evening, Ye Changsheng took the initiative to inquire about her experiences that day. There was little to do at the spiritual fields, and the handover went smoothly. With Mother supporting me from behind, I encountered no troubles. She recounted. After hearing her story, Ye Changsheng suddenly stood up and walked in front of Gu Qingyi. In her bewildered gaze, he took a deep breath and gently patted her shoulder with a trembling hand. Keep it up. The task of getting closer to Gu Qingyi was now complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a high-grade gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open. The gift pack is being opened. You have received a 4th-grade magical artifact, the cloud-breaking divine spear. Ye Changsheng was instantly filled with excitement. With 9 grades of magical artifacts, a 4th-grade one was more than sufficient for him at present. For a cultivator, having a suitable magical artifact could significantly enhance one's strength. Moreover, the items rewarded by the system were exceptionally suited to his robust physique, amplifying his capabilities immensely. My lord, did you just pat me? Gu Qingyi asked softly, bringing Ye Changsheng back to reality. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he coughed a few times and nodded. Indeed, just a little encouragement that I believe you can excel in this task. Thank you, my lord. As he watched Gu Qingyi smile brightly. Ye Changsheng suddenly felt a surge of unfamiliar emotions. Perhaps spending time with a girl like her was indeed pleasant. Time flew by, and nearly a month passed in the blink of an eye. Ye Changsheng continually accepted tasks and received numerous valuable items from the system. Although he still could not cultivate, his physical prowess had already surpassed that of a transformation realm cultivator. It was time to venture out. After muttering to himself, he stepped out of the house for the first time in over 10 days. Suddenly, a golden light and ethereal mist rose in the distance. This extraordinary celestial phenomenon immediately caught his attention. Squinting, he observed as many experts from the Yi family darted through the air, all heading in that direction. Just as he wondered what was happening, Gu Qingyi appeared gracefully. "Qingyi, what is happening over there?" Gu Qingyi glanced back and replied calmly. "It is said that Xiao Chen has successfully recultivated and has condensed half of an indestructible golden body. He is now ranked first on the Heavenly Dao Monument. Those people are likely going to congratulate him. I see." Ye Changsheng nodded, internally scoffing. Half an indestructible golden body can secure the top spot on the Heavenly Dao Monument. It seems the value of that thing is rather questionable. By the Heavenly Dao Monument, Xiao Chen stood with his hands clasped behind him, enveloped in a faint golden glow. "Congratulations to young Master Xiao for achieving the indestructible golden body with such extraordinary talent and unparalleled brilliance. He is destined to tread the path of the Emperor and dominate the realm." Various voices of congratulations echoed around him, causing Xiao Chen to suppress a smile that threatened to break free. "Thank you all for your kind words. Xiao Chen's achievements today are inseparable from the family's support and care that I will strive diligently in my cultivation to contribute to the family as soon as possible." After a moment of humility, the area erupted with endless praises. Look! This is the demeanor of a true young master. In contrast, that Ye Changsheng stays cooped up all day, merely hiding away with women, utterly disgracing his parents. Is it his parents' disgrace? No, it is the disgrace of the Yi family. Hearing his name mentioned, Xiao Chen's smile faded slightly. "Humph, now that I have achieved the indestructible golden body, I will certainly be valued by the family. Even if he relies on his parents' protection, I need not feel threatened. Perhaps at that time, I could pursue Qingyi. She might accept me." At the mere thought of Gu Qingyi's enchanting beauty, Xiao Chen felt a surge of heat within him. Soon, the changes surrounding the Heavenly Dao Monument attracted attention from all quarters. The news of Xiao Chen's achievement of half an indestructible golden body spread like wildfire, capturing the attention of myriad races and various sacred lands. Historically, those who left their names on the Heavenly Dao Monument had access to tremendous opportunities and fortunes. Some even obtained items that significantly aided them on their path to becoming emperors, which made it irresistible to many. With Xiao Chen now leading the way, he would undoubtedly reap the benefits brought by the Heavenly Dao Monument. Including the Yi family members, various influential figures were engaged in fervent discussions, speculating on what astonishing opportunities Xiao Chen would receive. Chapter 11. Ye Changsheng is intrigued. After taking a stroll outside, Ye Changsheng found that discussions about Xiao Chen were rampant. He received quite a few disdainful glances, prompting him to abandon his exploration. "Qingyi, are the rewards from the Heavenly Dao Monument truly substantial?" Once back in his room, he curiously inquired. Qingyi's autumn-like eyes flickered as she considered. It is said that the top 3 on the Heavenly Dao Monument receive a small segment of the Dao principles suitable for those who leave their names, allowing them to cleanse their minds and souls in advance, which greatly aids them in embarking on their paths. Moreover, the first place's reward is even more generous, with a high chance of obtaining the illusory shadow of the Dao fruit, enabling them to grasp parts of their own Dao principles ahead of time. Grasp Dao principles. Ye Changsheng smacked his lips, a hint of yearning in his eyes. Dao principles are typically the domain of those in the cave heaven realm, and aspiring to master them while still in the void-returning realm is a fool's dream. Even grasping a mere remnant of Dao principles would give any cultivator below the void-returning realm an overwhelming advantage. Such a coveted opportunity stirred even his heart, despite the system by his side. If he could access or even grasp a thread of Dao principles early on, combined with his formidable physique, he might even be able to contend with void-returning cultivators. With these thoughts in mind, Ye Changsheng quickly continued, "Qingyi, when will the rewards from the Heavenly Dao Monument be distributed?" "Well, calculating the time, it should be tomorrow. The Heavenly Dao Monument will remain for 99 days, and on the final day, rewards will be given based on rankings before it dissipates into the cosmos. Lord, are you very curious about the Heavenly Dao Monument?" A little. Given that Xiao Chen has achieved half an indestructible golden body, wouldn't my complete one secure my position? Contemplating this, he felt a surge of excitement. "Yes, I will give it a try tomorrow." The next day, in the floating square, talents from all corners congregated. with prodigies from myriad races standing tall. Today was the day the Heavenly Dao Monument would bestow its opportunities, and they all wished to see what fortunes the top three would receive. It is undoubtedly Xiao, Chen who will claim first place. I agree. With the advantage of half an indestructible golden body, he truly deserves it. By the way, is there not also someone from the Ye family who ranks among them? Indeed, it is that waif's wife, Gu Qingyi. She is a 9-aperture spirit body, equally talented, and ranks second on the Heavenly Dao Monument. What a pity for such an exquisite furnace to end up with that waste. It is truly a waste of talent. Endless chatter like this reached Gu Qingyi's ears as she floated in. Qingyi, you have arrived. Xiao Chen revealed a smile that he deemed exquisitely elegant as he stepped forward to greet her. Gu Qingyi cast a fleeting glance his way and subtly shifted to the side, prompting Xiao Chen's smile to stiffen instantly. This woman, he silently gritted his teeth, filled with rage within. What kind of enchantment has that waist? Ye Changsheng poured into her to make her so utterly devoted. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the crowd. Ye Changsheng, with his hands tucked lazily into his sleeves, ambled towards the Heavenly Dao stele, heedless of the murmurs around him. Isn't that the waste of the Ye family? What is he doing here? Who knows? Perhaps he thinks he can bask in Gu Qingyi's glory since she has made a name for herself. Bask in glory? Is there truly someone so shameless? Look at what you're saying. If he had any sense of shame, he would have firmly rejected the marriage proposal from the start. Ye Changsheng glanced up at the Heavenly Dao stele, which stood tall against the heavens, its ethereal light radiating a profound and ancient aura. Husband, you're here. Gu Qingyi fluttered to his side, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons that Ye Changsheng couldn't help but smile. Yes, he had come to see what this was all about. Rest assured, my husband. Once Qingyi seizes this opportunity, I shall attempt to infuse your body with the Dao principles. Who knows what effects it may yield? Observing the excitement on Gu Qingyi's face, Ye Changsheng chuckled and shook his head. This foolish girl, she truly is remarkably kind-hearted. However, just as the two were engaging in conversation, a piercing voice suddenly rang out. Ye Changsheng, what are you doing here? Xiao Chen hovered in midair, coldly surveying Ye Changsheng below. Is it not permissible for me to come and watch the spectacle? Ye Changsheng shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Chen, thoroughly displeased by his condescending demeanor. What use is it for a waste who cannot cultivate to be here? Allow me to offer a piece of advice. Better retreat to your chambers and rest. This place is filled with prodigious talents, and witnessing their opportunities and brilliance might overwhelm your fragile heart. Ye Changsheng rolled his eyes. You needn't concern yourself. Worry about your own predicament instead. Floating in the sky like a balloon. Are you not afraid of being punctured? Though the latter part of his statement was uttered softly, Xiao Chen's keen ears caught every word. Humph, a powerless fool like you can only rely on parental favor to boast. Speaking with someone like you is a sheer waste of my breath. Above, a few clouds hung motionless in the sky. Ye Mu observed the unfolding scene below, her expression fierce. That little brat Xiao Chen dares to speak to Changsheng like that. I'll make sure to deal with him later. Yi Fu gently shook his head. As the head of our clan, we must conduct ourselves fairly and openly, not resorting to such underhanded tactics, lest we become something unsightly. Oh yes, you are the esteemed Ye Emperor, while I am merely a small-minded woman. Below, Ye Changsheng ignored Xiao Chen and turned to Gu Qingyi, saying, Qingyi, let us move further away. Some people speak so foully that the air reeks. I shall heed my husband's words. That he moved to the side, with Gu Qingyi closely following. Xiao Chen's expression darkened as he glared at Ye Changsheng's retreating figure, filled with murderous intent. This waste is utterly oblivious to his own insignificance. Were it not for his parental protection, he would be nothing more than an ant beneath my foot, daring to speak so boldly. A waste is a waste, only capable of hiding behind a woman's skirts. With a cold snort, Xiao Chen tossed a remark before turning to leave. But just then, Gu Qingyi's furious voice rang out. You, apologize to my husband. Ye Changsheng bore a look of helplessness. He had no intention of stooping to Xiao Chen's level, akin to a person refusing to bite a dog that barks at them. Yet his fiery wife could not abide seeing him insulted. Xiao Chen halted, slowly turning around. Qingyi, were you speaking to me just now? Gu Qingyi soared into the air, positioning herself at the same height as Xiao Chen. Who else would I be addressing? My husband has not offended you. Why do you persist in bullying him? Apologize to him at once. Xiao Chen's expression grew increasingly frigid. Qingyi, do not jest with me. Apologizing to this waste? Ask him if he thinks he is worthy. Chapter 12. The authority of Ye Fu. Gu Qingyi gritted her teeth in anger, her spiritual energy surging. Apologize to my husband. Her overwhelming presence erupted, causing the nearby spectators to instinctively retreat in shock. With her current cultivation, she must be at the cave heaven realm. One onlooker gasped, astonished by Gu Qingyi's commanding figure. Indeed, I have only felt this pressure from elders of the cave heaven realm. Miss Qingyi must undoubtedly be of that caliber. What a shame such a talent is married to. Ah, the crowd's discussions reached Xiao Chen's ears, revealing his cold smile. Qingyi, do you still not see? Continuing to defend that incapable waste will only dim your own prospects. I have now attained the indestructible golden body, and my standing within the family will surely rise, that if you have any hidden troubles, do not hesitate to confide in me. Perhaps I could assist you. His demeanor appeared sincere, as if he genuinely wished to help Gu Qingyi. Humph, spare me your empty words. Hurry and apologize to my husband, or I shall not hold back. Gu Qingyi remained resolute, utterly unmoved by Xiao Chen's assertions, insisting that he apologize to Ye Changsheng. Xiao Chen, exasperated, unleashed the pent-up energy within him, the indestructible golden body shimmering with radiant golden light. Below, Ye Changsheng observed the brewing confrontation and quickly urged Gu Qingyi to cease. Although Xiao Chen's words were venomous, his cultivation was indeed formidable. With the aid of the indestructible golden body, Ye Changsheng feared for Gu Qingyi's safety. Qingyi, listen to your husband. Do not engage with him. Ye Changsheng cupped his hands to amplify his voice, prompting Gu Qingyi to glance downward. But husband, he spoke to you that way. Trust me, my dear, it is nothing. Just come down for now. Sensing Ye Changsheng's unwavering stance, Gu Qingyi shot Xiao Chen a fierce glare before descending. Humph, a waste is a waste. You lack the courage of a woman. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Qingyi whipped around. Her almond eyes aflame with fury, her spiritual energy surging as she prepared to attack Xiao Chen. Stop! A powerful, authoritative voice resonated from above the heavens. Gu Qingyi and Xiao Chen felt their spiritual energy bind. Gradually descending to the ground, Ye Fu's imposing figure stood in midair, having appeared before the Heavenly Dao steel without a trace of movement. You two are of the same family. Do not let discord mar your harmony. The crowd below bowed in respect, acknowledging the reigning emperor. Gu Qingyi glared at Xiao Chen, her anger still simmering. Xiao Chen, however, shifted his demeanor instantly, bowing respectfully to Ye Fu. Junior pays respects to the clan leader. You have done well to cultivate the indestructible golden body, attaining the top position on the Heavenly Dao steel. Your talent is indeed remarkable. Hearing such praise, a smile crept onto Xiao Chen's lips as he shot a sidelong glance at the composed Ye Changsheng in the corner. Your father holds me in high regard. What gives you the right to contend with me? Of course, he dared only to harbor such thoughts internally. Ye Changsheng keenly sensed Xiao Chen's gaze and rubbed his hands together in irritation. This rascal continuously provoked him. Even a clay figurine has its breaking point that he needed to devise a way to teach him a lesson. Yet, as he contemplated his impending actions, Ye Changsheng's anger began to dissipate significantly. If he could seize the top position on the Heavenly Dao steel right in front of him, the expression on this fellow's face would certainly be priceless. With that thought, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. However, despite your commendable talent and credible cultivation, your character still requires refinement. Ye Fu's tone shifted suddenly, leaving Xiao Chen momentarily stunned. Though Changsheng cannot cultivate, he does not belittle himself. He approaches all beings with kindness. You possess strength but fail to understand that a true strong heart must be unwavering and steadfast. If you allow your thoughts to stray into trivial matters, you may find yourself lost in the future. Do you comprehend? Although Ye Fu's words were not heavy and his tone gentle, Xiao Chen felt a cold sweat bead upon his forehead. The man before him was no less than the true emperor of the world. Unmatched in cultivation, his words could be likened to the celestial decree. Who would dare disregard them? Thank you for your guidance, clan leader. I shall heed your teachings and not dare to slacken. Ye Fu nodded. Dismissing him, he approached Ye Changsheng, a smile gracing his face. What brings you here? Ye Changsheng sighed, shaking his head. I was simply feeling a bit restless and wished to see the excitement. Your mother mentioned that you were reluctant to venture out. I was concerned you had been affected in some way, but you appear quite composed now. Do not worry, father. I am well and untroubled. Ye Changsheng spoke with an air of ease, exuding a nonchalance that was entirely genuine. Ah, this is indeed my son. Regardless of what lies ahead, one must maintain a calm and resolute disposition. Not far away, observing the harmonious interaction between Yi Mu and Ye Changsheng, Xiao Chen's expression darkened slightly, his eyes glinting with jealousy. Were it not for his fortunate parentage, what right would this good-for-nothing have to marry Qingyi? What entitlement does he possess to seize the family's resources? One day, I shall surely trample him beneath my feet. As his heart roared with anger, Xiao Chen's gaze grew even colder. That moment, an ancient voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Calm yourself. You are a prodigy. How can your thoughts be so disordered? Focus on your cultivation and do not let distractions divert your attention. Xiao Chen was taken aback, hastily suppressing his demeanor, silently expressing gratitude. Thank you, Senior Kanglin, for your reminder. I've been heedless. Indeed, it is good that you understand. That Ye Emperor is correct. The heart of a strong individual must be unwavering, lest one's energy be dissipated midway. Understood. The ancient voice faded, and Xiao Chen's mindset stabilized considerably. For some reason, he felt Yi Mu's gaze linger on him for a few extra seconds. Changsheng, since you have arrived, why not attempt to inscribe your name on the Heavenly Dao stele? Yi Mu suddenly retracted his gaze and cheerfully suggested to Ye Changsheng, although Ye Changsheng had initially intended to do just that. Hearing it from Yi Mu left him momentarily taken aback. The suggestion from his parents, leave a name on the Heavenly Dao stele. Difficulty, relatively easy. Danger level, low. Reward, high-level gift, as the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ye Changsheng was instantly filled with delight. He had not anticipated that his father's offhand remark would allow him to seize an opportunity before even taking action. Chapter 13. Inscribing a name on the Heavenly Dao stele. Noticing Ye Changsheng's silence, Yi Mu assumed he was feeling conflicted. Changsheng, do not be anxious. While inscribing a name on the Heavenly Dao stele is related to one's cultivation, it also emphasizes one's character and resolve. Give it a try. You might indeed gain some benefits. Very well. I shall give it a go. Ye Changsheng unexpectedly agreed, leaving Yi Mu at a loss for words regarding his intended encouragement. However, seeing the smile on his son's face, Yi Mu couldn't help but beam with pride. Excellent. This is the spirit of a true man. Go forth and take a bold leap. At that moment, as noon approached, the Heavenly Dao stele radiated with myriad rays of light, and the names upon it flickered by the hour of the rat. The names would be permanently inscribed, and opportunities would begin to bestow rewards. Ye Changsheng suddenly stepped out from between Yi Mu and Gu Qingyi, advancing step by step towards the Heavenly Dao stele. Xiao Chen immediately noticed him, his brows furrowing slightly. What scheme does this good-for-nothing intend to concoct? As Ye Changsheng's figure drew closer to the Heavenly Dao stele, the assembled prodigies and powerful figures began to take note of him. That not the scion of the Yi family. What does he seek to accomplish? Who knows? Perhaps he, a mere mortal, desires to pay homage to the Heavenly Dao stele up close. That statement is misguided. His father is the Yi Emperor. He need only express a desire to approach. The onlookers murmured, puzzled by the boy's strange behavior. This is a gathering of prodigies from esteemed families. Were it not for his father's influence, he would not even have the privilege to observe from afar, let alone approach the Heavenly Dao stele. Ye Changsheng looked up. The Heavenly Dao stele stood in the air, emanating a profound and distant aura that commanded respect. He took a deep breath and, under the gaze of the crowd, suddenly declared in a resounding voice, I, Ye Changsheng, request to inscribe my name on the Heavenly Dao stele. Upon his utterance, the entire venue fell silent. Countless individuals stared in astonishment at the upward-gazing Ye Changsheng, questioning whether they had misheard. good-for-nothing who cannot cultivate wishes to leave his name on the Heavenly Dao Steel. No, I must not have heard that correctly. That waste... Am I also mistaken? He actually declared his intent to inscribe a name on the Heavenly Dao Steel. He possesses no cultivation whatsoever. He cannot even approach the Heavenly Dao Steel. How could he hope to inscribe his name? The surrounding chatter was a cacophony, yet it did not stir the slightest ripple in Ye Changsheng's heart, that Xiao managed to leave his name with only half an indestructible golden body. I possess a complete one. Surely I can earn some reward. Buzz! The Heavenly Dao Steel quivered gently, a ray of light descending upon him, signifying its acknowledgement of Ye Changsheng's challenge. What? The Heavenly Dao Steel truly responded. How is this possible? Such an outcome was entirely unforeseen by all present, including Ye to inscribe one's name on the Heavenly Dao Steel. One must first undergo its assessment to qualify. Otherwise, a forced attempt would result in severe injury. Yet now Ye Changsheng had received a ray of light, indicating the Heavenly Dao Steel deemed him capable. Amidst gasps and skepticism, Ye Changsheng took a slow breath, and his gaze instantly sharpened, with a slight bend of his legs. His powerful muscles surged forth like a beast, his figure vanished in an instant, and upon reappearing, he had leaped into the air before the Heavenly Dao Steel. Great wilderness, star-plucking hand, Ye Changsheng shouted, his bodily energy surging as he activated the divine ability acquired from the system. His right arm shimmered with a deep, ominous golden light, though it lacked the dazzling brilliance of Xiao Chen's. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the countless layers of refinement it had undergone. With a fierce shout, Ye Changsheng formed a fist and struck down upon the Heavenly Dao Steel. This formidable blow, condensing all his current strength, left trails of afterimages in its wake. Bang! Fist and steel collided, a thunderous roar resonating through the air, momentarily deafening all present. Ye Mu's expression turned serious, as a mere fraction of his aura escaped. The overwhelming shockwave dissipated within a radius of several meters around the Heavenly Dao Steel. As the blinding light subsided, Ye Changsheng found himself suspended in the air, his face frozen in shock. Before him, the Heavenly Dao Steel had shattered into a dozen pieces, slowly drifting apart. How? How did it break? Ye Changsheng felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, clenching his fist in bewilderment. He had merely wished to inscribe his name. How had he inadvertently shattered the Heavenly Dao Steel with a single strike? Moments later, the stunned audience finally came to their senses, collectively inhaling sharply, nearly draining the air from the vicinity. What just happened? The Heavenly Dao Steel shattered? Someone stammered, scarcely believing their own eyes. This statement acted as a signal, instantly igniting a wave of commotion throughout the square. Am I under an illusion? What am I witnessing? Someone just shattered the Heavenly Dao Steel with a single punch. How can this be possible? The Heavenly Dao Steel is a manifestation of the principles of the Dao. A cultivator beneath the void stage cannot even leave a mark on it, let alone shatter it. How is this conceivable? Indeed, moreover, it was that waste who has never been able to cultivate. Could it be that he possesses strength comparable to a void-level expert? The discussions and gasps surged like tidal waves, with no one daring to accept the reality unfolding before them. Even the Ye Emperor, who had weathered countless storms, found himself momentarily taken aback. Yet, in just a moment, he regained his composure, his eyes ablaze with brilliance as an overwhelming aura radiated from him, pressing down upon the square and rendering the onlookers breathless. Silence, his voice, resonating like a heavenly decree, instantly quelled the murmurs that Ye Mu gently waved his hand, and the bewildered Ye Changsheng, along with the fragments of the Heavenly Dao Steel, descended to the ground. Changsheng, did you do this? Upon hearing his father's words, Ye Changsheng felt an urge to bang his head against a rock. He had genuinely not anticipated that his punch would possess such immense power, resulting in the complete destruction of the Heavenly Dao Steel. Had he known, he would have held back a bit. Now, the opportunity that had seemed so close had vanished in a thin air. It seems I may have done so, looking mournfully at the slowly dissipating fragments of the Heavenly Dao Steel. Ye Changsheng replied with a heavy heart. How? Do you possess such strength? Yi Mu's gaze was piercing, his fervent eyes seeming to wish to dissect him for research to this moment, the various powerful figures and prodigies, having regained their senses, stared at the shattered pieces of the Heavenly Dao steel, ultimately forced to accept one undeniable fact. That rumored good-for-nothing who could not cultivate had shattered the Heavenly Dao steel with a single punch. Xiao Chen, in a daze, stared at the Yi father and son not far away, repeatedly muttering that it was impossible, that it could not be. How could a good-for-nothing achieve such a feat? Even I could only leave my name on it with the aid of half an indestructible golden body. Why? Chapter 14. The Shock of the Yi Family. How could a good-for-nothing accomplish such a shocking feat? In the face of such a tremendous disparity, Xiao Chen could no longer maintain his composure, letting out a monstrous roar of despair. This commotion drew the attention of those around him. Observing his heart-wrenching expression, many felt a pang of sympathy. Well, it seems that with one punch shattering the Heavenly Dao steel, Xiao Chen's rewards have turned to dust. Indeed, he had painstakingly recultivated to attain the indestructible golden body and had ranked first on the Heavenly Dao steel, only to now receive nothing. Alas, what terrible luck to encounter such a turn of events. However, it must be said, previously, Xiao Shenxi held Ye Changsheng in contempt. Now he must be too afraid to speak loudly. Wouldn't you agree? Such discussions were incessantly murmured, causing Xiao Chen's eyes to turn crimson. Damn Ye Changsheng, damn that worthless body, is all his doing. My fortune, my Dao fruit, all of it is gone. Not far away, Ye Changsheng was lost in regret, sighing as he watched the fragments of the Heavenly Dao monument vanish completely. Why was I so anxious? If I had secured first place, my strength would have surely increased significantly with the Dao by my side. Now, not only has my effort been in vain, but my true power has also been exposed, unnecessarily adding to my risks. Changsheng, tell me honestly, how did you manage it? Yi father's voice resounded once more, finally snapping him back to reality. Before Ye Changsheng could respond, several formidable figures swiftly approached, encircling him completely. They were all powerful clan elders of the Yi family, staring at Ye Changsheng in astonishment. Head of the family, the Heavenly Dao monument has shattered. Yi father nodded, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes as he gestured towards Ye Changsheng. Indeed, it was my son who did it. What? How could this be possible? He is the one who cannot cultivate the ancient Dao body. The elders were collectively incredulous, unable to fathom that the worthless body they had previously disregarded could achieve such a remarkable feat. Yi father was also somewhat puzzled. Head of the family, we should quickly conduct a test for the young master. You are aware that the ancient Dao body cannot cultivate. How could the young master shatter the Heavenly Dao monument? This level of combat prowess is simply unfathomable. Yes, the elders chimed in agreement, supporting the speaker's opinion. Why father hesitated, glancing at Ye Changsheng, and quietly asked, Son, do you wish for me to examine your body? Ye Changsheng had long anticipated this moment. Once his strength was revealed, such inquiries were inevitable. All right, I have no objections. Just as the anxious elders began to examine Ye Changsheng's body, Xiao Chen nearby was nearly driven to madness. This shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be. I must kill him. I must kill him. He mumbled to himself in a distorted expression, and the spiritual energy within him began to fluctuate. That moment. An ancient ring on his hand suddenly emitted a faint white light, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. Xiao Chen. A deep voice suddenly echoed in his mind, bringing a flicker of clarity to his anger and hatred. Clear your mind. Do not let hatred cloud your judgment. The elderly voice sounded urgent, infused with a peculiar power that continuously washed over and soothed Xiao Chen's spirit. The Heavenly Dao monument was merely an opportunity. If it is lost, it is lost. What does it matter compared to the path of the Emperor? In my youth, I missed countless opportunities, yet I still persevered step by step to reach the Saint Realm. Even now, with my remnant soul barely surviving, I have never succumbed to despair. Will you allow a momentary setback to defeat you? The elder's voice rose in intensity, causing Xiao Chen's spirit to tremble, ultimately restoring his clarity. Senior Kanglin, he whispered, and gradually his expression grew calm. Yes, you are right that I should not let fleeting gains and losses cloud my mind. The path to becoming an emperor is of utmost importance. If a prominent figure like you, Senior Kanglin, can start anew, then so can I. The elder's voice finally expressed satisfaction. Indeed, this is the mindset one should possess as someone I value. However, to shatter the Heavenly Dao monument with a single punch. That Imperial figure is not simple. Could it be that he has discovered the method to cultivate the ancient Dao body? This question now occupied the minds of all present. The fact that the Ye family's Imperial figure was of the ancient Dao body, which cannot cultivate, had spread throughout the world since his birth. Over the years, Ye's parents had exerted countless efforts to prevent their son from embarking on the path of cultivation. Yet, how could this worthless body suddenly possess such strength? As everyone puzzled over this, the most plausible explanation remained that the Ye family had found a method to cultivate the ancient Dao body. If that were the case, various factions would need to reconsider and reinstate this physique among the ranks of geniuses. Spiritual energy washed over Ye Changsheng's body repeatedly, as if he were a laboratory mouse, being meticulously examined by the elders one after another. The fervent gaze of the elders felt as if it were penetrating him, prompting him to squirm uncomfortably. However, the more they probed, the more perplexed the elders became. No, the young master still possesses no trace of spiritual energy. He cannot cultivate. Why findings are the same? Impossible. There must be something we have overlooked. Let us check again. After nearly half an hour of such turmoil, even Ye Father, the great emperor, had thoroughly examined him multiple times. Ultimately, they had to concede one undeniable fact. Ye Changsheng indeed could not cultivate. There was no trace of spiritual energy within him. The elder's astonishment gradually morphed into profound confusion. It cannot be. If he cannot cultivate, why could the Imperial figure shatter the Heavenly Dao monument? One voice of confusion rose amidst the crowd, expressing their bewilderment that Ye Father interjected. Although Changsheng cannot cultivate, his physique is remarkably resilient. Changsheng, do you possess some special fortuity? Ye Changsheng had long contemplated this matter. He had previously obtained Excellent Spirit Jade pendant from the system, which could completely conceal his cultivation traces. Even someone of his father's caliber would find it difficult to detect anomalies without a thorough investigation. This was also why he had dared to reveal his strength, unafraid of exposing his true cultivation level. This matter may relate to an adventure I had a few years ago that I was playing in the back mountains and fell into a cave. And out of hunger, I ate a red fruit, which improved my physique significantly. Ye Changsheng fabricated story, knowing full well that as the Imperial figure, with his parents standing behind him, no one could force him to provide proof. This explanation left the elders exchanging glances. They were not foolish enough to easily believe such claims. Chapter 15. A blatant targeting. All right. Since Changsheng has said so, it may just be his luck. This matter shall be set aside for now. We will discuss it further later. Ye Father established the tone for the situation, and the elders lacked the courage to contradict his opinion. But just then, the heavens above suddenly began to change. Clouds coalesced, and the sounds of the Tao rippled through the air. The area where the Heavenly Dao monument had stood suddenly radiated a hazy, celestial light, gradually coalescing into a brilliant golden object. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the changes occurring in the sky, filled with various speculations. Whoosh! Once the golden light took shape, it suddenly plummeted downwards like a flash of lightning, piercing straight into the dazed Ye Changsheng's head. Ye Father furrowed his brow, releasing a hint of Imperial energy that instantly made those nearby retreat. Xiao, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but revel in schadenfreude. The Heavenly Dao has eyes. That brat shattered the Heavenly Dao monument, and now he's in trouble. However, no sooner had he spoken than the voice of Saint Kanglin echoed in his mind. This child is extraordinary. Relying on the ancient Dao body to possess such strength suggests he has encountered some special fortune. Although he currently lacks cultivation, his power is still remarkable. You should focus your thoughts on cultivation and avoid unnecessary complications. Listening to Saint Kanglin's counsel, Xiao felt somewhat stifled but could discern the gravity of the situation, muttering a reluctant agreement. Rest assured, while he may currently be slightly stronger than you, he ultimately possesses a non-cultivating physique. Given time, you will undoubtedly surpass him. These words brought a measure of comfort to Xiao Chun, allowing him to suppress his myriad thoughts. Observing Ye Changsheng in contemplative silence, Gu Qingyi expressed her concern. "Father, am my husband all right?" Ye father nodded. There should be no significant issues. The golden light just now carried the essence of the Heavenly Dao. It posed no threat and should not endanger Changsheng. Just as he spoke, Ye Changsheng slowly opened his eyes. "Husband, Changsheng, how are you?" Their voices rang out simultaneously. Snapping Ye Changsheng back to his senses, he then spoke with a strange expression. I'm fine. What was that golden light just now?" Ye father inquired, a hint of worry in his tone. "Well, I shattered the Heavenly Dao monument, and it seems the Heavenly Dao has gifted me a cultivation technique." A technique? At this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The Heavenly Dao gifted a technique? How could this be possible? It was rare to encounter someone capable of shattering the Heavenly Dao monument. Naturally, they were recognized as a genius by the Heavenly Dao and thus deserving of such an opportunity. It was a pity that he could not cultivate. The technique bestowed by the Heavenly Dao must surely be a valuable treasure. Amidst the discussions, Ye father narrowed his eyes slightly. "Changsheng, what type of technique did the Heavenly Dao grant you?" "Considering your inability to cultivate, it seems to be a technique for physical cultivation." Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupted in an uproar. Techniques for physical cultivation were scarce among the myriad races, far more precious than ordinary techniques. Moreover, being a gift from the Heavenly Dao, it must be extraordinary. Xiao Chun had managed to stabilize his mindset, but upon hearing those words, he nearly choked on a mouthful of blood. After laboriously dispersing his energy to rebuild his foundation, he had hoped to be honored on the Heavenly Dao monument, only to return empty-handed. Meanwhile, that scoundrel had reaped enormous benefits. How could he not feel jealousy and rage? Ye's father chuckled heartily, not inquiring further about the specifics. With a wave of his sleeve, he enveloped Ye Changsheng and Gu Qingyi in a cloud. "You two handle this matter and disperse the guests," he commanded. The clan elders exchanged glances, resigned to follow Ye's father's orders. With so many witnesses, it was certain that Ye Changsheng's name would soon spread far and wide. Above the clouds, Ye's mother, beaming with joy, asked Changsheng, "What is the name of the technique you acquired?" She affectionately ruffled Ye Changsheng's hair. "I always knew our Changsheng was extraordinary. Even the Heavenly Dao monument could be shattered with a single punch." Truly impressive. Ye Changsheng, feeling as if his head were being turned into a bird's nest, shook it in annoyance and replied, "The name is Ye Changsheng, which essentially involves channeling heavenly thunder to temper the body, refining its essence to continuously strengthen oneself. I see." Ye's father nodded, his smile equally warm. "Now that you possess this divinely bestowed technique, you must devote yourself to your cultivation and not waste time." Understood. From his parents came a suggestion. Cultivate the Wuxiang Jieshan. Danger level: medium, difficulty, relatively low, reward, high-level package. Hearing the system's cold voice, Ye Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. The Wuxiang Jieshan appeared to be no ordinary technique. Even the act of cultivation bore a medium level of danger. However, this also indirectly affirmed its remarkable nature. Whatever the system deemed worthy was certainly not trivial, with the Heavenly Dao monument's reward regained. Ye Changsheng's expression brightened, revealing a genuine smile. "All right, I will diligently cultivate." Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Ye Changsheng's actions in the floating square had spread, and everyone knew he had acquired a physical cultivation technique. However, being the young master of the Yi family, and having 2 exceptional guardians in his parents, no one dared to challenge him. Ye Changsheng quickly immersed himself in the cultivation of Wuxiang Jieshan, leaving no room for distractions. Yet, while some rejoiced, others lamented. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged in his room, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy and shimmering gold light. However, his brow was tightly furrowed, as if he had encountered a significant problem. After a moment, he opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. "That scoundrel Ye Changsheng not only caused me to lose the Heavenly Dao Monument's reward, but he also acquired a physical cultivation technique. It is utterly infuriating." His mind was unsettled, all due to that wretched fellow. "Young master, Ye too is here. A servant's voice called from outside. Xiao Chun took a deep breath and rose. Understood. Moments later, a defiant-looking young man, seemingly of similar age, sat before Xiao Chun. Chengge, are you really going to tolerate this? Hearing this, Xiao Chun could not help but frown at Ye Tu. What do you mean by that? The young man named Ye Tu snorted coldly, his face filled with indignation. Chengge, you are the scion of our Ye family, and you have cultivated the indestructible golden body. In my opinion, the technique that wasteful Ye Changsheng obtained should rightfully belong to you. Xiao Chun had already been troubled by this matter, and Ye Tu's words reignited his frustration. Though he was deemed a failure, he had the backing of good parents. What could he do? Should he just accept this unjust loss? Chapter 16. Rumors and speculation. Xiao Chun, feeling restless, could not help but stand and pace back and forth. What could he do? He never ventured beyond his front door, and even if he wished to retaliate, he found no opportunity. After cursing under his breath, he glanced at Ye Tu, who was holding a teacup, and suddenly an idea sparked in his eyes. This person hailed from a collateral branch of the Ye family, possessing mediocre talent and a sluggish cultivation pace, having remained stagnant at the blood-refining realm for years. In his youth, Xiao Chun had had some conflicts with him, but after giving him a beating, Ye Tu had seemingly transformed, adopting a subservient attitude. It was precisely because of his collateral status that certain actions could be carried out with him. Additionally, given his foolishness, he would be less likely to raise suspicions when speaking. With this thought, a smile broke across Xiao Chen's face. Come here. I have a few words to share with you. He leaned closer to Ye Tu, whispering some plans into his ear. After some time had passed in tranquility, within the elder hall, a dozen clan elders of the Ye family gathered, their expressions oddly conflicted. The third elder, seated in the highest position, spoke up. You all have investigated. There is indeed no sign of cultivation on the young master. But if that is the case, how could he have the ability to shatter the Heavenly Dao monument? A voice chimed in, prompting a renewed silence. Another elder scoffed, regardless of how it came to be. It cannot possibly be the ridiculous tale spun by that boy about encountering some fortuitous event. We have thoroughly scouted that area behind the mountain. Even the locations of yellow-grade spiritual objects are marked. Where could he have stumbled upon such fortuity? This sentiment resonated with the elders. They did not believe Ye Changsheng's fanciful story. Yet he was backed by the clan's matriarch, making it impossible to investigate the matter with force. Amidst the silence, a somewhat hoarse voice hesitantly spoke up. Have you heard the recent rumors among the clan members? They say the young master is a naturally cursed body, abandoned by heaven and earth. His journey to the Heavenly Dao monument was said to have invoked heavenly retribution, fortuitously shattering the monument. You truly believe such nonsense? Have you lost your senses? As soon as the elder finished speaking, others began to berate him that we were all present that day. Where was this so-called heavenly retribution? If there were any, would the young master have been granted the divine cultivation method by the Heavenly Dao? The elder who had posed the question fell silent, unable to respond, and huffed in annoyance. The third elder sighed softly, shaking his head. Enough. After all, the young master is the son of the clan as head and matriarch. With them watching over, there shouldn't be any significant trouble, so let us not overthink it. Despite the upper echelons of the clan remaining unfazed by the rumors, the whispers among the lower ranks continued to circulate. With some individuals stirring the pot, the notion that Ye Changsheng was a cursed body spread not only within the Ye family, but also to other prominent families and sacred lands. More and more people began to believe that he had invoked heavenly retribution to shatter the Heavenly Dao monument. If such rumors continue to circulate unchecked, unforeseen consequences might arise. The party at the center of the storm. Ye Changsheng sat in his room, drenched in sweat. He stared intently at the items on the table, hands clasped together, gritting his teeth. All deities and spirits, grant me luck. 3. It must be 3. Muttering these nonsensical thoughts, he tossed the dice, his gaze fixed upon them. The dice spun and appeared to be about to land on A3. Cursed, Ye Changsheng couldn't help but slap the table in frustration, muttering, what kind of bad luck is this? On the table, the dice lay quietly, showing a 4. Gu Qingyi, seated across from him, could not suppress her laughter and gently reassured him, Husband, do not be upset. Perhaps my luck is poor too. Yes, she spoke. She picked up the dice and tossed them, landing on a 5. Counting her spaces, Gu Qingyi placed her final piece at the finish line with a hint of exasperation, saying, "Husband, I didn't mean to." Leaning back in his chair, Ye Changsheng sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "Forget it. Let us not play this anymore. That I can see that my luck will never compare to yours." Gu Qingyi nodded, quickly collecting the pieces of the game and sitting down. Seemingly hesitant to speak, that if you have something to say, I teed it. Gu Qingyi hesitated for a moment before sighing softly and saying, "Husband, there are rumors circulating outside that you are a naturally cursed body, and that shattering the Heavenly Dao monument was due to heavenly retribution. That aren't you worried?" Ye Changsheng rolled his eyes and scoffed. "I wonder which scoundrel has nothing better to do than to fabricate such nonsense. If it were truly heavenly retribution, why would the heavens grant me a cultivation technique? Would they slap me and then offer me a sweet date? Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Rumors are merely whispers and will, in time, fade away." Seeing that Ye Changsheng seemed unconcerned about the matter, Gu Qingyi could not help but sigh. "Husband, this is something that deserves some attention. The rumors have already spread, and there are even whispers suggesting that you obtained the technique without merit and should return it. Ha ha ha." Ye Changsheng suddenly burst into laughter, not showing an ounce of worry. "These individuals only resort to such despicable tactics. It seems someone covets the technique I acquired and has spread these rumors to pressure me. I won't pay them any mind. With my parents backing me, I will not hand it over. Let's see what they can do to me." As she gazed at the composed Ye Changsheng, Gu Qingyi's eyes sparkled with a unique brilliance. Her husband, who often appeared frivolous, possessed an astonishingly keen mind. Immediately identifying the crux of the matter, he was not mistaken. As long as Ye's father and mother were present, no one truly dared to threaten him. That why Ye Changsheng yawned and suddenly stood up, saying, "Qingyi, let us go to your spiritual garden and pick some fruits to savor." Gu Qingyi was momentarily speechless. His words made her feel as though she were tending to an old farmer's vegetable patch. However, given that Ye Changsheng rarely expressed a desire to venture out, she certainly would not decline. Moments later, the couple descended upon an immensely vast floating celestial island. The majestic mountains were breathtaking, and the ethereal aura lingered in the air, rendering it far more refreshing than elsewhere. Why, Ye Changsheng felt his spirits lift, and with delight, he observed the neatly arranged spiritual fields before him, exclaiming, "Let us go find some fresh delicacies to enjoy." Meanwhile, on the other side of the spiritual field island, Xiao arrived gracefully. He had reached a bottleneck in his golden body cultivation and required several spiritual herbs to assist him. Yet, after only a few steps, he caught the faint sound of conversation from afar. Furrowing his brow, he glanced toward the source of the sound. Chapter 17. The Shattering of the Golden Body. Upon recognizing the two figures, his gaze instantly froze. Open wide, Ye Changsheng, holding a bunch of grape-like spiritual fruits, cheerfully tossed one into Gu Qingyi's mouth. "How does it taste?" "Sour and sweet. Quite delectable," she replied. "Ha! Though these fruits may look unremarkable, their flavor is truly delightful. I discovered them and kept it a secret, indulging in them alone." Seeing Ye Changsheng's smug expression, Gu Qingyi couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, she noticed something and softly said, "Husband, please don't move." "What is it?" The fragrant aroma wafted closer, and Ye Changsheng awkwardly stood there with his arms open. Gu Qingyi's exquisite and chilly visage drew nearer, causing his breath to quicken involuntarily. The fear buried within him made his body tremble as he subconsciously wished to distance himself from such close contact. "It's all right. Qingyi is a good girl, unlike that scoundrel from my past. Steady now. I can overcome this." Ye Changsheng continuously encouraged himself, yet the physiological urge to escape became increasingly difficult to suppress. Gu Qingyi raised her hand, slowly approaching his cheek. In that moment, his mind went blank, unable to fathom what would happen if their skin touched. The cool, soft sensation was fleeting. Before Ye Changsheng's aversion could surge, Gu Qingyi took a few steps back. "Husband, you have fruit pulp on the corner of your mouth. "Oh, I see. Why?" Ye Changsheng responded somewhat absent-mindedly, awkwardly lowering his arms. "Ahem, I appreciate your help." Gu Qingyi smiled radiantly and gently whispered, "Husband, you flatter me. This is merely my duty." In the unspoken allure surrounding them, someone was nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. Xiao Chun, observing this scene from a distance, clenched his teeth audibly. How shameless! The goddess of his dreams was smiling charmingly at the worthless man in his eyes, making the last thread of his composure nearly snap. Yes, he watched the pair walking further away. His breath grew increasingly ragged, and blood vessels began to redden in his eyes. Xiao Chun, the voice of the Kanglen saint within the ring, finally sensed the disturbance and urgently called out in his mind. Startled by the ancient voice, Xiao Chen's face briefly displayed a struggle, and his gaze regained a semblance of clarity. Kanglen, Senior, maintain your focus. Do not allow any distracting thoughts to arise. Xiao Chun instinctively obeyed. Sitting cross-legged upon the furrows of the field, the spiritual energy within him threatened to run rampant, causing immense pressure on his meridians, accompanied by pain coursing through his body. Ye Changsheng and Gu Qingyi remained blissfully unaware of Xiao Chen's presence nearby. After the earlier incident, his heart was still racing. The gentle, silky sensation of Gu Qingyi's fingers had left a profound impression on Ye Changsheng. But he suddenly realized that he seemed to have overcome his innate fear of women. The atmosphere between them felt peculiar. Gu Qingyi was also uncertain of her thoughts, occasionally sneaking glances at Ye Changsheng before quickly averting her gaze. This girl, Qingyi, is truly wonderful. Innocent and kind. Am I? Yet, plagued by his affliction, Ye Changsheng felt an overwhelming inner conflict, desiring to grow closer to Gu Qingyi while fearing that his condition would hinder him. Lost in thought, he found himself distracted. "Husband, be careful!" Gu Qingyi suddenly exclaimed, instinctively grasping Ye Changsheng's wrist. Startled, Ye Changsheng realized he had unconsciously strayed from his path, nearly stumbling. However, upon turning back, his eyes widened involuntarily. Ye Qingyi's delicate hand was firmly clasping his wrist, yet she no longer felt the aversion she once had. "Qingyi." Ye Changsheng opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Gu Qingyi had also noticed her husband's odd behavior during this time, and upon seeing his gaze fixated on her arm, she hurriedly released her grip. "Husband, I didn't mean to. I bear no ill will toward you. I was merely. The emotions swirling within Ye Changsheng were complex, teetering on the edge of expression. Despite the severity of his condition, it seemed to alter in Gu Qingyi's presence. Thoughts raced through his mind. He quickly suppressed the tumultuous feelings within. "Let us return." Gu Qingyi nodded, but suddenly felt someone grasping her hand. Startled, Ye Changsheng's muscles tensed as he pulled her forward. Gu Qingyi couldn't help but laugh. Her husband was indeed quite amusing. Meanwhile, in the distance, as Xiao Chun finally calmed the tumultuous spiritual energy and prepared to return to his chamber to continue his meditation, he opened his eyes to witness Ye Changsheng taking the initiative to hold Gu Qingyi's hand. Instantly, Xiao Chen's vision blurred with rage. Gu Qingyi's genuine smile pierced through him like a sharp dagger, chilling his heart to the core. If one could not see that she was willingly engaged, then he might as well find a tofu block to throw himself against. How could this happen? Xiao Chun murmured, his once vibrant gaze gradually dimming. "I believe Qingyi was coerced by the Gu family, forced into marrying him by her worthless parents. I thought that my act of saving her 5 years ago had left some impression on her heart. I thought that if I became exceptional enough, she would see me in a different light. But why? Why has she never shown any reluctance?" One question after another surged within him, clawing at his heart like sharp talons, deepening the wounds of despair. "Xiao Chun, snap out of it. Do not dwell on these matters any longer. Your mind is in turmoil, and your spiritual energy is spiraling out of control. Remaining lost in confusion may cause a backlash of qi and blood." The anxious voice of the Kanglen saint echoed like a thunderous bell in his mind. Yet the methods that had once proven effective now failed to yield the desired results. A trickle of blood slid slowly from the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. Born with extraordinary talent, he had always been the center of attention, pampered wherever he went. Yet, time and again, he had suffered setbacks against that incapable body. The woman he adored married him, and he had thought it was a tale of heroism, only to discover he was merely deluding himself. Even the reward from the Heavenly Dao, which should have been a sure thing, had been completely thwarted by that worthless body, leaving him empty-handed. 1 defeat after another was unbearable for someone as proud as him. The spiritual energy within him began to spiral out of control, and droplets of blood began to seep from his body, accompanied by the tumult of his qi and blood. Chapter 18. The unbreakable golden body shatters. Xiao Chen, wake up! If you continue like this, your indestructible golden body will be compromised. Yet in this situation where fears materialized, Xiao Chen's mind was lost, unable to rein in his qi and blood, allowing them to clash chaotically. His indestructible golden body was only half-formed. While its exterior appeared unyielding, it had not yet been cultivated to the level of bone, flesh, and sinew. Thus, as the chaotic qi and blood within him collided, his indestructible golden body began to tremble from within. To onlookers, the golden light enveloping Xiao Chen flickered erratically, reminiscent of a flickering light bulb. Xiao Chen, if you do not awaken, it will be the end. All your past efforts would have been in vain. The Kanglan saint's urgent and frantic voice rang out, attempting to salvage the situation at the last moment. Yet, how could a soul in such deep confusion be roused by a mere remnant? Finally, at a certain moment, a crisp crack echoed. The sudden silence of the Kanglan saint within the ring was accompanied by successive, faint cracking sounds, followed by a resigned sigh from him. Alas, crack! A sound of fracture, clearer than ever before, resonated as if a glass cup had shattered. The piercing pain that seared through his soul jolted Xiao Chen back to a moment of clarity. He stood in stunned silence for a brief instant, only to suddenly realize the dire state of his own condition. What on earth is happening? Your indestructible golden body has fractured, the voice of the saint of Kanglan, tinged with a mixture of sigh and resignation, echoed, causing Xiao Chen's expression to stiffen in sheer disbelief. How could this be possible? No sooner had the words left his lips than his body erupted in a burst of golden light. Oh! A scream of excruciating agony reverberated from his dantian, instantly drawing the attention of the station's strong warriors. Someone soared to the scene. They discovered the divine child of the Ye family. Xiao Chen, lying amidst a pool of blood, his aura feeble and his complexion ashen, at the same time. Ye Changsheng turned back, a look of confusion crossing his face as he glanced at Spirit Field Island. Addressing Gu Qingyi. Qingyi, did you happen to hear a scream just now? A scream? Gu Qingyi, somewhat perplexed, listened intently before shaking her head. I didn't hear anything. Ye Changsheng, questioning whether he might have imagined it, dismissed the thought with a smile. Return to our quarters. I will teach you something new, called chess. All right, I shall heed my husband's wishes. Half a day later, numerous powerful figures of the Ye family gathered within the grand hall. The elders wore grave expressions, and the atmosphere was laden with tension. The elder seated at the head of the table appeared somewhat aloof, his voice laced with a hint of anger. What exactly transpired with Xiao Chen? Have we uncovered the truth? Immediately, someone spoke up, reporting to the elder. The investigation yielded clear results. The time. The divine child Xiao Chen sought several spiritual herbs to refine his indestructible golden body. Thus he journeyed to Spirit Field Island. However, upon his arrival, for reasons unknown, he suddenly felt a sense of oppression in his chest and became disoriented, resulting in the chaotic surge of his internal spiritual energy and blood, which ultimately shattered his golden body from within. After 5 breaths, Elder 17, stationed at Spirit Field, arrived but found no external enemies. Only Xiao Chen remained at the scene. Xiao Chen himself corroborated this, and our investigations revealed no other traces, allowing us to rule out the possibility of external interference. Upon hearing the conclusion, the elder's brow furrowed deeply. So, this truly was merely an accident. No sooner had he spoken than someone interjected, seething with anger. How could this be just an accident? Xiao Chen is a prodigy among the younger generation of our Ye family, a standout among the 10 divine children. It is only fair to say he is destined to be a pillar of the Ye family. For such an important figure to suddenly fall into chaos, do you expect us to believe that? Do you intend to tell the clan that our divine child is someone who cannot even control his own blood and breath? This line of reasoning resonated with many, instantly stirring agreement. The elder fell into contemplation, and the disputes within the hall grew increasingly intense. If there is no evidence proving this was the doing of another, how can we act? The lack of proof does not equate to a lack of discovery. If such an important prodigy like Xiao Chen can suffer an accident, causing his indestructible golden body to shatter, how can the Ye family maintain its dignity? Indeed, how can we so easily classify the matter as an accident, especially considering Xiao Chen is the family's divine child, one of our future powerful protectors? Indeed, I share this sentiment. The grand hall erupted into a cacophony of debate, resembling a bustling marketplace. Nevertheless, the majority leaned toward the necessity of a thorough investigation. This matter could not be overlooked. After a quarter of an hour, the elder, like a statue, finally spoke. Silence as he uttered those words. The hall fell instantly quiet. Xiao Chen holds a unique position within our Ye family. He is a rare talent, for both emotional and rational reasons. We must continue our investigation. We cannot dismiss this so lightly. Each of you must contribute, leaving no stone unturned if, in the end, we truly find nothing. We may then classify it as an accident, should it come to that. Even if Xiao Chen's incident was not an accident, we must swallow our grievances. We cannot afford to offend someone who can traverse our Ye family's layers of protection with such ease. Upon the elder's pronouncement, the atmosphere turned serious. He had considered the worst-case scenario. Even a minuscule chance warranted careful attention. We must bolster our family's defenses in the coming days to prevent further incidents. The elders nodded in agreement. The elder suddenly turned to the one who had reported the investigation, asking once more, "Think carefully. Is there any detail you might have overlooked?" The elder, frowning in thought, suddenly wore a peculiar expression. "There is something I am unsure whether to disclose." The other elder's curiosity was piqued. Point 19, "You old rascal. Why didn't you mention such an important matter sooner?" "Indeed, what are you hiding?" Elder 19 quickly waved his hands, exhaling a resigned sigh. "It's not that I didn't want to tell you. It's just that this matter is somewhat complicated." Under the pressing inquiries, he finally revealed. On the day Xiao Chen encountered his mishap, the young master and his wife had just departed from Spirit Field Island. The moment those words were spoken, an eerie silence enveloped the air. Almost everyone was taken aback, not anticipating that this incident could involve their young master. After a prolonged pause, someone finally ventured to ask, 19, "Are you suggesting that Xiao Chen's plight may relate to young Master Changsheng?" Elder 19 quickly waved his hands. "I did not say that. I merely provide you with a clue." Chapter 19. Visiting Xiao Chen with this information from Elder 19, the expressions of the elders in the Grand Hall turned somewhat nuanced. Logically speaking, all those who had journeyed to Spirit Field Island that day were suspects. Thorough investigations were warranted, and no one should be overlooked. However, given that Ye Changsheng was the family's young master, the situation became delicate. After a moment of silence, the elder finally spoke. "This matter should not be publicized for now. Focus on investigating others first. The situation regarding the young master does not require immediate urgency. I will discuss it with the clan leader before making a decision." With the elder's resolution, there was little dissent among the others. However, this incident had finally captured the elders' attention, and their attitudes toward Ye Changsheng grew ambiguous. After all, rumors had circulated that the relationship between the two was not very cordial. Should emotions run high, it would not be difficult to understand if something were to occur. Despite the Ye family's prompt efforts to mitigate the situation, news of Xiao Chen's injury inevitably spread. The higher-ups were also acutely aware that this was no mere injury. The shattering of his indestructible golden body indicated a severe crisis. When Ye Changsheng received word from his parents, he could not contain his astonishment. "Mother, are you saying that Xiao Chen's indestructible golden body shattered?" Ye mother sighed, nodding. "Yes. That day on Spirit Field Island, for reasons unknown, his blood surged chaotically, causing him to break through his golden body from within. Since his golden body had not reached full maturity, this severe injury could pose significant risks. Such a fate is hardly surprising. Those who do not do good deeds will inevitably face retribution." Ye Changsheng harbored no sympathy whatsoever, even feeling a sense of amusement. That scoundrel had repeatedly sought trouble with him, even covertly coveting Qingyi. Had it not been for the necessity of concealing his own strength and the fact that the other was also a divine child of the family, he would have relished the opportunity to teach him a lesson long ago. Yet now, Heaven had opened its eyes, allowing this fool to reap the consequences of his own misdeeds, saving him the trouble of intervening. Ye Mother shot him a disapproving look. You child, you ought to have some compassion. Regardless of his faults, Xiao Chun is still the Ye family's divine child. Even if you do not empathize, you should not mock him, understand? I understand, Mother. Ye Changsheng replied, secretly amused in his heart. After exchanging a few pleasantries and inquiring about his cultivation progress, Ye Mother prepared to leave. Just before exiting, she turned back. Son, you are the young master of our Ye family. It is essential to exhibit magnanimity, understand? Ye Changsheng paused, seemingly grasping her meaning. With time on his hands, he should pay a visit to Xiao Chun. No sooner had the words left her lips than Ye Mother's figure vanished from sight. From his parents' suggestion, visit Xiao Chun danger level. None difficulty, very easy reward. Ordinary gift package. Ye Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Gu Qingyi closed the door, her face filled with curiosity. Husband, should we go visit this Xiao Chun? Let us go. Why not? He cheerfully replied, accepting the task from the system. In the other courtyard, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on a soft couch. Surrounded by several elders with grave expressions, he activated his indestructible golden body. The dim golden light emanated, revealing several conspicuously visible cracks on his body. An elder lamented, somewhat helplessly. These cracks are no trivial matter. The key issue is that they have split from within. Repairing them will be even more time-consuming and laborious. Moreover, even if repairs are made, the once harmonious and indestructible golden body bears hidden wounds, making it challenging to attain a state of perfection. Another elder of the clan spoke up, casting a shadow over the expressions of those present. After a moment, Xiao Chun opened his eyes, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Xiao Chun, how do you feel? He was asked. Xiao Chun slowly shook his head, a faintly tragic smile appearing on his pale face. The restoration is slow. It will likely take a considerable amount of time. The clan elders exchanged glances, rising to offer comfort. There is no need to rush. Take it step by step. After all, you possess extraordinary talent. Perhaps one day you will restore your golden body to its former glory. After offering their reassurances, the elders departed the room. He sat in silence on the soft couch for a moment before gritting his teeth and growling. Ye Changsheng, Gu Qingyi, you shall pay the price. Young man, it would be wise to focus on the present. The voice of the Kanglan saint echoed in his mind, suppressing Xiao Chen's inner fury and rage. Though your golden body is shattered, I am aware of some methods to minimize the impact. You must adjust your mindset. Such occurrences must not happen again. For the time being, refrain from venturing outside to avoid encountering that boy. I have a lingering suspicion that he harbors something unusual. Xiao Chun took a deep breath and nodded fiercely. Yes, the younger generation understands. Suddenly, voices were heard outside the door, and the Kanglan saint ceased his discourse. The divine son, the young master, and the young mistress have come see you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's gaze instantly froze, and his lips involuntarily twitched. Outside, Ye Changsheng and his wife awaited leisurely, engaging in hushed conversation. After a brief silence in the room, Xiao Chen's deep voice finally resonated. Please enter. The servant opened the door, and Ye Changsheng and Gu Qingyi entered together, seeing Xiao Chun, who appeared weak and frail on the soft couch. Ye Changsheng's heart swelled with joy, though his face betrayed a semblance of sorrow. Brother Xiao, I have heard about your predicament. Life seldom goes as we wish. I offer my condolences. This statement made Xiao Chen's eyelids twitch violently, and his anger surged. Why, Ye Changsheng, my golden body is merely cracked, not a sign of imminent demise. Why, Ye Changsheng feigned surprise, quickly slapping his forehead in apology. Oh dear, look at my clumsy words. I seem to have lost my way in conversation. Rest assured, Brother Xiao, we are family, and your troubles weigh heavily on my heart. Qingyi, Gu Qingyi responded affirmatively. Leave the medicinal pills for Brother Xiao. With a wave of her hand, several small jade vials appeared on the table. Ye Changsheng smiled broadly. Brother Xiao, these vials contain elixirs for replenishing vital energy and blood. I expended a significant portion of my wealth to acquire them, that I hope they prove beneficial to you. Xiao Chun took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to smash his fist into that insufferable smiling face, and coldly replied, I appreciate the gesture. This divine son is not gravely injured. Is there anything else? No, no. We merely came to check on you. The thought of your golden body shattering fills me with profound sorrow. Observing his exaggerated demeanor, Xiao Chen felt an overwhelming urge to crush that face underfoot. I must sincerely thank you for your concern. Chapter 20. The Contest of Schemes. Ha ha ha. Brother Xiao, you are too modest. Since we have confirmed your well-being, we shall take our leave, so as not to intrude upon your recovery. Although Ye Changsheng had no fondness for Xiao Chen, he recognized the latter's recent misfortune and refrained from further aggravating the wound. No need to see us out. Qingyi, let us go. Just as they stood, an elderly voice suddenly called from outside. Have the young master and young mistress come to visit Xiao Chen? The Grand Elder entered with a smile, holding a vial of pills, placing it on the table. Grand Elder. After the trio exchanged greetings, the Grand Elder addressed the couple. Please, do not rush to depart. Let us leave together shortly. Being a senior figure in the clan, the Grand Elder status was only subordinate to the Yi couple, prompting Ye Changsheng to show him respect as they sat down to wait. Xiao Chen, this is a dragon blood body refining pill. It contains a trace of the blood of a great demon and may aid in your recovery. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and a genuine smile finally graced his face. Thank you, Grand Elder, for your kindness. I shall remember your grace. The Grand Elder nodded. Your injuries are severe. Avoid overexertion and ensure you take adequate time to recuperate, striving to mend the fractures in your golden body. Understood. After a few more instructions, the Grand Elder stood. You should rest now. We will take our leave. We bid farewell to the Grand Elder. Following the Grand Elder's departure, Ye Changsheng turned to Gu Qingyi, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Qingyi, what led you to this line of thought? It's just how I feel, nothing more. You're indeed a wise woman. Ye Changsheng praised Gu Qingyi without reservation, causing a blush to bloom on her cheeks. Shortly after their departure, a figure emerged from the small path. Ye too glared at the receding figures, spitting on the ground in disdain. Humph! A pair of shameless scoundrels, conspiring against Brother Chen, utterly lacking in shame. Not long after, he arrived at the courtyard. Brother Chen, we really ought to think of a way to deal with that couple. Ye too burst into the room, causing Xiao Chen to frown. What do you mean? You are unaware, but just now the Grand Elder left with them and inquired about how Gu Qingyi perceived your injury. Can you guess what that wretched woman said? Xiao Chen's frown deepened. What did she say? Ye too replied indignantly. That wretched woman actually claimed your injury was a good thing. She asserted that your narrow-mindedness and lack of generosity led to your unstable Dao heart, resulting in the backlash. She even praised that good-for-nothing Ye Changsheng for his broad-mindedness, saying he visited you despite your injuries. Can you believe the audacity of such words? The pair of scoundrels clearly came to mock you, yet they shamelessly adorned themselves with glory. I have never encountered such brazen individuals. As Ye too ranted, he failed to notice the unnatural flush spreading across Xiao Chen's face. If the matter had not been true, it would be one thing. However, Gu Qingyi's deductions were largely accurate. It was indeed his envy and jealousy that resulted in the instability of his Dao heart, leading to the shattering of his golden body. The embarrassment of being so thoroughly exposed left Xiao Chen feeling humiliated, angry, and irate. In the tumult of his emotions, his vital energy began to waver once more. Puffed. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted forth, causing Xiao Chen's body to tremble as he collapsed onto the soft couch. Ye too, taken aback, hastily rushed over to offer his support. Chingu, are you all right? I'm fine. Xiao Chen forcefully shrugged off Ye too's assistance, his eyes ablaze with fury. That damned Ye Changsheng. What kind of insidious potion did he give Gu Qingyi? Why does that woman constantly defend him? Useless, useless. If it weren't for his parents, I would have long. Xiao Chen cursed vehemently several times, his chest heaving violently, clearly incensed. Ye too suddenly smirked, supporting Xiao Chen as he whispered, Chingu, I happen to have a plan that might make them suffer. Chapter 21. New rumors. Xiao Chen turned to look at him, suspicion flickering in his eyes. This fellow had never been particularly clever. Surely his idea wouldn't be a foolish one, would it? However, given his own lack of direction, it wouldn't hurt to listen. Go ahead. You still remember, Chingu, when the Heavenly Dao steel shattered, the rumors we spread? Xiao Chan raised an eyebrow. You mean that the useless one is a natural malevolent body? Exactly, Yi Tu exclaimed with excitement. Xiao Chan was instantly rendered speechless. He had expected this person to devise something clever, only to be met with such a simplistic notion. Have you lost your mind? Let us not even mention that he is not a malevolent body. How credible do you think the rumor we spread is? That brat received the Heavenly Dao bestowed opportunity in front of so many people. If he were truly a malevolent body, would the heavens be so free as to bestow gifts upon someone so bothersome? As he uttered the last two sentences, Xiao Chen cautiously glanced out the window, feeling somewhat guilty. Yet Yi Tu clapped his hands and said, "Ah, Chen Gu, your thinking is flawed. Did Ye Changsheng not shatter the Heavenly Dao steel upon his appearance? Indeed, then does that not imply he cannot cultivate the ancient Dao body? True, that so tell me, on what basis did he shatter the Heavenly Dao steel? Just based on that dubious opportunity he claims? Some logic there. Continue." Xiao Chen looked at Yi Tu with a hint of surprise, eager to hear what he would articulate next. Consider this, the incident of him shattering the Heavenly Dao steel is already riddled with doubts. Coupled with the previous rumor that he is a malevolent body, it should leave some impression on the clansmen, right? Now that your golden body is shattered, just as that couple departed from Spirit Field Island. Isn't their connection? As he observed the sinister smile on Yi Tu's face, Xiao Chen's eyes gradually lit up. Yes, their departure coincided with the shattering of his golden body. He should indeed be among the suspects. Moreover, given the prior incidents, they should not so easily escape suspicion. Precisely, Yi Tu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. With these two incidents combined, if we spread the rumor again, won't it further substantiate the claim that he is that useless body? Exactly. Even if he has the support of the family head and matriarch, the elders will certainly not let him off easily. Even if it does not reduce him to a prisoner, it will surely leave him in a predicament. Excellent, Xiao Chan roared, his entire demeanor transforming. That's the crux of it. As long as we can spread the rumor, the clan members will have to take it seriously for the future of the family. Even if they know it's false. Yi Tu, I never realized before how talented you truly are. Xiao Chan laughed heartily, praising him as Yi Tu chuckled in response. Previously, with you shielding me from the storm, I had no need to exert such effort. Now that you are in such dire trouble, how could I not help you release your grievances? Good. I, Xiao Chan, will acknowledge you as my brother for life. From now on, do come by often, and feel free to voice any troubles you may have. Upon receiving Xiao Chan's promise, Yi Tu beamed with joy. Thank you, Chen Gu. After sharing their excitement, the two continued to murmur and meticulously plan the details before Yi Tu departed from the courtyard. Xiao Chan, hands clasped behind his back, wore a faint cold smile. Let us see how this useless body responds this time. After visiting Xiao Chan, Ye Changsheng received a reward, acquiring a spirit pill that greatly enhanced his indestructible golden body. Currently, he was singularly focused on improving his strength, indifferent to other matters. Furthermore, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his fear of women seemed to have slightly improved. He could interact with Gu Qingyi occasionally without extreme reactions. If life could remain this peaceful, it would be splendid. But alas, fate had other plans. 5 days later, within the Leaf family's council hall, 20 elders responsible for various clan affairs gathered. The heads of the Leaf family sat in the main seat, their expressions devoid of emotion, seemingly in a foul mood. The atmosphere in the hall was tense, as if a significant matter was under discussion. Family head, regardless of whether this matter is merely a rumor, we should treat it with caution. After all, it concerns the future of the Leaf family, and we cannot afford to be careless. As the fifth elder finished speaking, the matriarch's brows furrowed in displeasure. Nonsense, a rumor that has surfaced from who knows where. Do you truly believe it? Changsheng is my child. I know him better than anyone. You have all watched him grow up. You know he is the ancient Dao body. How could he possibly be a natural malevolent body? Would you rather believe some unknown rogue's rumor than trust the descendant who has grown up under your very noses? The matriarch's questions left the fifth elder utterly embarrassed, unable to find a way to respond. Madam, he didn't mean it that way. The third elder, sensing the tension, quickly interjected with a smile to ease the situation. While we all know it is a rumor, it does concern the future of the Li family, so it wouldn't be unreasonable to take it seriously. Not be angry. The fifth elder speaks for our clan's well-being. Let us discuss this amicably. The matriarch scoffed, her half-step emperor-level aura imposing pressure on the elders. Let me make this clear. Although my son cannot cultivate, it does not mean that he can be bullied. That absurd and laughable rumor should not be brought up again. Otherwise, do not blame me for my warnings. Though her words were few, they struck a chord of unease in the hearts of the elders. The matriarch was not one to throw tantrums. Her strength and means were exceptionally formidable. Otherwise, she would not have held her position for so many years if truly provoked. Unforeseen consequences could arise. What the matriarch says is correct. I was reckless. The fifth elder sighed, choosing to concede. Just then, the first elder finally spoke up. Family head, how do you view this matter? The previously silent Li father scanned the gathering before responding with calm detachment. It is merely the prattle of petty individuals. Upon reflection, it is evident that they are targeting Changsheng. Perhaps they are envious of his dazzling performance before the Heavenly Dao steel. These hidden adversaries do not wish for our Li family to produce another genius, employing such underhanded tactics. This matter need not weigh heavily on our hearts. After all, rumors are ultimately just rumors. First Elder, I entrust you to investigate further and identify who is spreading these rumors in the shadows. Understood. I shall do my utmost. Yes, I will also ensure that the clan members refrain from propagating this matter, lest it tarnish the reputation of the Li family. Chapter 22. The pressure of the Elder Council as it seemed the matter was about to be settled. A frail voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Family head, this decision seems rather hasty, does it not? The Li father's eyes narrowed instantly. An elderly man with grizzled hair entered, accompanied by several similarly aged individuals. The elders were taken aback. The Elder Council. Why have they emerged from their seclusion? Typically, the Elder Council remained in isolation unless the Li family faced a life-and-death crisis. Could it be that calamity was looming over the Li family? The newcomers were the Li family's most deeply concealed power, the Elder Council, which would only mobilize in times of great peril. They were all seasoned elders of the Li family, exceptionally strong and fiercely loyal. Second uncle, what brings you out? The Li father spoke blandly, revealing the old man's identity. The elder, along with his companions, made their way into the grand hall, prompting the first elder and others to rise and offer them their seats. Does the family head still regard me as your second uncle? The elder's words caused the matriarch's expression to darken. The Li father remained unfazed by the elder's sardonic tone, responding calmly. What are you saying, second uncle? Have I ever failed to regard you highly? Had you truly held me in high regard, you would have long dispatched someone to handle such a significant matter regarding the natural malevolent body. The elder's words made the intent clear, referring to the rumors about Ye Changsheng's malevolent body. The matriarch furrowed her brows tightly, visibly displeased. Second uncle, you have been in seclusion for many years. You might not be fully aware of the external developments. The so-called Shirobadi is merely a rumor, likely disseminated by those coveting the Yi family's legacy, aiming to sow discord and destroy the genius within our clan. A rumor. It does not sound that way to me. This esteemed second uncle shows no respect for Mother Yi, coldly interjecting. You are well aware of the rumors. This Shirobadi does not merely affect an individual but can, in the unseen realm, sever the fortunes of an entire family or clan. Such a matter threatening the future of our Yi family cannot be dismissed with a mere label of rumor. Mother Yi, incensed and about to retort, was interrupted by the voice of her husband. After all, this was the second uncle. Engaging in conflict with him would not bode well. Father Yi, maintaining a stoic demeanor, discreetly conveyed his thoughts, given his stance. Mother Yi, not lacking in wisdom, refrained from openly opposing an elder, lest she be branded as disrespectful. Second uncle, do you not find this matter to be rather absurd? We have known since Ye Changsheng's childhood that he possesses the ancient Dao body. Although it cannot be cultivated, it is certainly not akin to a Shirobadi. Furthermore, he grew up under the watchful eyes of the Yi family. If he were truly a Shirobadi, why did it remain dormant for over a decade, only to be discovered recently? Are you suggesting that the formidable members of the Ye family have all misjudged him? Father Ye's reasoned arguments garnered some degree of agreement among the elders in the hall. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the second uncle's expression darkened. Head of the family, your words seem somewhat biased, do they not? The extraordinary nature of the Shirobadi lies precisely in its elusiveness. If it were easily discernible, how could it possibly influence a family's fortune? Moreover, the occurrence of the ancient Dao body is exceedingly rare. No one has been able to cultivate it in nearly 10,000 years, which is why it has not been given due consideration. Who can truly comprehend the specific characteristics of such a physique, or whether it differs from that of the young master? Father Ye could not help but furrow his brow. Second uncle, you are being somewhat unreasonable. The ancient Dao body is clearly documented in ancient texts as a supreme constitution, although it cannot currently be cultivated due to the changes in the laws of heaven. It has no relation to the Shirobadi whatsoever. If you claim that the ancient texts and the investigations of the elders are untrustworthy, then what are we to cultivate? Do you not doubt the potential dangers hidden within the physiques of those so-called divine offspring? Do you not question the integrity of your own talents? Do you not wonder if the spiritual energy of this world is genuine? Such thoughts, in Ye Changsheng's previous life, would be labeled as historical nihilism. Father Ye's incisive rebuttal instantly cast a shadow over the second uncle's countenance. Head of the family, do you insist on shielding your child? Ha! The second uncle's words were laden with weight. Even the most discerning individuals could see the absurdity of this rumor. Yet some elders within the Ye family believed it, unafraid of becoming the laughingstock of others. You are all seasoned individuals who have weathered storms. Could you truly be this naive? The term naive dripped with sarcasm, causing several to lower their heads in embarrassment. Humph. The head of the family truly excels in verbal sparring. The second uncle huffed angrily, his face aflame with indignation. Do you not realize that if the Shirobadi is real, our Ye family's fortunes will be jeopardized? Do you wish to sacrifice the millennia of legacy for the sake of a single son? First, the Heavenly Dao monument shatters. Next, the young prodigies of the family suffer inexplicable injuries. Cannot you see the pattern? This is clearly the Shirobadi beginning to affect our clan's fortunes, manifesting a backlash upon our kin. Such a critical issue cannot be brushed aside with your mere label of rumor. Simply because Ye Changsheng is your son. Think carefully. What is the Heavenly Dao monument? It is a creation of the Heavenly Dao. The heavens bestow virtue, illuminating the four corners to provide opportunities for all clans. It is a gift from the heavens, a manifestation of benevolence towards all living beings. How could it be shattered by the fist of a mere youth? When the term Heavenly Dao was invoked, the second uncle and his companions exhibited a fervor in their expressions. As they aged, their desire to survive and grow stronger into eternity compelled them to align with the Heavenly Dao and comprehend its essence. Thus, their reverence for the Heavenly Dao surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The Dao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Dao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The Heavenly Dao is formless, yet it gives rise to all things, governing the operations of everything in the world. Could such a formidable force be shattered by a mere child? As the term Heavenly Dao was mentioned, the second uncle and his companions wore solemn faces, filled with an almost fanatic reverence. Father Ye snorted coldly, a flicker of anger crossing his usually composed visage. The Heavenly Dao is clear and encompassing. How could it be as simplistic as you presume? It exists in the ethereal, maintaining the operation of all things. If it were truly as you say, possessing a human-like consciousness distinguishing between good and evil, that would be the height of absurdity. Head of the family, tread carefully. How dare you show disrespect towards the Heavenly Dao? Do not mislead yourself. Chapter 23. The rift between father and son. Father Ye let out a chilling laugh, his demeanor abruptly hardening. You may be older than I, and your cultivation may surpass mine, but have you ever received any response from your pursuit of the Heavenly Dao? Two questions posed, and the assembly fell into a profound silence. The second uncle's expression turned sour, and he forced a scoff. Even so, have you not relied on the support of the Ye family to reach this point? Now that you have achieved success, do you wish to forget your roots? Upon hearing these words, Father Ye's gaze sharpened. Second uncle, Think before you speak. Do not make unfounded claims. If I truly wish to forget my roots, why would I assume the position of head of the family? I believe those present know well enough about my contributions to the Ye family, which cannot be erased by mere words from you. This retort left the second uncle's countenance exceedingly grim. Even if you have contributed in the past, now, faced with the Shiro body, a matter capable of affecting the fortunes of the Ye family, you choose to shield it. Will you stand by and watch as the Ye family gradually declines? Nonsense! Father Ye's voice erupted in fury, his formidable aura sweeping through the hall like a tempest. You dare to point fingers at my son based on an unfounded rumor. Should I not be allowed to spread the word that you are the calamity of the Ye family? That the crisis of fortune arises solely due to your presence? Impudent! The second uncle slammed his palm onto the table, his grizzled beard bristling with rage. As the head of the family, is this how you speak to your elders? Ha ha! Father Ye chuckled coldly, displaying no sign of fear. A truly virtuous elder deserves respect. However, a shameless old fool who slanders the innocent does not merit my esteem. You! How dare you? The second uncle's fury reached a boiling point, his sunken eyes glaring with indignation as he gasped for breath. Disrespecting your elders and shielding a calamity. Do you not exhibit the slightest semblance of a family head? When the heavens summon, do you intend to go against them? Is it not a fact that you show no reverence towards me? You should not sit in this position of authority. Leading the Ye family with such a person will inevitably lead to disaster. As these words fell, a wave of shock rippled through the assembly. Father Ye, a figure of imperial cultivation and a genuine pillar of the Ye family, had maintained a trajectory of prosperity since assuming his role. The suggestion that the second uncle could dethrone him was utterly astonishing, as anticipated. Upon hearing the old man's words, Father Ye not only remained unperturbed, but also wore a mocking smile. Ha ha, second uncle. You truly surprise me. I thought you merely obstinate and antiquated, yet you reveal yourself to be such a fool. Setting aside the ethereal nature of the Heavenly Dao, do you presume to characterize my son based solely on the shattering of the Heavenly Dao monument? You expect me to abandon my son based on such baseless rumors? And what gives you the confidence to make such demands? The Heavenly Dao, if it were as unreasonable as you old curmudgeons claim, would render this world profoundly tragic. You wish for me to relinquish my position as head of the family? Very well, I shall grant your wish, this position of authority. Let whoever desires it assume it. Father Ye rose abruptly, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the assembly with disdain. I shall see who among you is worthy of the title of head of the family after I. Ye, depart, without another word. He turned to Mother Ye and said, My dear, let us leave. Mother Ye shot a fierce glare at the second uncle and then walked alongside Father Ye out of the council hall. After their departure, an oppressive silence enveloped the chamber, with no one daring to speak. The grand elder glanced around, letting out a sigh. Second elder, how shall we conclude this matter? The second uncle's expression was as unpleasant as if he had swallowed a fly. He had not anticipated that Father Ye would so easily abandon his post. Humph, I do not believe the Ye family cannot thrive without him. Grand Elder, you shall temporarily assume the position of head of the family and manage clan affairs. The Grand Elder's face contorted in distress. Second Elder, this seems rather hasty. I fear I may lack the capability. You are the Grand Elder in this dire moment if you do not step up. Who will? Thus it was decided. Observing the fierce countenance of his great uncle, the elder had no choice but to acquiesce with a heavy sigh, though inwardly he nearly cursed the old it was he who had clashed with the family head. Yet now he bore the brunt of the consequences. Truly an ungrateful predicament at this juncture. The elders within the hall regained their composure and began to murmur among themselves. The family head is the most formidable warrior of our Ye clan. Without him, we would undoubtedly face countless troubles. Indeed, the second elder has acted rather impulsively. Alas, if the family head truly abdicates, it appears that no one can shoulder such a heavy burden. Hearing the hushed whispers around him, the great uncle, filled with indignation, barked silence. He sheltered his own son. Do you wish for such a person to continue as the family head? When the Senluo killing body manifests, if the Ye clan encounters peril, You will see whether my intentions were truly for the clan's benefit, that I also act for the good of the clan, applying pressure so he does not favor his son. Who would have thought he would be so reckless? It is utterly unreasonable. We shall depart. With a flick of his robe, the great uncle led the accompanying elders out. Once they had left, a wave of complaints arose among the remaining elders. This second elder is truly vexing. He confronts the family head upon arrival. Now that the family head intends to abdicate, must the great elder truly bear the weight of the clan's responsibilities? Who can say? The family head has a point. After all, it is merely an unverified rumor, and the second elder is indeed making a mountain out of a molehill. Sigh, let us wait and see. Various murmurs filled the air, causing the great elder considerable agitation. Enough, enough. Let us all speak less. Soon, elders 2, 3, 4, and 5, follow me to persuade the family head once more. The rest of you, attend to your own matters and do your jobs well. Dismissed. With that proclamation, the great elder faced little opposition, and the clan meeting concluded rather hastily. Following this incident, the great elder sought to be a mediator, running between both parties to convey messages, yet he could not ease the tensions between them. Ye Father truly meant what he said. Since announcing his intention to abdicate, he had not involved himself in the affairs of the Ye clan, allowing numerous matters to pile up, which placed considerable pressure on the elders managing the clan. Upon hearing of this, Ye Changsheng, unusually proactive, left his room, taking Gu Qingyi to visit his parents. Chapter 24. The crisis of the Ye clan, although due to his physical condition, the clan members harbored various grievances against him. The affection from his parents remained unwavering. This sentiment was something Ye Changsheng quietly cherished in his heart, never allowing it to fade from his memory. Father, mother, your child, and Qingyi have come see you. Upon entering, a warm and gentle smile instantly graced the faces of Ye Father and Ye Mother. Changsheng and Qingyi, what brings you here today? Ye Father inquired with a cheerful grin, while Ye Changsheng blinked earnestly. It is simply because I miss you both. Do you think your mother believes such words? Ye Mother rolled her eyes and, beckoning him closer, unexpectedly pinched his ear. You naughty boy, you are becoming increasingly outrageous. Staying cooped up in your room all day. Aren't you at all concerned about the countless rumors circulating outside? I know you and Qingyi share a good relationship, but a man should not allow himself to be consumed by romantic sentiments. Ouch! Mother, please let go! Ye Changsheng exclaimed several times before Ye Mother reluctantly released her grip. Humph! You little rascal, growing more heartless by the day. Mother, your words are not quite right, I assure you. My relationship with Qingyi is not mere infatuation. I'm diligently practicing that technique. Ye Mother regarded him with a blend of skepticism and intrigue. Really? Of course. How could I dare deceive you? Ye Changsheng insisted, finally convincing Ye Mother to reluctantly believe he was indeed engaged in serious endeavors. Gu Qingyi, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, remained lost in thought, still reeling from Ye Mother's teasing. Now, tell me, what is the purpose of your visit today? Once seated, Ye Mother inquired, that why Ye Changsheng chuckled softly and leaned in to ask. Father, I heard you had a quarrel with second uncle in the council hall. Ye Father shook his head in resignation. Yes, those stubborn old fools are utterly unreasonable, clinging to a nonsensical rumor that you are a killing body, which could affect the clan's fortunes. They wish to ostracize you, and I, as your father, cannot allow that. Why Ye Changsheng felt warmth in his heart and sincerely replied, Father, Mother, thank you for your efforts, you foolish child. What are you saying? Ye Mother shot him a reproachful glance, her tone laced with gentle scolding. You are our child. If we do not protect you, who will? Yes, yes, I understand. Yet, the rumors say you are stepping down from the position of family head. Is that true? Ye Father scoffed lightly, confidence radiating from him. Those stubborn old men insist on clinging to this issue. I will not yield to their demands. You need not worry about this matter. Your mother and I have managed the Ye clan for many years and have achieved countless merits. I am merely applying some pressure. Those old fogies cannot shake your father and mother from their position. Hearing his father's words, Ye Changsheng felt considerably reassured. That is good. I was worried you both might feel compelled to relinquish your positions because of me. Why Mother chuckled softly, patting Ye Changsheng on the shoulder with a look of pride. Do not fret, dear child. Your father and I have held the reins of the Ye clan for so long. How could we lack the strength to do so? The fact that you are contemplating such matters shows you have genuinely matured. Rest assured, with your father and mother around, focus on your own pursuits without worry. Ye Changsheng nodded, feeling a significant alleviation of his parents' concerns. Well, as long as you both have confidence, I am reassured. I also wanted to inform you that if those old fools continue to make things difficult, I will simply leave the Ye clan. We need not endure their nonsense. Upon hearing this, Ye father and Ye mother beamed with smiles, praising Ye Changsheng for his growth and willingness to consider others while also taking on responsibility. Ye Changsheng's face flushed with embarrassment, as he had never truly worried about such matters before. Just as they were conversing, a clear voice rang out from outside. "Brother, sister-in-law," clad in a pale yellow dress. Xiao dashed in, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. "You impudent girl, where have you been gallivanting?" Ye mother scolded, glaring at her and raising her hand as if to strike. Xiao immediately ducked her head and scurried through the side door, calling out as she fled, "I know I was wrong. Brother, sister-in-law, hold me back. I'm going to practice. This girl." Ye father sighed with a smile, then turned serious. "Changsheng, Qingyi, do not concern yourselves with such trivial matters. Focus on advancing your cultivation. Without a doubt, your father possesses the capability that even if the Ye clan were to fall, your mother and I could ensure your safety for a lifetime." Hearing his father speak so earnestly gave Ye Changsheng even more confidence. "Good. Then I shall be at ease." Days later, the rift among the Ye clan's leadership began to mend, just as Ye father had stated. He was indeed the crucial pillar and leader of the Ye clan, incomparable to those reclusive old men. Ultimately, the great-uncle relented and agreed to refrain from interfering in Ye Changsheng's affairs, allowing Ye father to reclaim his position as family head. Under Ye father's firm suppression, the rumors surrounding Ye Changsheng's killing body gradually dissipated. This outcome infuriated Xiao, Chen, and Ye Tu, who had meticulously prepared for so long, intending to leverage this matter to expel Ye Changsheng, only to find their efforts thwarted. However, even though the rumors within the Ye clan had been quelled, the news propelled by those with ulterior motives began to circulate among other factions that a month later, the high-ranking members of the Ye clan convened in the council hall. Ever since the rumor of Ye Changsheng being a killing body spread, for reasons unknown, other external forces seemed to have genuinely believed this claim, leading them to reduce their interactions with the Ye clan. Even business partners had seen nearly a 50% decrease in cooperation within a month. This situation posed a grave threat to the Ye clan, and after thorough investigation, a clearer understanding of the matter emerged. In the council hall, the elders bore solemn expressions, the atmosphere thick with tension. Ye father spoke calmly. "Fifth elder, what have you discovered regarding the various factions severing ties with our Ye clan?" The fifth elder immediately stood. "Family head, we have made some headway in this matter." "Proceed." After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, the fifth elder articulated, "The most direct cause of this situation seems to be related to the young master. The rumor circulating within the clan that he is a killing body, which could affect the fortunes of those he interacts with, somehow propagated beyond our walls. Our own kin did not heed it, yet other factions appear to have taken it seriously. According to their claims, they fear that the young master's killing body might adversely affect their fortunes, hence their reluctance to continue cooperating with our Ye clan." Chapter 25. A more dire situation. As soon as the fifth elder finished speaking, someone erupted in furious indignation. "What nonsense! We, the Ye family, do not even believe in this matter, yet they take it seriously. We are not children. Have they no sense at all? Indeed, indeed, these individuals do not fear the young master. They are clearly just waiting to see the Ye family's humiliation." The crowd was in a state of agitation, vociferously condemning those who had abandoned the cooperation. The first elder furrowed his brow and said, "Let us not quarrel." Once the hall fell silent, he pondered and analyzed. While they claim to be wary of the death body, they are likely just waiting to witness the Ye family spectacle. I have also heard some rumors from outside. Various factions seem to be adopting a spectator's attitude, hoping that the young master's death body will bring our family's fortune to ruin, allowing them to take our place. Upon hearing this, the clamor grew even louder. What a shameless bunch! Indeed, When we cooperated with them, we offered fair prices for goods, and now they are plotting against us. The upper echelons of the Ye family were incensed, collectively denouncing those treacherous forces. The first elder, maintaining a stoic expression, continued, "We have already compiled a list of our most crucial partners. The Xiao family and the Chen family have severed ties. The Zhang family and the Floating Cloud's sacred ground remain indifferent. Additionally, over 20 other factions, large and small, are reducing their collaborations with us." The fourth elder glared fiercely, cursing loudly. "The Chen family is utterly shameless. A millennium ago, their ancestor was gravely injured, and had it not been for the assistance of our Ye family, they would have perished long ago. How could they possibly enjoy their current status? This group of scoundrels has no sense of gratitude, truly unworthy of being called children." No sooner had he spoken than others echoed his sentiments. "The Xiao family is no better. They took advantage of us during our cooperation and now turn their backs. Indeed, if they dare to turn their backs, we, the Ye family, are not afraid of confrontation." The upper echelons were aflame with indignation, all denouncing those disloyal factions. However, Ye Father, seated at the head, was contemplating a different matter. It must be noted that the Ye family was already at the pinnacle of power in the Eastern continent, controlling countless abundant resources. Any faction wishing to survive in the Eastern continent would be eager to maintain good relations with the Ye family, with an ample supply of spiritual mines, rare treasures, and medicinal pills. The Ye family could be said to be one of the most resource-rich forces. So, knowing how vital the Ye family is, why would these factions dare to sever their ties? This question, if left unanswered, would hinder any real resolution of the Ye family's troubles. Head of the family, how do you view this matter? The first elder's voice broke through Ye Father's reverie. He glanced around, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately decided to voice his concerns. "Everyone, I understand your feelings as the head of the family. I naturally must find a way to resolve these issues swiftly. But think carefully. The Ye family, are among the most powerful forces in the Eastern continent, controlling countless resources. Any faction seeking to develop cannot do so without our material exchange and support. So why would they suddenly choose to abandon us?" Ye Father's words prompted the upper echelons to reflect deeply, as expected of the family head. He had pinpointed the crux of the issue. The elders' emotions calmed slightly as they contemplated the hidden implications behind this betrayal. "Head of the family, what do you think is the reason for their actions?" a certain elder inquired, to which Ye Father shook his head, replying, "I am uncertain. We must investigate further." To that moment, another elder hesitated before speaking. "Head of the family, there is something I am unsure about regarding our current predicament. Why Ye Father's interest was piqued." "What is it? Do share." After the Heavenly Dao monument shattered, there were rumors that cracks appeared in the rock wall between our eastern continent and the central continent, suggesting that some individuals from the central continent may have crossed over. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback and astonished. Cracks in the rock wall. This was indeed significant news. How had so little been heard about it until now? It was no wonder the elders were astonished. This world, known as the Wanyuan continent, was divided into 5 major continents: east, south, west, north, and central. Between neighboring continents existed a barrier known as the Source Wall. This natural barrier could only be breached by those of considerable strength. As a result, the 5 continents had maintained a relatively peaceful state, avoiding conflict over resources. However, the central continent was the wealthiest and strongest among them. Even the Ye family, as a leading force in the eastern continent, would likely be considered a mere middling power in the central continent, if individuals from the central continent were to ally with other families. The Ye family would truly lack competitive strength. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Ye Father's expression turned grave. "What is the credibility of this information?" The elder pondered before responding. "I received this news from an old friend whose family is stationed near the border. They are better informed about events on the other side and should have some credibility." Ye Father nodded and promptly commanded, "This matter must be taken seriously. Elder, please send someone to investigate whether individuals from the central continent have indeed arrived in our eastern continent. Additionally, look into those families that have severed ties with us to see if they have reached any agreements with the central continent." Understood. After issuing the command, Ye Father could not help but let out a soft sigh. If this were true, it was no wonder those factions dared to look down upon the Ye family. Compared to the forces of the central continent, the Ye family indeed seemed somewhat insignificant. Once this news emerged, the Ye family's upper echelons felt an impending sense of crisis, hastily preparing for the worst. If the central continent were to intervene, the Ye family would inevitably face a precarious situation, necessitating prompt responses to avert disaster. Otherwise, they would find themselves in a state of decline before long. This tension permeated throughout the Ye family, with even the servants sensing the oppressive atmosphere of an impending storm. Xiao, as the divine son, was naturally aware of these underlying issues. The previous rumors regarding the death body had not expelled Ye Changsheng from the Ye family, which left him feeling quite resentful. However, with the sudden involvement of individuals from the central continent, perhaps this could present a new opportunity. After pondering for a while, he summoned Ye Tuesday, Brother Chen. Ye Tu greeted, and Xiao, beaming with a smile, replied, "Please have a seat." Such courteous behavior left Ye Tu somewhat taken aback, prompting him to quietly ask, "Brother Chen, do you have something you need me to do?" Chapter 26. Central Continent Talents. Xiao, Chen's smile widened, clearly pleased with Ye Tu's response. "You are a clever lad. You're the only one I can trust in the Ye family. You guessed correctly. I indeed have an important task for you." Ye Tu immediately asserted, "Brother Chen, just say the word. I will brave any danger for you." "Ah, it's not that serious." Xiao chuckled reassuringly, then leaned in closer to whisper, "You must have heard about the recent events in the family, right? Is it about those factions severing ties with us?" "Precisely." Xiao nodded, narrowing his eyes. "Behind this matter lies a significant reason. According to the elder speculation, Ye Tu, being a branch of the Ye family, was not privy to every detail." "Brother Chen, what reason?" "It is said that after the Heavenly Dao monument shattered, it affected the rock wall between our eastern and central continents, creating some fissures. Following this, some forces from the central continent seized the opportunity to cross over. And those families have formed alliances with them. That's so." Ye Tu exclaimed in realization, unable to suppress his feelings. Compared to the forces of the central continent, our Ye family does seem rather inconsequential. "Indeed," Xiao affirmed. "What I need you to do is to discreetly contact those individuals from the central continent and see if you can establish communication with them. Remember to gather information about their situation, but do not provoke any conflict, understood?" Ye Tu promptly thumped his chest, declaring, "Rest assured, Brother Chen, I am no fool. I will ensure there is no conflict." "Excellent. I entrust this task to you." Xiao sincerely thanked him, then waved his hand, revealing several small jade vials on the table. These 3 vials contain spirit-enhancing pills, dust-clearing pills, and mind-cleansing pills, each beneficial for cultivation, physical prowess, and spiritual essence that I do not possess much of value. But please take these as a token of my goodwill. Why, Ye Tu's eyes immediately sparkled. He understood that these 3 types of pills were highly precious, even within the Ye family, reserved for the upper echelons and divine sons. Individuals like him, from the collateral branch, would never even catch a glimpse of such treasures without significant contributions. Now, with Xiao presenting him with 3 vials, it was an exceedingly generous reward. "Brother Chen, you can count on me. This time, I will ensure that I complete the task you assign without any mishaps. Between brothers, we are inseparable. Your affairs are my affairs." Xiao smiled faintly as he pushed 3 bottles of elixirs towards Ye Tuesday. "Put them away. Do not let others see." "Understood." Once Ye Tu departed, Xiao sat in his chamber, deep in thought that if he could forge connections with those from Zhongzhou, he would acquire a new backing. At that point, dealing with Ye Changsheng would become significantly simpler, for the Ye family would undoubtedly have to consider their own future. I'm curious to see if, when faced with the formidable powers of Zhongzhou, your parents can still protect you. As days passed, the predicament of the Ye family became increasingly evident. Simultaneously, the previous rumors regained their potency. Most family members, unaware of the circumstances, genuinely believed that those powers had severed ties with the Ye family out of fear of being affected by Ye Changsheng's Sun Luo shatty physique. Even though Ye Fu exerted strong suppression within the clan, the rumors surged more fervently with each passing day. In another courtyard, Ye Changsheng rested his chin on the table, his face etched with worry. occasionally letting out a deep sigh. Alas, Gu Qingyi poured him a cup of tea and sat down, her eyes filled with concern. "Husband, are you troubled by the rumors outside?" Ye Changsheng fiddled with the teacup, his gaze somewhat vacant. "Indeed, I am troubled by those matters. The rumors surrounding the Sun Luo's shatty physique, I can dismiss, as I know I do not possess such a constitution. However, with the cracks appearing in the rock wall and visitors from Zhongzhou arriving, if it truly is the case that the shattering of the Tiandao steel has caused this, and if someone malicious connects the two, then I will find myself at a loss for words." A fleeting glimmer of worry crossed Gu Qingyi's eyes as she smiled gently and reassured him. "Do not fret, my husband. This is not a grave matter. The source wall is a natural formation and will gradually mend with time. Once the cracks disappear, those from Zhongzhou will naturally return. Without their support, those forces that have clung to them will have no choice but to seek cooperation with the Ye family again. Will they not? At that point, you will need do nothing, and our family's crisis will resolve itself. That I hope that is the case." Ye Changsheng replied, yet his heart was burdened with deeper anxiety. If the cracks in the rock wall were indeed caused by the Tiandao steel, then having shattered the Tiandao steel, it remains uncertain whether these fissures will ever close. If this situation persists for an extended period, with constant interactions between Zhongzhou and Dongzhou, the Ye family's position will inevitably face great peril. At that time, the pressure within the clan will undoubtedly fall squarely upon his shoulders. Even his parents may struggle to withstand such relentless scrutiny for long. The situation within the Ye family grew increasingly tense, and the pressures on Ye Fu and Ye Mu escalated. Most clan members had completely branded Ye Changsheng as a harbinger of misfortune, daily urging the higher-ups to expel him from the family. Under such sustained bombardment, even the higher-ups began to waver, their perceptions of Ye Changsheng gradually shifting. The clan senior officials convened almost daily in the council hall to discuss their current dire circumstances. Ye Fu understood all too well that to safeguard Ye Changsheng and resolve their present predicament, only two options remained. The first was to allow the cracks in the rock wall to heal. If this trend were to take shape, those from Zhongzhou, not wishing to remain in Dongzhou for eternity, would have to return promptly. However, the likelihood of this occurring was rather slim. The source wall, a creation of nature, would not easily mend through human effort. Without profound cultivation and rare materials, it would be a formidable task. The second option was to procure some exceedingly rare materials that Zhongzhou lacked, in order to attract various forces back to the Ye family for renewed cooperation. This would alleviate the family's isolation and dispel the rumors surrounding Ye Changsheng's physique. Yet, procuring such resources proved to be a considerable challenge. Zhongzhou was inherently affluent, rich in both spiritual energy and materials, far beyond the impoverished realm of Dongzhou. Finding items deemed rare, even by Zhongzhou's standards, was no easy feat. Both options were fraught with difficulty, and at present, it seemed unlikely that the Ye family's predicament could be resolved promptly. However, if this issue remained unresolved, Ye Changsheng's situation would only worsen. Chapter 27. The tense situation. Half a month had swiftly passed. The Ye family's business had suffered severe repercussions, with revenues plummeting across the board. In such a tense atmosphere, the pressure from within the clan continued to mount. Unable to delay any longer, Ye Fu decided to summon the clan's higher-ups at a chosen time to address the matter openly. Early that day, all senior officials who did not have pressing affairs gathered in the council hall. Once nearly everyone had arrived, Ye Fu spoke in a solemn tone. "I have summoned you all here today to discuss the predicament currently facing our Ye family. Feel free to speak your minds without concern for rank. As long as your words are reasonable, they are welcome." The assembly exchanged glances, none daring to speak freely. Finally, the eldest elder broke the silence, stating, "Since it is so, allow me to voice my thoughts first. The situation of our Ye family is perilously fragile. Due to the arrival of individuals from Zhongzhou, various forces have effectively found their backing. This is particularly fatal for us, as they have discovered better alternatives and will no longer require the Ye family. Moreover, the Ye family has stood in Dongzhou for many years. There are numerous factions that have long harbored covetous intentions towards us. Eager to supplant us.to resolve our current troubles, it appears we have only two viable options. The first is to allow the cracks in the rock wall to heal that if such a trend occurs. Those from Zhongzhou will have no choice but to return, and interactions with various forces will cease, thus resolving our issues. However, as you all know, it is exceedingly difficult to effect such change through human endeavor. We can only rely on fate. The second option is for our Ye family to present some exceedingly precious resources that are scarce in Zhongzhou. Only in this manner can we recapture the attention of various forces and restore cooperation with the Ye family. After articulating his thoughts, the eldest elder surveyed the somber faces of the higher-ups and sighed. I am aware that the situation is dire, and everyone is anxious. However, our Ye family has endured countless storms over the millennia. By pooling our wisdom, we can surely weather this storm. Yet, those present were acutely aware that the feasibility of either option was quite low. Thus, a simpler perspective began to emerge. Head of the family. Eldest elder, you are both astute individuals. You must know that these two methods are exceedingly difficult to implement, that if we truly wish to resolve this issue, there exists a simpler solution. What solution? Ye Fu squinted, already harboring a suspicion in his heart. Why does the head of the family feign ignorance? One of his senior officials chuckled, his demeanor somewhat peculiar. We all know that the primary reason those families refuse to cooperate with us is likely due to our young master's Sunluo's shatty physique. Is it not? If it were not for that physique causing the Tiandao steel to shatter, the rock wall would not have cracked, and those from Zhongzhou would not have come here, thus sparing us from so many troubles. Including the matter of the former divine child, Xiao, Chen's golden body shattering, was it not also related to the young master and young lady visiting Lingtian Island, leading to such incidents? Can we truly say it has nothing to do with them? The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. While most had harbored similar thoughts, the presence of Ye Fu, the head of the family, had deterred them from voicing such sentiments. Silence. Do not speak such nonsense. The eldest elder hurriedly interjected, striving to prevent the situation from spiraling further out of control. Humph, eldest elder. Ye Changsheng is the head's son. It is only natural for you to protect him. But must you also bend to the head's will? You are the eldest elder of the Ye family, not merely the head's elder. Such pointed remarks darkened the eldest elder's countenance. Why, Ye Fu narrowed his eyes, his expression inscrutable. Then, according to your logic, what do you wish the head of the family to do? What the head of the family should ask is what everyone thinks we should do, the senior official retorted. You all have heard the rumors circulating outside. It is said that they fear our family's Sunluo's shatty physique. And with so many phenomena supporting this claim, is that not enough for you to make a decisive judgment? Ye Fu remained silent, his gaze sweeping across those present. It was evident that many were inclined to agree with this individual's perspective. Then, what do you suggest we do? Ye Fu inquired. The man let out a cold laugh and declared loudly, is it not simple? We must expel Ye Changsheng from the family. The council hall fell silent, many eyes flickering with intrigue. Indeed, I too find this approach quite agreeable. In matters such as this, it is better to err on the side of caution. When a decision must be made, it must be made. I concur. The previous two methods seem utterly implausible. Rather than risking the expulsion of Ye Changsheng, perhaps our family's current crisis could be resolved. The senior executives engaged in a spirited exchange, each expressing their agreement with the individual in question. In truth, having reached such a pivotal moment and secured a place within the esteemed Ye family, one of the premier clans in the eastern continent, it is evident that few among them are lacking in intelligence. The convoluted intricacies behind this matter are not difficult to discern. However, even if some individuals do recognize the underlying truths, they would not side with Ye Changsheng. The reason is quite simple. Interests, as long as Ye Changsheng is expelled from the family. The vacancy for the position of junior master represents greater power and increased benefits for those within the clan. In the face of such incentives, whether Ye Changsheng is wrong becomes a matter of little significance. Ye Father is acutely aware of the immense pressure emanating from the clan. Should he wish to protect Ye Changsheng, he would inevitably cause a rift, leaving him without allies, head of the family. I implore you to speak justly and set a commendable example for the Ye family. Another voice interjected, bestowing flattery upon Ye Father. Chill flickered in Ye Father's eyes, for he had already made his decision. To abandon his own son was simply out of the question. He could relinquish the position of family head. With his capabilities, he could easily be revered elsewhere. In that case, let us proceed to a vote. Those in favor of expelling my son Changsheng from the family, please raise your hand. As Ye father's words echoed, the executives raised their hands one after another, with only a few of Ye father's trusted allies glaring in protest. Refusing to accept, it appeared that today, Ye Changsheng was destined to face expulsion. Yet at that moment, an earth-shattering dragon's roar reverberated through the skies above the Ye family. Following closely, a youthful voice resonated. Is this the esteemed Ye family, the foremost clan of the Eastern continent? The assembly within the council hall changed countenance, momentarily forgetting their previous discussions as they rushed to the skies, eager to discover who dared to act so brazenly in the presence of the Ye family. Beneath the clouds, the sun shone brilliantly, a massive azure dragon coiled in midair, exuding an overwhelming and ferocious presence. Chapter 28. A visitor from the central continent. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Ye family's domain? Are you seeking death? The skies above are forbidden. Descend at once. A chorus of reprimands erupted as the formidable members of the Ye family took flight, their faces alight with fury. That a dragon? It seems rather different from our own. That is not a dragon. How could a true dragon be content as a steed? But don't we have one as well? 9 azure dragons, in fact. You are mistaken. Those behemoths in our family, despite their majesty, are merely hybrid subtypes of serpents, not even true serpents, let alone true dragons. Look at this azure serpent. Its bloodline is pure and formidable, already hinting at the potential to sprout dragon horns. It may very well transform from serpent to dragon in the future. As the members of the Ye family whispered amongst themselves, above them, a long-haired youth clad in dark armor sat cross-legged atop the azure serpent, displaying no sign of tension in the face of the encroaching Ye family warriors. Young man, regardless of who you are, to provoke the Ye family in the Eastern continent is a grave mistake. Whether it is you or the force backing you, I fear you may not be able to bear the consequences. The 5th elder spoke, uncharacteristically refraining from immediate aggression. That it is well known that the Ye family, as a top-tier clan in the Eastern continent, is not to be trifled with. Yet the mere presence of this individual, accompanied by a creature of such a pure bloodline, suggested an extraordinary background. It was prudent to ascertain the situation before taking further action. The onlookers from the Ye family now began to voice their outrage. As a premier sect of the Eastern continent, the Ye family had never encountered such blatant disrespect. With no regard for their established protocols in the past, even a lord from a sacred land or the leader of a grand clan would conduct themselves with courtesy when visiting the Ye family. In a corner, Xiao, Chen, and Ye Tu stood side by side. The person has indeed arrived, Ye Tu said, rubbing his hands with excitement, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Brother Chen, with him taking action. That scoundrel Ye Changsheng will surely be unable to maintain his arrogance. Xiao Chen nodded, his gaze fixed on the azure serpent in the sky, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. After all, he too was a member of the Ye family, and he felt a sense of shame at the audacity displayed by the other party. Nevertheless, for the sake of his own plans, he understood the necessity of patience. In the sky, after the 5th elder's inquiry, the cold-faced youth slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashing through them. He did not answer the 5th elder's question, but instead fixed his gaze upon Ye father, who stood at the entrance of the council hall. I am Wuji from the central continent, here to pay my respects to the great emperor of the Ye family. His booming voice echoed for miles, resonating clearly with every member of the Ye family. Instantly, the expressions of the Ye family's powerful figures shifted dramatically. A person from the central continent. The Ye family had no prior dealings with individuals from the central continent. Why had this person suddenly come to their door? Below, Xiao Chun and Ye Tu exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of the reasons behind this visit. After Ye Tu's departure, he had learned that among those who arrived in the Eastern continent through the fissure was a remarkably powerful and distinguished genius, a prince of the great Ing dynasty from the central continent. Although the Ye family ranked among the top forces in the Eastern continent, They paled in comparison to the Great Qing dynasty, which was among the top three following the opening of the Rockwall fissure. Due to its unique nature, it was challenging for those of significant strength to pass through, resulting in mostly young prodigies arriving in the eastern continent. Additionally, due to the Ye family's distinctiveness, these individuals were aware that the Ye family would likely not welcome them, leading them to prefer alliances with weaker forces instead. However, because Ye too had previously approached Ingwuji with some clever suggestions, it was this very prince who had chosen to visit the Ye family. Ye father, being a person of great insight, immediately made a conjecture upon hearing the surname, that a prince from the Great Qing dynasty? Ingwuji's expression briefly registered surprise, clearly taken aback that the great Emperor Ye was aware of his name. Indeed, I am from the Great Qing dynasty. Ye father's heart stirred. The Great Qing dynasty and the Ye family were not on the same level. They had no prior interactions with this prince, so what could his sudden arrival entail? Ah, so you are a prince of the Great Qing dynasty. With your noble lineage, have your elders never instructed you on the etiquette of visiting? Regardless of who you are, one must adhere to the protocols of the Ye family when entering. That I was merely hasty in my approach and have inadvertently offended you, esteemed Emperor Ye in the central continent. I had heard tales of the great emperor of the Ye family. With the recent opening of the fissure, I thought to pay a visit to witness your grandeur. Though Ingwuji's demeanor was proud, he spoke with a degree of courtesy that eased the hearts of the Ye family's powerful figures. Very well, let us converse inside. However, do remember that the Ye family does not extend courtesy to just anyone. Ordinarily, given Ye father's polite attitude, Ingwuji should have shown some respect in return. Yet unexpectedly, as soon as Ye father's words fell, Ingwuji smiled and replied, "This prince has limited time. I shall not enter the Ye family. If the emperor is not too busy, perhaps he might come to speak with me." This statement left everyone astonished. Ye father, after all, was a person of unparalleled stature, a revered emperor, and Ingwuji, despite his background, was still a junior and should have shown him more respect. Yet he audaciously requested that Ye father approach him, clearly disregarding him, coupled with his prior brazen proclamations above the Ye family. It ignited a wave of anger among many. This individual harbored a deep-seated contempt for the Ye family. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold as he scoffed. Ingwuji is indeed brazen, demanding that a great emperor come to him. Does he not understand his own standing? Next to him, Ye too quickly chimed in. Brother Chen speaks true. This individual is indeed arrogant. However, I've also gathered information. His arrogance is backed by strength. Among the young talents from the central continent, Ingwuji possesses the strongest cultivation. Moreover, he is supported by the formidable Great Qing dynasty, making his pride somewhat understandable. After saying this, he furtively glanced around, leaning closer to whisper, "Furthermore, I have discovered that although he is the third prince of the dynasty, he lacks significant competition for the throne and is not highly regarded within the dynasty. Additionally, he has a peculiar penchant for collecting women with unique physiques, truly a glutton for beauty. The moment I revealed the existence of Gu Qingyi, he immediately took an interest that, if Ye Changsheng refuses to comply, he would be offending the third prince. But given his limited influence, he would not cause too much trouble for our Ye family, that we merely need Ye Changsheng to take the fall. If he agrees. How will the clan members view him? Gu Qingyi has the Gu family backing her. How will he explain himself to them?" Chapter 29. The Might of the Ye Emperor. This discourse brought a smile to Xiao Chen's face, as if he could already envision Ye Changsheng's disgrace. Splendid. You have done well in this matter." Just as the two conspired, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Ye father's gaze turned icy, and, in an instant, an overwhelming pressure surged forth. Ingwuji, caught off guard, was struck down from the sky alongside his azure serpent, akin to a fly being swatted away. "Disregarding your elders, descend and speak." Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the air as the azure flood dragon crashed violently to the ground, revealing traces of blood glistening between its scales. This unforeseen turn of events left the members of the Ye family in utter astonishment. They had not anticipated that their own patriarch would exhibit such resolute defiance in the face of the prince of the Great Qing dynasty. The might of the emperor was indeed fearsome. The azure flood dragon, now pinned to the ground, emitted pitiful cries, entirely devoid of its previous ferocity, As the dust settled, Ing Wui, who had been awkwardly perched atop the dragoness head, suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes filled with a chilling malice. Ye Emperor, what do you suppose shall be the consequence of your disrespect toward me? What fate awaits those who offend the great Ing dynasty? Ye Father cast a fleeting glance at him, his expression betraying no hint of disturbance. Ignorant youth, even if your father were present, he would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. What gives you the audacity to be so presumptuous? Father, Ing Wui's gaze sharpened, uncertainty creeping into his heart, while he was aware that the current head of the Yi family was an emperor. He was oblivious to the extent of the man's power. Now, witnessing the confidence with which this individual addressed his father, the sovereign of the great Ing dynasty, he could not help but ponder further. Suddenly, he recalled that his father had once vaguely mentioned the emperor of the Yi family from the eastern continent, whose strength was said to be on par with his own. With this thought, Ing Wui's demeanor became somewhat more subdued. Uncle Yi, I beg your pardon for my earlier indiscretion. Before my departure, my father instructed me to make your acquaintance during my time in the eastern continent. He has long held you in high regard and asked me to convey his greetings. Why father merely shot him a glance, remaining silent as he turned his gaze toward the distant void. Everyone, the spectacle has concluded. Those who must depart should do so without lingering here. For those who have severed ties with my Yi family, I hope you will remain steadfast in your decisions and refrain from being fickle. My Yi family does not seek trouble, yet we are not to be trifled with. As his words echoed, Yi Father suddenly waved his sleeve. The heavens and earth rippled as if disturbed by water, and an unusual aura spread forth, causing those hidden in the void to tremble, choking back blood. It had been a long time since the head of the Yi family had unleashed his power, and many had forgotten just how terrifying an emperor's might could be. Ing Wui's expression grew increasingly grave, his earlier arrogance dissipating, given the man's status and strength, even if he were to slay him on the spot. The great Ing dynasty would likely not retaliate against a true emperor for the sake of a mere prince. Ye Emperor, please show mercy. We recognize our errors. Indeed, Ye Emperor, as fellow inhabitants of the eastern continent, we hope for your forgiveness regarding our transgressions. The various factions that had come to witness the commotion were thoroughly intimidated by Yi Father's display, their previous contempt vanishing in an instant. They came to realize that as long as the Yi family had this emperor in their ranks, their petty schemes were utterly insignificant. Suddenly, a rift tore through the void and from the chaotic currents of space. A figure emerged gracefully. Ha ha! Brother Yi, how truly exhilarating. These short-sighted fence-sitters do not deserve our courtesy. Why Father smiled and nodded at the newcomer. Brother Gu has arrived. Let us converse within. The visitor was none other than Gu Qingyi, the patriarch of the Gu family and father of Gu Qingyi, who was married to Ye Changsheng. Brother Yi, you are too kind. I simply wish to see who would dare to cause a ruckus while you stand guard here. He then turned his gaze toward Ing Wui, who had just descended from atop the azure flood dragon. And who might this be? I am Ing Wui, and I presume you are the esteemed patriarch of the Gu family from the eastern continent? Gu Qingyi paused for a moment. Having overheard some of the earlier conversation, he was now aware of Ing Wui's identity. However, he was puzzled as to why this young man would know who he was, as he believed he lacked the prowess and renown of Yi Father. Why would a prince of the great Ing dynasty be familiar with him? I never expected the third prince to recognize me. It truly humbles an old man. You flatter me, Elder Gu. You are a renowned figure across the eastern continent, and the illustrious title of Three Gu is known to all. Who could possibly remain unaware of such a resounding name? While Gu Qingyi offered polite words, he felt increasingly perplexed. His reputation had waned significantly over the past century, and few in the eastern continent were still aware of it. Why would a prince from the central continent be so knowledgeable about him? Unless, of course, this individual had conducted prior investigations into his background. A seasoned fox, Gu Qingyi's wariness towards Ing Wui intensified. Your Highness, you are too gracious. Just as Gu Qingyi intended to probe Ing Wui's motives. The young man spoke directly. I have long admired Elder Gu. I have heard of your illustrious past, and even received a piece of information. What news might that be? It is said that you have a precious daughter, born with the extraordinary 7 orifices Ling Long sacred body. Is this true? If you would not mind, I would like to meet this young lady Gu Qingyi. Perhaps we could become close friends. Ing Wui believed he had spoken with utmost politeness. Yet to his astonishment, Ye Father's expression shifted abruptly, a harsh look crossing his features. Impudent, ignorant youth, how dare you speak so recklessly? As Ye Father's fury erupted, the atmosphere darkened, clouds gathered, and winds howled, punctuated by resounding thunder that echoed for miles. Creating an apocalyptic aura, Ing Wui was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden outburst of anger. Ye Changsheng's countenance was equally grim. The fact that Ing Wui had the audacity to mention Gu Qingyi was not only a slight against the Ye family, but also a direct affront to his own dignity. After all, Ye Changsheng and Gu Qingyi had been wed with great ceremony in front of numerous dignitaries from the eastern continent. It was common knowledge that they were husband and wife. To having Wui brazenly utter such lewd remarks felt akin to openly insulting Gu Qingyi. Should word of this spread, it would imply that he had failed to properly raise his daughter, leading to scandalous rumors post-marriage. Observing Ing Wui's astonished expression, Gu Qingyi coldly remarked, "Third prince, please refrain from such jesting. My daughter is already wed Ye Changsheng, and this is well known among the people of the eastern continent. They share a deep affection for one another, and I hope you will not utter any more inappropriate words." Upon hearing Gu Qingyi's explanation, Ing Wui burst into laughter. "Elder Gu, I have heard that the Ye family heir is a cultivator incapable of progressing. A mere wastrel, is it not a pity to have bestowed your daughter upon such a one?" Chapter 30. Arrogance. Elder Gu, do you truly believe a cultivator incapable of progress deserves the title of Emperor's son? Silence. Gu Qingyi cast a sidelong glance at the now darkened expression of Ye Father and quickly interjected. Yet, Ing Wui not only refused to relent, but escalated his derision. "Uncle Ye, I harbor no ill will toward you. However, in my central continent, the title Emperor's son is reserved for those of exceptional talent, destined to ascend the path of an emperor. Even if one is a child of an emperor, if they possess only mediocre talent and abilities, they lack the audacity to claim such a title. How can your child, unable to cultivate, so brazenly bear this name?" Ye Father's expression grew icy, and with a disdainful snort, an aura of Imperial might began to permeate the air. Ing Wui's complexion flushed crimson, as though he were bearing an unbearable weight. "How I choose to act is my own affair and that of the Ye family. It is not for an outsider like you to dictate. I shall spare you this time for the sake of your father. Should you dare utter such insolence again, feel free to test the waters." His tone was unassuming, yet it hinted at a latent menace. The spiritual energy of the world fell into a tense silence, as if the very air was thick with danger. This was the essence of an emperor. With each gesture, he commanded the forces of nature, and merely speaking brought forth pressure that compelled one to bow their head. Ing Wui gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his composure and resisting the urge to kneel. "Uncle Ye, what I said is not without merit." "You, be quiet," a sharp rebuke rang out, drawing the attention of all present. Ing Wui turned to see Changsheng and Gu Qingyi approaching. Their presence commanding it was Gu Qingyi's voice that had just reprimanded him. Ye Changsheng led her to stand before Ye Father and Gu Qingyi. Father-in-law. Gu Qingyi quickly donned a smile, his demeanor softening to, my son-in-law and Qingyi have arrived. Why Ye Father raised an eyebrow. "Changsheng, what brings you both here? If there is nothing pressing, you should return. Why Ye Changsheng shrugged, exuding a sense of helplessness. With such a commotion, it would be difficult for anyone not to notice. Moreover, someone here has been speaking ill of your son. I felt it necessary to ascertain who was so audacious." A faint smile graced Ye Father's lips as he glanced at Ing Wui, whose gaze was almost glued to Gu Qingyi, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Indeed, this youth lacks any sense of decorum. Why Ye Changsheng turned to Ing Wui and chuckled, you are the third prince of the grading dynasty." Ing Wuji feigned ignorance, his gaze fixated intently on Gu Qingyi. Initially, his interest was piqued by the Gu family's daughter, who possessed the remarkable 9 apertures Ling-Long sacred body. Such a physique, when united with another, could greatly enhance one's cultivation, facilitating rapid growth and prowess. Although he was overlooked within the imperial court and lacked the cultivation talent of his 2 elder brothers, who would not harbor aspirations for the throne when born into such a powerful lineage, Yet his innate abilities had always paled in comparison to those of his siblings, leading him to suppress his ambitions. However, should he acquire the nurturing of the 9 apertures Linglong's sacred body, it was entirely conceivable that he could indeed scheme for the imperial seat amidst a surge in his cultivation. Moreover, witnessing this legendary physique embodied in such an extraordinarily beautiful woman only fueled his avarice, igniting a fierce blaze within him. Ye Changsheng was greatly displeased by Wuji's unabashed gaze, and with a frosty expression, she scolded, "Wretched scoundrel, retract your loathsome gaze. Did you not hear my husband address you?" At her sharp rebuke, Wuji snapped back to reality, finally directing his attention to Ye Changsheng, who was holding Gu Qingyi's hand. Instantly, a surge of anger coursed through him, akin to that of a treasure being snatched away. "Who are you?" Wuji asked coldly, displaying no regard for Ye Changsheng, Ye Changsheng, unable to contain his exasperation. Retorted, "You claim to seek Gu Qingyi, yet you do not even know what her husband looks like." Wuji feigned realization. "Ah, so you are that renowned waste of the Yi family. What peculiarities could someone like you possess that would intrigue this prince?" Before Ye Changsheng could respond, Gu Qingyi interjected with indignation, "Silence. You are but a mere spirit realm cultivator. What right do you have to speak impertinently to my husband? Should you dare utter such insolence again, do not blame me for being ungracious." After spending some time together, Ye Changsheng's shadow had long taken residence in her heart, leaving no room for disparagement. Yet, Wuji dismissed her words, turning his attention to Gu Qingyi. "Master Gu, you are well aware that Ye Changsheng is merely a waste incapable of cultivation. What benefits could marrying Miss Qingyi to him possibly bring to the Gu family? It is well known that in the Wanyuan continent, the law of the jungle prevails in terms of status. This prince is the 3rd prince, far superior to a mere waste of an imperial son. Regarding strength, my dynasty ranks among the best in the central continent. How could the Yi family compare, like fireflies to the bright moon? If Master Gu is willing, perhaps consider marrying Miss Qingyi to this prince instead, that I can easily persuade my father to forge a partnership between the Gu family and the Ying dynasty, which would yield far greater profits than an alliance with a small family like the Yes. Gu Qingyi's eyes flickered. His expression remained grim, yet he could not deny a flicker of temptation within. The primary reason he had consented to Gu Qingyi's marriage to Ye Changsheng was the potential assistance the Yi family, a top power in the eastern continent, could provide to the Gu family. Not to mention the formidable figure before him, a paragon of the emperor's realm. However, compared to the Ying dynasty, the Yi family seemed lacking. Even Ye's father, a formidable emperor, had counterparts within the dynasty who could rival him. Observing Gu Qingyi's silence, Wuji's face broke into a smile. "Master Gu, think carefully. If Miss Qingyi marries me, the resources provided by the Ying dynasty would far surpass those of the Yi family. Should she assist this prince in ascending to the imperial throne, the benefits to the Gu family would exceed your expectations. Even aside from that, with Miss Qingyi's talents and the various resources of the Ying dynasty, the Gu family could potentially produce a quasi-emperor in the future. Such an immense advantage. Is there still a need for deliberation?" Wuji was exceedingly confident in the terms he had laid out. Even envisioning the moment he acquired the 9 apertures Linglong's sacred body, astonishing his brothers and father with his advancement in cultivation. Yet at this moment, Gu Qingyi remained composed. He had experience enough to not be a naive youth. The conditions presented by Wuji, while seemingly generous, were merely empty promises, akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. Moreover, the peril involved in vying for the throne was immense. A mere Gu family entangled in such affairs could face unforeseen troubles. If the endeavor backfired, the Gu family might not only miss the opportunity for advancement, but could even risk annihilation. Furthermore, as Gu Qingyi scrutinized Wuji, he could not help but shake his head slightly. Given the brash and volatile nature of this 3rd prince, whose talents were said to be inferior to those of his brothers, the prospect of him claiming the imperial throne seemed as difficult as reaching the heavens. With little hope of success, "3rd prince, it would be wise to temper your words. Since Qingyi is already married to Changsheng, I possess neither the audacity nor the inclination to demand a divorce. Should I pursue such a course, I would only invite ridicule from the world. 3rd prince, Do refrain from making a jest. Ye Changsheng swiftly quelled the wavering thoughts in his mind, unhesitatingly rejecting Ing Wuji's proposition. To ally with such a reckless individual would be tantamount to placing the future of the Gu family in peril. Ing Wuji's expression faltered momentarily, his demeanor shifting to one of cold fury. Master Gu, you must consider this carefully. I have considered it quite thoroughly. Qingyi and Changsheng are a match made in heaven, their affections mutual. Being questioned in such a manner by a junior, even a clay figurine would possess some anger. How much more so for the head of the Gu family? Ye Changsheng watched the verbal duel with interest, astounded by the audacity of this third prince of the Ing dynasty. To intrude upon another's territory and attempt to seize a woman while brazenly boasting before her father was a display of sheer folly. Such a dimwit, if not for the backing of the Ing dynasty, would have likely met his demise countless times over. Yet at that moment, a suggestion from the system echoed in his mind. Defeat the third prince of the Ing. Danger level: moderate, difficulty, quite challenging. Reward: supreme gift package. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Ye Changsheng's countenance shifted dramatically. Since acquiring the system, this was the first time he had received a suggestion from it. The mere mention of the supreme gift package sent his mind into a frenzy. To be recognized by the system as a supreme package meant that its contents would undoubtedly be extraordinary, considering his own inability to cultivate as a Da Huang ancient Dao body. He suddenly harbored a bold conjecture. Could it be that this supreme gift package would contain the cultivation method for the Da Huang ancient Dao body? The thought alone sent his heart racing like a drum. Regardless of what lay within this package, it would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous boon for him. With such an opportunity before him, failing to seize it would surely lead to regret. Ing Wuji's derisive laughter continued. Master Gu, your judgment is truly lacking. Reject the overtures of a prince for the sake of a waste is beyond my comprehension. Gu Qingyi abruptly turned, her expression anxious as she regarded Ye Changsheng. She sensed him loosening his grip on her hand. Husband, do not act recklessly. That Ing Wuji is a spirit realm cultivator. Yet Ye Changsheng patted her hand reassuringly, smiling as he softly replied, do not worry. I shall not act impulsively. After releasing Gu Qingyi, he steadily approached Ing Wuji. Your words have greatly displeased me. Ye Changsheng advanced. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Ing Wuji's eyes. His earlier insults aimed to provoke Ye Changsheng into action. With Ye's father and the formidable members of the Ye family present, he had no means to deal with this waste. However, should Ye Changsheng step forward, the outcome would be entirely different. This would afford him the perfect opportunity to assert dominance over the waste, humiliating him before the eyes of the world. Not only could he establish his authority, but he could also illustrate the vast chasm between himself and the talents of the central continent. Perhaps, in light of this, Gu Qingyi might reconsider and arrange for Gu Qingyi's marriage to him instead. This thought crossed his mind. Before Ye Changsheng could reach him, Ing Wuji suddenly unleashed the pressure of his spirit realm cultivation. A formidable aura erupted, bearing down directly upon Ye Changsheng. Ye Qingyi's expression turned tense. Her husband could not cultivate, and she feared he would struggle to withstand such force. However, before the eyes of the Ye family and various powers, Ye Changsheng appeared utterly unfazed. His demeanor relaxed as he steadily approached Ing Wuji. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The cold smile on Ing Wuji's face gradually morphed into shock, then confusion. Logically, a waste incapable of cultivation should not be able to endure his pressure. Yet, why did Ye Changsheng seem unaffected? His disbelief led him to probe Ye Changsheng with his divine sense repeatedly, but he found no sign of any cultivation. How was he accomplishing this? As Ing Wuji wrestled with his astonishment, Ye Changsheng had already closed the distance to within 5 or 6 steps. Third prince, your arrogance is truly off-putting. Ing Wuji's countenance darkened as he deliberately questioned, who are you to speak to this prince in such a manner? Ye Changsheng shrugged nonchalantly. Third prince, feigning ignorance is futile. I am Ye Changsheng, Qingyi's husband. The so-called waste you speak of. It is you, then. The prince had thought that you would remain sheltered under the protection of your elders and the wings of women. Yet here you are, daring to appear before me. Ye Changsheng chuckled lightly, maintaining an air of composure as he replied, Oh, Not at all. While I may be timid, I'm certainly not as despicable as the third prince, who visits without courtesy and covets another man's already wedded wife. Such barbaric and shameless conduct is beyond my capabilities. In this realm of shamelessness, you are indeed the senior. As soon as he finished speaking, the young talents surrounding them, who were displeased with Wuji's arrogance, immediately chimed in. Indeed, I thought the third prince of the Dang dynasty to be a figure of renown, only to find he is merely a lecherous scoundrel. This statement was not only incorrect, he was an overtly lecherous scoundrel. Such disgraceful thoughts should be kept hidden, for he seemed utterly devoid of shame. Brother Su speaks truly. I asked this person really from Zhongzhou? Surely, not all from Zhongzhou are such ethically bankrupt individuals. The young talents from Dongzhou, who were typically proud and lofty, felt their grievances deepen as they were belittled by the talents from Zhongzhou. With Wuji's brazen arrogance, dismissing even the esteemed Yi family of Dongzhou, it was no wonder their resentment grew thick. Listening to the mocking voices around him, Wuji's gaze gradually turned murderous. Boy, it appears you are courting death. Ye Changsheng showed no signs of fear, smiling as he retorted. The third prince is indeed domineering. Is it customary for you Zhongzhou people to dictate life and death so readily? Upon hearing Ye Changsheng's words, Wuji's eyes narrowed. This individual appeared weak, yet his words were sharp, swiftly positioning the talents of Zhongzhou against those of Dongzhou. If he continued his earlier domineering demeanor, he might incite the wrath of the crowd. I did not expect that although you are a waste, you possess a sharp tongue. Wuji sneered, stepping forward slightly. However, this prince cannot be bothered to argue with an ant. Kneel and speak. Before he could finish, a faint dragon's roar resonated from within Wuji. His robe billowed, and an even more formidable aura erupted, vaguely reminiscent of the azure dragon beneath him. Humph, let us see how you will remain defiant. Wuji thought to himself, envisioning the moment Ye Changsheng would collapse, bloodied. Yet moments later, his eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Ye Changsheng remained smiling at a distance, as if the overwhelming power that had just crushed the talents of Dongzhou was nothing more than a gentle breeze. Is this the Azure Dragon's shattering spirit realm? Gu Qingyi suddenly recalled something, his face displaying surprise. The surrounding talents from Dongzhou grew curious. Master Gu, what is the Azure Dragon's shattering spirit realm? Gu Qingyi promptly explained. It is said that the Dang dynasty possesses a technique that utilizes the blood of the tamed Azure Dragon to refine spiritual power, imbuing it with the unique oppressive aura of the Azure Dragon that can suppress all races. Those who master it can even gain the special effects of the Azure Dragon race, such as easily tearing apart protective spiritual shields and inflicting damage upon the mind. Think that Wuji had managed to cultivate this technique. Indeed, the talents of Zhongzhou were not to be underestimated. The audience felt a chill run down their spines. The technique capable of inflicting damage upon the mind was a rare treasure, with barely a few known in all of Dongzhou. Only a powerful force like the Dang dynasty might possess such techniques. The effects of this formidable technique could render its wielder nearly invincible among peers. For Wuji, to use such a technique against someone without cultivation was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, Ye Changsheng appeared utterly unfazed, his expression unchanged. Wuji was filled with confusion. Time and time again, he scrutinized Ye Changsheng, finding no trace of spiritual power, confirming that this person was indeed a waste incapable of cultivation. But how could a waste withstand the Azure Dragon's shattering spirit realm? How did you evade my Azure Dragon's shattering spirit realm? Ye Changsheng replied nonchalantly, slightly curling his lips. The Azure Dragon's shattering spirit realm? Is it truly so formidable? If even a person without cultivation like myself can handle it, perhaps you should return to your father and ask for a better technique. Wuji's murderous intent surged. Arrogant fool, do you truly believe this prince cannot do anything to you? Oh dear, third prince, please do not be angry. As someone without cultivation, how could I possibly be your match? Ye Changsheng feigned submission, only to immediately retort. Our third prince is indeed a genius of Zhongzhou, yet you vent your anger upon a waste like me. Are you not afraid of tarnishing the reputation of the Dang dynasty? It is good that you know you are a waste. Out of respect for Uncle Yi, I cannot be bothered to argue with you, but you must recognize your own identity without the protection of Uncle Yi and the Yi family. What are you but a waste, unworthy to stand before this prince? Ye Changsheng's expression grew colder, and he shot back without reservation. Yes, the third prince is exceedingly proud, relying on your noble lineage and commendable cultivation to run rampant. Is that right? Silence. Ingwuji erupted in fury, losing all sense of restraint. How dare you, a mere waste, accuse this prince, if not for your reliance on the Yi family and your father's influence? How would Gu Qingyi, with her unparalleled talent, ever consider marrying you, a waste incapable of cultivation? You, who are nothing more than a sycophant, have the audacity to cast aspersions upon me, truly shameless, as those words left his lips. Gu Jingshin's expression darkened considerably. While he had indeed agreed to the marriage with the Yi family out of a desire to rise in status, it was also due to a long-standing engagement between the families and his daughter's consent. Yet now, spoken from Ingwuji's mouth, it made his family seem like a group of spineless fools, unable to protect their own daughter. However, it seemed that everyone underestimated Ye Changsheng's sharp tongue. Ha! Third prince, are you attempting to amuse me with such words? Coercion and enticement. For you to utter such claims, do you not fear the laughter of others? Do you mean to suggest that all the women in the Wang residence willingly followed you back? Unbeknownst to you, your notorious reputation for seducing innocent women has already reached Dongzhou that I truly did not expect someone as utterly shameless as you would dare to voice such words so publicly. This barrage of words struck at Ingwuji's sore spot, causing him to grit his teeth and glare furiously at Ye Changsheng. Do not be so hasty to react to the truth. Did you not say I had coerced Gu Qingyi into marriage? It just so happens that our clan's divine scion, Xiao Chen, had previously harbored doubts and tested this matter. Since Gu Qingyi is present today, why not ask her to clarify whether she willingly married me? Originally, in the corner, Xiao Chen had been enjoying the spectacle, but suddenly being dragged into this matter left his face darkened as if it had been scorched. He had already been troubled by this issue, and now this rascal brought it up publicly, as if to stab him in the back. However, with so many eyes upon him, he could not lash out, only huff softly and remain silent. Upon hearing Ye Changsheng call for her, Gu Qingyi approached his side. Her celestial-like serene face was exceptionally calm, and she even took the initiative to grasp Ye Changsheng's hand. The soft warmth of her touch sent a jolt through Ye Changsheng's heart. Third prince, please do not spread rumors that my marriage to my husband was entirely my own choice, and I was not coerced in any way. My Gu family has never been pressured by the Yi family in this matter. Father, would you not agree? Gu Jingshin paused momentarily, then cleared his throat and nodded. Indeed, what Qingyi says is the truth. I and Brother Yi have been friends since our youth, and we agreed upon this union for our children. Once Qingyi and Changsheng came of age, we proceeded with the arrangement. This matter has always been one of mutual consent between the two children, without any involvement of those chaotic reasons. Third prince, please refrain from spreading falsehoods. Have you heard that? What more do you have to say? Ye Changsheng spoke calmly, a hint of mockery gracing his expression. In the corner, Xiao Chen's gaze was sharp as he muttered through clenched teeth, that scoundrel. What could the Gu family and Qingyi possibly see in him? Gu Jingshin's public declaration utterly dismantled the rumors surrounding the matter. Ingwuji gazed deeply at the composed Gu Qingyi and suddenly proclaimed, since this is a matter of mutual consent, this prince has no objections. I merely came to seek justice for Gu Qingyi. Having heard rumors of her being coerced, since there is no underlying issue, this prince shall no longer concern himself with IT and not attempt to twist the truth here. This prince would never engage in the act of abducting another's wife. Do not tarnish the reputation of the Dang dynasty. Thus, Uncle Yi, this prince shall take my leave. Having spoken, he turned and made his way towards the distant azure dragon lying on the ground. Ye Changsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, what happened to that arrogant demeanor he had just moments ago? Why did he leave so abruptly? With his departure, what would become of his supreme gift package? The thought sent a wave of urgency through him. He couldn't let him go. Ha. The third prince certainly speaks lightly. You first flaunt your power in the Ye family, show disrespect to your elders, and indiscriminately covet my wife. Now you say you're leaving, which is rather dismissive of both me, the young master, and the Ye family, wouldn't you say? At these words, everyone stared in shock at Ye Changsheng. This waste dared to speak to Ingwuji in such a manner? Ye father, however, wore a satisfied smile, stroking his beard in approval. Although his son could not cultivate, he had not lost that innate pride and spirit. Oh, what do you intend to do? Ingwuji halted, turning his head to regard Ye Changsheng with a bemused smile. Why, Ye Changsheng replied with a cheerful demeanor. I have heard that the grading dynasty and the third prince have conducted extensive research on various special physiques. Coincidentally, I have dabbled in this as well, that if the third prince is willing, shall we exchange insights? This statement struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the crowd in a state of stunned disbelief. No, I must have misheard. That waste from a Ye family is actively provoking Ingwuji. Indeed, it seems he truly intends to do so. Is he mad? That is the third prince of the grading dynasty, a cultivator of the spirit mansion realm, and a peerless talent of the central continent. The crowd was abuzz with whispers and conjectures, speculating whether Ye Changsheng had lost his mind, that he has no cultivation at all. Is he not courting death by challenging such a genius? In a corner, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up with excitement as he pumped his fist. This waste truly does not know his own limits, daring to provoke Ingwuji. This time, he is surely doomed. Exactly, Chen Gu. We are in for a good show. Yi too was equally thrilled, never expecting Ye Changsheng to rush headlong into death. Gu Qingyi looked at Ye Changsheng in surprise, taken aback by his actions. However, after a brief moment, a smile graced her delicate features. It seems her husband has changed somewhat. Jiu father also nodded with a smile, greatly admiring Ye Changsheng's display of masculinity. Brother Yi, you have taught Changsheng well. Brother Gu overestimates him. This lad is simply stepping up. Previously, Ye Changsheng had always been seen as frivolous, and with his inability to cultivate, many of the Yi family held disparaging views of him. Now, with Ingwuji's tyranny, resentment had long since built up within the Yi family. Witnessing this once timid young master bravely stepping forward drew considerable support from the onlookers. In response to Ingwuji's retort, Ye Changsheng smiled and said, Third Prince, you have considerable knowledge regarding these special physiques. I wonder if you are familiar with my ancient desolate Dao body. A waste physique? What is there to understand? Ingwuji scoffed coldly, showing no regard for him. You did not come seeking guidance. You wish to challenge me? Ye Changsheng feigned a mournful sigh and replied, Alas, you know well that I cannot cultivate with this ancient desolate Dao body. How about we spar without utilizing any cultivation, relying solely on our physical prowess? At these words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Gu Qingyi furrowed her brows, watching Ye Changsheng's back, hesitant to speak, though she knew her husband had been training the physical techniques rewarded by the Heavenly Dao steel. She was uncertain of his progress. Furthermore, Ingwuji, a genius who had cultivated the Azure Dragon shattering divine technique, possessed a physique enhanced by beastly bloodlines, making him innately stronger than most, coupled with formidable techniques. Even in a physical confrontation, he had few equals. Was her husband acting recklessly? Ye father also felt a flicker of concern. While he was pleased to see his son stepping forward, facing a genius like Ingwuji might prove to be a daunting task. Initially, he had intended to leverage the situation to compel Ingwuji to concede, but now with his son's unexpected declaration, he felt a mix of worry and resolve at worst. He could intervene if Ye Changsheng found himself in danger. After all, with Ye Changsheng's reputation as a waste physique, daring to challenge Ingwuji would already earn him a new level of respect. Even in defeat, few would dare to chastise him. The crowd was abuzz with varying thoughts, all awaiting Ingwuji's response. Observing the composed Ye Changsheng, Ingwuji felt an inner surge of exhilaration. Originally, after the head of the Gu family spoke, this matter should have concluded, for the might of the emperor was not something he, as a junior, could provoke. Yet now, this oblivious Ye Changsheng had collided with him, and he could not be blamed. You certainly have audacity. Are you implying that you wish to challenge me? Are you perhaps afraid? Your Highness? Ingwuji burst into uproarious laughter, his voice echoing like the roar of a dragon. Very well, I believed you to be merely a waste sheltered under your elders, but you do possess some spirit. However, how dare you insinuate that I am afraid? For that, I shall teach you a lesson today." As his words fell, he turned to Ye father and said, "Uncle Ye, this was his own challenge. You wouldn't hold it against me for being too harsh, would you?" Before Ye father could respond, Ye Changsheng interjected, "Third prince, this matter is entirely my own volition. It involves no one else. Let me see if the Azure Dragon-shattering divine technique of the Grading Dynasty is as formidable as its reputation suggests." Gu Qingyi nervously wrung her hands, hoping Ye father would intervene to halt this confrontation. Chapter 34. Ye Changsheng's confidence? Ye Changsheng glanced back at his father, who seemed momentarily lost for words. The usually carefree boy had inexplicably adopted a serious demeanor. Shaking his head slightly at his father, Ye father was momentarily entranced. Then, in the astonished gazes of the crowd, he spoke deliberately. "If you are eager to spar, this family head shall not obstruct it. However, do temper your strength. Do not endanger lives." As his words fell, chaos erupted. Ye father had not prevented the duel. Was he truly going to watch his precious son get beaten? Gu Qingyi had intended to offer further counsel, but realizing both her husband and father-in-law had agreed, she refrained, fearing that to do otherwise would be to slap her own face. Thus, this seemingly uneven contest was set in motion. Ye Changsheng, with an air of grace, extended his hand to Ing Wuji. "After you, Daha. What audacity! Who do you think you are?" Ing Wuji smirked disdainfully, yet a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, the sounds of explosive energy resonating within him like distant thunder, seemingly containing torrents of terrifying power. This formidable pressure emanated solely from the flow of his blood and energy, without him even employing any cultivation. Ing Wuji grinned maliciously. "Ha! Ye Changsheng, are you ready to meet your demise?" Yet Ye Changsheng merely replied calmly, "It is still too early to say such things." He slightly parted his feet, settling into a stable stance, his expression unyielding, still defiant even in the face of death. Ing Wuji bellowed, the sound of a dragon's roar echoing from within him, as his skin became covered in a faint azure-scaled armor, resonating with the distant azure dragon. The overwhelming pressure he emanated surged forth, causing those around him to feel a sense of trepidation. With a powerful thrust of his foot, the ground beneath him crumbled into a small pit. His figure vanished like a specter, leaving behind fleeting afterimages in the air. Ye Changsheng's expression hardened, his gaze flashing with golden light. Unflinching, he charged forward, taking 3 steps before throwing a punch. That moment, Ing Wuji's figure solidified, and he unleashed a punch infused with tremendous force. Their fists colliding in a thunderous clash. Gu Qingyi anxiously covered her mouth, fearing she might scream. In contrast to Ing Wuji, Ye Changsheng's momentum appeared rather feeble. On the surface, it seemed Ye Changsheng's strength was vastly inferior. Yet only those with profound cultivation could perceive the glimmering layer of dark golden light that enveloped his form. The stark contrast in their power left many in the crowd closing their eyes, fearful of witnessing a bloody scene. Just as everyone believed Ye Changsheng was on the verge of defeat, both fighters suddenly retracted their fists. Ing Wuji's face displayed astonishment, while Ye Changsheng remained perfectly calm, as if the prior clash had been inconsequential. Interesting, Ing Wuji's lips curled in a smirk, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. He had not anticipated that his full-force strike would leave Ye Changsheng utterly unharmed. This battle had become even more anticipated. Bang! A thunderous and oppressive roar reverberated like the beating of a war drum, instantly causing a deafening cacophony in the ears of those nearby. The ground beneath the 2 men fractured, sending shards of jade flying like deadly projectiles, whistling through the air with a piercing sound. Ye's father, secretly focused and somewhat anxious, observed the scene, prepared to intervene at the slightest hint of danger to Ye Changsheng. As the fragments descended, a faint azure and dark golden glow radiated from both individuals, their fists clashing in a stalemate. A flicker of disbelief crossed Ing Wuji's eyes. How could this seemingly untrainable waste possess such formidable physical prowess, almost rivaling his own Qingjiao body? In the next moment, fury surged within him. "Step back!" he bellowed, a surge of overwhelming power erupting within him. Crashing towards Ye Changsheng, intent on forcing him back. Yet Ye Changsheng remained undaunted. A similarly powerful force surging forth from within him, as their strengths collided. Both men involuntarily stumbled backward from the impact. Wuji retreated 3 steps, while Ye Changsheng stood his ground, not yielding an inch. This evenly matched outcome left all onlookers in stunned silence. How could this be possible? Wuji and Ye Changsheng, seemingly evenly matched, amidst the gasps of countless spectators, Ye Changsheng shook his hand, grinning broadly, revealing a row of white teeth. It seems the crown prince's Qingjiao body is nothing extraordinary after all. Before Wuji could respond, a clear, youthful voice suddenly rang out from the crowd of Ye's family members. "Go, brother! Defeat this arrogant scoundrel!" Xiao, having bounded over at some point, was now enthusiastically cheering for Ye Changsheng, her tiny fists pumping in encouragement. "Go, brother! Go, brother!" Her exuberant cries captured everyone's attention instantly. The Ye family members, momentarily taken aback, were gradually infected by her enthusiasm, their scattered cheers coalescing into a unified roar. After all, they were members of the Ye family. When faced with the humiliation from outsiders, they could still stand together as one. The deafening cheers echoed through the air, bringing a smile to Ye Changsheng's face. The earlier clash had merely been a test. He had held back to maintain his defenses. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed that Wuji's physical prowess was merely average. If that were the case, he need not hold back any longer and could unleash his full potential. Wuji stared in a daze at his slightly trembling fist, his expression rife with disbelief. How could this untrainable waste possess such incredible physical strength, rivaling his own Qingjiao body? This outcome was difficult for his proud heart to accept. He had thought that with his overwhelming strength, even if he couldn't defeat this waste with a single punch, he could at least severely injure him, that he was the one who should be basking in the crowd's cheers, not this waste before him. Damn it all! He suddenly shouted in anger, his fury nearly consuming his reason. Lowering his body slightly, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, as Ye Changsheng turned to greet Xiao, he suddenly felt a fierce wind rushing toward him. "Be careful, husband!" Gu Qingyi couldn't help but shout. Wuji's sudden and stealthy attack caught Ye Changsheng off guard, and even with his exceptional abilities, he could easily be injured in such an unforeseen moment. In a critical instant, Wuji's fist wind had already reached Ye Changsheng's face. He suddenly leaned down, nearly parallel to the ground, utilizing a bridge-like maneuver to evade the assault. Then, taking advantage of the momentum, he flipped his body, one hand planted on the ground, while his right leg lashed out like a whip towards Wuji's back. Bang! Another jarring impact echoed, as Wuji braced himself against the force, relying on his robust physique to endure the blow. Although the damage was minimal, he staggered back a few steps. "You shall pay for this," failing to land a surprise attack and being pushed back instead. He was engulfed in rage, turning around to unleash a torrent of punches like a dragon, raining down upon Ye Changsheng. Yet Ye Changsheng showed no signs of retreat, his hair billowing in the air, a radiant golden light emanating from his body as he retaliated with remarkable speed. Bang! 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 The relentless sounds of impact resonated like Wuji found it hard to believe, after enduring so many assaults. Could Ye Changsheng truly remain unfazed? Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he surged forward once more, abandoning all defenses to engage Ye Changsheng in direct combat. He was gambling, betting that Ye Changsheng's internal condition was equally dire, that the calm he exhibited was merely a fade. He wagered that Ye Changsheng would not withstand his onslaught and would falter first, as the terrifying force continued to rain down upon him. Ye Changsheng felt an unexpected thrill of joy within that if this continued, the invisible shackles within him would undoubtedly shatter completely, and the surging warmth within him had grown to a conspicuously vigorous level, causing every part of his body to rejoice. Thus, he deliberately slowed his attack, luring Wuji to keep pressing forward, ensuring he would not relent to the onlookers. It appeared as though Ye Changsheng had reached his limits, on the verge of collapsing under the relentless tempest of Wuji's strikes. Alas, it seemed that the scion of the Ye family was ultimately one step behind in this game. Indeed, he was unable to cultivate, lacking the nourishment of spiritual energy, inherently inferior to others. That I suspect Ye Changsheng will soon meet his defeat. The gathered crowd from Dongzhou murmured among themselves, believing Ye Changsheng had lost all hope of turning the tide, clinging merely to the will to endure. However, the elite of Dongzhou, along with some highly skilled individuals, gazed intently at the battle unfolding before them, perhaps growing weary of the chattering voices. One young prodigy from Dongzhou could not help but scoff. A bunch of short-sighted fools, utterly oblivious to the current situation, speculating recklessly. Though Ing Wuji appears to hold the upper hand, his steps are unsteady and his vitality waning. He is on the brink of collapse. Conversely, Ye Changsheng still exudes a steady and enduring aura. It is likely he will emerge victorious soon. Upon hearing these words, the younger generation of Dongzhou erupted in astonishment. The speaker was among the prominent talents of Dongzhou, and his insight seemed to hold merit. Furthermore, the expressions of the elder veterans seemed to corroborate this perspective. "This is hardly possible," someone exclaimed incredulously, struggling to accept that Ing Wuji could be bested by an obscure and seemingly ineffective individual. Ah, truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Nearby, several talented individuals from Zhongzhou chuckled derisively. You Dongzhou folk are indeed easily astonished. If Ing Wuji's Qingjiao sacred body possesses only such capabilities, how could he ever be deemed a genius in Zhongzhou? The young man in red furrowed his brow, displeased with the Zhongzhou talent's remark. The situation in the arena was crystal clear. Could they truly be so blind? Ha! The Zhongzhou genius sneered, his face radiating pride and disdain. You claim we lack vision. Do you not know that the Qingjiao sacred body of the Dang dynasty was created by the ancient powerhouse, the Qingsong Holy Emperor? A technique devised by an unparalleled figure of the Imperial realm cannot possibly possess only this level of might. These words left the Dongzhou talents utterly astonished. Listen closely. I shall enlighten you today. The Qingjiao sacred body that Ing Wuji cultivates is merely a rudimentary version, the true name of the technique. Created by the Qingsong Holy Emperor is the Qinglong sacred body, refined using the blood of a genuine Qinglong. Surely, you have heard of the legendary Qinglong beast. Only those of Dao platform realm can withstand such blood refinement. When fully cultivated, even among Imperial-level experts, one would be invincible at the same tier, highlighting its formidable nature. Naturally, the current Ing Wuji cannot bear the true Qinglong bloodline, so the younger generation of the Dang dynasty first utilizes the Qingjiao bloodline for foundation building before waiting to cultivate the genuine Qinglong sacred body. Even in this diluted form, Ing Wuji ranks among the top 30 talents of Zhongzhou. That's right. Even those outside the top 50 in Zhongzhou, which shine brightly in Dongzhou. Do you truly believe Ing Wuji possesses only such abilities? Upon hearing the Zhongzhou genius's exposition, many gasped in disbelief, and oh wonder Zhongzhou looked down upon Dongzhou. The quality of the younger generation of talents was indeed a significant disparity, making comparison difficult. The young man in red, filled with reluctance, retorted, "No matter how much you praise Ing Wuji, he remains at a disadvantage." A stubborn duckling. Let us observe. The Zhongzhou genius scoffed, dismissing the red-clad youth's protest with a cold huff. In the arena, Ing Wuji was now gasping for breath, his arms covered in a layer of pinkish mist emanating from his body. Ye Changsheng felt an overwhelming sense of comfort within, akin to being immersed in icy water on a scorching summer day. His entire being suffused with a sense of clarity and elation. Noticing Ing Wuji momentarily halting his assault, he seized the opportunity to mock. Oh, is this all that the esteemed third prince of the Dang dynasty can muster? The Qingjiao sacred body of your dynasty seems rather underwhelming. Ing Wuji lifted his head, a grotesque grin spreading across his scaly visage. This prince admits to having underestimated you, worthless as you are. However, do you truly believe that your petty tricks can challenge me? Since you have courted your own demise, do not blame me for being ungracious. As his words fell, his bloodshot eyes suddenly radiated a faint azure glow. With a low shout, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure erupted from Ing Wuji, even startling Yi Fu, who was observing the battle at the aura of a Qinglong. He murmured, concern flickering across his features. Does Ing Wuji possess a drop of genuine Qinglong blood? I wonder if Changsheng can withstand it. Yet this terrifying aura vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, leaving the onlookers in shock. Even those hidden observers were taken aback. Is that genuine Qinglong blood? Indeed, based on the aura, it cannot be mistaken. The Dang dynasty truly spares no expense on its juniors, and no wonder it is the most powerful among the 5 continents. Its reputation for affluence is well-deserved. The previously scoffing Zhongzhou genius now chuckled, turning to the visibly shaken Dongzhou talents. See, this is the true power of Ingwuji if he cannot subdue this worthless being. He is unworthy of ranking among the top 30 talents of Zhongzhou. Faced with the Zhongzhou genius's mockery, the Dongzhou talents found themselves unable to retort. The terrifying aura unleashed by Ingwuji was too overwhelming. They had no confidence that even if they banded together, they could withstand it. Ye Changsheng's expression grew grave. When that surge of Qinglong aura erupted, he indeed felt an unavoidable sense of mortal peril. Yet, this was merely due to the inherent nature of the Qinglong aura and bore little relation to Ingwuji himself. This prince shall let you witness the true Qingjiao sacred body. Though he bore a drop of genuine Qinglong blood, Ingwuji did not shamelessly claim to be the Qinglong sacred body. He was well aware that such a claim would invite ridicule upon his return to Zhongzhou. As the Qinglong blood within him surged, a resonant dragon's roar echoed from within his body. The scales covering him seemed to be painted anew, shifting from a light azure to a deep, rich cerulean, radiating a faint glow. The previously weakened aura surged back to a formidable state, even surpassing his initial condition. Feeling the tumultuous and overwhelming power within him, Ingwuji grinned wickedly, resembling a ferocious dragon ready to strike. Prepare yourself. Meet your demise. This sudden turn of events left the Dongzhou crowd hanging in suspense. It appeared that Ye Changsheng was indeed no match for him. The Zhongzhou genius continued to mock disdainfully. With the nourishment of Qinglong blood, the Qingjiao body will truly achieve a self-sustaining vitality. Henceforth, his endurance shall be unmatched. What chance does that worthless body have to win? The Dongzhou elites found themselves speechless, their gazes resting on Ye Changsheng, who remained expressionless, feeling an odd sense of sympathy. Yet Ye Changsheng himself felt strangely unfazed, for reasons unknown. Despite Ingwuji channeling the Qinglong blood, he sensed that it posed no substantial threat to him. Perhaps this sentiment was overly presumptuous, yet it was indeed his genuine feeling. Lost in thought, Ingwuji unleashed a furious roar, his figure vanishing instantaneously from sight, appearing even faster than before. Such astonishing speed left the spectators in utter shock. The Qingjiao sacred body had already been the incessant, dull thuds echoed relentlessly, with Ye Changsheng seemingly at a disadvantage, forced into a state of mere defense without any capacity for counterattack, though it may appear slow. In reality, only 6 breaths had elapsed since the commencement of their confrontation. In this brief span, Ye Changsheng had endured dozens of punches, resembling a small boat amidst a tempest, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. He paid no heed to Ingwuji's assaults. Those seemingly powerful blows merely inflicted some pain, without causing actual harm. Relying solely on his instinctual reflexes, he shielded his more vulnerable, lethal areas. The surge of heat within him had reached its zenith, with the cells throughout his body thirstily welcoming this warm flow. Simultaneously, his indestructible golden body, akin to pure iron being forged under a hammer, became increasingly refined and robust. At this moment, he experienced a peculiar sensation, as if he could obliterate Ingwuji with a single punch. Ye Changsheng was acutely aware that this feeling stemmed from the enhancement of his physique, signifying the evolution of his indestructible golden body, which could now at least suppress the Qingjiao sacred body. After a series of attacks, Ingwuji landed to catch his breath. He bellowed, spitting out those 2 words with no further ado, charging forth with the intent to decisively defeat Ye Changsheng. A strange glimmer suddenly ignited in Ye Changsheng's eyes. After enduring such a relentless barrage, it was time to return the favor. Death, the chilling wind of his punch, threatened to deplete the air around him. Descending with the force of 10,000 pounds, the talents of the eastern continent were filled with immense dread. If any one of them were to take his place, they would surely face certain death beneath such a punch. Ye Changsheng's father wore a grave expression, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. The onlookers seemed to envision a gruesome outcome for Ye Changsheng, with some timidly turning away to avoid the sight. However, in the face of this seemingly fatal blow, Ye Changsheng executed an unexpected maneuver. He stepped back with his right leg and then lunged forward. With a bow stance, he unleashed his punch. Wuji's fist struck his chest in the blink of an eye. While Ye Changsheng's unguarded movement inadvertently left Wuji with little room to evade. Bam! The two sounds of impact resonated almost simultaneously, accompanied by a distinct crack. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Ye Changsheng's mouth. After all, the Qingjiao sacred body was formidable. Enduring such a fierce attack had indeed inflicted some injuries. The outcome is clear, proclaimed the talent from the central continent, convinced that it was now time to witness Ye Changsheng's fall. In the next moment, thud, Wuji collapsed onto the ground. A clear imprint of a fist indented on his forehead, blood seeping from his 7 orifices that a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Ye Changsheng exhaled slowly, rubbing his aching chest. That punch from Wuji was no trivial matter. He was certain his body bore some bruises. How is this possible? The talents of the central continent stared blankly at the motionless Wuji, murmuring in bewilderment. This utterance acted as a signal, igniting the crowd into a frenzy. Wuji was defeated? He was the 3rd prince of the Da'ing dynasty, and he was bested by A. The clamor erupted like a tidal wave, cheers and applause ringing deafeningly. Ye Yao screamed with wild abandon, leaping up and clapping her little hands until they turned in stark contrast. The faces of the central continent's talents were filled with shock and pallor. Wuji was ranked among the top 30 talents. To be defeated so easily implied that they too were no match for Ye Changsheng, perhaps even at risk of being brutally slain. Gu Qingyi finally relaxed her anxious heart, her gaze toward her husband sparkling with admiration. Ye Changsheng's father couldn't suppress a smile, pride swelling within him as he thought, "My son has truly made a name for himself today." Yet at that moment, someone suddenly voiced their concern. What if Wuji remains unresponsive? Could he have been killed by Ye Changsheng? This statement detonated like a bomb, instantly quieting the crowd. They suddenly recalled that Wuji was indeed the 3rd prince of the Da'ing dynasty. If he were to perish here, would the dynasty remain indifferent? Only Ye Changsheng understood fully that the Qingjiao sacred body was exceptionally resilient. Though his punch appeared deadly, Wuji was not so easily dispatched. Just then, a series of dragon roars emanated from the fallen Wuji. This dragon roar resembled the true voice of an azure dragon, filled with majesty and an overwhelming presence, starkly different from the cries of Qingjiao. A glimmer of green light ascended from his body at that moment. Wuji, teetering between life and death, opened his eyes and struggled to rise from the ground. His clothes were tattered, blood splattered across his face, and a clear imprint of a fist marred his forehead, rendering him a pitiful sight. Yet simultaneously, waves of azure light surged around his body, gradually healing those horrific wounds. Such an extraordinary recovery ability left the younger generation of the Eastern continent gasping in astonishment. Initially, they felt that although the talents of the central continent were formidable, they could still hold their own. However, witnessing the ferocity of the exchange and the terrifying vitality and recovery of the Qingjiao sacred body, they realized that any attempt to match them would be tantamount to delivering themselves as offerings to in a corner. Xiao Chen's face was contorted with rage and envy. He had originally believed that Wuji's prowess would easily secure victory over Ye Changsheng. But the outcome was far from what he had anticipated. The most disheartening realization dawned upon him. If he were to replace Wuji, he would likely falter even without the need for the latter to summon the true blood of the Azure Dragon. This stark feeling of disparity fueled his rage, but rendered him utterly powerless. Amidst the crowd's astonishment at Wuji's formidable vitality, the green light had already risen into the air, abruptly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The terrifying suction was akin to a black hole, rapidly depleting the spiritual energy within 100 miles, creating a brief vacuum in the realm. As the spiritual energy converged, the azure light gradually coalesced into a massive azure dragon spiraling above the heavens. Chapter 38. The Da-ing master, once the fearsome dragon head was fully formed, it unleashed a deafening roar. The overwhelming pressure radiated outward like a tidal wave, causing all beings to tremble in its wake. A voice, resounding with authority yet brimming with fury, echoed like thunder across the heavens. Who dares? Who is so audacious as to lay hands on my son, to belittle the Da-ing dynasty as if it were inconsequential? As this voice reverberated, the azure dragon's oppressive aura intensified. Those of lower cultivation levels found themselves overwhelmed by just the sound, their blood surging, some even spitting blood from internal injuries. Ye Changsheng's heart raced. Just as he prepared to flee, the dragon's lantern-like eyes locked on him. "It is you, who has inflicted such harm upon my son." As the azure dragon spoke, a powerful gust swirled, whipping Ye Changsheng's hair into a frenzy. Before he could respond, an immense force surged from all directions, enveloping him completely without a single escape route. Ye Changsheng could not suppress a piercing scream. The pressure from such a formidable being was overwhelming, akin to being submerged at the ocean's depths, capable of reducing him to a mere puddle of flesh in mere seconds. His entire being felt as though it were being crushed inward, as if his very organs would shatter at any moment. Yet, just as death loomed, a cold snort pierced through the chaos. Instantly, Ye Changsheng felt a gentle power coursing through him, repelling all pressure instantaneously. Concurrently, the immense pressure exerted by the azure dragon dissipated entirely, granting the onlookers a moment to breathe. Ye Changsheng's father observed the spiraling azure dragon with a cold gaze. "You are indeed overbearing. Do you resort to violence at the slightest provocation?" The azure dragon finally took notice of the seemingly unremarkable figure of Ye Changsheng's father. "Who do you think you are, daring to speak to me in such a manner? Do you know who my son is? He is the third prince of the Da-ing dynasty. Should his life be lost to the eastern continent, I shall undoubtedly gather the might of the central continent to annihilate your eastern continent's myriad sects." The azure dragon's domineering presence and words rendered the eastern continent's spectators pale. Although this was merely a verbal threat, they could not deny that if the Da-ing dynasty were truly determined, they possessed the capability to follow through. This blatant threat was undoubtedly unbearable for the crowd. Yet Ye Changsheng's father remained unfazed. What a grandiose statement. Your Da-ing dynasty truly is overbearing, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Your son, relying on his status as the third prince, has come to another's doorstep, coveting a woman who is already married. Such lecherous behavior, if it were to spread, would not you fear disgrace to the Da-ing dynasty? For committing such a disreputable act, should he not receive some punishment? I simply did not anticipate that the Da-ing dynasty would be so shameless as to send the young to confront the old. Pray tell, do you also wish to disregard the facts and forcefully intervene? This discourse is both rational and well-founded, fundamentally objective in nature. The pressure exerted by the azure dragon has once again escalated. How audacious! Does the Great-ing dynasty permit such sacrilege? How utterly ludicrous! The facts are laid bare before me. How then have I desecrated your Great-ing dynasty, with so many witnesses present? If you harbor doubts, you may inquire of them. Yet, rather than seeking the truth, you immediately resort to threats of violence. Do you possess any sense of propriety? At this moment, the azure dragon finally turned its attention to Ye's father. It became apparent that the oppressive aura of the emperor's realm seemed to have no effect on the individual before him. A flicker of realization stirred within him, and his expression grew slightly grave. As his consciousness expanded, upon discerning Ye's father's cultivation level, a glint of astonishment flashed within his terrifying gaze. 9th tier, Void Emperor. It is known that while the realm above the sage is the emperor's realm, it is further categorized into various distinct levels. Such unparalleled realms are seldom attained, hence few possess comprehensive knowledge of these intricacies. Coincidentally, the sovereign of the Great-ing dynasty is among that scarce few. The emperor's realm above the sage is, in fact, divided into the quasi-emperor, half-emperor, heavenly emperor, and divine emperor realms. Only upon ascending to the heavenly emperor level can one truly be deemed a sovereign capable of overshadowing the world. The so-called Void Emperor exists in a unique realm between the Half-Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor. The strength possessed by Ye's father is indeed astonishing. The tone of the Azure Dragon's speech suddenly softened considerably. Who would have thought that such an extraordinary individual would emerge from Dongzhou, merely a step away from entering the true Emperor's realm? Yet Ye's father, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Merely fortunate. A stroke of good luck, perhaps. Alas, were it not for the constraints of Dongzhou's heavenly path, you might have genuinely ascended to the status of an emperor, would you not?" The Azure Dragon's words were tinged with a hint of regret. While Ye's father remained exceedingly composed, it is merely the natural course of events. There is nothing to lament. Although their exchange was remarkably tranquil, the information conveyed sent ripples of astonishment through the hearts of the people of Dongzhou. It is well understood that Dongzhou, in comparison to Zhongzhou, suffers from a scarcity of resources, and its spiritual energy is not as abundant, making cultivation considerably more arduous to date, aside from the head of the Yi family. There are merely 3 quasi-emperors. Despite the existence of these 3 quasi-emperors, they pale in comparison to the head of the Yi family, akin to fireflies against the full moon. Hardly worth mentioning, it is precisely due to the vast disparity between the 2 parties that the people of Dongzhou naturally assumed that Ye's father had already reached the emperor's realm. However, upon hearing the dialogue between the sovereign of the Ying dynasty and the head of the Yi family, it appears he has not truly attained the heavenly emperor level. Should this revelation spread, it would undoubtedly cause a significant upheaval in Dongzhou. Ye's father did not deny this. The truth may indeed be as such. However, only Ye's father is fully aware that although he has not truly stepped into the heavenly emperor realm due to the deficiencies of Dongzhou's heavenly path, he has not idly waited for years in the 9th-tier Void Emperor realm. He has secretly experimented with countless methods and strategies to continuously enhance his combat prowess. If he were to engage in battle, even against a legitimate 5th-tier Heavenly Emperor, he would likely not be at a disadvantage. Of course, this is merely Ye's father's assessment, as he has yet to encounter such opponents, and the true situation remains unverified. After discerning Ye's father's cultivation level, the oppressive aura emanating from the Azure Dragon suddenly dissipated. Ye's father also smiled, dispersing his own aura and retracting the protective barrier around the crowd. Ye Changsheng grimaced, rubbing his chest, his heart brimming with gratitude. Were it not for his father's presence today, he might have truly lost his life. After all, the sovereign of the Great Ying dynasty is a top-tier figure in Zhongzhou. Even a mere phantom of such overwhelming pressure is beyond the capabilities of his currently immature, indestructible golden body to withstand. When that aura weighed down upon him moments ago, he nearly believed he would explode into a shower of flesh. Chapter 39. Void Emperor. With the simultaneous dispersal of 2 immensely powerful auras, everyone exhaled in relief. The wrath of an emperor-level being is simply cataclysmic. The fury of the Azure Dragon's phantom seemed to dissipate in an instant, though its voice remained somewhat subdued. The emergence of someone with your exceptional talent in Dongzhou truly surpasses my expectations. However, what does it matter if you are a 9th-tier Void Emperor? The Great Ying dynasty has stood for over 10 millennia, encountering countless extraordinary talents and formidable beings. You may reign supreme in this remote place called Dongzhou, but are you truly unaware that there are greater beings beyond your ken? A 9th-tier Void Emperor is hardly sufficient in my Zhongzhou. Furthermore, you dare to use your emperor-level cultivation to bully the younger generation of the Great Ying dynasty. Do you truly believe there is no one of merit in the Great Ying dynasty? Ye's father was momentarily taken aback, instantly grasping the implication of the Azure Dragon's words regarding bullying the weak. I am not like some who shamelessly rely on their superior cultivation to oppress the younger generation. Your son finds himself in this predicament not due to my intervention. He and my son agreed to compete without using their cultivation, relying solely on physical prowess. Yet he was unable to prevail and suffer defeat. Do not speak falsehoods here, that if you doubt my words, you may inquire with Wuji or any of those present to ascertain whether I have indeed bullied the weak. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, the Azure Dragon let out a cold snort. What a farce! Wuji cultivates the sacred body of the Azure Dragon from the Great Ying dynasty and has been nurtured with various extraordinary treasures since childhood. His physical prowess is not to be underestimated. even among his peers in Zhongzhou. The notion that he could be bested by a peer is utterly absurd. Ye's father's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression growing a touch colder. I extend my respect to you as the sovereign of the great Ying dynasty, which is why I speak to you with civility. However, should you persist in this baseless insistence, do you truly believe my patience is boundless? You had just stated that there are greater beings beyond your kin. Might it not be possible that my son possesses greater talent and has defeated Ingwuji? If you continue your unreasonable tirade, do not claim you were not forewarned. The Azure Dragon harbored no belief in Ye's father's assertions that it was precisely because he understood how formidable the sacred body of the Azure Dragon was that he exuded such confidence. In this impoverished region of Dongzhou, regardless of how talented the younger generation may be or what fortuitous encounters they have, they could never rival Ingwuji, who had been nurtured with the best resources. The Azure Dragon's gaze flickered, inadvertently glancing at the standing Ye Changsheng. Just as he prepared to rebut Ye's father's claims, a sudden shock surged through his heart. A hint of astonishment flashed in his draconic eyes as he fixed his gaze intently upon Ye Changsheng. A youth devoid of any cultivation, yet possessing an extraordinarily formidable physique. Could this be the indestructible golden body? His heart trembled as he recalled an ancient prophecy from the Tiangong Pavilion in Zhongzhou. Could it be that the person foretold in the prophecy is this young man? Contemplating this, the Azure Dragon found himself momentarily distracted. Ye's father furrowed his brow and spoke. Have you seen clearly? What is it that you wish to achieve today? This question finally snapped the Azure Dragon back to reality. It scrutinized the calmly composed Ye Changsheng, hesitating briefly before speaking. If it is indeed the case that in the contest between the younger generations, Ingwuji was defeated due to a lack of skill, then naturally, I have no objections that if this does not involve the grievances of those old geezers, then a loss is simply a loss. As long as you ensure Ingwuji's safety, I shall not pursue the matter further. How does that sound? Ye's father, however, remained unconvinced. It is easy for you to say. Your son acted without courtesy, brazenly causing a ruckus at my Yi family, only to be defeated by my son. Whether he lives or dies is a matter of his own fortune. I have not been bullied to such an extent that I must smile and speak kindly to him. The Azure Dragon's phantom erupted in fury, its overwhelming pressure once again surging forth. Yet Ye's father coldly regarded him. What? Do you intend to strike? The Azure Dragon's phantom paused, remaining silent, as the chilling aura gradually receded. Presently, it is but a phantom here, unable to exert much power, especially with a 9th-tier Void Emperor present. This phantom is severely constrained, rendering it incapable of taking action. Should a genuine battle ensue, it might result in Ingwuji's untimely demise. With this thought in mind, the Azure Dragon's phantom ceased its hesitation. If that is the case, then I shall not say more. I am master of the Void Emperor realm. You should have your own dignity. I trust you will not strike at a junior. Let this matter rest here, and spare Ingwuji's life. What say you? Although Ye's father did not fear this individual, he was aware that the great Ying dynasty and Zhongzhou stood behind him. If he were to be overly disrespectful, it would bode ill for both the Yi family and Dongzhou. I grant you this concession. Let this matter conclude here. Very well. The Azure Dragon nodded slightly, casting a deep glance at Ye Changsheng before gradually dissipating into the air on the ground. Ye Changsheng wore a perplexed expression. Though he had beaten the sovereign son, it was ultimately a conflict between the younger generation. Why then did the leader of the great Ying dynasty's gaze linger upon him? Could it be that he is a petty individual harboring intentions of revenge in the future? Upon this realization, his heart tightened involuntarily, and his desire to enhance his strength became all the more urgent. As the ethereal figure of the Azure Dragon dissipated, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of those present. The two formidable beings of the Imperial realm stood at odds, leaving the lesser individuals among them trembling in fear. Even the mere aura they exuded was beyond their capacity to withstand. Fortunately, a conflict was ultimately averted, concluding the encounter peacefully. With the Azure Dragon's presence fading, a beam of radiant light enveloped Ingwuji, swiftly mending the injuries he had sustained. Though Ye Changsheng's earlier strike appeared exceedingly formidable, leaving a noticeable dent in his forehead, It had not claimed his life. Without uttering a word, Ingwuji turned and made his way toward the azure flood dragon lying nearby. Oh, is His Highness the third prince departing? Ye Changsheng called out with a smile from behind. Ingwuji shot him a fierce glare before hastily mounting the azure flood dragon. Today, this prince has learned a lesson, he declared, leaving with an air of indignation. This outcome took everyone by surprise. The notorious waste of the eastern continent, Ye Changsheng, had triumphed over the talented Ingwuji of the central continent. News that would certainly drop jaws. It was a victory that would allow the people of the eastern continent to hold their heads high. As cheers and applause echoed all around, Ye's father approached, beaming as he patted his shoulder. Good lad. Well done. Chapter 40. Ye Yao's inquiry. Ye Changsheng grinned broadly, revealing his pearly whites. That must be thanks to your excellent teaching. Right? You little rascal. Ye's father laughed heartily, filled with a sense of satisfaction at finally seeing his son flourish. Before the two could exchange more words, the elders of the Yi clan swarmed around Ye Changsheng like flies drawn to honey. Changsheng, how did you cultivate such an imposing physique? Indeed, master, with such a physical talent, to make a central continent genius flee in disgrace. Truly, you are the hope of the eastern continent. Absolutely, master, you are the role model for all the youth. The flattery came in rapid succession, nearly overwhelming Ye Changsheng with its intensity, that he forced a smile, struggling to fend off their questions. In truth, the elders were likely more curious about how he had achieved such a formidable body. Enough, enough. Changsheng has just emerged from a fierce battle. He has no energy to engage with you all right now. Let him rest, and we can discuss other matters later, Ye's father interjected, finally quelling the excitement of the elders. Ye Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly escaping the throng, Gu Qingyi approached, biting her lip, and took his hands in front of the crowd. Husband, are you all right? The girl's affectionate gaze made Ye Changsheng feel a bit shy. Yet his heart brimmed with happiness and contentment. He did not pull away, gently grasping Gu Qingyi's hand and replying softly, I'm fine. Sorry to have worried you. Gu Qingyi's face blossomed into a radiant smile, drawing the attention of the young men nearby. She believed wholeheartedly that her husband would surely prevail, just as the people of the eastern continent and the Yi family rejoiced in a corner. Xiao Chen's resentment materialized almost tangibly as he fixed a glare on the two individuals nearby, engrossed in each other, a genius from the central continent. Yet Ingwuji is nothing but a waste. I had hoped he would eliminate that fool Ye Changsheng, but instead, he has become a stepping stone for him. What a disgrace. Yi Tu gritted his teeth in agreement. I never expected that Ye Changsheng, that fool, had been concealing his strength so deeply, cultivating such a formidable physique. This lad is as cunning as they come, rivaling you. Chen Gu. Xiao Chen's expression darkened further, and he swiftly struck Yi Tu on the head. If you can't speak wisely, then remain silent. What do you mean by rivaling me? Yi Tu finally realized his mistake, scratching his head awkwardly while forcing a laugh. Well, ultimately, no matter how strong his physique is, he still cannot cultivate as long as this divine son perseveres and deepens his cultivation. Crushing him will be but a mere flick of the wrist. Just wait and see how arrogant he remains then. Indeed, indeed. Chen Gu, you are the most talented among us in the Yi family. Ye Changsheng may bask in the limelight now, but he remains a waste incapable of cultivation. It's not worth your time to compare yourself to him. Yi Tu hastily flattered, finally managing to improve Xiao Chen's mood. Let's go. Watching those fence-sitters fawn over him is utterly tedious. After wasting half a day, Ye Changsheng finally escaped the clutches of the jubilant crowd from the eastern continent and the Yi family, hastily dragging Gu Qingyi back to his quarters. Their enthusiasm had been overwhelming, exhausting him far more than the fight with Ingwuji. Once back in his room and seated, he could hardly contain himself and immediately closed his eyes. The system's prompt had been swirling in his mind for quite some time. Mission accomplished. Defeat the third prince of the great Ink dynasty. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the supreme gift package. Would you like to open it? Yes. After toiling for so long, he had finally attained the greatest reward, and it was impossible not to feel exhilarated as a blinding golden light flickered in his mind. An ancient scroll materialized, floating within his consciousness. Quivering slightly, Even before he approached, he felt an air of antiquity and desolation radiating from the scroll. It seemed to have withstood the test of countless ages, and merely its presence evoked a profound sense of solemnity and weightiness. Taking several deep breaths to calm his racing heart, he slowly reached out toward the ancient scroll. Big brother, come out and play with me." The melodious voice of a young girl echoed from afar, leaving Ye Changsheng feeling exasperated. Ever since his little sister's confinement ended, she had been bouncing around like a madwoman, insisting on dragging him along. "You little brat, keep that up and you'll have to answer to our parents." Watching Yao dash in like a whirlwind, Ye Changsheng rolled his eyes in resignation. "Oh, brother, don't say that. I finally got released. How can I not enjoy this period of freedom? If you spent less time playing and more time cultivating, you wouldn't be so restless. And don't you have some good friends?" Yi Yao pouted, "But they're all just little girls. It's no fun playing with them." Yi Changsheng shook his head helplessly, realizing he had no choice but to comply. All right, I'll go with you. I truly wonder what sin I committed in my past life to end up with a sister like you." Yi Yao paused for a moment, a glimmer of mischief sparkling in her eyes. "Brother, I have a question for you." "What is it?" "There's a monkey up a tree and another monkey below. How many monkeys are there in total?" Ye Changsheng instinctively scoffed. "Either 8 monkeys or 2 monkeys. That riddle is far too old, so you can answer quickly now." Ye Changsheng's voice suddenly faltered, his heart racing. "That is not very complicated. You're just playing with homophones. Who wouldn't he guess that?" He quickly silenced himself, narrowly avoiding revealing his past. But why did Yao know this classic riddle from his previous life? Turning to look at her, he found her wearing a sly grin as she gazed at him. "Brother, how did you know those 2 answers?" Clearing his throat, he replied, It's such a simple question. You just have to think about it a little. Oh, really?" Of course, Ye Changsheng attempted to cover up his slip, but Yao was clearly not convinced. Ever since he inadvertently mentioned Imperial Jade liquid at 180 per cup a few days ago, she had been like a cat that caught a whiff of fish. Relentlessly pursuing him with questions about his previous life, continually testing him, he was now almost certain that she had also crossed over from the same place as him. "Brother, you must confess. Are you like me?" "Like you? I don't know what you're talking about." Ye Changsheng tried to feign ignorance, but Yao was not willing to let this go easily. Chapter 41. A turn of events. "Brother, just admit it. How did you know that phrase? Did you also come from that place?" "Husband," Gu Qingyi's voice suddenly called from outside, prompting Yao to close her mouth hurriedly. Ye Changsheng sighed in relief and hurried to the door to greet her. "Qingyi, you're back." Gu Qingyi nodded, her gaze shifting to Yao, and she greeted her with a smile. "Sister, are you here to play with your husband?" "Yes, sister-in-law. My brother has been cooped up in his room. He is about to grow mold." Yao pouted in discontent, while Ye Changsheng shot her an irritated glare. This little girl had no idea what was really going on. He remained in his room to focus on his cultivation. "Ah, sister, you do have a point. Your husband should indeed get out more. However, I'm afraid that today won't work. Father and mother sent me to call for him to go to the council hall." Ye Changsheng was taken aback, curious as he asked, "They want me to go to the council hall? Qingyi, do you know what it's about?" Gu Qingyi furrowed her brows and pondered for a moment, then tentatively speculated, "Perhaps it is regarding the incident of your previous victory over Wuji." "Is it about that?" Ye Changsheng felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Indeed, this group of old geezers possessed an extraordinary amount of patience. Having bothered him for so many days without respite, Qingyi smiled reassuringly, saying, "Fear not, my husband. Your previous battle was exceptionally brilliant. Now, within the family, you are regarded as the pillar of the next generation. Furthermore, the earlier rumor that you possessed a demonic body has been thoroughly debunked, and no one dares to use that excuse any longer." This news did provide Ye Changsheng with a degree of relief. "Very well. I shall go and take a look." He nodded in agreement, hastily making his way towards the council hall. The sole intention was to swiftly disentangle himself from the clutches of the incessant Yao. Naturally, Yao discerned his intent, and her resentful gaze sent shivers down Ye Changsheng's spine, prompting him to quicken his pace. Once he had distanced himself, Yao clenched her small fist, waving it vigorously. "I will surely catch you out and make you admit it, sister. What are you mumbling about?" Nothing, nothing. Yao waved her hand and scurried away under Gu Qingyi's puzzled gaze that I in the council hall. The elders were gathered, and both Ye father and Ye mother were present. Upon entering, Ye Changsheng was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. The young master has arrived. Please, take a seat. One elder greeted him with a beaming smile. His demeanor considerably warmer than before. The others also chimed in with greetings, leaving Ye Changsheng somewhat astonished. Although he had previously carried the titles of young master and imperial son, these old fellows had never shown him such courtesy. After exchanging pleasantries, Ye Changsheng was seated at the foremost position below, directly across from the grand elder. Ye father and Ye mother looked at their son, unable to suppress their smiles. Ahem, Changsheng, do you know why we have summoned you here today? Gu Qingyi had long suspected the reason, and Ye Changsheng naturally replied, Father, is it because of my previous victory over Wuji? Precisely in the past, you bore the title of the waste body, which even led to some discontent within the family. Now that you have defeated Wuji and established your reputation, it is time to clear your name. Ye father's words seemed to carry a hidden implication, causing several elders to shift uncomfortably. Their previous treatment of Ye Changsheng had certainly left much to be desired. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Ye father continued cheerfully, Of course, those are all matters of the past. Changsheng, do not take them to heart. Everyone is merely considering the future of the Ye family. The elders quickly echoed in agreement. Indeed, young master, do not dwell on the past. We all acted in the interest of the Ye family. The young master possesses unparalleled talent, and his wisdom may have eluded us old men before. We hope for your understanding regarding any past grievances. The elders took turns flattering Ye Changsheng, with a smile that betrayed no other emotion. He gently replied, There is no need for such formalities, esteemed elders. You all have acted solely for the benefit of the Ye family. After all, his father remained the head of the Ye family, and he could not afford to make things difficult for his parents. Indeed, these words of understanding elicited another round of flattery. Ye father, with a bright smile, said, Changsheng, we summoned you today to inquire how you have cultivated your physique to such an extraordinary level. Not only am I curious, but the esteemed elders are equally eager to know. If this method could be disseminated, it may elevate the strength of our Ye family to new heights. Ye Changsheng understood that his previous performance had already sparked the elders' interest in his methods of physical cultivation. With so many eyes upon him, he knew they would not easily relent without an explanation. If it had only been his parents present, they would not have pressed for details for this matter. It relates to the rewards I obtained from shattering the Heavenly Dao steel. As you all are aware, after the destruction of the Heavenly Dao steel, I received a method of physical cultivation as a reward from the Heavenly Dao. It is precisely through this method that I have been able to cultivate my physique to its current state. However, as this technique originates from the Heavenly Dao, there appears to be some inherent restrictions, and I am unable to divulge its contents. That I hope the esteemed elders can understand why Ye Changsheng began to speak with the fabrication, as he was rather unwilling to share the technique. He was no benevolent benefactor. And besides, the cultivation of the immortal body was indeed quite demanding. The very foundation required one to achieve the indestructible golden body. The elders whispered among themselves, and to Ye Changsheng's surprise, they seemed to accept his explanation without much skepticism. They held a blind faith in the Heavenly Dao. Anything that involved it was met with a kind of unquestioning trust, seeing that the crowd, although regretful, did not doubt the veracity of Ye Changsheng's words. Ye father felt a sense of relief. He genuinely feared that this foolish child might, in a moment of impulsiveness, reveal such a powerful technique that was his ticket to survival in the future. And it must not be carelessly exposed, as everyone had heard. The limitations of the Heavenly Dao rendered the technique Ye Changsheng practiced nearly impossible to replicate. Thus, let us redirect our focus and consider alternative means to enhance the strength of the Ye family. This decision met with unanimous agreement, and the discussion soon shifted to other matters. Ye Changsheng listened attentively and discovered that the situation of the Ye family had undergone significant changes, previously due to the arrival of a talent from the central continent. The local forces in the eastern continent had gravitated towards them, severing ties with the Ye family. However, Since Ye Changsheng's victory over Ing Wuji and the subsequent revelation of Ye Father's ninth-tier Void Emperor cultivation, these sacred lands came to realize the vast disparity between themselves and the Yi family. Relying solely on an elusive force from the central continent was no match for the palpable intimidation posed by Ye Father. Thus, they humbled themselves and expressed their desire to restore cooperation with the Yi family. Chapter 42. The unchanging amidst change. The elders deliberated for quite some time, unanimously agreeing that this matter could not simply be brushed aside. If they did not impart a profound lesson to those individuals, they might once again waver in the face of similar circumstances in the future. Consequently, as the discussion concluded, Ye Changsheng was bewildered to receive an honorable mission. In the upcoming days, he was to accompany his father and reclaim what several key forces owed to the Yi family, down to the last item. Initially, he was extremely reluctant to partake, but the elders buzzed around him like persistent flies. Leaving Ye Changsheng with no choice but to acquiesce, he exited the Grand Hall. Xiao suddenly appeared from seemingly nowhere. Ye Changsheng sighed in exasperation. "Why are you everywhere at once, you little rascal?" "Brother, I am your sister. Can I ask you to play with me?" Yao pouted, looking utterly displeased. "Go find your friends to play with. Your elder brother has matters to attend to." Ye Changsheng waved his hand and turned to leave. Yet, just as he did, Yao popped up with an unexpected remark. "Brother, the unchanging amidst change." Ye Changsheng instinctively completed her sentence, only to regret it immediately. This phrase was like a spell etched into his very bones. Something any middle school student from his previous life could recite without a second thought. Yao dashed over, gripping his arm with a gleeful expression. "Brother, I heard you loud and clear this time. Are you still going to play dumb?" "No, you just wanted to say that unchanging amidst change." Yao interrupted him, her face brimming with uncontainable excitement. "You, like me, come from that place, don't you?" Ye Changsheng quickly covered her mouth and glanced around to ensure no one was watching before releasing a sigh of relief. "You little rascal, you really want to expose my secrets, don't you?" "Never speak of this. With the emergence of time travel and reincarnation, who knows what other dangers might be lurking?" Yao nodded vigorously, indicating she would remain silent. Indeed, once Ye Changsheng loosened his grip, she refrained from mentioning those matters again. Ye Changsheng whispered, "Come, let us return to our room to talk." The two siblings returned to their courtyard, where Gu Qingyi appeared to be busy with her own matters and had already left, saving him the trouble of dismissing her. The siblings sat across from each other at the table, their expressions somewhat serious. Yao, since you have guessed it, I shall not conceal it any longer. You are correct. I am indeed the soul from another world. Your ability to pose that question indicates that you must come from the same place as I do, correct?" Yao took a deep breath, and tears suddenly welled up in her bright eyes. "Yes, brother, like you. I crossed over from Blue Star." Ye Changsheng felt a swell of relief in his heart, realizing he was not alone in this journey. At least he had a companion in this world. By the way, Yao, what were you doing in your previous life? "I was in school." "What about your family?" "My parents were working, and I have an older brother." Ye Changsheng was suddenly taken aback. An older brother. He had a sister in his previous life, as well. This thought crossed his mind. A tremor ran through Ye Changsheng's heart. Yao, what was your name in your previous life?" "I was called Yao." "Then, where did your family live?" Yao, feeling somewhat bewildered, remarked. Listening to the address emerging from her lips, Ye Changsheng suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Yao, I am your biological brother. Yes, in this lifetime, you are indeed my brother, and our blood relation is undeniable. No, I mean I was your brother in our previous life. Ye Changsheng exclaimed this with a surge of excitement, causing Yao's eyes to widen in astonishment. "What? You truly are my brother? Is there any doubt? When you were 5, someone snatched your candy, and I stood up for you, resulting in us both getting a beating. At 7, when you neglected your homework, I helped you, and we ended up having our parents called in. And remember when you were 9, and you wet your pants with me, Gio, I was the one who personally cleaned it up." All right, enough. I now understand you are indeed my brother." Yao stared with wide, vacant eyes, as the earlier excitement transformed into a complex embarrassment. She had thought she had stumbled upon a fellow villager, only to discover he was her brother from a past life. This meant that all her past embarrassing moments were known to him. With this realization, Yao's expression shifted to one of danger. After revealing their identities, the bond between them grew even closer. Erasing any sense of alienation stemming from their otherworldly origins, they chatted about family matters for quite a while, and after shedding tears together, Ye Changsheng suddenly said, "By the way, Yao, your cultivation talent in this life is quite remarkable. You must not let it go to waste. Train diligently, and perhaps you can become a powerful woman." Allowing your elder brother to ride your coattails, Yao hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. Ye Changsheng noticed her reluctance and couldn't help but chuckle. "Is there something you are embarrassed to tell me?" "Little sister, brother, it's not that I don't want to cultivate." Yao glanced around, leaned closer to his ear, and whispered, "Brother, I actually have a system." "A system?" Ye Changsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "What kind of system do you have? It's not one that just takes suggestions, is it?" No, it's a lying flat system that I don't need to cultivate. As long as I lie flat, my cultivation will continuously increase, and I won't encounter any bottlenecks or obstacles. "What? So, you mean you can just coast through life?" "Yes." Ye Changsheng suddenly felt quite unbalanced. Why was it that he, having transmigrated, had to work hard to complete tasks to gain rewards, while some things required personal cultivation? Was the universe really favoring daughters over sons? After silently grumbling for a while, he managed to squeeze out a smile that lacked enthusiasm. "That's wonderful. You just keep lying flat." The two shared an open-hearted conversation, establishing their future goals. Having been granted a second chance at life, they aimed to enjoy it fully. In the days that followed, Yao busied herself, frequently visiting Ye Changsheng to chat about various topics. Being a girl who had been well protected since childhood, although wise, she couldn't help but feel a bit anxious and melancholic in such situations. Ye Changsheng, as her only trustworthy relative, became her best confidant and safe haven. Time flew by swiftly. 3 days later, at the floating square of the Ye family, a magnificent jade carriage, pulled by 9 hybrid dragons, came to a halt at the center, surrounded by elders bidding farewell. Ye's father and Ye Changsheng stood beside the dragon carriage, cheerfully greeting the crowd. The Grand Elder, with a serious expression, cautioned, "Family head, young master, you must ensure your safety on this journey." Although the family head is at the Void Emperor level, carelessness could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Ye's father nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, Grand Elder, there are not many threats in the Eastern continent that could pose a danger to me." His words were delivered lightly, yet they carried an unmistakable air of confidence and bravado. The elders, upon hearing this, began to praise him, showering compliments upon the father, and Ye Changsheng felt somewhat weary of the flattery and reminded, "Father, esteemed elders, it is getting late. Should we not set off?" "Indeed, the young master is correct. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return." "Exactly. Safe travels to both the family head and the young master." The two boarded the dragon carriage, ascending into the sky amidst the thunderous roars of the dragons. Initially, the Ye family had intended to dispatch formidable forces to accompany them, as a show of strength to intimidate other factions. However, this suggestion was dismissed by Ye's father. His reasoning was simple. With his strength, any faction with a modicum of intelligence would not dare to act foolishly. Furthermore, deploying a large army would incur significant losses. Merely for the sake of ostentation, which seemed wasteful, isn't it more reliable for me to stand at the doorstep of those factions with my son than to bring an army? The elders pondered this and agreed with his opinion. Inside the dragon carriage, Ye's father hummed a cheerful tune, appearing quite relaxed and content. Ye Changsheng, on the other hand, felt slightly tense. After all, he was accompanying his father to collect a debt, and if the other party turned hostile, they would be at a disadvantage with only the two of them. "Changsheng, why are you so anxious?" "I'm not anxious. Don't you trust your father?" "It's not that. It's just that this is my first time doing something like this, and it feels a bit like being an accomplice to wrongdoing." Ye's father couldn't help but laugh heartily as they chatted. The dragon carriage arrived at the first faction's mountain gate. The powerful aura had already been sensed long before, so a number of people were floating in the air before the gate. As the dragon carriage came to a halt, Ye's father and Ye Changsheng stepped out into the air, their voices resonating like thunder. "The head of the Ye family and my son have come to pay a visit to the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion." The overwhelming power of this voice carried over vast distances, reaching every corner of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. In the mountains beyond, several streaks of light flashed, swiftly arriving in the sky. Leading them was a small-statured figure clad in wide sleeves, donning a grotesque mask. Master of Heavenly Shadow Pavilion, Yu greets the great Emperor Ye. As the leader of a top-tier force in the Eastern Continent, renowned for his assassination skills, the attitude of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion's master was surprisingly respectful upon encountering Ye's father. Ye's father nodded indifferently, not finding anything amiss in this scene and no need for formalities. Thank you, Great Emperor Ye. May I inquire why the Great Emperor has come to our Heavenly Shadow Pavilion today? If there is anything we can assist with, we will do our utmost. The Heavenly Shadow Pavilion master's demeanor was exceptionally humble, as they were one of the first factions to sever ties with the Ye family, that Ye's father calmly stated. The purpose of my visit is simple. 30 years ago, your Heavenly Shadow Pavilion borrowed a batch of elixirs, provisions, and source stones from my Ye family, agreeing to repay threefold 20 years later. T has now been 10 years past the deadline. Isn't it time to return what you owe? Upon hearing this, the members of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion fell silent. During previous discussions among the higher-ups, they had anticipated that their past actions would invite retribution from the Ye family, but they had not expected the consequences to arrive so swiftly. The Heavenly Shadow Pavilion master paused for a moment before slowly responding. Great Emperor Ye, we at the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion certainly remember this matter. However, we have recently encountered some issues that have depleted a significant portion of our resources, and we are currently unable to recover. I wonder if the Great Emperor could show us some leniency and grant us 5 years to gather the necessary resources, after which I will personally deliver them to the Ye family. Ye's father cast a glance at him. His gaze, devoid of any pressure, made the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion master's heart tremble. Master, I am here to inform you, not to negotiate. Do you understand? When your Heavenly Shadow Pavilion collaborated with the Ye family, the profits you gained far exceeded this batch of materials. Didn't they? The recent losses you incurred were due to your dealings with people from the Central Continent, resulting in you losing both your soldiers and your general, correct? You would rather give your goods away for free to those from the Central Continent than cooperate with the Ye family. What more is there to discuss? The eyes of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion master flickered behind the mask, clearly troubled by Ye's father's imposing demands. Ethically, they were indeed in the wrong in terms of strength. They stood before a void emperor, a figure nearly at the threshold of the Heavenly Emperor level. Although they had never witnessed his power firsthand, the disparity was evident merely from the rank. Ye's father was unwilling to waste time. Have you made your decision, Pavilion Master? Please provide a prompt answer. I have other places to attend to. The Heavenly Shadow Pavilion Master was drenched in sweat, though his mask concealed it from view. This he stammered for quite a while, failing to articulate a single coherent sentence. What is this? Are you unwilling to honor your agreement? Ye's father's gaze grew cold, and the subtle yet palpable aura of a great emperor made the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion master tremble uncontrollably. Just then, a booming laughter rang out. Ha, Brother Ye, your presence at our Heavenly Shadow Pavilion is truly an honor. A hearty voice broke through, alleviating the pressure brought by Ye's father. A white-bearded old man clad in simple robes stepped forward, seemingly compressing space as he approached the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion master in just a few strides. Brother Ye, it's good to see you well. Ye's father narrowed his eyes, casting a cold glance at the white-bearded old man. Old Ghostani, I have no time for idle chatter. Are you giving the goods or not? Speak quickly. Upon hearing Ye's father's address to the elder, the members of Tianying Pavilion were instantly stirred with excitement. They had long heard whispers of an ancient master residing within the pavilion, who would only reveal himself in times of dire crisis. Their astonishment. The formidable figure concealed among them turned out to be none other than the inaugural leader of Tianying Pavilion. At the mention of this title by Ye's father, a flicker of delight on the elder's face dimmed somewhat. Brother Ye, I am fully aware of the grievances Tianying Pavilion has caused the Ye family in the past. If you are willing, we are prepared to present a gift to make amends for the previous disruption in our collaboration. What do you think? The venerable second-ranked quasi-emperor of Dongzhou, who is usually held in high regard, now adopted a submissive stance. Yet Ye's father showed no inclination to relent. Tianying old ghost, I have made my intentions abundantly clear. I have come today to reclaim what Tunnying Pavilion owes the Ye family, not to demand compensation from you. With a wave of his hand, Ye's father dismissed the notion of negotiation. Simply return what is owed, and I do not wish to complicate matters further. It is crucial to note that the resources Ye's family lent Tunnying Pavilion 3 decades ago were far from trivial. At that time, it was precisely during this old ghost's pivotal moment of ascension that Tunnying Pavilion found itself lacking in resources and sought assistance from various factions. Regrettably, due to their established reputation for assassination, allies were scarce, and their efforts yielded little. Ultimately, the current leader of Tunnying Pavilion was compelled to approach the Ye family, promising certain conditions before finally securing sufficient resources, though this act of generosity was not entirely without merit. It certainly warranted gratitude. However, to their dismay, not only did they fail to repay the resources after 3 decades, but they also profited at the expense of the Ye family before turning against them. It was no wonder that Ye's father stood resolute in his stance, the elder's brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Ye's father. The debt was no mere trifle. If they were to repay threefold, it would be a severe blow to Tunnying Pavilion. Brother Ye, indeed, Tunnying Pavilion has erred in the past. I have reprimanded him and the senior members of the pavilion. As the saying goes, to spare a person is to show mercy. You, being a great master of profound cultivation, should not dwell on such trivial matters. Ye's father could not help but let out a hearty laugh. Tunning old ghost, do you not find your words utterly absurd? You owe the Ye family a debt that remains unpaid, and after betraying us, I now come to reclaim what is rightfully ours, yet you dare to accuse me of fixating on trifles. Ye's smile suddenly vanished, his tone turning icy white. Oh, you think the Ye family is easily bullied. The forceful tone made the elder's countenance shift uncomfortably. Brother Ye, I respect your profound capabilities and your position as the head of the Ye family. However, should you truly wish to push Tunnying Pavilion to the brink, do not blame me for being ungracious. Ye's father burst into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke of all time. This old fool truly knows no bounds. Even if I am unaware of the specifics of a 9th-tier virtual emperor's strength, I understand that the gap between realms can be monumental. How dare this old man speak such bravado? Tunnying old ghost, you truly are foolish. Today, I shall compel you to comply with my demands. What will you do about it? Humph! With a disdainful snort, the elder enveloped himself in a dark mist, unleashing an overpowering aura into the heavens. I have reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperor. Even if I am not your match, do you truly believe I cannot impede you? Ye's father regarded the elder with an odd expression, studying him for a moment before shaking his head with a sigh. The saying the ignorant are fearless rings true. No sooner had he spoken than Ye Changsheng felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, as if death were imminent. This sense of crisis came without warning, leaving him devoid of any desire to resist. Turning his head, he saw his father extending a hand, grasping at the air towards the tunning old ghost. Despite the elder's lack of any discernible spiritual energy fluctuations, he appeared as if his throat were being choked, his quasi-emperor prowess rendered useless as he struggled like a common man, his face flushed and limbs thrashing. Do you understand that before me? You are but an ant? Ye's father mockingly stated, casually tossing the elder aside, as if discarding refuse. The elder's figure vanished in an instant, followed by a thunderous explosion from the highest peak of Tunnying Pavilion. As the crowd stared in shock, the renowned Tunnying Peak cracked down the middle before collapsing downward. Silence enveloped the area, save for the resounding echoes of rock colliding. Ye Changsheng's heart raced, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This is the realm of emperors. Even a peak quasi-emperor possesses no power to resist before my father. The members of Tunnying Pavilion stood transfixed, their spirits seemingly lost in the aftermath of the mountain's fracture. Ye's father, with an air of nonchalance, clapped his hands and continued to inquire, "Are you still unwilling to repay the debt owed to my Ye family?" Snapped back to reality, the Tunnying Pavilion leader shivered, hastily nodding and bowing in deference. "Your Majesty, you jest. Tunnying Pavilion would never engage in such ungrateful acts. We will certainly repay what we owe to the Ye family." It was no jest. Even their own ancestor had been tossed about like a toy. To truly provoke the figure before them could lead to the annihilation of Tianying Pavilion with a mere swipe of his hand. After acquiescing, the leader hesitated before speaking again. However, Your Majesty, Tianying Pavilion is currently facing a shortage. Even if I were sold off, we could not immediately gather those resources. Perhaps we could offer 2/3 of the compensation today. Rest assured, within 5 days, I will gather the remaining resources and personally deliver them to the Ye family to apologize. Ye's father smiled approvingly. See, the younger generation is far more astute. Unlike that decrepit old fool, today, I intend to obliterate Tianying Pavilion. The Tianying Pavilion leader, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly offered apologies. Suddenly, Ye's father turned his gaze to Ye Changsheng. Changsheng, I have a task for you. Are you willing to undertake it? Ye Changsheng was taken aback, perplexed. Father, what does this have to do with me? They claim they cannot provide the resources, so I offer them an opportunity. You are now a renowned genius in Dongzhou. Only through continuous combat can you hone your skills and shine even brighter in the future. If you are willing, I shall permit their younger generation to seal their cultivation and face you solely with their physical prowess. Should they win, they need only return the original borrowed resources. Should they lose, they must adhere to our previous agreement. What do you think? Ye Changsheng found himself in a quandary that he understood his father's intentions were for his benefit. But the weight of the Ye family's future resting on his shoulders left him anxious. Father, it's not that I am unwilling, but this matter concerns our family's future. Is it right for me to bear such responsibility? Changsheng, the future of the Ye family does not hinge on these resources, but rather on you and the younger generation of the Ye family. His father's calm words dispelled Ye Changsheng's hesitation in an instant. He took a deep breath and nodded. Very well. I shall heed your wishes. Ye's father's smile widened as he turned to the Tianying Pavilion leader. You heard that, did you not? If your disciples can defeat my son, they need only repay the borrowed resources. If my son prevails, they must comply with the original agreement. How does that sound? At this moment, Ye Changsheng's mind resonated with the system's voice. Task: defeat the young talents of Tianying Pavilion. Difficulty: relatively easy danger level. Relatively low reward. Intermediate gift package without hesitation. He accepted the task, just as his father had said. Only through relentless challenges could he improve. Relying solely on system rewards would be akin to a child wielding a blade without experience, likely resulting in self-harm. Moreover, with the system task triggered, victory would yield double rewards. What could be more advantageous? The Tianying Pavilion leader watched Ye Changsheng intently, cautiously inquiring, Young master, may I ask if there are any restrictions on the number of participants in this duel? Ye's father remained silent, leaving the decision to Ye Changsheng. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Changsheng spoke decisively. 3 participants max. If they lose 3 consecutive times, having more would be meaningless. Yes, we shall abide by the young master's decision. The master of the Shadow Pavilion readily agreed. In a one-on-one scenario, they truly could not find anyone in the Shadow Pavilion who could contend with Ye Changsheng's physical prowess. However, if it were a wheel war, the outcome would be difficult to predict. With a wave of his hand, Ye's father summoned a chair behind him. Go ahead. You have a quarter of an hour to find someone. Do not waste time. Yes. After the master of the Shadow Pavilion departed, Ye's father looked at Ye Changsheng with a sense of relief, saying, Changsheng, I used to worry that you would become despondent due to your inability to cultivate. But now it seems I need not worry anymore. Remember, the path of cultivation is fraught with obstacles. Difficulties and failures are commonplace. Do not burden your heart too heavily. Just do your best. Even if you lose, it matters not. At least you will gain some combat experience, understand? Ye Changsheng nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Father, I will do my utmost and will not allow failure to affect my emotions. That IT was a jest. Having endured countless hardships in his past life, his heart had long since been tempered into something remarkably resilient. Such an opportunity to train with support and protection would not weigh heavily on his mind. Moreover, it was even more significant that the peculiar technique seemed ready for him to begin practicing now. Before long, the master of the Shadow Pavilion returned, accompanied by the pale-faced old ghost of the Shadow Pavilion and 3 solemn-looking young men. Upon seeing Ye's father, the old ghost instinctively averted his gaze. Just moments ago, he had been defeated in one strike, shattering his own pavilion's iconic peak, utterly humiliating himself. It was only then that he understood the vast difference between them. The master of the Shadow Pavilion respectfully said, "Head of the Yi family, these are 3 of my Shadow Pavilion's relatively talented juniors. I hope the young master will offer them guidance." Ye's father nodded noncommittally. "Come, quickly pay your respects to the head of the Yi family and young Master Changsheng." After ushering the 3 young men to greet, the master of the Shadow Pavilion cautiously asked, "Young Master Changsheng, when shall this contest commence?" "Right now," Ye Changsheng replied with a smile, not looking down upon them simply because his father was present, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance when he had defeated Wuji. The group landed in the clearing before the mountain gate, with only Ye's father remaining seated in the grand chair. With a gentle wave of his hand, a layer of binding energy enveloped Ye Changsheng and the talented youths of the Shadow Pavilion, rendering them unable to utilize their spiritual power. This restriction had little effect on Ye Changsheng. Once preparations were complete, the old ghost of the Shadow Pavilion surprisingly took on the role of referee. He feared that Ye Changsheng might injure his juniors too severely and was also wary that his juniors might act recklessly, causing serious harm to Ye Changsheng. Although Ye's father was present, it was still more reassuring to see it with his own eyes. "Who from the Shadow Pavilion will fight?" the old ghost asked, the young man in the black robe on the far left, who appeared somewhat sullen, stepped forward. "I am Lei Fengxing from the Shadow Pavilion, seeking guidance from Brother Changsheng." Ye Changsheng maintained his smile, concealing his thoughts, and nodded, "Please, Brother Lei, let the contest begin," with the old ghost command. Lei Fengxing's aura instantly transformed into something sharp and fierce, his already gloomy face growing even colder. "Ha!" With a low shout, the ground beneath Lei Fengxing exploded, and his figure vanished from sight. Ye Changsheng squinted slightly, raising his right hand just in time to block Lei Fengxing's sweeping kick. In their initial exchange, Lei Fengxing held some reservations due to Ye Changsheng's reputation, treating it more as a test. However, even while holding back, he felt as though he had kicked something indestructible, his bones rattling from the impact. Not wanting to overextend, Lei Fengxing quickly retreated. From that brief exchange, he understood that Ye Changsheng's ability to defeat Wuji was undoubtedly due to his genuine strength. Thus, he dared not be careless. Electric arcs flickered across his body, and the sound of wind howled around him, for he had cultivated the well-known wind-thunder body from the eastern continent. The power of thunder tempered his body, while the essence of wind flowed within him. Practitioners of this physique carried the forces of wind and thunder in their movements, making them exceptionally formidable and swift. Ye Changsheng curiously observed the arcs of lightning surrounding Lei Fengxing, and a peculiar thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Could this person be the legendary Thunder Law King? In his previous life, he could have withstood several hundred volts of high-voltage electricity. Could he not? Just as he pondered, a fierce gust of wind approached quietly. Instinctively, Ye Changsheng reached out and deftly intercepted Lei Fengxing's punch, causing the latter's pupils to constrict in an instant. His wind-thunder body was famed for its speed. Even cultivators of higher realms would struggle to match it. Yet now, his attack not only failed to evade Ye Changsheng, but was effortlessly blocked. Crackling, a surge of brilliant and blinding arcs erupted from Lei Fengxing's arm as he attempted to paralyze Ye Changsheng's arm with the power of thunder, seizing the opportunity to strike. However, these arcs merely danced harmlessly upon Ye Changsheng's body, offering him a tingling sensation of comfort. Chapter 46. The Shadow Pavilion's Absolute Body. Hiss. It felt akin to being massaged. The pressure neither too light nor too heavy, prompting him to involuntarily inhale sharply. Truly delightful. Ye Changsheng marveled internally, even wishing for this electrotherapy from Lei Fengxing to last a little longer, and thus refrained from hastily retaliating. However, this display led Lei Fengxing to believe that Ye Changsheng had been injured by his lightning, stifling cries of pain in the next moment, rather than attempting to break free from Ye Changsheng's grip. He swung his right fist fiercely toward Ye Changsheng's face, utterly convinced that if this punch landed, even a head of divine iron would be dazed for a moment. Why is this fellow so intent on striking my face? Ye Changsheng mused internally, casually waving his hand to deflect Lei Fengxing's punch. To the astonishment of Lei Fengxing, Ye Changsheng leaned back slightly, and with a resounding bang, Lei Fengxing's head was violently thrown back, sending him flying several dozen paces before crashing to the ground. After casually checking his forehead for any strange substances, Ye Changsheng finally sighed in relief. The members of the Shadow Pavilion had already gathered around. Lei Fengxing lay sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, his eyes rolled back, clearly having lost consciousness from Ye Changsheng's head. But in the first match, the Shadow Pavilion was defeated. After several disciples carried the limp Lei Fengxing away, the old ghost's lips twitched as he turned to the remaining two disciples. Next, who will fight? The two exchanged glances, and ultimately, the muscular man on the right, bare-chested with well-defined muscles and a buzz cut, stepped forward. I am Su Meng, a practitioner of the rampant diamond body. I seek guidance from young Master Changsheng. This man appeared brutish and violent, yet his voice was unexpectedly deep and resonant, contrasting sharply with his physique. The old ghost turned and asked, "Young Master Yi, would you like to take a break?" "Me? No need. Let's continue." Ye Changsheng eagerly declined, multitasking to sense the technique gradually beginning to operate within him. As the old ghost issued the command to begin once more, the hearts of the thousands of disciples from the Shadow Pavilion hung in suspense. Lei Fengxing had been their third senior brother, renowned for his wind thunder body, yet had not even landed a single blow against Ye Changsheng. The disparity was indeed despairingly vast. Su Meng seemed calm and composed, but when he shouted, his booming voice startled Ye Changsheng. "Good heavens, Brother Su, with a voice like that, why not just come work as a foreman in our Yi family's spiritual mine?" Unable to resist a jest, Ye Changsheng teased, but Su Meng paid no heed, lowering his head and charging straight ahead. Despite his large frame, his speed was surprisingly swift. Under normal circumstances, such speed would render him nothing but a target for Ye Changsheng. However, he did not shy away from the impending blow. Instead, he took a step forward, crouched slightly, and clenched his hands at his waist to gather strength. The two approached each other in the blink of an eye. Veins bulged on Su Meng's neck, and his massive fist, akin to a cauldron, hurtled towards Ye Changsheng, accompanied by a fierce wind that was terrifying, as if a savage ape had transformed. Facing the oncoming punch, Ye Changsheng did not flinch or evade. After a slight inhalation, he swung his right fist with all his might. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as their fists collided, causing Ye Changsheng's feet to sink into the ground. In contrast, Su Meng's previously ferocious expression suddenly twisted into one of agony as he half knelt on the ground. Clutching his right arm, sweat pouring from his shining forehead, Ye Changsheng possessed the indestructible golden body, capable of contending with the azure dragon sacred body of the central continent without faltering, and even gaining an absolute advantage. For Su Meng alone to face him head-on was a futile endeavor. The disciples and higher-ups of the Shadow Pavilion fell silent, watching their promising young genius being carried away by the master of the Shadow Pavilion for treatment, continually swallowing their saliva. Could such a terrifying individual truly be one they could defeat? Doubt did not linger solely among the younger disciples. It also permeated the heart of the last genius of the Tianying Pavilion, Lin Jing, who stood as a paragon among the younger generation. Although Lei Fengxing and Su Meng were not his equals, the disparity between them was not vast. However, Ye Changsheng's effortless superiority over these two left Lin Jing feeling unsettled. The old ghost of Tianying could naturally perceive the hesitation and slight trepidation in his junior's demeanor, prompting him to sigh inwardly. Had he known the chasm between the quasi-emperor and the emperor was so profound, he would have refrained from provoking the head of the Yi family earlier. Perhaps a cordial discussion could have led to a reduction in their debts. Now, the top-tier powerhouse was beyond their reach, and the younger generation had already suffered 2 consecutive defeats. At this rate, a third loss seemed imminent. Contemplating these matters, he exchanged a glance with the master of Tianying Pavilion, both recognizing the helplessness reflected in one another's eyes. Unlike the impulsive actions of the previous two, Lin Jing approached Ye Changsheng with measured steps, respectfully clasping his hands as he said, "Brother Yi, your talents and experiences in physical cultivation are beyond my reach. Thus, I do not dare to hope for victory. I only wish to exchange a single punch with you." Should you remain undefeated after that, I shall concede. Lin Juying's tone was remarkably gentle, a stark contrast to the demeanor expected of an assassin cultivated in the pavilion. More akin to a disciple of the Buddhist or Taoist sects. Ye Changsheng regarded him favorably, nodding in agreement. Very well, Brother Lin, your candor is appreciated. I shall not delay. Please, make your move, with a slight nod. Lin Jing took a step back, and a swirl of deep black mist began to emanate from him. Ye Changsheng's father, upon witnessing the spectacle, expressed surprise. Old Ghost of Tianying, I did not expect your pavilion to produce such a remarkable talent. Even your Tianying absolute body has been cultivated successfully, but the future quasi-emperor is indeed promising. The old Ghost of Tianying could not help but beam at this compliment from Ye Changsheng's father. Your praise is excessive, for Juying still falls short compared to Changsheng. He intended to remain humble, but Ye Changsheng's father interjected. Indeed, the old ghost smile faltered, and he cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. In front of the mountain gate, as Lin Jing activated his Tianying absolute body, the power of his blood and energy coalesced in his right palm, causing his arm to swell noticeably, the veins standing out prominently. Ye Changsheng's interest was piqued. Lin Jing seemed to possess substance, unlike the previous two who had fallen easily. Brother Yi, be cautious, Lin Jing suddenly called out, offering a warning before launching his attack. Juying palm. Accompanied by a hushed exclamation, Lin Jing's form shattered like a cloud of black mist. His right palm, infused with formidable energy, traversed time and space, appearing at Ye Changsheng's chest in an instant. Chapter 47. A visit. Ye Changsheng broke into a radiant smile. Boldly stepping forward to meet the attack head-on, his chest absorbing the blow. The forceful impact drove Ye Changsheng's legs deep into the ground, leaving a series of cracks behind him, reminiscent of a riverbed. Moments later, Lin Jing slowly withdrew his hand, his face betraying unreserved admiration. Brother Yi, you are indeed extraordinary. I concede. Ye Changsheng chuckled, feeling a newfound fluency in the once stiff techniques within him. Brother Lin, you are too modest. That palm of yours delivered quite a sting, comparable to the attacks of Wang Wuji. Lin Jing understood this was merely Ye Changsheng's courtesy. Yet, being compared to the talents of Zhongzhou, still brought him joy. Ha ha ha, Brother Yi, you jest. I cannot compare to the talents of Zhongzhou. Thankfully, our Dongzhou has such a peerless genius as yourself. Otherwise, those from Zhongzhou would truly dominate. They exchanged praises, and the atmosphere grew harmonious, with the dust settled and victor determined. The members of Tianying Pavilion, though reluctant, had no choice but to accept the outcome. Ye Changsheng clapped Lin Jing on the shoulder, jovially suggesting, Brother Lin, if you have the time, do visit our Yi family. I shall show you around. He held a favorable impression of the young man, and wished to consider him a friend. Lin Jing's face lit up with happiness, a slight blush gracing his fair features. Brother Yi, are you truly sincere? Can I really visit your Yi family? Ye Changsheng laughed. Of course. Our Yi family is not a place of peril. What could possibly deter you from coming? Observing the two younger men engaged in lively conversation, Ye Changsheng's father allowed a smile to grace his lips. Old Ghost of Tianying, do you have any requests? The old ghost assented quickly, not daring to show any disrespect. Please encourage that young man to visit our Yi family more often. Changsheng seems to get along well with him. The old Ghost of Tianying was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a smile. Naturally, I shall ensure Jing visits the Yi family frequently. Yes, as for the resources owed by your Tianying Pavilion, simply return the principal. Ye Changsheng's father stated, not allowing the old ghost to express gratitude before calling to Ye Changsheng. Changsheng, let us proceed to the next destination. Ye Changsheng nodded in agreement, bidding farewell to Lin Jing before being ushered onto the nine-dragon spirit carriage by his father. Brother Lin, remember to visit the Yi family. Ye Changsheng's voice faded into the distance, leaving Lin Jing with a sincere and joyful smile. The old Ghost of Tianying approached him, sighing softly, Jing, it will be beneficial for you to spend more time with Ye Changsheng. It will serve you well in the future. Understood, Master Ancestor. The Yi father and son did not conceal their movements, attracting the attention of numerous factions as they arrived at Tianying Pavilion. The events unfolding here were swiftly reported back by various spies. Even the venerable old ancestor of Tianying Pavilion, a peak quasi-emperor, had been defeated in a single move by Ye Changsheng's father, silencing any doubts regarding his strength. Those factions that had previously betrayed the Ye family grew anxious, contemplating ways to mend their relationships. Before long, the dragon carriage arrived at another location, a vast and prosperous town, constructed with the abilities of cultivators, housing a population of nearly 10 million while it was termed a city. It was akin to a small nation, this moment. Before an imposing residence at the town's center, two Pishio beasts lay quietly on the ground, their slightly rising abdomens revealing them to be living creatures. Above the door, two plaques carved from spirit jade bore the characters Lu family, radiating a formidable aura. This was the residence of the Lu family, the rulers of Qingyi City. Yet the esteemed Lu family, once revered in Qingyi City, now found their elite members standing helplessly at the entrance, stripped of their usual grandeur. At the forefront stood a man clad in resplendent garments, tall and robust, with thick brows and large eyes. His visage adorned with a prominent beard. He was Lu Haoran, the current head of the Lu family and the lord of Qingyi City. Head, do the Ye father and son truly come for us? A Lu family elder inquired in hushed tones. Lu Haoran furrowed his brow and sighed. Alas, judging by their direction, is undoubtedly towards our Lu family. Are all preparations in place? No errors, I hope? Everything has been arranged. As they spoke, a resonant dragon roar echoed through the sky. Lu Haoran's expression sharpened as he fixed his gaze in the direction of the sound. An azure dragon loomed overhead, imposing in its presence. Once the dragon carriage came to a halt, Ye Changsheng's father and Ye Changsheng emerged. I, Lu Haoran, on behalf of my family, pay my respects to the esteemed Ye family and the young master. Ye Changsheng's father regarded him with a calm demeanor and replied, Lu Haoran, you should be aware of the reason for my visit, correct? Lu Haoran swiftly bowed. I am indeed aware. Everything is prepared. Yes, he spoke. He gestured, and several elegantly dressed women approached, each bearing a jade platter. Upon the 5 platters rested a single ring each. Ye Emperor, when the Lu family borrowed resources from the Ye family. Elixirs, spirit stones, formation plates, refining materials, and celestial herbs. Everything has been categorized within these storage rings, returned threefold as per our agreement. Additionally, 1 ring serves as a token of our family's contrition towards you and the Ye family. Ye Changsheng's father remained non-committal, directing his attention to Ye Changsheng. Accept them. Ye Changsheng stepped forward to collect the 5 rings, subsequently using his spiritual sense to conduct a brief inspection. Father, the quantities are accurate, and there is an extra 1. Ye Changsheng's father nodded, turning to walk towards the dragon carriage while stating, from this point forward, the Ye and Lu families are even. Do not let me hear of any further actions against my Ye family. Yes, I shall remember, Lu Haoran replied robustly, watching as the dragon carriage ascended into the sky, finally releasing a heavy sigh of relief. Head, why don't we follow the Taning Pavilion's example and have our young disciples compete with that Ye family young master? If we win, we wouldn't have to expend so many resources. Lu Haoran shot a fierce glare at the speaker, irritatedly retorting, if they propose it, it is an act of goodwill. If we propose it, it is a provocation. Do you understand? What makes you think we have the leverage to negotiate with a 9th-tier emperor? The speaker suddenly realized his mistake and hurriedly admitted his fault, offering apologies. Subsequently, Ye Changsheng accompanied his father, Ye, to visit several factions, successfully retrieving the materials owed to them, and even receiving an extra portion as a gesture of contrition, truly a bountiful harvest. After news of that day's events spread, the major factions in Dongzhou immediately fell into turmoil. As a top-tier force, the Ye family had dealings with various factions, whether seeking assistance or allegiance. Now that they had summoned the Void Emperor to recover debts, those with ulterior motives could not help but feel anxious. In the following half a month, Ye Changsheng remained at his father's side, traversing the land to reclaim all that was owed to the Ye family. Wherever the Void Emperor appeared, discontent was nowhere to be found. This was not merely about debt collection. It was also an assertion of authority. In an instant, the name of the Ye father and son resonated throughout Dongzhou, prompting everyone to sift through old accounts to ascertain if they owed anything to the Ye family. Upon completing their visits to the last faction, Ye Changsheng finally freed himself from the toil and found time to rest. A few days later, in a secluded courtyard, Ye Changsheng sat cross-legged upon a soft couch, his eyes tightly shut and his brow slightly furrowed. Until today, he had finally deciphered how to cultivate the technique rewarded by the system. The Great Desolation Sutra. This was the reward obtained from the supreme gift package following his battle with Ing Wuji. Indeed, as he had previously anticipated, this reward was precisely the method he urgently required to cultivate the ancient desolation body. The ancient desolation body had been unable to cultivate due to the alterations in the Heavenly Dao, which had led to significant changes in the rules of the myriad worlds, thus severing this physique's means of absorbing spiritual energy. The method outlined in the Great Desolation Sutra was simple in theory: to circumvent the restrictions imposed by the Heavenly Dao and establish a small world within oneself. I am the world, and the world is me. By situating his body within his own realm, he would, of course, remain unbound. However, while this practice sounded straightforward, its execution was fraught with insurmountable challenges. Even his father, a powerful figure at the Void Emperor level, would not dare guarantee success in establishing such a small world within oneself. Naturally, the ability to create a small world would only become feasible once one's cultivation reached a profound level. Currently, he was leagued away from such a realm and did not need to concern himself with it for the time being. The most pressing matter was to follow the scripture's guidance, avoiding the constraints of the world's rules, and to cultivate the unique power system of the ancient desolation body, thus enabling him to ascend gradually to higher realms. Yet the cultivation method recorded in the scripture was rather peculiar, leaving Ye Changsheng with a forehead full of black lines after reading it. To cultivate the ancient desolation body, one must endure constant beatings. This would allow external forces to temporarily disrupt the restrictions of the Heavenly Dao within him, and over time, the impact could be diminished, thus enabling the absorption of spiritual energy. On the other hand, once the spiritual energy entered the body, it had to be intermingled with the vitality of the flesh to form a unique force known as desolation power, exclusive to the ancient desolation body. Only then could it spur continuous growth in his cultivation while simultaneously breaking the shackles of the Heavenly Dao from within. Thus, through this dual approach, sustaining beatings while cultivating, one could enable the ancient desolation body to progress. The reason Ye Changsheng had agreed to compete with the prodigy from Tianning Pavilion was not only due to the system's task, but also because he wished to test the reliability of this cultivation method. However, it must be said that after his battle with Lin Zhuying, he did indeed absorb some faint spiritual energy from the world. This delighted Ye Changsheng, and he hurriedly attempted to merge it with his vitality, as the technique prescribed, hoping to cultivate a thread of spiritual power. Unfortunately, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed was too minuscule. Before he could mobilize his vitality, it dissipated within him like smoke. During this time, his thoughts had been consumed with researching this matter, and now he finally had some clarity on his next steps. With his plan laid out, Ye Changsheng opened his eyes and made his way to the door, instructing the maid, "If the young mistress inquires about me, tell her I have gone to the back mountain to cultivate and encourage her not to worry." Days later, a rumor suddenly spread within the Ye family. It was said that something had seemingly come to life in the back mountain, causing a series of thunderous noises daily, likely some unnoticed ferocious beast. However, the back mountain was desolate, often frequented only by those of low cultivation, so these rumors did not attract the attention of the higher-ups. Yet somehow this tale reached Yao's ears. Upon hearing this story from the maid, her eyes instantly lit up. Although burdened with the lying flat system, it was still exhausting for a vibrant young girl to be idle. A ferocious beast in the back mountain? I, this young lady, am quite curious to see what creature is causing havoc. She boldly strapped a treasured sword to her back and filled her spatial ring with an array of magical artifacts. Specifically, items potent enough to slay beings in the Void Return realm. In Yao's own words, this was a matter of underestimating the enemy strategically while taking them seriously tactically. Before long, she stealthily slipped into the forest of the back mountain. Each year, the Ye family would dispatch powerful individuals to cleanse the area, preventing any dangerous ferocious beasts from lurking and posing a threat to the younger generation. Thus, aside from the docile spirit beasts, There was scarcely anything dangerous in the back mountain. Hiss, where could this ferocious beast be hiding? If it doesn't come out during the day, wouldn't I have made the trip for nothing? Xiao muttered softly as she walked, her eyes darting around. The back mountain was vast, and on her own, she would take at least a month to search it thoroughly. Just as she was pondering, Xiao's ears perked up, and she suddenly turned her head in a particular direction. Bang! Bang! In the distance, a faint sound of impact could be heard, suggesting the presence of something with considerable strength. "Ha! I've got you now!" Xiao cheered, dashing towards the source of the sound. As she drew nearer, she gradually slowed her pace. The sound of impact grew increasingly clear, even causing the ground to tremble slightly. Ha! Xiao took a deep breath, calming her somewhat anxious mood. The commotion the creature was causing was undoubtedly indicative of a massive, ferocious beast. I cannot act rashly. I must observe from the shadows first. If I sense I cannot win, I'll return home to fetch reinforcements. Resolute in her decision, she utilized the dense foliage to conceal her figure and stealthily approached. An open space appeared within the forest, leading to a vast expanse of rugged peaks ahead. Xiao held a large leaf over her head and cautiously peered out. However, upon getting a clear view of the situation beneath the mountain, her eyes widened in disbelief. Ye Changsheng crouched on the ground, his bare upper body glistening with sweat. Before him, the once towering and sturdy mountain wall appeared ravaged, as if struck by a calamity, riddled with craters and debris. After a few labored breaths, Ye Changsheng stood once more. Regulating his breath and channeling his entire vitality, he suddenly lowered his head and charged at the mountain wall like a wild bull. Bang! The dull sound of impact resounded continuously, leaving Xiao gaping in astonishment at her brother, who seemed to have lost his senses, repeatedly crashing his body against the mountain wall. Chapter 49. My brother has lost his mind. Moments later, feeling the slight pain radiating from his body, Ye Changsheng hurriedly retreated into his room, sitting cross-legged on the ground, taking deep breaths to absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Just as Xiao contemplated stepping out to inquire about the situation, a figure floated gracefully down. Gu Qingyi landed gracefully, holding a bamboo basket in her hand. "Husband, take a break and eat something." Ye Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, a faint yellow glow shimmering in his pupils. "That you've worked hard. Qingyi, bringing me meals every day." He flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and began to devour the food from the bamboo basket. Gu Qingyi shook her head, elegantly squatting beside him, producing a jade vial filled with spiritual liquid. "Eat slowly, husband. There's no rush." After soothing Ye Changsheng, she hesitated and asked, "Husband, is this method of cultivation truly effective? Hitting your body against rocks? It seems rather." Swallowing his food, Ye Changsheng confidently replied, "Rest assured, Qingyi, I know what I'm doing. It's certainly effective. Otherwise, would I engage in such foolishness? If you don't believe me, just try it out. My body's strength seems to have increased a bit compared to before." Ye Changsheng extended his arm towards her. Gu Qingyi, albeit skeptical, channeled her spiritual energy and squeezed it. To her astonishment, she discovered that his physique had indeed grown stronger, just as he claimed. "See, I wasn't lying, was I?" As she gazed at the beaming face of Ye Changsheng, Gu Qingyi found herself irresistibly infected by his joy, pursing her lips into a smile. Her husband, though often appearing somewhat disheveled in his demeanor, proved to be remarkably earnest when confronted with challenges, far from the superficial image he projected. Despite his inherent inability to cultivate, his indomitable spirit of resilience and unwillingness to concede defeat was truly admirable. If he could indeed rise to become one of the most formidable figures of the Eastern continent through sheer physical prowess, then her life would have been well spent in the company of the right person. Lost in such whimsical thoughts, Gu Qingyi instinctively cast several lingering glances at Ye Changsheng. Suddenly, her expression turned bashful as she averted her gaze, two rosy hues blooming upon her fair, jade-like visage. "His physique is truly robust," she mused secretly, while attempting to suppress the bashful thoughts swirling within her. Just then, a sharp crack echoed in her ears. "Who is it?" Both spouses turned simultaneously. Gu Qingyi's brows furrowed. and with a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a stream of pale blue spiritual energy, instantly shattering several sturdy trees into fragments. Ye Yao, who had been stealthily preparing to depart, froze in place, awkwardly turning her head after a prolonged moment, and sheepishly remarked, brother, sister-in-law, I didn't see anything. Please continue. Ye Changsheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. You brat, come here. After some back and forth, Ye Yao finally clarified her intentions. Ye Changsheng, somewhat exasperated, replied, all right, there are no ferocious beasts causing havoc in the mountains. I am merely honing my skills. Ye Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, have you been struck silly? Who in their right mind practices by ramming their head against a rock? What do you know, you little imp? This is called tempering the body's resilience. The harder I hit now, the better I can withstand blows in the future. Ye Changsheng retorted, then murmured, this little girl is too young. She is still quite immature. Ye Yao, dismissive of his comments, turned and dashed towards the edge of the forest. You keep practicing. I have things to attend to. Hey! Before Ye Changsheng could call out, Ye Yao's figure had vanished. That girl is always so reckless when she is not being serious. Gu Qingyi chuckled. At her age, she should be this lively. If she were to grow up like me, it would be dreadfully dull. Ye Changsheng quickly countered. How many can compare to you? Graceful, refined, and knowledgeable. You are far superior to that wild child. You're such a tease. Gu Qingyi playfully chided, and after tidying up the dishes, she softly said, then you focus on your training, and I shall bring you lunch later. All right, thank you, my dear. Ye Yao dashed back home in one breath, heading straight for the council hall. Peeking through the door, she saw only her parents and a few elders inside. Just as she was about to sneak away, the voice of the Grand Elder, filled with mirth, rang out, Yao Yao, what are you peeking at over there? Realizing she had been caught, Ye Yao huffed in annoyance and strode into the council hall. Upon seeing her daughter's unruly demeanor, Ye Mother narrowed her eyes, ready to deliver a reprimand. Father, mother, brother has been struck silly by Ing Wuji. The moment those words left her mouth, silence enveloped the room. Ye father and ye mother exchanged bewildered glances before finally asking, Yao Yao, clarify what you mean. I just went to the back mountain and saw brother continuously ramming his head against the cliff. It was a real collision with all his might. He nearly shattered that little hill. I am certain Ing Wuji must have knocked him silly. Why don't you go check? Ye Yao's words left everyone in a state of confusion. Utterly incomprehensible. The Grand Elder, equally perplexed, exclaimed, Yao Yao, you must be mistaken. Wasn't he the young master who struck that third prince on the head? If anyone were to be rendered foolish, it should be him. Oh, Grand Elder, it doesn't matter. My brother has turned into a fool. If you have time, hurry and take a look. I have urgent matters to attend to. You can deliberate slowly. With that, Ye Yao hurriedly exited the council hall, leaving ye father, ye mother, and the equally bewildered elders behind. The Grand Elder opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Sigh, I remember that girl used to be quite well behaved. What has happened to her lately? Ye mother sighed and shook her head, while ye father chuckled instead. I sent this quite good. That girl used to prefer being alone, seemingly uninterested in anything. Now she is willing to engage. Isn't that a good sign? Ye mother pondered for a moment and found some truth in his words. Master, mistress, should we go check on the young master? Although Yao Yao's words sound ridiculous, we must be cautious regarding Changsheng. The Grand Elder reminded them, prompting ye father and ye mother to regain their composure. That you're right. Ye mother nodded, rising as she said, you all continue your discussion. I will go see what is happening with Changsheng. Shortly thereafter, in the back mountain, Ye mother followed the sounds to a clearing, where she found Ye Changsheng indeed ramming his head against the cliff, her heart simultaneously aching and amused. Changsheng, hearing her voice. Ye Changsheng turned in surprise. Mother, what brings you here? Silly child, Yao Yao said you were ramming your head against the rocks in the back mountain. I was worried and came to check on you. Don't worry, mother. I'm merely training. I haven't lost my wits. Ye Changsheng replied cheerfully, pausing to take several gulps of water. You really shouldn't practice in such a manner. Aren't you just inviting suffering upon yourself? Ye mother scolded gently, then approached him and lightly poked his skin, which glimmered with a dark golden hue, her face instantly expressing astonishment. This. The golden body, Since defeating Ingwuji, Ye Changsheng had ceased to hide everything, believing that revealing some of his progress would ease his parents' concerns. Mother, your insight is remarkable. Indeed, this is the indestructible golden body. Ye Changsheng proudly patted his chest and quickly added, the technique rewarded by the heavenly path is quite formidable. I succeeded after practicing for a while. Upon hearing this, Ye Mother finally relaxed, but her gaze fell upon the bruises on his body, and her heart ached anew. You must be careful while training and not overexert yourself. Understand? I understand. I understand. Don't worry, Mother. Also, if you need anything, just tell me, and I will find a way to get it for you. Thank you, Mother. I will remember that. After a few more reminders from you, Mother, she left with a heart full of joy. Watching his son diligently strive, she felt a sense of relief as a mother. In the following days, Ye Changsheng immersed himself in cultivation, diligently advancing his progress in the Great Wilderness Sutra. Half a month later, one afternoon, just as Ye Changsheng finished his training and intended to return to his room for a rest, he was intercepted by Ye Yao, who seemed to have sprung from nowhere. Brother, Ye Changsheng laughed. What is this? Off on another adventure? What nonsense! This young lady is not that idle. I was busy with important matters. What important matters could you possibly have? Ye Changsheng teased, but then noticed Ye Yao pulling him into a corner. Glancing around before solemnly whispering, Brother, I need to tell you something very important. Seeing her seriousness, Ye Changsheng became slightly more attentive. Speak. What is it? Do you remember that third prince? Ingwuji? Yes, Ye Yao nodded, then conspiratorially continued. Brother, don't you find it strange? How did Ingwuji know about sister-in-law's situation? Ye Changsheng furrowed his brow. Qingyi is after all the saintess of the Gu family, known throughout the eastern continent. It wouldn't be difficult for someone to inquire about her, but what about the 9 orifices Linglong body? Very few know of this matter. What do you mean? Ye Yao lowered her voice even further. I have recently uncovered that when Ingwuji and the other prodigies from Zhongzhou arrived, our distant relative Yi had clandestinely made contact with him. The information regarding you and sister-in-law was leaked by him. Ye Changsheng's frown deepened. Moreover, do you remember the rumors in our clan that you were a natural calamity body? That rumor also came from Yi too. At this revelation, Ye Changsheng could no longer dismiss the information lightly. If Yi too were merely targeting him, it would be manageable since his parents were present, ensuring his safety regardless of the unfounded rumors. However, for that person to involve Gu Qingyi was utterly intolerable for Ye Changsheng. Even if they shared no romantic feelings, she was still his nominal wife, and as a man, he could not stand idly by while anyone bullied her. Furthermore, having spent time together, he had begun to develop special feelings for Gu Qingyi, making him even less willing to allow such matters to transpire. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Changsheng said solemnly, Yao Yao, this matter is not to be trifled with. Do you understand? You say it was Yi too. Do you have any evidence? Ye Yao confidently patted her chest and said, Brother, don't you see who I am? We ought to adhere to the principle of presumption of innocence, shouldn't we? If there were no evidence, how could I dare to wrongfully accuse someone without cause? At that time, I had already managed to control several individuals who had received benefits from Yi too and spread rumors that a portion of the stolen goods has also been seized. Ye Changsheng immediately made up his mind. Let us proceed to the church and resolve this matter promptly. The two turned around and made their way deeper into the Yi family estate, soon arriving before a desolate and shadowy structure. This building, resembling a church, bore 2 glaring blood-red characters carved above its entrance. It was Ye Yao's first time visiting such a place, and she felt a twinge of fear. Hiding behind Ye Changsheng and peeking around. Ye Changsheng, however, felt no particular trepidation and strode confidently inside. 2 figures clad in black robes with masked faces stepped forward to block their path, their cold voices sounding mechanical. This is a sacred place. No unauthorized individuals may enter. Ye Changsheng halted and calmly replied, I am Ye Changsheng, the young master of the Yi family, here to report a traitor. Please allow us to pass. The 2 guards exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting surprise. It was uncommon for their young master to involve himself in family affairs, so how had he suddenly uncovered a spy? Nevertheless, given his status, they dared not obstruct him. Very well, young master and miss, you may enter. The elder of the church is present. Ye Changsheng nodded and led Yao into this place, which was viewed as a formidable entity among the Yi family members. Upon entering, the light dimmed significantly, and a faint, bloody odor became discernible. Disturbing sounds of muffled cries echoed in the air, heightening the ominous atmosphere. Yao grasped Ye Changsheng's arm tightly, fearfully asking, "Brother, there aren't any vengeful spirits lurking in here?" "Are there? Rest assured, the family elders are not to be trifled with. And besides, there are no such things as ghosts in this world," Ye Changsheng reassured her, guiding her deeper into the shadows. They reached the end of the corridor. Entering a grand hall illuminated by blue candle flames, in the center stood a colossal statue of a strange beast, its eyes embedded with two glimmering green orbs, giving it an almost lifelike appearance. "Ah, the young master and miss have arrived." A somewhat aged and cold voice resonated, causing Yao to shiver involuntarily. Emerging from behind a pillar was an old man in a black robe. His complexion as pale as that of a corpse. Ye Changsheng bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to the elder of the church." "Young master, no need for such formalities. What brings you to this grim place?" "Is there something you require my assistance with?" The old man, hunched over and leaning on a cane, appeared as though he could depart from this world at any moment. Yet, Ye Changsheng knew better than to underestimate this elder. His father had once mentioned that the elder's power ranked among the highest within the Yi family. Chapter 51. A visit. Prior to this, there had been rumors in the family regarding the young one's involvement in a murder case, and the elder should have heard something about it. The elder regarded Ye Changsheng with a hint of surprise, nodding, "Indeed, I have heard of this matter." However, the rumors did not circulate for long, and after the young master defeated Ingwuji, they dissipated without a trace. Thus the church did not pursue the matter. "Well, I'm not well versed in church affairs. However, I have uncovered the individuals responsible for spreading the rumors and would like to know how the church intends to address this issue." The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully, pondering. "Young master, do you possess concrete evidence?" Yao managed to apprehend several individuals who had spread the rumors, discovering that they were instigated by the branch of the family. "Tuesday, what is the church's stance on this matter?" The elder looked at him with some astonishment. "Young master, is this matter true?" "Of course, especially since there are witnesses." Upon hearing this, the elder felt reassured. Since Ye Changsheng had dared to approach them, he must possess some evidence. Otherwise, he would not be so audacious. "What would you like the church to do?" After some contemplation, the elder decided to pass the responsibility back to Ye Changsheng. It was not that he was unwilling to take action, but given that this matter involved the currently favored young master, it would be prudent to heed his opinion that Ye Changsheng had been waiting for this moment. "Well then, I have some thoughts on the matter. Although there have been some mild grievances directed towards me within the family, I could easily overlook them. However, Ye too, this traitor, has not only spread rumors, branding me as a calamity, but has also leaked information regarding the Qingyi physique, inciting Ingwuji to wreak havoc upon our Yi family. For both emotional and rational reasons, this individual must be held accountable. If the elder has no objections, I wish to handle this matter personally. What do you think?" The elder suddenly understood. Ye Changsheng intended to assert his authority. Previously, due to his inability to cultivate, he was not well liked within the family. Although he had earned his place by defeating Ingwuji, the lingering impressions of the past had yet to vanish, and some individuals undoubtedly harbored ill will towards him. The young master was destined to become the future patriarch. Thus he indeed held that authority. "Should you require assistance, I can dispatch some of the church's experts to accompany you." The elder was forthright in his agreement. That Ye Changsheng smiled in response. "Thank you. Elder, if that is the case, I would appreciate it if you could send 2 individuals to assist with the aftermath." The elder's heart raced as he regarded Ye Changsheng, his gaze shifting. "Very well. As per your wishes." With a wave of his hand, 2 figures in black robes silently appeared before Ye Changsheng. Accompany the young master and assist him with the aftermath. As they exited the church, Yao let out a deep sigh of relief. That place was truly terrifying. "I do not wish to return. Indeed, given that it is a place for capturing and interrogating criminals, it would be strange if it were not frightening." Ye Changsheng replied, his expression turning serious as he instructed, Yao, let us take those witnesses along and confront Ye Tu directly." Understood. Shortly thereafter, the group, accompanied by 3 downcast family servants, arrived at Ye Tu's residence. After a brief inquiry, they discovered that Ye Tu was not at home. Ye Changsheng immediately redirected the group toward the residence of the divine child, Xiao Chen. He had heard that the two maintained a close relationship, and Xiao Chen would surely know Ye Tu's whereabouts at the divine child's abode. Xiao Chen and Ye Tu sat at a table, their expression somber. "Brother Chen, it seems we cannot deal with that scoundrel Ye Changsheng for the time being." Xiao Chen snorted coldly, replying irritably, "Do you need to state the obvious? What shall we do next? Take it one step at a time." Just as Xiao Chen sighed, a commotion erupted outside. Hey, this is the divine child's residence. You cannot force your way in, young master." Xiao Chen's expression turned icy, and he stood up, preparing to stride outward in anger that Ye Changsheng had grown bold, daring to intrude upon his residence so audaciously. Before he could step outside, a large group of individuals surged in. Aside from Ye Changsheng and his entourage, the rest were merely onlookers from the Ye family. "Divine child, how do you fare?" In the face of Ye Changsheng's smiling demeanor, Xiao Chen's countenance darkened. "Ye Changsheng, you are quite bold to force your way into my residence. You truly believe that because you have some protection, you can act without restraint? TSK, you are mistaken. I have come for a legitimate matter." "A legitimate matter? What could you possibly have that is legitimate?" Xiao Chen scoffed, clearly unconvinced by Ye Changsheng's words. Ye Changsheng remained unperturbed, tilting his head to glance at the somewhat pale-faced Ye Tu behind him, and cheerfully waved his hand. "Xiao Chen, I am not here for you today, but for the person behind you. Ye Tu. What do you want with him?" Xiao Chen furrowed his brows, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Ye Changsheng waved his hand, and the 2 black-robed figures from the church pushed the witnesses forward. "These 3 individuals, I wonder if you recognize them." "Ye Tu?" Xiao Chen turned to look at Ye Tu. Confusion etched on his face, but he noticed Ye Tu trembling slightly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, clearly terrified. Ye Tu. "Do you know them?" Ye Tu cast a fearful glance at Xiao Chen, lowering his head and remaining silent. Ye Changsheng took it upon himself to explain. "Xiao Chen, it seems you are unfamiliar with these individuals. They are servants of the family who, a month ago, were bribed by Ye Tu to spread malicious rumors about me, claiming I was a natural calamity, which caused me considerable trouble. Subsequently, he even secretly colluded with that Wuji from Zhongzhou, disseminating information about the Qing E7 orifice's Linglong physique. Such treachery, do you not sense it?" Xiao Chen's expression changed dramatically as he finally comprehended the nature of Ye Changsheng's legitimate matter. He glanced at Ye Tu, wishing to salvage the situation, but with the church and so many family members present, a single misstep could entangle him in trouble. "Empty claims. Do you have evidence?" Xiao Chen retorted sharply, though his bravado seemed somewhat hollow. They are all witnesses. If you do not believe me, you can accompany me to the church, and let the elder use the soul-searching method to prove it to you. What do you think?" Xiao Chen stared intently at Ye Changsheng, his gaze so piercing that it seemed capable of inflicting wounds. He understood all too well that uttering even a few more words could easily entangle him in this predicament. Ye Changsheng, however, paid him no heed, turning instead to Ye Tu with a derisive smile and saying, "What are you waiting for? You have the audacity to face me despite your disgrace, don't you?" All eyes converged on Ye Tu, the disdainful glances igniting a tumult of anger and fear within him. Chapter 52. The Ascendance of the Divine Sun's Wrath. Xiao Chen's expression darkened as he glanced between Ye Changsheng and Ye Tu, caught in a moment of indecision that if he chose to remain passive, Ye Tu could easily expose him, leading to dire consequences for both. Yet, to intervene would similarly arouse suspicion. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, Ye Tu suddenly stepped forward, clenching his fists, his reddened eyes fixed on Ye Changsheng. He seethed, "You worthless fool, coasting on your privileged lineage, squandering the clan's resources while idling away your days. What is wrong with me detesting you?" Indeed, it was true. I orchestrated the rumors and contacted Wen Wuji, all to deal with you, you good-for-nothing. At this proclamation, the Ye clan members erupted in uproar. Although they harbored their own grievances against Ye Changsheng, it was merely due to his lack of accomplishments as the junior patriarch. And no one had ever considered plotting against him in such a covert manner that Ye Changsheng chuckled softly and addressed the two cloaked figures from the Hall of Justice. You both heard that, did you not? Indeed, we can serve as witnesses. One of the black-robed figures nodded in calm agreement. Xiao Chen's heart raced. He was about to probe further into Ye Changsheng's stance when Ye Tu unexpectedly reassured him. Don't worry, Brother Chen, that I will take full responsibility for my actions, and it won't implicate anyone else. From now on, I'll rely on you to look after our family. Turning back to Ye Changsheng, he declared with unyielding pride, Come on, let us see what you can do against me. You waste. At last, Xiao Chen felt a sense of calm, satisfied with Ye Tu's resolve to bear the blame alone. As long as he was not implicated, he could leverage his status as the Divine Son to devise a means to extricate Ye Tu later. Ye Changsheng regarded Ye Tu with a peculiar expression, querying, Are you certain that all of this was your doing alone? Absolutely. It was I who orchestrated everything out of disdain for you. Don't involve anyone else. Ye Tu proclaimed with a sense of righteousness. Eager to win favor in Xiao Chen's eyes, he was convinced that as long as Xiao Chen wished to avoid becoming the target of ire, he would find a way to save him. Ye Changsheng turned his attention to the two figures from the Hall of Justice. Did you hear clearly? The black-robed figures nodded silently. Very well, he replied, and before the words had fully left his lips, calamity struck. Ye Changsheng's figure vanished, leaving behind only a powerful gust of wind. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, and by the time the crowd realized what had transpired, Ye Tu lay sprawled on the ground. Ye Changsheng's foot firmly planted on his face. Who gave you the audacity, a mere branch member, to disrespect the young master and young mistress of the Yi family? Ye Changsheng's voice was frigid, revealing no hint of the murderous intent that lurked beneath. Xiao Chen's heart raced alarmingly. He had always considered himself exceptionally gifted, capable of earning a name among the young talents of Central Continent. Yet he had been utterly blindsided by Ye Changsheng's swift action. This indicated that if Ye Changsheng wished, he could have easily replaced Ye Tu with Xiao Chen himself, and he would have had no time to defend against such an assault. Since you are willing to bear the burden alone, then I shall also increase the toll of bloodshed. May you find forgiveness in the netherworld. Despite Ye Changsheng's tone remaining calm and devoid of emotional fluctuation, those who witnessed this scene felt a chill run down their spines. The current Ye Changsheng was a stark contrast to the weak and indulgent figure they had once known. You dare. Ye Tu sputtered, blood seeping from his orifices, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. As he watched Ye Changsheng prepare to crush Ye Tu beneath his foot, Xiao Chen finally snapped back to reality. Stop! His voice was accompanied by a forceful gust of wind generated by his palm. Yet Ye Changsheng remained indifferent, bringing his right foot down with savage force that Ye Tu's chest caved in with a sickening crack. And it was evident that he would not survive this encounter. Simultaneously, Xiao Chen's attack arrived. Witnessing his subordinate's demise before his very eyes, Ye Changsheng's actions felt like a slap across his face, prompting Xiao Chen to unleash his fury with an augmented force that he felt relentless, convinced that, regardless of the repercussions of injuring Ye Changsheng, he could shoulder the weight of it all due to his status as the Divine Son. For now, he needed to vent this pent-up rage. However, Ye Changsheng suddenly turned, his face adorned with a mocking smile. Boom! Xiao Chen's palm struck Ye Changsheng's back with precision. Yet the momentary joy of the impact was swiftly replaced by incredulity. A strike infused with 70% of his strength failed to even stagger Ye Changsheng. In a daze, Ye Changsheng slowly rotated to face him, pressing down on Xiao Chen as hand inch by inch. Xiao Chen, remember your place. You are a grandson of the Yi family. Do you understand? Ye Changsheng smiled, showing no signs of having just endured Xiao Chen's strike. I comprehend your deep bond with Ye Tu. Yet his betrayal of the Yi family demands an appropriate reckoning. This time, I can tolerate your insolence. But should there be a next time, do you think I truly lack anger? Having calmly articulated these words, Ye Changsheng lightly patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder, scoffing lightly before striding away. The clan members instinctively parted to create a path, their gazes filled with a mixture of complexity. Previously, they had deemed their young master too timid and incapable of shouldering the responsibilities of the junior patriarch. Yet now, as he transformed, that cold and resolute decisiveness instilled a sense of trepidation within them. The two black-robed figures from the Hall of Justice wasted no time, producing a black bag to contain Ye Tu's lifeless body. Upon investigation, it has been confirmed that the branch member Ye Tu secretly disseminated rumors and colluded with external foes, maliciously slandering the young master and young mistress, and has now been justly slain by young master Ye Changsheng. With this chilling proclamation, the two departed with Ye Tu's body, leaving the clan members exchanging bewildered glances. With his back to the crowd, Xiao Chun clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Ye Changsheng had unhesitatingly executed Ye Tu in front of him, an unmistakable slap in his face. Moreover, the talent and prowess he had once prided himself on now seemed insignificant compared to Ye Changsheng. Just that one strike would have left him grievously injured, while Ye Changsheng appeared utterly unfazed. This was a bitter truth that he found hard to accept. How had that scoundrel become so formidable? And in such a short span of time? Did this mean he would forever remain overshadowed by Ye Changsheng? Chapter 53. Ye Changsheng's determination and anxiety after departing from Xiao Chen's residence. Ye Yao wore a displeased expression at why Ye Changsheng glanced at her briefly and, on a whim, pinched her plump cheek. "Little girl, why the long face?" Ye Yao wriggled free, shooting him an exasperated look. "Brother, I went to great lengths to uncover those who spread the rumors and implicated Ye Tu's day. This situation is clearly orchestrated by Xiao Chun. Ye Tu was merely a tool in his hands. Why did you have to kill him outright?" Ye Changsheng sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "Yao Yao, I truly appreciate your efforts in exposing those who conspired against us. However, you know well that Xiao Chun is our family's divine son, and many of the elder members are betting on him. If we draw him into this, the situation becomes far more complicated. Should we involve those old geezers, it would escalate into a power struggle among the higher echelons, and we might lose control of the situation entirely. Eliminating Ye Tu was tantamount to severing one of Xiao Chen's arms. If he wished to avoid trouble, he would have to swallow this bitter pill." After Ye Changsheng's explanation, Yao nodded, her understanding still somewhat vague. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, she had not encountered much of this kind of intrigue, making it natural for her to struggle with the nuances of the situation. "All right, Yao Yao, let us leave it at that for now. And thank you for being so proactive about this matter." Ye Yao generously patted Ye Changsheng's shoulder, adopting a cool demeanor as she declared, "We are family. I will look out for you from now on, ensuring you live a life of luxury, you little rascal." Ye Changsheng chuckled, bemused. Just as he was about to say more, Ye Yao skipped away, her voice trailing behind her. "I want to worry about the future. You handle it." Before long, the news of Ye Changsheng's slaying of Ye Tu spread through the Ye clan like a tempest. This incident stirred a considerable uproar, particularly among the clan's higher echelons, which distinctly formed factions. Those supporting Ye Changsheng argued that as the young clan leader, he inherently possessed the authority to handle matters within the clan. Moreover, Ye Tu was a traitor who had covertly betrayed the Ye family, attempting to sell out the young master and mistress. Even if Ye Changsheng had not executed him on the spot, a far harsher punishment awaited him thereafter. Furthermore, Ye Changsheng, as the young master, exhibiting decisiveness in such matters demonstrated his sense of responsibility, which boded well for the future of the Ye clan. Conversely, another faction held that Ye Changsheng acted without restraint. If he could kill without adhering to clan rules and judgments now, what might he do should his power grow? Or if he were to ascend to the position of clan leader? They feared he might inadvertently provoke a significant crisis. Both factions argued vehemently, yet they shared a common sentiment. They expressed little sorrow or concern over Ye Tu's demise. After all, Ye Changsheng was still the beloved young master, shielded by the current clan head, a towering figure within the East Continent and a 9th-tier Void Emperor, the most esteemed cultivator. They dared not speak too freely about the nature of this incident. Discussions regarding Ye Changsheng's actions could continue, but dragging Ye's father into the fray would truly spell disaster for the Ye clan. The clan's disputes yielded no immediate resolution, that Ye's father and mother maintained a stance of silence, indifferent to the ongoing quarrels, as long as they remained in the Ye household. Even if the council hall were overturned, Ye Changsheng would have no cause for concern regarding his safety, despite the fervent disagreements among the higher-ups. The overall perception of Ye Changsheng within the clan leaned positively. One day, Yao intended to seek out her brother for a playful visit when she suddenly overheard voices coming from a nearby garden. It seemed to be a group of younger clan members. Initially, she paid little heed, but the frequent mention of terms like young master piqued her interest. Had the young master truly killed Yi Tu? Could there be any doubt? The niece of my second uncle's wife was present at the scene that day. As relayed by my father, it is said that the young master merely used a single foot to pin Yi Tu to the ground, leaving Xiao Shensi so terrified that his face turned pale and he dared not move, helplessly witnessing Yi Tu being crushed underfoot. How could this be? Xiao Shensi is a genius of our clan. Surely he would not be so intimidated by the young master. The youth who had spoken earlier swelled with pride. What do you know? When Wujie first arrived, Xiao Shensi did not even dare to confront him until the young master intervened and defeated that individual. Ah, is that truly the case? Indeed, do you doubt my words? The boy continued, inciting agreement from his companions. Regardless, our Changsheng has changed immensely. I overheard my father and uncles discussing that if this continues, the young master may one day be as protective as the clan head. Safeguarding our Yi clan? Really? The young master is incredibly formidable. A smile graced Yi Yao's lips, her heart feeling considerably lighter. Although her brother had seemed lacking in many respects, he had never failed her. Witnessing his transformation was a source of great joy for her. However, upon arriving at the annex, her happiness swiftly morphed into frustration. Sister-in-law, is my brother still banging against the stone? Yi Yao asked incredulously, wondering if her elder brother was becoming more foolish with each impact. Gu Qingyi chuckled, responding, yes, my husband claims this is his form of cultivation, so we need not worry. All right, I was hoping to play with him. Yi Yao mumbled, finding it difficult to comprehend why he was so relentless that in the back mountain. A massive cliff had been indented deeply by his repeated strikes. To enhance the effectiveness of his training. He had even asked his mother to reinforce the mountain, rendering it as solid as iron. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, Ye Changsheng felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding in his previous mindset. With the protection of his parents and the Yi clan, he believed he could gradually elevate his cultivation without haste. Yet, the cracking of the cliff and the emergence of talents from the central continent struck him like a wake-up call. In this vast land of Wan Yuan, the age-old truth of the survival of the fittest remained unchanged, strength, accompanied by power and justice. Although he had defeated Wujie, he had essentially offended the Ming dynasty. Perhaps due to his father's influence, they would not openly retaliate, but their covert strategies would undoubtedly be numerous. Only by wielding power could he safeguard himself and his family's safety. Chapter 54. The winds of alarm. Ye Changsheng was acutely aware that had he truly killed Wujie, the Yi clan would inevitably face the wrath of the Ming dynasty. Even with his parents' presence, they would likely be unable to protect him. Strength was paramount. This realization had become his most profound understanding during this period. If he possessed sufficient power, could he not, like Wujie, boldly storm into the prince's residence in the central continent and confront the princess regarding her intentions? Of course, he merely entertained such thoughts. He would never engage in such morally dubious actions. While he was resting, Yi Yao's voice called out from the woods, "Brother, are you still striking the stone?" Ye Changsheng could not help but retort, "Use your brain a little. I said I was cultivating, not mindlessly banging against stone. Oh, it's all the same, but by the way, I have some delightful news to share with you." Yi Yao eagerly sat on a stone, her excitement palpable. "Since you killed Yi Tu last time, I've heard many people praising you, saying you are resolute and decisive. Brother, everyone now genuinely regards you as the young master." Ye Changsheng shook his head. "What is there to be happy about? People will think whatever they wished. That's not right. You are the young clan leader, and gaining the people's favor is certainly a positive." Sighing, Ye Changsheng replied, "Silly girl, if I truly wished to win people's hearts, wouldn't the knowledge we acquired in our previous lives be sufficient? Don't forget, with just a little effort, the textbooks taught us how to slay dragons." Yi Yao pondered and realized the truth in his words. Her curiosity piqued. "Then, brother, why didn't you do that back then? At that time, I couldn't cultivate. What was the point of forcefully occupying the position of young clan leader? To act within one's capacity, I couldn't just sit on the toilet and do nothing, could I? That makes sense that in any case, brother, your reputation is excellent now. Work hard to strive for the position of clan leader in the future. And then I can continue to lean on you and relax. With that, Ye Changsheng strutted away, leaving Ye Changsheng speechless. After a period of cultivation, he had accumulated a modest amount of primal energy, gradually improving his realm. Regardless, the fact that his Taihuang ancient Dao body could cultivate was already the best outcome that a month of tranquil days passed, and Ye Changsheng was summoned to the council hall. Upon his arrival, numerous high-ranking members of the family had gathered, including several significant younger members. The solemnity of the scene left Ye Changsheng somewhat bewildered, silently speculating about the gravity of the situation. Soon, everyone assembled. Ye's father and mother emerged from the side hall together. The purpose of gathering the clan was to convey an extremely urgent matter. This issue was serious and could potentially impact the future survival of the Ye clan. Upon hearing Ye's father speak, those in the council hall began to murmur, speculating about what could elicit such a significant change. Elder, please elaborate for everyone. An elder nodded, his aged face betraying a hint of worry. I believe everyone is aware of the recent events concerning the Central Continent's prince, Ingwujie, causing a ruckus in our Ye clan. The barrier between the Central and East continents has long existed, isolating both sides. Many factions in the East continent believe the crack in the barrier would naturally heal, but just yesterday, we received messages from several border factions indicating that the rift has not only failed to close, but has actually widened. If the rift does not heal, it will allow more individuals from the Central Continent to enter our East Continent. When that happens, those major factions will undoubtedly intervene, significantly impacting the situation in the East Continent. As the saying goes, there can be no eggs left unbroken beneath a collapsed nest. Our Ye clan will not escape the consequences, as one of the top forces in the East Continent. We will inevitably draw the attention of the Central Continent powers, and our Ye clan will undoubtedly become a target at this moment. The assembly hall erupted with a cacophony of voices that Ye Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. His conjecture had proven correct. The source wall could not heal itself. This indicated that the matter between him and Ingwujie might incite unforeseen complications. After all, he was the third prince of the Dang dynasty. And for the sake of the dynasty's reputation, there would undoubtedly be voices raised regarding this issue. With this thought, a sense of urgency surged within him if he did not hasten to elevate his cultivation. Any unforeseen circumstances could endanger both his life and that of his family. As he pondered, the Grand Elder continued, "Silence, please." Gradually, the crowd quieted, their gazes converging on the Grand Elder. Although this matter would undoubtedly cause upheaval in the Eastern Continent, you, as the backbone of the clan, or as the young prodigies, must not falter at this critical juncture, understood? The Council of Elders and the clan head have devised specific measures, which the clan head will now elucidate. Ye Changsheng's father took the floor, his expression grave. The people of the Central Continent have come to our Eastern Continent with ulterior motives, as the Grand Elder stated. The Ye family, being a premier force in the Eastern Continent, will certainly find themselves the target of their schemes. Therefore, for the time being, the clan's guards must enhance their vigilance, ensuring that no unfamiliar individuals are allowed to roam freely. Furthermore, resources within the clan will be abundantly allocated. Utilize them as needed, with the primary goal of enhancing your cultivation. At this point, Ye Changsheng's gaze fell upon the youthful assembly. Especially you, the younger generation, must strive to elevate your strength swiftly. You witnessed Ingwujie's prowess. Had it not been for Changsheng's intervention, it is likely that none among our younger generation could have matched his might. Should prodigies from the Central Continent emerge, we, the older generation, may find ourselves unable to act. And the reputation of the Ye family will rest upon your shoulders. You comprehend? Understood. The younger members responded, albeit somewhat chaotically, their expressions tinged with excitement. After all, it was an age of fervor, and those who held a place here were considered talented. Everyone aspired to be the unrivaled champion among their peers. Only Ye Changsheng maintained a serious demeanor, his heart laden with gravity and pressure. After clashing with Ingwujie, he had come to grasp just how terrifying the talents from the Central Continent could be. Ingwujie himself was already deemed invincible among his peers, not to mention those ranked even higher. Had he not been an anomaly, the last encounter with Ingwujie would have undoubtedly brought disgrace to the Ye family. Nevertheless, it was prudent not to voice such thoughts, lest he inadvertently bolster the ambitions of others while diminishing his own standing. The youthful vigor among them was commendable. It was imperative not to extinguish their fervent spirits. Following further detailed arrangements made by Ye's father and the Council of Elders, the meeting concluded. Chapter 55. News from the Central Continent, though the information was conveyed to the higher-ups and the young prodigies. Ye's father emphasized the necessity of confidentiality regarding this matter before their departure. Otherwise, if the information were to leak, it would pose a substantial threat to the stability of the clan, potentially inciting further complications. As Ye Changsheng prepared to leave, the Grand Elder called out to him, accompanied by several key disciples earmarked for cultivation. Once the others had departed, the council remained, seemingly engaged in discussions that were not meant for broader ears. You may have surmised that we have additional news to share, the Grand Elder sighed before continuing. According to reports from our informants, while the fissures in the rock wall are continuously expanding, a formidable suppression still exists, preventing those ancient beings from the Central Continent from crossing over. The forces of the Central Continent are coveting our resources, hence various factions have mobilized significant resources to send their young prodigies here. They intend to subdue the next generation of the Eastern Continent, facilitating their establishment of strongholds here. The gravity of the situation far exceeded what had been previously articulated. The expressions of the young prodigies shifted to one of seriousness. They had reached their current standing through no lack of wisdom, fully comprehending what it meant for the young prodigies of the Central Continent to be unleashed. Ye's father suddenly turned to the contemplative Ye Changsheng. Changsheng, you are the only one among us who is engaged with a prodigy from the Central Continent. What do you perceive about Wuji's strength? Ye Changsheng paused momentarily, reflecting deeply before shaking his head. You all know that Wuji ranks around 30 among the young generation of the Central Continent. You are also aware that while my physical strength is formidable, I cannot cultivate, however, based solely on physical prowess. I dare assert that there is no peer within the Eastern Continent who could rival me. Though this statement bore an air of arrogance, it garnered the consensus of most present. After all, Ye Changsheng's achievements were evident. Aside from defeating Wuji, he had previously engaged in numerous sparring sessions with other young talents of the Eastern Continent. Never having faced defeat, he had earned the right to make such claims. Indeed, I can affirm that Changsheng's physique is unparalleled in the Eastern Continent. Ye's father added, as a transcendent master of the Void Emperor realm, his discernment was naturally astute. However, it must be noted that while Wuji was defeated under my command, he had not utilized his full cultivation. The Qingjiao sacred body is equally formidable, and you have all witnessed its terrifying regenerative capabilities. If his cultivation were unrestricted, it is likely that no prodigy in the Eastern Continent would stand a chance against him. Ye Changsheng's earnest declarations cast a shadow over the hearts of the young prodigies present. Just then, a discordant voice broke the tension. Why, Ye Changsheng? Could it be that you are so terrified of the Central Continent that you are deliberately exaggerating their prowess? Ye Changsheng furrowed his brow and looked over to see Xiao, Chen sneering at him. Ha! Although your physical strength is impressive, you lack any cultivation experience. How can you be so certain of Wuji's might? Others shared similar doubts. After all, Ye Changsheng had never cultivated before, making it plausible for him to misjudge the situation. Why Ye Changsheng's expression turned icy in an instant. Though I may be unable to cultivate, this formidable physique is a result of my own rigorous training. If you doubt my abilities, I invite you to a duel that I assure you that if you can withstand 3 strikes from me, I will concede that I have exaggerated and relinquish my position as the young master to you. What say you? Upon hearing his words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. To stake the position of young master as a wager only underscored his overwhelming confidence. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth, fury coursing through him as he considered accepting the challenge. However, the remnants of his rationality cautioned him against acting impulsively, as such a decision would only lead him into a more precarious situation. The physical prowess displayed by Ye Changsheng in his previous encounter with Wuji was far beyond what he could currently contend with. The audacity to wager the title of young master demanded a corresponding risk on his part. A defeat would undoubtedly deal a catastrophic blow to his standing. He lacked the courage and confidence to confront Ye Changsheng in a test of raw strength. Enough, Changsheng. Do not be rash. Xiao. Hold your tongue as well. Changsheng has first-hand experience battling Ying Wuji, and his insights are undoubtedly credible. The second elder interjected, seeking to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Ye Changsheng scoffed dismissively, his tone laced with disdain. Though I lack cultivation, I still dare to stand firm in the face of adversity when the Yi family encounters peril. It is disheartening to see some resort to mere words. Xiao Chen's fists tightened. His head bowed in silence. Should he dare to speak again, Ye Changsheng would not let the opportunity pass unchallenged. Esteemed elders, it is not the younger generation that undermines the talents of our eastern continent. However, the disparity in strength is glaring. Even if I were to belittle the prodigies of the central continent, when the time comes for confrontation, it will ultimately be cultivation and strength that prevail. I advise all of you to exercise caution, utilizing this period to diligently cultivate. Nothing is insurmountable for those who are resolute. Even if we currently lag behind, with perseverance and hard work, we shall ultimately reap the rewards. However, to harbor the delusion that the prodigies of the central continent are not formidable is likely to lead to disarray. Having said this, Ye Changsheng rose and bowed to Ye's father and the elders. Father, esteemed elders, I have said all I needed to. Those willing to heed my words may do so. Those who do not may disregard them. But do not say, I did not forewarn you. Let us conclude this matter. I am weary and wish to take my leave. With that, he turned and departed, unwilling to squander any more time on such discussions. After his departure, the assembly hall fell silent for a moment before Ye's father sighed deeply. Although Changsheng's words may have been harsh, they reflect the reality faced by our eastern continent and the Yi family. Upon your return, you must all devote yourselves to rigorous cultivation. The clan will not withhold resources, so use them liberally. You, the younger generation, are the future and backbone of the Yi family. You must not falter or stray from the path. Understood? The younger generation quickly acquiesced, though their expressions were tinged with gravity. The prodigy of Zhongzhou loomed over them like a dark cloud, casting a shadow. After returning to his room for a refreshing bath, Ye Changsheng once again set off for the back mountain. It was a tranquil place, free from disturbances, ideal for his cultivation and contemplation. Sitting cross-legged before a hollow in the mountainside, Ye Changsheng closed his eyes and began to ponder deeply. Currently, he had cultivated illusory power through the technique of striking the stone wall. Yet he still lagged significantly behind those who absorbed spiritual energy in a conventional manner. To enhance his cultivation speed, it seemed he would have to engage in combat with others. More critically, during this time, he had also developed some issues within his body. Chapter 56. Hidden Injuries. The method of cultivating the Great Wilderness Sutra was rather unique. It required the body to endure constant strikes, allowing the vitality and spiritual energy to merge. Recently, after sparring with those exceptional talents and relentlessly colliding with stone walls, although his combat prowess advanced, his body had suffered considerable harm. These injuries, though minor, were hidden deep and intricate, accumulating over time to conceal latent damage within him. Typically, these issues remained unnoticed, but if left unresolved, they could become a ticking time bomb during future battles or when his cultivation reached a higher level. To address this predicament, Ye Changsheng pondered for several days and consulted Gu Qingyi and his parents. Yet he could not find a viable solution. According to them, his body was currently very healthy, making it difficult for either spiritual energy or medicinal herbs to penetrate deeply into his flesh. The only remedy was a thorough body refinement. However, having achieved the indestructible golden body, the difficulty of this task was immense. Even his father had little confidence in succeeding. Fortunately, the Great Wilderness Sutra contains some methods for dealing with this situation, suggesting the use of medicinal substances to gradually nourish the body and eliminate the hidden injuries lying deep within. Yet, a significant problem arose. The herbs recorded in the scripture were either completely unfamiliar to him or exceedingly rare. Even the Yi family, a top-tier force, did not possess them to gather enough medicinal materials for body refinement. He might not know when that day would come. After mulling over this, Ye Changsheng remained unable to resolve the issue. The most critical aspect was that he hoped to receive assistance or hints from a system. But it seemed as though the system had gone dormant. unresponsive to his various inquiries and tests. Thus, with no other recourse, Ye Changsheng had no choice but to set this matter aside in Eastern Continent. A tense atmosphere loomed like a storm. Yet within the Ye family, tranquility prevailed. After all, they had the backing of a virtual emperor, providing them with a greater sense of security compared to other factions. In the other courtyard, Ye Changsheng gazed at the mountain of medicinal herbs before him, a look of helplessness etched on his face. The young master. He naturally had access to a supply of cultivation resources, especially after demonstrating remarkable physical talent, which resulted in an even greater allocation of family resources. However, these spiritual herbs and elixirs were of little use to him, failing to aid in the cultivation of his wilderness power or in addressing his internal hidden injuries. In his quandary, Gu Qingyi entered from outside. "Husband, Qingyi, you're back. Was it busy at the spirit fields?" Gu Qingyi sat down, shaking her head. "Not particularly busy, that I merely provided some opinions on minor matters. My mother oversees the bigger picture. So there shouldn't be any issues, that's good." Ye Changsheng sighed and stared blankly at the table cluttered with dissipating spiritual resources. Noticing his low spirits, Gu Qingyi took the initiative to inquire. "Husband, is there something troubling you?" Ye Changsheng snapped back to reality and nodded. "Yes, I have some issues with my cultivation. By the way, feel free to use these resources. They will help you break through sooner." Gu Qingyi was taken aback. "Husband, these resources are meant for your cultivation. I have my own share and cannot utilize them. Moreover, as the young master of the Ye family, your burdens are heavier, and an early breakthrough would benefit both you and the family. My situation is somewhat unique. These resources are of no use to me." "Qingyi, please keep them." Ye Changsheng replied with a bitter smile. Observing Gu Qingyi's hesitant expression, he continued, "Rest assured, Qingyi, I know my situation best. These resources truly won't help me. You should take them. After all, you possess the 9-aperture Linglong sacred body, and your cultivation speed is no less than that of those prodigies from Zhongzhou." Seeing his earnestness, Gu Qingyi reluctantly gathered the resources from the table. "Husband, is there truly no way to resolve your issues? I've already consulted my parents. They currently have no good solutions, so try not to worry too much." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyi couldn't help but sigh. If even her parents, who were formidable experts, couldn't find a solution for the time being, her concerns would indeed be futile. Observing Ye Changsheng's troubled expression, Gu Qingyi comforted him. "Husband, there's no need to rush. Let's think of a solution together." As she spoke, she gently grasped Ye Changsheng's hand, wishing to offer him some solace. Ye Changsheng was momentarily taken aback before a smile broke across his face. "I understand, Qingyi, that there's no need to rush. Just focus on your own matters." Gu Qingyi still had responsibilities regarding the Spirit Field Island. During this tumultuous season, she couldn't afford to be idle and soon left the room. Ye Changsheng couldn't help but call out in his mind once more. "System? Big brother system? Daddy system? Please respond." Unfortunately, the system seemed to have truly gone offline, offering no response. After a long sigh, Ye Changsheng leaned on the table. Lost in a haze of thoughts, suddenly, an image flashed in his mind. During his battle with Wuji, he had nearly shattered his skull with a single punch, yet he had not managed to kill him. Moreover, after regaining consciousness, his injuries had healed remarkably swiftly, stabilizing in no time. It was from that moment he truly recognized the might of the Azure Flood Dragon sacred body. What if he could acquire the cultivation technique of the Azure Flood Dragon sacred body? With its formidable recovery abilities, it could certainly mend the hidden injuries within his body. Upon this realization, Ye Changsheng's eyes brightened. However, his joy was short-lived, as he quickly deflated like a punctured balloon. The Azure Flood Dragon sacred body was the core secret of the Dang dynasty. Obtaining it seemed nearly impossible. It was a pity. Having discovered a potential path, it was once again cut off. Yet he couldn't help but fantasize. If the Azure Flood Dragon sacred body was so powerful, how magnificent must its advanced version, the Azure Tsang sacred body, be? Merely contemplating it made him yearn for this technique. Regrettably, given the current circumstances, such aspirations could only exist in daydreams, with no immediate solution at hand. Ye Changsheng resolved to devote his time to cultivation. The emergence of wilderness power was far more challenging than other methods of cultivation, resulting in a correspondingly slow progress. However, he had privately tested it. finding that this power exerted an exceedingly strong suppressive force over cultivators of spiritual power, evoking a sense of overpowering all methods with sheer force. Once his cultivation deepened, he might indeed achieve such prowess. While he immersed himself in the study of the Great Wilderness Sutra, an unexpected piece of news suddenly emerged. Chapter 57. The Crown Prince of Deng visits in the other courtyard. Within the room, Ye Changsheng looked gravely at Gu Qingyi, whose complexion appeared somewhat pale, and anxiously inquired, "Qingyi, how are you feeling now?" Gu Qingyi forced a smile. "Husband, do not worry. It's just a bit of stomach pain. Nothing serious." "Nothing serious, you say?" Ye Changsheng couldn't help but widen his eyes, his tone growing more intense. "You were sweating profusely from the pain last night. If I hadn't been awakened, would you have just endured it?" As he spoke, he took her hand gently, offering comfort. "Rest assured, I've already informed my parents, and they're sending for a renowned physician from Eastern Continent. You'll be better soon." Though he spoke reassuringly, Ye Changsheng felt far from optimistic. Gu Qingyi's ailment was quite peculiar. Each night, she would suffer excruciating abdominal pain that would last for about half an hour before subsiding. The family physician, skilled though he was, had been unable to diagnose the root of the issue despite his best efforts. Even his father and mother had personally examined her, but found no discernible cause. With no other options, the Ye family resorted to inviting esteemed physicians from across Eastern Continent, hoping they could uncover the mystery behind Gu Qingyi's condition. Ye Changsheng refrained from pursuing cultivation, choosing instead to stay by Gu Qingyi's side, caring for her. Over the course of several days, more than a dozen esteemed physicians from Eastern Continent visited the Ye family. Yet the results were disheartening. Despite their remarkable skills, they had never encountered such an inexplicable condition. The situation had reached an impasse, further intensifying Ye Changsheng's anxiety. If this continued, Gu Qingyi might truly face life-threatening dangers. The Ye family regards this matter with equal seriousness, setting aside the fact that Gu Qingyi is the saintess of the esteemed Gu family, a premier force in the Eastern Continent. Her remarkable physique, known as the Seven Apertures Linglong body, alone warrants the Ye family to expend great resources to save her. Just as the Ye family was contemplating ways to rescue Gu Qingyi, an unexpected guest arrived. The crown prince of the great Ing dynasty, Ingwudi, came to pay a visit to the Ye family. His clear and resonant voice rippled outward, allowing the entire Ye family to hear him distinctly. High above, a colossal and menacing azure dragon, even larger and more formidable than the one previously ridden by Ingwujin, spiraled through the air. Beside the azure dragon stood two expressionless elders. The senior members of the Ye family emerged to investigate, their expressions grave. The Grand Elder gazed at the fierce and imposing azure dragon suspended in midair and couldn't help but let out a sigh. "Ah, a storm is brewing in the Eastern Continent." After this exclamation, the Grand Elder ascended into the air, smiling politely as he addressed the prince. "It is indeed an honor to have the crown prince of the great Ing dynasty grace us with his presence. The Ye family is truly illuminated by your visit." The youth atop the azure dragon possessed a strikingly handsome and valiant countenance, clad in deep crimson spiritual armor, exuding an air of arrogance and confidence with every glance. "Ha ha ha! You are too kind. Esteemed elder, I apologize for my impudent visit. I hope the Ye family will forgive my intrusion." Although the crown prince of the great Ing dynasty acted with flamboyance, his words were measured and courteous, a stark contrast to Ing Wujin's demeanor. The Grand Elder nodded with a smile. "Your Highness is too gracious. The Ye family is but a humble abode, and if our hospitality falls short, I hope you will understand. I'm the Grand Elder of the Ye family. I kindly invite the Crown Prince to enter and converse out of course. May I inquire if the great Emperor Yi is at home?" "The family head is indeed present, though I cannot say if he is busy. And no worries. If the great Emperor is occupied, it is only proper for me to wait." Their exchange was exceedingly polite, the atmosphere significantly more amicable than their last encounter. Upon entering the council hall, several important elders of the Yi family came forth to welcome Ingwudi. After all, he was the crown prince of the great Ing dynasty. And unlike Ingwujin, his status allowed him to represent the face of the dynasty to a certain extent. Once the hosts and guests were seated, they engaged in light pleasantries. The Grand Elder then tentatively inquired, Might I ask, Your Highness, the purpose of your visit to the Yi family? Ing Wudi smiled gently and replied, I have come to pay my respects to the great Emperor Yi, and regarding the other matter, it will be best to wait for the Emperor's presence to discuss. Ing Wudi's sudden reticence caused several elders to furrow their brows. Just then, a calm voice emanated from the central seat. I have arrived. Speak your mind. Unbeknownst to them, a figure had appeared in the previously vacant seat, revealing the head of the Yi family, a ninth-stage void emperor. The two elders accompanying Ing Wudi shifted their expressions to one of solemnity. The Yi father cast a glance at them. The presence of two Saint Realm protectors was indeed a testament to the great Ing dynasty's formidable foundation. Ing Wudi promptly rose and respectfully saluted the Yi father. I am Ing Wudi, here to pay my respects to the great emperor. The Yi father raised a hand, and no need for formalities. How is your father? Thank you for your concern. Great emperor, my father as well. What brings you to the Yi family? The Yi father was not one to beat around the bush and directly inquired about Ing Wudi's intentions. Ing Wudi hesitated for a moment, his smile deepening. I have come primarily to visit the great emperor, and secondly, on behalf of my younger brother Wujin, to extend apologies to the emperor and the Yi family and why brother grew up outside the palace. And due to my father and mother's leniency, he has developed a rather brash disposition. He previously offended the Yi family and esteemed elders, and I hope for your understanding. Yes, he spoke. He placed a spatial ring on the table, smiling as he added, Inside is a small token of my regard. I kindly ask the Yi family not to be modest. The grand elder glanced at the Yi father, noting his impassive expression, and waved his hand to retrieve the ring. He probed it with his divine sense. Even he could not suppress a change in expression. Indeed, it belonged to a force that could rank among the top in the central continent. Its wealth was astonishingly immense. Just this token of apology was nearly equivalent to the Yi family's annual income, making him feel as though the ring was almost too hot to handle. However, the Yi father expressed no objections, suppressing his astonishment. Such thoughtfulness. It is not uncommon for the young to err. As long as there is repentance, it is never too late. Ing Wudi chuckled. The great emperor's magnanimity is admirable. I shall certainly relay your teachings to my father upon my return. The Yi father nodded, closing his eyes and falling silent. He was well aware that if the crown prince of the great Ing dynasty had truly come merely to apologize, it would be as if the sun had risen from the west. Sure enough, after a moment of contemplation, Ing Wudi suddenly continued, Esteemed elders, you must have received news regarding the irreparable rift in the rock wall. The grand elder's brow immediately furrowed. Indeed, we have only recently become aware of this matter, he responded, eager to discern Ing Wudi's intentions. It is only natural for the Yi family, being a top force in the eastern continent, to be well informed. Since you are aware of this matter, you must understand its implications for the central continent, correct? Chapter 58. The ambition of the central continent. Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions shifted slightly. They were acutely aware that the irreparable rift in the rock wall was slowly expanding, signifying that the central continent's individuals would gradually find it easier to traverse, and even those formidable old monsters might eventually cross over as well. It was precisely for this reason that the Yi family had previously taken such stringent precautions. However, with Ing Wudi bringing it up at this moment, could it be that he intended to threaten the Yi family? The Yi father narrowed his eyes, calmly observing Ing Wudi. Their gazes locked, and Ing Wudi hurriedly averted his eyes, too intimidated to maintain eye contact. After all, he was facing an individual who was already half a step into the threshold of the celestial realm. The pressure emanating from his gaze was enough to instill fear in Ing Wudi. Since the esteemed elders are aware, I shall not belabor the point. The major forces of the central continent have already made preparations and intend to send representatives to the eastern continent for discussions. The Yi family, as a top force in the eastern continent, with the great Emperor Yi as a peerless powerhouse, is undoubtedly the leader in this land. My great Ing dynasty also possesses a modicum of reputation in the central continent and plans to send representatives for communication as well. However, we are unfamiliar with the terrain and may encounter unforeseen difficulties. If we could have the Yi family as our ally, I believe our endeavors would proceed much more smoothly. Upon hearing this, The others finally comprehended Ing Wudi's intentions, that he had come with the notion of soliciting the Yi family's alliance. Should the great Ing dynasty hold sway in the central continent, while the Yi family and the esteemed elders maintain control over the eastern continent? It would not be an insurmountable challenge to solidify the eastern continent as a unified entity. What do you all think? Ing Wudi's words were exceedingly charming, speaking of unity and mutual support. Yet the Yi father was acutely aware that, given the Yi family's stature, there was no basis for negotiating an alliance with a power as formidable as the great Ing dynasty. What he termed mutual support was likely an invitation for the Yi family to submit and subordinate themselves. Such a significant matter could not be casually discussed by the elders, and their gazes converged on the Yi father. Ing Wudi likewise looked to him with anticipation, if he could secure the Yi family's assistance. Along with a top-tier powerhouse from the eastern continent, the great Ing dynasty would hold an undeniable advantage in the eastern continent. Other forces in the central continent would need to concede sufficient benefits to the great Ing dynasty to share in the spoils. Thus, the Yi father's stance was of utmost importance. The silence stretched on as the Yi father sat, a faint smile gracing his lips. The great Ing dynasty is indeed a top force in the central continent. While my Yi family is but a flickering firefly beside the bright moon, as the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. We are all too aware of our own circumstances, and we have no grand ambitions. By the way, I wonder if your highness enjoys tea. My Yi family possesses a quality branch of the enlightenment tea tree, yielding a modest harvest of tea leaves each year. Perhaps you would like to indulge? Ing Wudi looked somewhat bewildered, unsure of the sudden shift in topic. However, being a powerful figure, it was clear that his words were not without purpose, and he needed to consider them carefully. Could it be that the Enlightenment tea symbolized the great emperor's goodwill, that he was willing to collaborate with the great Ing dynasty? No, that couldn't be right. If he were truly willing, he wouldn't have made those earlier remarks. Ing Wudi engaged in a whirlwind of speculation, trying to decipher the underlying meaning behind those words, while the Yi father continued cheerfully, by the way. Grand Elder, I heard that your third daughter's nephew is getting married soon. Might I ask which family the young gentleman hails from? The Grand Elder gave Ing Wudi a strange glance, then turned to the ever-curious Yi father, hesitating for a moment before replying. It is the Zhang family from the Linyuan Valley. Though small, they have raised their younger generation quite well, and why granddaughter has taken a liking to the Zhang family's young master for his integrity, and thus wishes to marry him. Precisely. As the saying goes, a beautiful woman deserves a hero. Grand Elder, you might encourage the younger generation to interact more with the Zhang family, as we are all part of the same extended family. The two appeared to be engrossed in their conversation, leaving Ing Wudi feeling somewhat uncomfortable. They had been discussing an alliance just moments ago, yet the great Emperor Yi had suddenly veered the conversation in another direction. He harbored the intention to interject, yet this was someone else's domain, and certain courtesies must be adhered to. After a quarter of an hour, Yi Fu continued his seemingly endless discourse with the Grand Elder, meandering from one topic to another, leaving Ing Wudi without an opportunity to speak. Finally, seizing a rare moment when Yi Fu paused to sip his tea, Ing Wudi hastily declared, Yi Dadi, I have another piece of news to share with all of you. Yi Fu's hand stilled momentarily before he set down his teacup and smiled warmly. Oh, I seem to have forgotten about you, my nephew Dio share. What news do you bring? Ing Wudi could not help but inwardly scoff. This Yi Dadi was indeed rather presumptuous. Upon his self-reference as a junior, the man dared to climb the social ladder. Why Yi Dadi? You must be aware that our Wanyuan continent is comprised of Zhongzhou and Dongzhou. Correct? Yi Fu furrowed his brow, sensing that the matter was more complex than it appeared. The Grand Elder interjected with surprise, This is not a secret. Besides our two continents, there are also Shizhou, Nanzhou, and Beizhou. However, since the formation of the rock walls, communication between them has been completely severed, and we seldom hear news from them. Ing Wudi nodded, then spoke deliberately. Are you aware that not only the rock walls between Dongzhou and Zhongzhou have developed fissures? The walls separating Shizhou, Nanzhou, and Beizhou from Zhongzhou have similarly cracked. What? The Grand Elder exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment as he gazed at Ing Wudi in disbelief. They had initially assumed that only the walls between Dongzhou and Zhongzhou were problematic. But it now appeared that this situation directly implicated all 5 continents. Yi Fu's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you suggesting that Zhongzhou has already investigated these areas? The fact that Wudi could speak so openly about this matter indicated that the information was not considered a secret within Zhongzhou. Given the nature of those individuals, they would certainly seize any opportunity for resource acquisition and profit. Wudi smiled and nodded. Indeed, we in Zhongzhou have conducted investigations in those 3 locations. I wonder, would the esteemed elders be interested in hearing about their findings? Ye Fu felt a surge of emotions within, but his exterior remained placid to the hotel. Seeing his lack of reaction, Wudi felt a tinge of disappointment. To discuss these 3 continents, it is imperative that you all possess a general understanding of Zhongzhou. First, I wonder how much the Yi family knows about our situation in Zhongzhou. Chapter 59. The Yi family faces a choice confronted with Wudi's retort. The members of the Yi family exchanged glances, revealing their ignorance on the matter. Ye Fu furrowed his brow. Due to the prolonged disconnection with the other continents, the Yi family had little knowledge of their circumstances. Wudi's smile widened with satisfaction. I had suspected as much. After all, who could have anticipated that the rock walls, which have stood for millennia, would suddenly develop cracks? Since you are not well informed, allow me to provide you with a brief overview of their conditions. Wudi surveyed the room, his gaze laced with a hint of suppressed disdain. To understand the other 3 continents, you must first familiarize yourselves with Zhongzhou. Firstly, let me state a fact, whether you accept it or not. Zhongzhou is the strongest among the 5 continents. Do any of you dispute this? Upon hearing this, the hall fell silent. Though Wudi's assertion was audacious and arrogant, the attendees could not deny its veracity. Ye Fu raised an eyebrow. So, what is it that you wish to convey? Wudi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. In Zhongzhou, the most formidable forces are the Divine Temple, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, and my great dynasty. At this point, a proud expression adorned Wudi's face. These 3 factions represent the pinnacle of power in Zhongzhou. However, in the other 3 continents, each possesses forces that rival our 3. This statement landed like a thunderclap, leaving the Yi family members dumbfounded. Even Ye Fu was taken aback by this revelation. Other continents possess such forces? An elder spoke incredulously, struggling to comprehend the situation. Wudi nodded nonchalantly. That is indeed the case. In fact, the fissures between the other 3 continents and Zhongzhou appeared even earlier than those on the Dongzhou side. Consequently, we dispatched individuals to investigate for a longer period and have nearly grasped their situations. In Shizhou, the most powerful faction is known as the Nation of 10,000 Buddhas. This force is exceedingly mysterious. Despite our extensive inquiries, we have yet to ascertain the intricate details, only knowing that they primarily cultivate Buddhist practices. Even our divine temple in Zhongzhou treats them with deference, according to our sages' assessments. The nation of 10,000 Buddhas, while perhaps not on par with the divine temple, is not far behind. The expressions of the Yi family members turned grave and bitter. If Shizhou could boast such a force, it was reasonable to surmise that the other 2 continents might be similarly formidable. The Yi family, already positioned among the elite of Dongzhou, paled in comparison to these powers, were it not for the extraordinary prowess of a certain virtual emperor within their ranks. The Grading dynasty might have deemed them unworthy of discourse, opting instead for a direct subjugation. Wudi continued his exposition. Aside from Shizhou, in Nanzhou, there exists the Abandoned Palace, and in Beizhou, the Sea King Palace. These 2 factions dominate their respective territories and are not inferior to my great Ing dynasty. You can surely imagine how formidable they are. Though these statements appeared straightforward to the ears of the Yi family, they resonated like a tempest. They mournfully realized that despite their elite status in Dongzhou, they were but insignificant figures when compared to these other powers. Ye Fu's brow furrowed deeper. As a cultivator at the virtual emperor realm, he had encountered many secrets unknown to others. He had suspected that the other 3 continents might be stronger than Dongzhou, but he had never anticipated such a vast disparity. The weakness of Dongzhou stemmed from its flawed rules and insufficient heavenly path, which rendered the cultivation and advancement of its inhabitants exceedingly arduous. Once, Dongzhou was merely slightly weaker than Zhongzhou, boasting a plethora of formidable talents. However, following an unprecedented war that engulfed all of Dongzhou. Countless prodigies were drawn into the fray, ultimately leading to a devastating loss. This cataclysm not only showcased the might of several top-tier experts, but also shattered a portion of Dongzhou's heavenly path. With numerous prodigious figures already fallen and the subsequent disruptions to their heavenly path, the cultivation journey for those in Dongzhou grew increasingly arduous, culminating in the current state of stagnation. It was no wonder that individuals from Zhongzhou behaved with such arrogance in Dongzhou. Compared to the other three continents, Dongzhou appeared utterly impoverished. This realization prompted a silent lament within him. Initially, he believed the issue was confined to the rift between Dongzhou and Zhongzhou, unaware that the situation across the entire Wanyuan continent had escalated to such a tense state. It was no wonder that upon the emergence of the fissures, individuals from Zhongzhou rushed in with great urgency to TO those factions. Dongzhou seemed akin to a lawless land. Whoever could seize it would reap abundant resources and benefits, thereby strengthening their own power. However, it was also thanks to the existence of the rock walls that the ancient beings of Zhongzhou could not breach the territory immediately, granting a momentary reprieve to the many forces in Dongzhou. Noticing the deep contemplation and silence among the attendees, Ingwudi cleared his throat and continued, "It is imperative that you grasp the current state of affairs on Wanyuan continent, with myriad factions vying for dominance and a veritable explosion of talent. It is evident that an era of great conflict is imminent. Should you not consider seeking alternatives from other territories?" Though Ingwudi's words seemed directed at the assembly, they were, in truth, a subtle probe of Yi Fu's stance. As the highest-ranking individual in Dongzhou and the head of the Yi family, his opinion effectively represented the will of the entire clan. Should the Yi family be enlisted, the Grading dynasty would enjoy a substantial advantage in the region. However, recalling the current state of the dynasty, Ingwudi could not help but feel a sense of unease. Observing that Yi Fu remained silent, the Grand Elder took the initiative to interject, "Your Highness, this matter holds profound implications for my Yi family. It is not a decision that can be made hastily. We must deliberate thoroughly before arriving at a conclusion." Ingwudi smiled and turned to Yi Fu, saying, "Yidadi, my father has prepared some fine tea and awaits your esteemed presence." Yi Fu chuckled lightly, resting his elbow on the armrest, his chin propped on his hand. "Please convey a message for me. I appreciate your father's kind intentions, but as a native of this land, such fine offerings are not suited for me. It would be best not to impose upon his goodwill." Ingwudi was momentarily taken aback. The head of the Yi family had clearly expressed his refusal. Disappointment flickered across his face. Yidadi, as the saying goes, cooperation yields mutual benefits. There truly no room for further consideration. Yet Yi Fu merely smiled and shook his head slightly, offering no response to his inquiry. The Grand Elder seized the opportunity to add, "Your Highness, we must approach this matter with caution. We need to engage in earnest discussion before making any decisions." Chapter 60. The Secrets of the Dynasty. Ingwudi nodded, refraining from pressing the Yi family for an immediate stance, that he was a man of discernment. Understanding well that haste would not yield favorable outcomes, to coerce the Yi family under the pretense of the dynasties would only serve to alienate them further. Regrettably, were it not for the difficulties at home, he would not be compelled to adopt such a deferential demeanor, tinged with compromise, when fissures appeared in the cliffs of the other three continents and the central continent. The Daoying dynasty, confident in its profound heritage, deemed this barren land unworthy of exploration, thus neglecting the issue that it was only after other factions dispatched envoys that news from the three continents finally reached them. And the Daoying dynasty belatedly realized that these lands were not as desolate as presumed, housing forces comparable to their own. The temple and the celestial mechanism pavilion had engaged in fruitful exchanges with these factions, securing substantial returns, while the Daoying dynasty, upon regaining its senses, found itself bereft of the optimal opportunity for engagement. Then, the other two factions had already established relatively stable connections with the three continental forces, further solidifying their trust in the temple and the celestial mechanism pavilion. The Daoying dynasty's attempts to involve itself and claim a share were thwarted by the central continent's power dynamics and the distrust of the other three continents. Thus, the Daoying dynasty faced a precarious situation. even feeling as though it were maneuvering through treacherous waters, were it not for the emergence of the Eastern continent as a potential breakthrough. The Da-ing dynasty might have gradually succumbed to decline, ultimately being partitioned by other forces. For the other factions, the Eastern continent perhaps lacked significance, as they possessed partners in the other continents. The Da-ing dynasty, however, had no choice but to seize opportunities in the Eastern continent, thus placing extraordinary importance upon it. Consequently, he felt compelled to regard the Ye family with similar gravity, as their relationship was pivotal to their strategy in the Eastern continent. Nevertheless, Ingwudi had long anticipated such a scenario. If persuading the Ye family were so easily accomplished, the Da-ing dynasty would not find itself in its current predicament, given the Ye family's lack of inclination to agree at present. He chose to refrain from further discussion. By the way, how is the health of the young mistress these days? As soon as these words left his lips, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. The irascible second elder rebuked sharply, "Silence. I had thought you a person of reason and propriety, yet you are no different from your brother." Though the Ye family might not rival the Da-ing dynasty, they were certainly not a clan to be trifled with repeatedly. No sooner had he finished speaking than an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Ingwudi felt as though an immense weight bore down upon him, causing him to involuntarily hunch his back. Ye father regarded him coldly. Warning, do not overstep your bounds, Da-ing dynasty. The two guardians behind him wore grave expressions, straining to assist their prince in resisting the pressure exerted by Ye father. Yet the disparity in realms was akin to a chasm, not something that could be countered merely by willpower. Ingwudi hastily waved his hands. No, esteemed elders, you have misunderstood my intentions. I harbor no covetous thoughts regarding the young mistress. Hearing this, Ye father somewhat lessened his pressure, though his aura remained perilously intense. Then why do you inquire about my young mistress? The second elder huffed, emboldened by Ye father's presence to question the prince of the Da-ing dynasty. Ingwudi exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly explained, did not the Ye family recently search the entire Eastern continent for renowned apothecaries? I inquired and learned that the young mistress seems to be experiencing some discomfort. Ye father reined in his aura and replied calmly, what do you mean by that? With the threat of imperial pressure lifted, Ingwudi resumed his nonchalant demeanor. He chuckled lightly, speaking methodically. According to the information I have gathered, the young mistress has been suffering from severe abdominal pain, particularly during the night, and I wonder if there is any truth to this. The elders tensed at once. What exactly was Ingwudi aiming to achieve by prying into the young mistress's condition? Ye father furrowed his brow. So, what is your intent? There is no need for concern, esteemed elder. I simply wish to assist the Ye family. That I trust you are aware that the Da-ing dynasty has conducted extensive research on unique constitutions. In this regard, even when considering the other several continents, the Da-ing dynasty undoubtedly leads the way. Ingwudi appeared quite proud when discussing this subject, as the Da-ing dynasty indeed had made significant strides in this area. Justifying his confidence, however, did not your third prince suffer defeat at the hands of our young master? The second elder interjected, somewhat unwilling to concede. Ingwudi, unfazed, smiled amiably and nodded. Indeed, the Ye family's young master is an extraordinary talent, worthy of admiration. Wu Jin has indeed been spoiled, leading him to act somewhat arrogantly. Yet he did not misspeak. The Da-ing dynasty's research on unique constitutions is indeed unparalleled. Upon learning of the young mistress's plight, I could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the couple. Thus, I wish to convey to you that the Da-ing dynasty possesses a means to resolve the young mistress's issues. And I hope you will consider this carefully. Ye father's eyes brightened slightly. Are you certain? Ingwudi's expression grew serious as he proclaimed, I would never dare to deceive you regarding such a grave matter. The Da-ing indeed possesses the capability to address this situation. Observing his unyielding certainty, Ye father felt a flicker of hope. They were genuinely pleased with Gu Qingyi as their daughter-in-law. Not only was she a good person, but she had also somewhat alleviated Ye Changsheng's phobia of women, that if there were a way to resolve her troubles, even a considerable price might be acceptable. Then, what is the solution? Noticing Ye father's inquiry, Ingwudi could not suppress a slight smile. Indeed, once they recognized their need, the Ye family would inevitably draw closer to the Da-ing dynasty. Contemplating this, Ingwudi adopted a serious tone, esteemed elder. The specific methods to resolve this issue are known only to the senior members of the Da-ing dynasty, as it involves secret techniques that I hope you can understand. However, I have consulted with my elders, and to resolve this issue, it will be necessary to send the young mistress to the central continent, where the Da-ing dynasty has abundant resources and skilled personnel, thereby ensuring the resolution of her troubles. Moreover, I am not merely posturing here. Although the dynasty can address the young mistress's issues, the resources and sacrifices required are substantial. Such an expenditure is indeed quite painful for the Da-ing dynasty. Should you be willing, the Da-ing dynasty could assist in resolving the young mistress's troubles. The choice lies in your hands, esteemed elder of the Ye families. Chapter 61. Family Disputes and Tests of Affection after Ingwudi concluded. The expressions of the elders darkened considerably. The significance of the young mistress to the Ye family was self-evident. Setting aside her emerging prominence as the young master's wife, her innate talent and constitution alone warranted the Ye family's utmost regard. Ingwudi's mention of collaboration, after being rebuffed, was clearly intended to leverage this matter as a condition for the Ye family to acquiesce to his demands, seeing the silence among the gathered. Ingwudi seemed to sense their thoughts and rose with a smile. Rest assured, esteemed elders, I harbor no intention of using this matter to coerce the Ye family. It is true that the Da-ing dynasty's efforts to treat the young mistress will entail significant costs. After all, I am merely a prince and cannot make decisions on behalf of the Da-ing dynasty, but a pie does not simply fall from the sky. Surely, you all understand this principle? Though the Ye family members felt somewhat uncomfortable, they had to admit the truth in his words. Ingwudi continued, ultimately, the power of choice rests with you. I am merely here to present this matter. Whether you agree or disagree is entirely at the discretion of you and the Ye Emperor. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not impose further. Farewell. With that, he turned to leave, leaving the Ye family members exchanging glances. The Grand Elder sighed, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Master, how shall we resolve this matter? Ingwudi's intentions were unmistakable. He aimed to compel the Ye family to acquiesce to his terms. The other elders chimed in, agreeing that this was indeed his objective. Ye father sighed inwardly and waved his hand. Let us not rush. I will discuss this with Changsheng before making any decisions. Ingwudi's visit intensified the urgency among the upper echelons of the Ye family. A significant upheaval loomed over the eastern continent. If they did not seize the opportunity to elevate themselves, they risked being left behind by the tide of the times. As the Ye family prepared diligently, Ye father found a moment to visit the Gu family. His imperial cultivation allowed him to move undetected among the Gu household, releasing just a hint of his aura for Gu Qingyi descents. Before long, Gu Qingyi entered the reception hall alone. In-law, why have you come alone? You could have notified me, and I would have welcomed you. He greeted Ye father with a smile, inviting him to sit. Alas, Ye father sighed, leaving Gu Qingyi somewhat taken aback. What troubles you, in-law? Why the long sigh? Have you encountered some difficulty? Ye father shook his head initially, then nodded in agreement. Not old Ye, what do you mean by that? Gu Qingyi found himself utterly perplexed, and unable to maintain any further pretense of politeness. He directly addressed his friend with a familiar term of endearment. Alas, Ye fu let out another long sigh, rendering Gu Qingyi speechless in his frustration. Well, if you have something to say, just say it. Why all the sighing? Is the sky about to fall? Ye fu glanced at him and finally spoke. Old Gu, you are aware that Qingyi's health has been quite poor lately. The Ye family has sought numerous physicians during this time, yet we have yet to uncover the root of her ailment. Gu Qingyi's expression darkened slightly, and he sighed in return. I am certainly aware of this matter. However, if even your cultivation cannot discern anything, then my anxiety is of no consequence. The Ye family has consulted so many physicians without any results. The Gu family can hardly be of assistance. I, too, am worried for Qingyi, but there seems to be little we can do at this moment. Ye fu nodded and proceeded to articulate the purpose of their visit. Old Gu, a few days ago, the crown prince of the Da-ing dynasty visited our Ye family. He informed me that the Da-ing dynasty has extensive research on special physiques and can address the issues affecting Qingyi. However, he mentioned that in order to undertake the treatment, Qingyi would need to be sent to Zhongzhou. I am at a loss. So I came to seek your perspective. As soon as these words left his mouth, Gu Qingyi could only smile wryly. To be frank, old Ye, I've already been approached by individuals from the Dang dynasty regarding this matter. They spoke to you as well? Yi Fu was taken aback, then quickly grasped that Ing Wu Di harbored ulterior motives. Gu Qingyi affirmed. Indeed, they sent someone to discuss it with me. The situation is now abundantly clear. That scoundrel Ing Wu Di seeks to sow discord between our two families, which is why he relayed messages to both sides. He likely assumes that we would not communicate, allowing him to execute his scheme with impunity. However, Brother Gu, what is your stance on this matter? Should we allow Qingyi to go to Zhongzhou? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Old Yi, what nonsense are you speaking? Setting aside the fact that the Dang dynasty's intentions are to create a rift between our families for their convenience. Qingyi is not yet married, and, as her father, I could never permit her to go to Zhongzhou. Have you not discerned the attitude of the Dang third prince? What they covet is Qingyi's 9 apertures Ling-Long physique. If she were to go to Zhongzhou, would I not be sending my own daughter into the inferno? I suspect that Qingyi shares the same sentiment upon learning of this matter. She has married into the Yi family, becoming the wife of Changsheng. How could I possibly entertain such a notion? Yi Fu hastily reassured him. Please do not be so agitated. I merely came to seek your opinion. After all, you are Qingyi's father, and it is only natural to be concerned for your daughter. Old Yi, you seem to underestimate me. Rather than allowing Qingyi to be coerced and tempted in Zhongzhou, I would prefer she perish in Dongzhou. It is far better than being subjected to humiliation in another's territory. Yi Fu quickly apologized, lowering his posture, even as a powerful figure of the 9th stage of the Void Emperor. Once he calmed Gu Qingyi's temper, Yi Fu reluctantly suggested, in that case, shall we return and consult Qingyi for her opinion? It is her body, and she should have the final say. We cannot make decisions for her based solely on our own thoughts. Furthermore, that child Qingyi is so wonderful. I cannot bear to see her wither away. If she consents to go to Zhongzhou, I would persuade Changsheng to annul their engagement. If it comes to that, we can only blame Changsheng for being unable to withstand such a fine wife. But Gu Qingyi remained resolute in his stance. Rest assured, I know Qingyi's temperament better than you do. She will absolutely refuse this matter, regardless of who inquires. After concluding their discussion, the two hastily set off for the Yi family. Shortly thereafter, Gu Qingyi, who had just finished attending to matters on Ling Tian Island, suddenly heard a familiar voice. Qingyi, Chapter 62. United as husband and wife, their strength is unyielding. Gu Qingyi turned around to see her father and father-in-law approaching. Gu Qingyi cheerfully exclaimed, "My girl, your father has come to see you." Father-in-law. Father, Gu Qingyi greeted them, inviting both to sit before inquiring, "What brings you both here together?" "Father, has something happened to our Gu family?" Gu Qingyi quickly shook his head. No, there is nothing amiss at home. I came with old Yi to discuss something and seek your opinion. Yi Fu interjected, "It is about your recent health issues." Qingyi. We have consulted physicians, but have been unable to identify any problems, and I found nothing unusual either. Then, the crown prince of the Dang dynasty approached us, stating that they have researched your type of physique and could resolve the issues you face. However, they require you to go to Zhongzhou in exchange. Your father and I came to ask for your thoughts on this. Gu Qingyi was taken aback, realizing that the two were concerned due to her health. She quickly explained, "Father-in-law, father, you need not worry about this. My husband has already helped me resolve my troubles." "Changsheng helped you?" Yi Fu's mouth fell open, and even he, with a steady demeanor, found it hard to believe. "Yes, indeed. It was my husband who assisted me. Over the past few days, I have not experienced the previous intense abdominal pain. It seems he has indeed achieved results." Yi Fu and Gu Qingyi exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting the other's astonishment. "Qingyi, this matter is not to be taken lightly. I am aware of Changsheng's abilities. While his physical cultivation is commendable, he has never studied medicine. How could he possibly resolve your issues so easily?" Yi Fu inquired with concern, fearing that Gu Qingyi was downplaying her condition to avoid going to Zhongzhou. Gu Qingyi, equally astonished, pressed, "That rascal Changsheng truly managed to do it?" "Daughter, Quickly tell us how he resolved your troubles. Gu Qingyi, blushing profusely, lowered her head, unable to meet their gazes. As for the method, you need not concern yourselves with that. In any case, my husband has indeed helped me. So you needn't fret. Ye Fu grew anxious. No, Qingyi, you must not endure pain in silence to protect Changsheng. Even I, along with so many physicians, could not uncover the issue. This ailment could potentially threaten your life. We must not be careless. Gu Qingyi quickly shook her head. Father-in-law, please rest assured, I am well aware of the gravity of the situation. I would never make such claims without basis. My husband has truly resolved my troubles. Oh dear, but how did he do it? Can you share with us? We must ascertain if his method is reliable. Yet despite Ye Fu and Gu Jingshun's persistent inquiries, Gu Qingyi remained resolute. Her cheeks flushed, refusing to divulge the details, leaving them with no choice but to relent. Finally, Ye Fu, in resignation, stated, since you are unwilling to share, we shall respect your wishes. However, Qingyi, remember this. If you experience any discomfort, you must inform me and your mother. The Ye family values you. You are not here to suffer in silence, so do not conceal anything. Ye Changsheng nodded earnestly. Thank you, father-in-law, I will remember your words. Very well then, Ye Fu sighed, turning to the equally puzzled Gu Jingsheng. Since Qingyi is not inclined to say more, let us respect her wishes and refrain from further questioning. Agreed, Gu Jingsheng replied. Then turned to Gu Qingyi, advising, Qingyi, your in-laws are wonderful people. If anything arises, be sure to speak up. Do not keep it bottled up inside, understand? I understand, father. You needn't worry. I am not a child anymore. With that, the two departed, brimming with unanswered questions. Yes, they walked along the road. Ye Fu couldn't help but ponder, should I inquire further with Changsheng? I feel uneasy without clarity on this matter. Gu Jingsheng chuckled in response. I believe it is best you refrain from prying. Changsheng is not an ordinary individual that if he can shatter the Heavenly Dao monument with a single punch. It is not surprising that he possesses some unusual abilities that if you continue to press for answers, it may disrupt the bond between the young couple. After a moment of silence, Ye Fu suddenly clapped his hands decisively. No, I cannot remain in the dark. If you won't go, I shall inquire myself. I will accompany you, Gu Jingsheng replied. Did you not just say you wouldn't pry? I am curious too. Do not speak. Ye Changsheng relocated a wicker chair to the courtyard, basking in the warm sunlight filtering through the leaves, overwhelmed by the beauty of the world around him. He even set aside concerns regarding his cultivation and hidden injuries. The source of his joy stemmed from assisting Gu Qingyi in resolving her troubles. Following her misfortune, Ye Changsheng had felt equally anxious, with his father and the Ye family unable to provide any assistance. He was compelled to turn his gaze toward the miraculous system, seeking a solution. Initially, the system had been unresponsive, akin to a malfunctioning device, but unexpectedly, it issued a task the previous night. The suggestion from the system read, share a room with Gu Qingyi to resolve her physical ailments. Difficulty, none. Danger level, none. Reward, none. Upon seeing the system's task, his eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. This wretched system either remained offline or, upon activation, issued such frivolous tasks. How could it be taken seriously? Yet now, it was his only hope. No one else could offer any assistance, and even the nature of Gu Qingyi's affliction remained a mystery. The system had indeed provided a method of resolution. But for Gu Qingyi's sake, and given that the system had never malfunctioned before, Ye Changsheng resolved to give it a try. After a prolonged mental preparation, overcoming the remnants of his last vestiges of fear, he finally decided to test this approach. Then, amidst Gu Qingyi's astonished and bashful expression, he embarked on the endeavor. The night was fleeting, and as the sun rose, Ye Changsheng awoke in the afternoon, having never felt such exhaustion since completing his indestructible body cultivation. Just as he cheerfully hummed a tune, preparing to savor a spiritual fruit, a familiar voice interrupted. You little rascal, you still have the mind to eat fruit. Speak honestly. Gu Qingyi mentioned you helped her with her troubles. How did you manage it? If you can't explain yourself, I shall see how to deal with you. The ominous tone sent a shiver down Ye Changsheng's spine, causing him to place the fruit back on the plate and obediently turn around. Father, oh esteemed father-in-law, you have also arrived? Gu Qingyi stood side by side with Ye's father. The latter's usual stoic demeanor evaporated, replaced by a gaze that seemed to slice through steeled ha ha ha. Son-in-law, no need for formality. Your father and I have come to inquire how you resolved Gu Qingyi's troubles. Gu Qingyi said with a smile. That Ye's father added with a cold scoff. You better speak honestly. This is a matter of Gu Qingyi's life. You must not act recklessly, understand? Ye Changsheng quickly nodded. Father-in-law, rest assured, I know what I'm doing to Gu Qingyi is my wife. If I hadn't genuinely helped her, I wouldn't dare to speak so boldly, would I? Then tell us, what method did you employ to cure Gu Qingyi? Ye's father pressed, leaving Ye Changsheng feeling somewhat awkward. Father, this method, it's hard to articulate. Nonsense, just tell us how you treated Gu Qingyi. Is it so difficult? Ye's father exclaimed in frustration, his eyes glaring at Ye Changsheng. Why Ye Changsheng was at a loss for words. How could he confess before Gu Qingyi's father that sharing a room with his daughter had resolved her afflictions? Even if he had the courage, he lacked the face to do so. No, Father, this issue, we can discuss it, but to resolve it accurately, we must pinpoint the core problem, right? To grasp the main contradiction does not mean to adopt a one-size-fits-all approach. We must consider the circumstances. Wouldn't you agree? Ye's father's expression darkened, resembling a soot-blackened pot. Silence. What nonsense are you spouting? Ye Changsheng could only plead, Father-in-law, it's not that I am unwilling to share, but it is simply inconvenient to speak of it. You see, internally, he couldn't help but scoff. Both of them were seasoned individuals. Could they not discern the embarrassment of the young couple? Asking a son about his marital affairs in this day and age felt utterly absurd. After further questioning, Ye Changsheng remained tight-lipped, resolute in his silence. With no other recourse, Ye's father delivered a sharp slap to his forehead. You little rascal, you'd best know your limits. If anything happens to Gu Qingyi in the future, I won't let you off easily. Ye Changsheng quickly nodded and bowed. Father, rest assured, I guarantee that Gu Qingyi's issues have been resolved. You need not worry. Seeing this, Ye's father had no choice but to momentarily abandon his inquiry. The two departed the courtyard, discussing matters as they walked. Gu, my son lacked proper discipline. I apologize for the embarrassment, Ye's father remarked. Gu Qingyi chuckled. Yi, is it not a good thing that the young couple is united in heart? What need is there for concern? From my perspective, since Gu Qingyi and Changsheng are so confident in resolving her issues, they surely have their reasons. Let the young ones handle their affairs. We need not interfere. Alas, that is the only option we have, Ye's father sighed, suddenly shifting his tone. Now that Gu Qingyi's troubles have been resolved, we need not heed the threats from the Dang dynasty. Gu Qingyi's expression darkened. These people are no good. They may appear respectful on the surface, but behind the scenes, they harbor malice. Their intention is to drive a wedge between our families, instigating animosity to exploit us. It is utterly detestable. A flash of sharpness crossed Ye's father's eyes. Now that the issue was resolved, their leverage was rendered ineffective. Let us remain calm and observe. Let us see what tricks they may yet play. Indeed, Gu Qingyi agreed, but soon expressed concern. However, we must remember, with the Dang dynasty's overbearing nature, they will not treat us kindly once they set foot in the eastern continent. It is likely that once they gather sufficient strength, they will tear off the mask and reveal their true intentions. Ye's father concurred with Gu Qingyi's sentiments. Indeed, this matter requires vigilance. However, as it stands, the cliff remains intact, and they currently lack the means to send many here. We still have time. After all, Gu Qingyi's issue has been resolved. We can afford to delay. The ones in a hurry are ultimately them. Gu Qingyi nodded in agreement. Yes, I think the same. Yi. Let us keep Gu Qingyi's recovery a secret for the time being. Lest we draw the Dang dynasty's attention. As time passes, they will become the anxious ones. When that time comes, regardless of their actions, we will maintain the upper hand. Indeed, your words resonate well. I shall keep the news within the Yi family, and you must do the same on your end. Rest assured, I am quite discreet. Not long after their departure, Gu Qingyi hurried back. Ye Changsheng opened his eyes and, smiling gently, said, Qingyi, have you completed your errands? Please take a seat. Upon seeing his smile, Gu Qingyi felt her cheeks flush. By the way, dear husband, my father and the elder came by earlier, inquiring how I resolved my issues, but I did not disclose anything. I knew you would handle it that way. They came to ask me as well, but I said nothing. Ye Changsheng chuckled, winking playfully as he took her hand. It seems we truly are in sync as husband and wife. Gu Qingyi blushed even more, lowering her head shyly. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she looked up and asked, "By the way, dear husband, how is it that sharing a room resolved my internal issues?" Ye Changsheng pondered for a moment, then explained, incorporating his understanding of the system's reasoning. "This matter is relatively straightforward. Qingyi, you possess a 9-aperture spirit body characterized by a lesser yin attribute. This results in a swift cultivation speed, yet your spiritual energy is predominantly cold, leading to the formation of cold poison within you over time. Excessive accumulation of cold poison causes various physical discomforts. Meanwhile, my physique is robust, filled with vitality, embodying the sun's essence. Furthermore, I possess little spiritual energy, which does not exacerbate your cold poison. When our energies converge, they will neutralize each other, dissipating the cold poison into spiritual energy. Once the cold poison is resolved, your ailments will naturally heal." Gu Qingyi's eyes brightened with understanding. "Husband, you truly know so much. After our union, my cultivation has indeed increased significantly, and my spiritual energy has become much more refined. It seems this is the reason." Chapter 63. The Dynasty's Pressure and the Ye family's Response. Ye Changsheng nodded. "Yes, that is indeed one aspect of it. He is most acutely aware of his own feelings regarding this matter. Merely the union from last night has significantly augmented the primal energy within him. The crux of the situation lies in the fact that, under these circumstances, Gu Qingyi's spiritual power has permeated throughout his body, alleviating a substantial portion of the hidden injuries accrued from his cultivation and battles, thus addressing Ye Changsheng's most pressing dilemma. If this continues, even if his hidden injuries cannot be entirely healed, at least he can cultivate without reservations." Gu Qingyi, with a shy smile, nodded and said, "This is for the best. By the way, my husband, since my cultivation has advanced, you must have reaped some benefits as well, right?" "Indeed, I too have made progress in my cultivation, and my internal injuries have healed considerably," he replied. "It seems this mutual cultivation is quite beneficial for both of us." Gu Qingyi felt reassured. "That is good to hear. I observed my husband looking quite fatigued and feared it might harm your health." "Humph, you underestimate me, my dear husband. This is merely the beginning." After saying this, Ye Changsheng's eyes twinkled mischievously, and he suddenly broke into a grin. "Qingyi," he began. "You see, since mutual cultivation is so advantageous, shouldn't we practice more often?" "Oh, my husband, there's no time like the present. Let us try it now." "No, my husband, it's broad daylight." Smack! The courtyard gate was shut, and Gu Qingyi placed a small barrier using her spiritual power. By afternoon, Ye Changsheng emerged from the room, weary yet satisfied, rubbing his waist while grinning broadly. After a hearty stretch, he exhaled deeply. Goodness, that was truly exhausting. After expressing his sentiments, he turned to the interior. "Qingyi, are you hungry? I can have someone prepare a meal." "I am hungry too," with a blush coloring her cheeks and strands of hair dampened by sweat. Gu Qingyi responded, her face radiating contentment and inner happiness. After their initial indulgence in forbidden pleasures, Ye Changsheng and Gu Qingyi engaged in a series of escapades for several days before gradually returning to their normal lives. Primarily, his resilience was beginning to wane. However, the results from their recent training were indeed gratifying. His primal energy had nearly doubled, and his internal injuries had healed considerably. Nevertheless, one must maintain a balance and avoid excessive indulgence. Ye Changsheng resumed his former rigorous training regimen, spending each day crashing against the rocks on the back mountain. The initial cliffs had been transformed into a cave measuring over 10 meters. And to further hone his skills, he had even requested a reinforcement formation for the mountain stones from his mother. This rendered the rocks as solid as metal, greatly benefiting his physical training. As time trickled by, both Ye Changsheng and Gu Qingyi noticed the effects of their mutual cultivation gradually waning, particularly for Gu Qingyi. Her cultivation level surpassed that of her male counterpart, resulting in diminished reciprocal benefits. It was akin to the flow of water, where spiritual energy more often cascaded from higher to lower realms. Ye Changsheng understood this principle. Thus, he began to gradually reduce the frequency of their mutual cultivation, allocating more time to personal training. One day, An unexpected visitor arrived at the Ye residence. Esteemed members of the Ye family, I come representing the Dang dynasty to inquire about the meaning behind the matters previously discussed by the Crown Prince. Today, with Ye's father absent, the great elder accompanied by 4 others welcomed the guests. It is only natural that the Crown Prince's suggestions are held in high regard by our Ye family. However, this matter ultimately requires the consent of the young lady herself, and persuading her may take time. The 3rd elder smiled benevolently as he pushed the responsibility onto Gu Qingyi. After all, the young lady is one of you. The Ye family, if you all exert a little effort, she will undoubtedly agree. You must understand that the Crown Prince's intentions are for the benefit of your young lady, and our Dang dynasty does not possess the patience to wait indefinitely. The golden-robed man's expression turned icy, his dissatisfaction evident. The great elder internally scoffed, maintaining a facade of indifference. Indeed, the emissary speaks true. We are genuinely concerned about the young lady's health, but her resolve is quite firm, and it will take time to change her mind. The golden-robed man's demeanor grew even colder. He longed to unleash his fury, yet he restrained himself, considering the orders given by Wudi. Very well. If that is the case, we shall grant you more time to persuade your young lady. The great elder hastily replied, "Thank you, esteemed emissary, for your leniency. Rest assured, we will do our utmost to counsel the young lady." I hope so." The golden-robed man snorted coldly and turned to leave. Once he was sent off, Ye's father quietly appeared in the council hall. "Elders, what did that man say?" The great elder sighed. "Not much. Just urging us to hasten the young lady's decision." That Ye's father chuckled coldly. It seems they are anxious. We need not concern ourselves," he added, "should any more representatives from the Dang dynasty come calling. Simply dismiss them as you did today. After all, it is not us who are anxious. Eventually, they will reveal their true intentions." "Understood." The great elder nodded but expressed some concern. "Patriarch, will this treatment not provoke the Dang dynasty?" Ye's father remained unperturbed. "What if it does? In any case, the fissures in the source wall will take time to widen, and they will not be able to send any formidable experts in the immediate future. So there is no need for excessive worry." Reassured by their patriarch's words, the great elder felt a sense of calm wash over him. "Very well, I shall heed your guidance." Days turned into weeks. A month swiftly passed. The Dang dynasty appeared to grow increasingly anxious, sending envoys several times to urge the Ye family to prompt Gu Qingyi into making a decision. Yet the Ye family's stance remained unchanged, neither agreeing nor refusing, perpetually maintaining this ambiguous position. Their attitude hardened. The Ye family began to assess the situation. It appeared the Dang dynasty was becoming desperate, and soon they would have no choice but to reveal their true objectives. One day, outside the Ye residence, the roar of exotic beasts echoed as a formidable army of cultivators came to a halt. The leader was none other than the golden-robed man from previous visits. The elders promptly emerged to greet him. "The emissary has graced us once again. It truly brings honor to the Ye family." The great elder wore a warm smile, resembling a kindly neighbor. The golden-robed man narrowed his eyes. Yet a hint of a smile appeared on his face, lacking the previous arrogance. "There is no need for such formality, great elder." The great elder furrowed his brow slightly, despite the underlying sarcasm in the emissary's tone. He chose not to engage and simply smiled. "You are too modest, esteemed emissary. Please come inside." Inside the resplendent council hall, the atmosphere grew suddenly tense. The golden-robed man surveyed the assembled elders, forcing a stiff smile as he stepped inside. "Today, I come to inquire whether the Ye family still concerns itself with the safety of your young lady." His tone was sharp, like a piercing icicle. "While our Dang dynasty is willing to lend a hand, we shall not allow you to dictate terms. When will you send Gu Qingyi to Zhongzhou?" "Today, I must have a definitive answer." The elders exchanged glances, silently communicating, and ultimately, it was the great elder who stepped forward to respond. "Esteemed emissary, this matter is of great importance. The young lady is a vital member of the Ye family and will one day wield authority over the clan. Thus, we cannot act hastily. Furthermore, even if all our clan members are in agreement, we must respect the young lady's wishes. This cannot be rushed. If you apply undue pressure, it will only prove counterproductive. Silence. The golden-robed man's expression changed drastically. His earlier composure vanished, and he furiously pointed at the great elder, gritting his teeth. Every time I visit, you employ these ambiguous phrases to deflect me. I see that you are not being cautious, but rather deliberately toying with the Dang dynasty. Your words are misguided. Esteemed emissary, the Ye family has no intention of showing any neglect toward your dynasty. The great elder feigned alarm, hastily defending himself in an attempt to quell the emissary's anger. However, the golden-robed man paid him no heed, his finger jabbing insistently as he enunciated each word like a hammer. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Will you save the young lady or not? The great elder's expression faltered as he inwardly lamented that he had pushed the other party to the brink. If he directly refused, the Dang dynasty might suspect that the Ye family had quietly resolved the young lady's predicament, thereby realizing the true intent behind their previous delays. However, if he continued to use vague language to stall, it was clear that the emissary would not tolerate it. Just as he furrowed his brow in deep thought, a cold, detached voice drifted down from above like a chilling wind sweeping through the hall. Are you attempting to force the Ye family to send her to Zhongzhou immediately? The crowd turned in unison to see Ye's patriarch seated in the main position, propping his chin with one hand, his icy gaze locking onto the Dang emissary. Faced with the oppressive aura of the virtual emperor, the golden-robed man's fury dissipated in an instant, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Dang emissary, you must have encountered Ye Dadi before. The patriarch's deep voice resonated, containing an undeniable authority. Now, answer my question. Ing Fan hastily shook his head and respectfully said, How could I dare? I certainly do not harbor any intention to coerce the Ye family. It is merely that I have visited multiple times regarding the matter of treating the young madam. Yet the Grand Elder has consistently failed to provide a clear response. Your Majesty is also aware that to save the young madam, the Central Continent has mobilized various resources with meticulous preparation. The delays not only threaten the young madam's life, but may also lead to a significant waste of resources for our grading. Ye Fu slightly nodded. You do present a valid point. However, Qing, you need not go to the Central Continent for the time being. What? Why? Ing Fan was utterly astonished, his eyes widening as he looked at the Void Emperor. This sovereign has already found a temporary method to suppress the cold poison within her body. Moreover, she has yet to decide whether to journey to the Central Continent, so there is no need to rush this matter. If your dynasty cannot wait, then this matter can be deemed null and void. That a storm of shock surged within Ing Fan. The emperor of the Ye family had actually discovered a method to suppress the cold poison. He skeptically inquired, Your Majesty, please forgive my impertinence. Our great Ing dynasty has researched various special physiques for many years and knows well that the cold poison within the 9 orifices Linglong body is no trivial matter. How did you manage to temporarily suppress it? Furthermore, even if it is merely a temporary suppression, if the cold poison is not eradicated, it will inevitably accumulate within the young madam's body. Once her cultivation reaches a profound level, if it erupts, it may be beyond remedy. Ye Fu's gaze turned icy, sharp as a blade. How I administer treatment is of no concern to you. Ing Fan immediately realized that his previous words had indeed been offensive and hurriedly bowed in apology. I misspoke. It was only out of concern for the Ye family and the young madam. Why, Ye Fu lightly snorted, somewhat displeased. The cold poison in Qing, he has undoubtedly been suppressed. She is the young madam of our family. Her choice to stay or go should be hers alone, and others have no right to interfere. If the cold poison were to recur in the future, I shall personally journey to the Central Continent to meet with Ing Wudi. But, Your Majesty, the situation in the Central Continent, that is enough. This matter need not be discussed further. If there is nothing else, you may return to report to Ing Wudi. Why, Ye Fu interrupted Ing Fan's argument and gestured for him to leave. Ing Fan hesitated, sensing the disapproving glances from the surrounding elders, and ultimately had to leave in frustration. An endless tide of indignation surged within him. It turned out that the Ye family had repeatedly delayed matters merely as a pretext. He initially thought the issue lay with Gu Qingyi, yet he never anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. His intention to force the Ye family to yield had instead made him the butt of their amusement. As he contemplated the bad news he would have to bring back to Ingwudi, he involuntarily trembled. Everyone knew that the crown prince of the dynasty, Ingwudi, appeared refined and gentle, yet was truly ruthless and cold-hearted. Especially within this royal family, the long lifespan and profound cultivation rendered hearts even more indifferent. Now, with matters having reached this point, he could only return in dismay. "Then I shall take my leave," Ing Fan said, cupping his hands in a gesture of farewell, casting a complex glance at Yi Fu before turning to depart. Once his figure vanished, the Grand Elder spoke with concern, "Patriarch, by rejecting the great Ing dynasty, I fear they may seek retribution." That Yi Fu remained unperturbed, a proud smile curving his lips. "Even if they harbor resentment, what can they do? The old fossils of the great Ing dynasty cannot come here. In this eastern continent, no one is my match. Whoever dares to be audacious, let them come forth." This brazen confidence invigorated the elders present. Fortunately, the Yi family possessed this extraordinary talent, who had defied destiny to achieve the position of Void Emperor with a fragmented heavenly path. Otherwise, the perilous situation today would have likely plunged the Yi family into turmoil. Chapter 65. The invitation to the heroes' gathering. As Ing Fan departed, the upper echelons of the Yi family increasingly felt the urgency of time. Diligently urging their younger generation to cultivate rigorously, Ye Changsheng was also following his established training plan, steadily climbing step by step the rear mountain. Bang! A dull thud echoed from within the mountain wall, causing the ground to tremble. Even the fortified mountain wall, reinforced by formations, showed signs of wear and collapse under his continually enhancing cultivation and physical strength. Currently, the primal force within him had accumulated quite well, rivaling the pinnacle of spiritual practitioners in quantity. However, the quality of primal force was far from comparable to spiritual power. Even when facing those in the transformation and cave heaven realms, he could still break through their magical techniques due to its unique properties. Coupled with his formidable physique, his combat power was certainly not to be underestimated. "Husband, are you there?" Gu Qingyi's voice drifted in from outside the cave as Ye Changsheng shook off the dust from his bare torso, sending fragments of stone scattering to the ground. Exiting the cave, he found Gu Qingyi waiting outside. Upon seeing him covered in dust and adorned with scratches and bruises, she expressed concern. "Husband, you must be cautious during your cultivation. Do not overexert yourself, all right?" "Haha, rest assured, my dear wife. I am well aware." Ye Changsheng grinned widely, his pearly white teeth shining as he smiled, the term wife causing Gu Qingyi's cheeks to redden slightly. Her husband had inexplicably taken to calling her wife instead of madam, claiming such a term would make her feel more special in his heart. "Husband, father has asked me to summon you to the council hall." "The council hall?" Ye Changsheng was puzzled, washing his body while asking curiously, "Do you know what it is about?" Gu Qingyi shook her head. "I'm not sure. However, before I came, I saw over a dozen elders present, along with many young talents from our clan. It seems to be quite significant that I see." Since it was a summons from his father, he had no reason to refuse. After washing up and dressing, the two hastened to the council hall side by side. Inside the hall sat over a dozen elders, with the 10 young masters of the Yi family seated at the back, the foremost being Xiao Chun. Upon their arrival, Xiao Chun coldly snorted and turned his head away. "Father," Ye Changsheng greeted Yi Fu, then took his seat beside Gu Qingyi. Once they were settled, Yi Fu smiled and said, "I have called you both here today to discuss a matter." "Grand Elder?" "Yes," the Grand Elder responded, then pulled out a letter from his robes. This letter was sent by the Crown Prince of the Great Ing, stating that the young talents from the Central Continent wish to hold a grand gathering to exchange and enhance relationships with the talented individuals from our Eastern Continent. This rumor has been circulating for over 10 days. And I believe some of you have already heard about it. The young talents invited from the Central Continent are primarily the holy sons and daughters of various families, and our Yi family is likely represented by the young master. As the Grand Elder spoke, he turned to Ye Changsheng with a smile. "Young master, if you attend, we would appreciate it if you could take the younger generation of our clan along to see the world." "What are your thoughts on this?" Ye Changsheng felt somewhat speechless. He was currently at a crucial stage of cultivation and did not wish to be disturbed. Just as he was about to refuse, Yi Fu unexpectedly chimed in. This is a valid point. Changsheng, you cannot always be confined to closed-door cultivation. IT would be beneficial to see the world. The words of refusal that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down. Since you have said so, I will go, he reluctantly agreed, though he felt puzzled as to why the system had not issued any tasks this time. The Grand Elder cheerfully passed the letter to Ye Changsheng, inviting him to open it. As he glanced at the contents, his expression suddenly shifted to one of surprise. This invitation is not addressed to me. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward him. The Grand Elder was equally astonished. How can this be? Young master, you have even defeated the third prince of the Central Continent. Could it be that the Yi family has a more noteworthy talent? Ye Changsheng, with an expression of disbelief, handed the letter over. You take a look. The Grand Elder took the letter, focusing intently on its contents. After a few moments, his expression turned peculiar. It truly is not addressed to the young master. At this, the members of the council hall fell into a state of bewilderment. If the letter was not meant for Ye Changsheng, then who else could it be for? The Grand Elder turned to the assembled young talents and casually tossed the letter out. Xiao Chen, this invitation is for you. As the letter landed in his embrace, Xiao Chen's heart raced. He hastily picked up the letter and began to read it carefully. From Crown Prince Ingwudi of the Great Ing, I have long heard of the Yi family's renown in the Eastern Continent. And with a peerless strongman like Yi Xian here, I can only imagine that the younger generation must be exceptional. Now that the barrier has cracked, interactions have become frequent. This prince, in conjunction with Chen from the Divine Hall and Kong Yin from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, is jointly hosting a gathering of young talents. I hope that the younger generation from the Central Continent and Eastern Continent can become acquainted and foster goodwill. It is said that the Yi family has a peer named Xiao Chen, whose talents are extraordinary and remarkable. I hereby extend a special invitation to Brother Xiao to attend the gathering, and I sincerely hope you will honor us with your presence. As he read the clearly inscribed name Xiao Chen, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. Indeed, the young talents from the Central Continent possessed discerning eyes, and they did not bestow the honor upon the waist that was Ye Changsheng. Upon finishing, he looked up at the elders. Unexpectedly, the letter is indeed addressed to a junior. What are the opinions of the patriarch and the esteemed elders? Should I attend? The younger generation cast peculiar glances at the beaming Xiao Chen, then at Ye Changsheng, who was huddled in his chair. Seemingly lost in another realm, that a hint of speculation arose within them. It was likely due to Ye Changsheng's previous victory over Ingwuji, coupled with the Yi family's less than favorable stance towards the Great Ing dynasty, that the crown prince of the Great Ing subtly sought to embarrass Ye Changsheng. The Grand Elder appeared somewhat troubled, glancing at Ye Changsheng before turning to inquire, Patriarch, what are your thoughts on this matter? Ye's father furrowed his brow slightly. Since the invitation was addressed to Xiao Chen, it was only fitting to prioritize his opinion. Xiao Chen, the junior is here. Consider this matter carefully after you depart, and provide me with your response tomorrow. Understood. Xiao Chen readily agreed, appearing to have already formed a plan. Ye's father glanced again at the bored Ye Changsheng, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Changsheng, your father. Suddenly, Ye Changsheng interjected with a cheerful smile. Since the invitation is for Xiao Chen, let him go to its best if I'm not involved. I have some personal matters to attend to, so I shan't delay any further. Chapter 66. Atop the Mountains, prelude to the Battle of the Prodigies. Having said that, he cheerfully rose and walked outside with Gu Qingyi. As they passed by Xiao Chen, Ye Changsheng abruptly turned, patted his shoulder, and grinned. Divine son Xiao, do put forth your best effort. Do not tarnish the prestige of our Yi family. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting him to initiate a conversation. However, with so many watching, he was unwilling to appear narrow-minded before his elders, so he nodded expressionlessly. After their departure, the Grand Elder offered a few more words of caution to Xiao Chen before allowing the younger generation to leave. Patriarch, I fear Ingwuji's invitation carries ill intentions. Having been defeated by our young master, he invites Xiao Chen. Could it be an attempt to sow discord among our Yi family's juniors? The Grand Elder speculated on Ingwuji's motives. His expression, tinged with concern at Ye's father, however, seemed unfazed. That it matters not. If he chooses not to invite Changsheng, so be it. After all, encounters between the youth of the Eastern continent and the Central continent may not necessarily yield favorable outcomes. Since Changsheng himself is indifferent, we need not fret unduly. Let us observe Xiao Chen's choice. Should he wish to attend, he may select a few steady and mature juniors to accompany him, if he prefers not to go. We shall simply disregard the invitation. With Ye's father's words, the Grand Elder's worries dissipated considerably, and he cheerfully acquiesced. In the back mountains, Gu Qingyi sat gracefully upon a large stone, watching as Ye Changsheng removed his garments once more. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, "Husband, are you not angry?" "Angry about what?" "You have defeated Ingwuji and are the young master of our Yi family. Logically, those from the Central Continent should be inviting you instead. Why is it that the prodigies from other factions are recognized as young masters? Yet it is different in your case?" Ye Changsheng replied with a hearty laugh, "Not being invited is just fine. We spare ourselves the trouble. Besides, I do not relish the spotlight. Whoever wishes to go may do so." Seeing his genuine indifference towards the matter, Gu Qingyi felt relieved. "Since you feel this way, let us remain at home," which indeed simplifies matters. While the two basked in their leisurely respite, Xiao Chun found himself embroiled in a dispute. "Senior, since the invitation has reached my hands, I must meet these prodigies of the Central Continent." In his mind, Xiao Chen's resolve was unyielding. St. Kanglin, somewhat displeased, remarked, "Xiao Chun, this is an opportune moment to focus on solidifying your foundation and enhancing your cultivation. How can you divert your attention to such matters? You still lag behind Ye Changsheng. How can you hope to compete with the talents of the Central Continent?" In the face of St. Kanglin's admonition, Xiao Chun calmly replied, "Senior, this matter should not be considered in such a manner. Think about it. The rift in the cliffs has brought about a significant upheaval that it is likely that in the near future, not just prodigies from the Central Continent will arrive, but potentially those from the other three continents as well. At that time, they will exhaust the resources of the Eastern Continent, making survival increasingly arduous. If I wish to pursue a higher realm and tread the path of divinity, how can I succeed without resources? Although I hold the title of divine, son in the Yi family, ultimately I am still an outsider, finding it difficult to earn genuine trust. When resources dwindle, the Yi family will surely favor Ye Changsheng, leaving me in a precarious position. If I participate in this prodigy exchange, I can not only showcase my talent, but perhaps attract the interest of certain factions, forging relationships that may serve as a safety net. Moreover, this exchange is hosted by the three major factions of the Central Continent. If I can befriend someone among them, my future prospects will undoubtedly broaden. Even if I fail to achieve this, forming connections with other prodigies from the Central Continent is still a commendable choice. For the sake of the present, if I can exhibit my talent at the exchange and enhance the reputation of the Yi family, my standing will naturally rise, whether it be in dealing with Ye Changsheng or acquiring resources. Would that not be more convenient? Considering both the present and the future, I firmly believe that I should attend this prodigy gathering. What do you think? Xiao Chen's arguments were compelling, leaving St. Kanglin in contemplative silence. After a moment, he sighed, "Since you have made your decision, go if you must. Just remember to exercise caution. After all, those are the most formidable prodigies of the Central Continent, and you must not be careless in your competition with them. Rest assured, Senior, I am confident in my ability to tread the path of divinity and will not falter here," Xiao Chun proclaimed, his eyes shimmering with anticipation for a bright future. The following morning, the Grand Elder received Xiao Chen's response, indicating his willingness to attend the prodigy exchange. Consequently, the younger generation of the Yi family, excluding Ye Changsheng and Gu Qingyi, gathered together. The elders selected a few promising individuals with commendable cultivation and character to accompany Xiao Chun in witnessing the talents of their peers. On the floating square, under the gaze of a multitude, Xiao Chun led several young individuals onto a beastly war chariot, exuding charisma and vigor. Meanwhile, in the dark, silent stone caves of the back mountains, Ye Changsheng persistently struck the unyielding stone walls, his resolve as steadfast as iron. Amidst the envious gazes of many young onlookers, Xiao Chun donned the azure battle armor bestowed by the Grand Elder. Raising his hand with fervor as he proclaimed, "Let us depart," the war chariot soared into the air, leaving behind a dazzling surge of spiritual energy. The Eastern Continent boasted a grand river stretching from east to west. Its widest expanse nearly 100 miles, while at its narrowest, it measured 4 or 5 miles. Such a magnificent river appeared almost indistinguishable from the sea in the eyes of mortals. The cultivators referred to it as the Hengjiang, symbolizing eternal existence. In the eastern region of Hengjiang lay a celestial mountain known as Changsheng, the premier location for ascending heights and gazing at the scenic beauty along the river. Upon it stood the pavilion by the river, a place where cultivators would often pause. Yet this once bustling pavilion had closed its doors to outsiders several days prior, following the arrival of a certain individual who commanded utmost respect, even from Ingwuji, the prodigy of the Central Continent's divine hall. Despite being a talent from one of the 3 major factions of the Central Continent, this individual, known as Ye Changsheng, preferred solitude, maintaining a low profile. Since arriving in the Eastern Continent, he had remained largely reclusive. Even his contemporaries from the Central Continent had scarcely encountered him at that moment. Atop the pavilion by the river, mist curled around, the water shimmered with clarity, stretching into the distance without discernible bounds. Ingwuji hurriedly ascended the stairs, a hint of joy evident on his face. Brother Che, tomorrow marks the prodigy gathering. Many young factions from the Eastern Continent have already arrived at Wangjiang Mountain. This time, we shall surely establish our dominance. By the railing of the pavilion stood a figure clad in a dark robe adorned with golden patterns, hands clasped behind his back, his waist-length hair flowing freely in the wind. Ethereal as a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Chapter 67. The mysterious Che Chun displays power merely a trivial matter. Why the exuberance? Came a deep, resonant voice as the long-haired figure turned, revealing a strikingly handsome visage with sharp brows and bright eyes. In the center of his forehead rested a crystalline red mole, glimmering like a gem, radiating an enchanting light. Ingwuji shrugged, chuckling, "That's not quite right. This gathering signifies the formal interaction between our central and eastern continents. It is the perfect opportunity to showcase the might of our central continent, allowing the eastern continent to grasp the vast gap that separates us. Consequently, whether in collaboration or conquest, any ensuing resistance will be considerably lessened." What a splendid affair! Che Chen's ink-like pupils fixed upon him, an enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. Perhaps it is not merely for the convenience of the central continent, but rather for the benefit of your great Ing dynasty? Ingwuji felt a twinge of awkwardness, clearing his throat as he waved dismissively. "It's advantageous for all. Truly, it is. Regardless, this gathering holds abundant benefits. By the way, as the initiator, you will be in attendance, correct?" Che Chen nodded. "Naturally. I, too, wish to ascertain if there are any worthy opponents on this eastern land." The following day, a vibrant rainbow arched across the sky above Wangjiang Mountain, intermittently pierced by the formidable roars of various exotic beasts. Talented individuals from the major factions of the Eastern Continent flocked to partake in this grand gathering of prodigies. Surrounding Linjiang Pavilion were numerous guards, executing their duties with utmost diligence to ensure security. Those who arrived here were the future heirs of the powers from both the Eastern and Central Continents. Any untoward incident would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the land. Above the celestial mountains, ethereal mist swirled, while maidens, their skirts billowing like butterflies, flitted among the tables, delivering exquisite dishes and fine wines. These culinary delights were crafted from spirit beasts and celestial flora, imbued with pure and gentle spiritual energy. A rare delicacy for ordinary cultivators, teed the main table. 3 sets of chairs were arranged, clearly reserved for the 3 dominant factions of the Central Continent. With heads held high, Xiao Chun entered alongside 3 juniors from the Ye family, exuding an aura of elegance and distinction. After being guided to their seats by a maid, Xiao Chun turned to the 3 behind him, transmitting a message: "Speak less and observe more. The individuals here hold extraordinary status. Let us avoid causing any unnecessary trouble." The 3 nodded in agreement, sitting upright as they watched the talented individuals from various families arrive. Suddenly, a voice from a nearby table broke the tension with a surprised inquiry. "Xiao Chun, why is it you from the Ye family and not Ye Changsheng?" A cold glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, yet he maintained a facade of composure. "This is an invitation from the Crown Prince of Dang. The reasons elude me. The speaker nodded, preparing to inquire further when a magnetic voice echoed from a distance. Ye Changsheng is but a waste. What qualifications does he possess to be invited to this gathering of prodigies? The crowd turned in astonishment to see a young man clad in black robes approaching slowly. He exuded no discernible aura, appearing almost like an ordinary mortal who had wandered into this realm. However, anyone present could not be deemed mediocre. His concealed prowess either signified his exceptional mastery of breath control or an inherent superiority in cultivation. The talent from the central continent rose to pay their respects. Brother Chen, the Eastern Continent's attendees suddenly grasped the significance of this individual. He was the initiator of this prodigy gathering, the enigmatic genius from the Divine Hall. With an air of nonchalance, he strolled to his designated seat, casually resting on his knee as he continued with a smile. You Easterners fear the Ye family and dare not speak ill of that waste, but the Divine Hall fears nothing. And neither do I doubt a mere waste holds no merit for an invitation. His words dripped with arrogance, openly belittling Ye Changsheng. Yet, delivered from his lips, there was an inexplicable conviction that compelled belief. The three young Ye family members behind Xiao bristled at the affront. After all, Ye Changsheng was the young master and had bested the Central Continent's genius, Ingwujia, in front of so many people. Surely, he did not deserve to be labeled as a waste. However, as the leader, Xiao remained silent, and they felt it inappropriate to interject. The Eastern attendees awaited Xiao's response, but he seemed to disregard Chen's remarks, pouring himself a drink instead. Brother Xiao is the scion of the Ye family. Having attained the true, indestructible golden body, such a person is indeed worthy of being called a genius, Chen added with a grin, raising his glass toward Xiao. Brother Xiao, please. Xiao lifted his cup in a distant salute. A smile gracing his lips, Chen's words brought him great comfort. He knew he was not inferior to Ye Changsheng. After all, the latter merely had favorable parents. If anyone were to represent the Ye family, it should be him. With this thought, Xiao's regard for Chen increased, feeling a kinship akin to finding a kindred spirit. In truth, Chen's actions were fueled by a degree of disdain for the Ye family. As a distinguished genius of the Divine Hall, upon his arrival in the Eastern Continent, numerous factions sought to pay their respects. Yet the Ye family remained conspicuously silent, much to his chagrin. Furthermore, after Ingwujia personally visited and received no affirmative response, his discontent grew. How could a provincial power act so arrogantly before him? His earlier remarks served not only to justify the invitation to Xiao, but also to remind the Eastern factions of their diminishing status. With the three central factions now established in the East, the Ye family's influence had waned significantly, compelling other powers to make their allegiances known swiftly. Ultimately, Chen's veiled contempt conveyed a clear message to the Eastern attendees. The Ye family was in decline, and the future belonged to them. After this brief interlude, the invited geniuses had nearly all arrived, and the banquet commenced in earnest. Ingwujia and Kong Yan from the Tianji Pavilion flanked Chen, representing the three mightiest factions of the Central Continent. As the wine flowed and dishes were savored, the atmosphere grew increasingly convivial. Chen set down his cup, surveying the room before turning to Ingwujia. Wujia, isn't it time to proceed to the next activity? Ingwujia paused, then quickly comprehended the implication behind his words. Indeed, the time is ripe. Chen nodded, clearing his throat lightly. Strangely, the sound resonated in everyone's ears simultaneously, drawing their attention instinctively toward him. Upon realizing it was Chen, the Eastern geniuses felt an involuntary chill run down their spines. His mastery was profound, allowing him to manipulate spiritual energy with such finesse that everyone could hear him clearly. Xiao's gaze flickered as he began to formulate ideas. Esteemed guests, the purpose of gathering the Eastern prodigies here today is to foster future collaborations. I am immensely grateful for your presence. The noise in the banquet gradually quieted, and the Eastern geniuses heightened their vigilance, eager to hear what he had to say. We are all young, striving to ascend the path of cultivation. I believe your ultimate goal is to tread down the road that will define an era. To ascend the imperial throne and dominate the laws of the universe, standing unrivaled above heaven and earth. Just imagining it sends a surge of blood coursing through one's veins. Surely, you all aspire to such heights, do you not? His words ignited a fervor among the central geniuses, who readily echoed Chechen's sentiments. The Eastern talents, too, felt a spark of ambition, though they hesitated to express their thoughts openly due to their status. However, their elders had once imparted wisdom. Isolating oneself from the world was unwise to tread the Imperial path. One must witness the prowess of heroes from all corners of the realm, engaging in exchanges and clashes to enrich their own understanding. Given this rare opportunity, why not have the talented individuals from the Central Continent engage in a friendly exchange with the esteemed guest from the Eastern Continent? Chechen's tone shifted, finally revealing his true intent. The martial philosophies of the two continents diverged. Perhaps through mutual exchange, they could ignite sparks of enlightenment. A joyous occasion indeed. A.S.'s words settled. Silence enveloped the banquet. The Eastern attendees swiftly grasped Chechen's underlying motive for organizing this gathering of prodigies. It was to establish dominance. Yet, they were not cowards. The central geniuses had long exhibited arrogance in the Eastern continent, displaying a condescending attitude toward many factions, including those of the once respected talents. Frustration simmered within numerous hearts, and the opportunity to confront them openly was welcomed by many. Eager to demonstrate their capabilities and vindicate both themselves and the Eastern continent, several individuals were eager to engage in combat. Aware of these sentiments, Chechen smiled at the Eastern geniuses, inquiring, "Shall we engage in a friendly contest?" As his words fell, a muscular young man from the Eastern continent, bare-chested, retorted coldly, "Brother Chechen speaks wisely. It is indeed through sparring and communication that we can advance our martial arts." Although the Eastern continent was not as formidable as the Central continent, they were not ones to shy away from confrontation. "Let us engage in combat. I fully support this." His resolute declaration garnered attention, causing the Eastern geniuses to rally in agreement. Chechen maintained his composed smile, asking, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" "Han Lai, merely from an inconsequential minor faction," the young man replied coldly, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Han Lai. Chechen contemplated momentarily before recognizing the name. The Han family from Feiyun Mountain. While not a top-tier faction, they ranked among the elite of the second-tier powers, holding significant sway in the Eastern continent. Defeating their genius would greatly bolster the Central continent's prestige since Brother Han has stepped forth. "I wonder who from the Central continent dares to accept the challenge?" "I shall." A boisterous voice erupted as a burly man, equally as imposing as Han Lai, stood up with a fierce grin. "From Hongshan of the Central Continent, I welcome your teachings." Chechen erupted in hearty laughter. "Excellent. You all truly embody the spirit of the younger generation, and this fervor is commendable." As he spoke, he waved his robe sleeves. And suddenly a massive shadow appeared in the sky above. This place was the Shadow Spirit Dual Realm, crafted by the elders of my divine temple for the purpose of training and sparring young practitioners. The two participants could unleash their full potential in battle without concern for damaging anything. Hongshan chuckled a few times, slightly bending his knees before propelling himself like a cannonball, soaring straight into the Shadow Spirit Dual Realm. Han Lai, unwilling to be outdone, followed closely behind, leaping into the air as well. Once they had settled, Chechen casually waved his hand, and an image tilted in midair materialized, clearly displaying the scene within the Dual Realm. The landscape depicted within appeared to be a vast desert, with swirling yellow sand filling the air, stretching as far as 100 miles. Ample space for combat. Moreover, it seemed to utilize some spatial principles, as what appeared to be merely a small courtyard on the outside revealed a hidden world within. Everyone, let us enjoy this thrilling battle together," Chen said with a smile, directing his gaze towards the image. Within the Dual Realm, Han Lai and the distant figure of Hongshan faced each other, their formidable auras locking onto one another. Despite the distance of 100 meters separating them, this was but a fleeting moment for cultivators of their caliber. Taking a deep breath, Han Lai's expression turned icy in an instant, and his massive form surged forward with terrifying speed, initiating the first attack. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Hongshan. His fist, the size of a cooking pot, crashing down with immense force. In stark contrast, Hongshan stood his ground, unmoving in the face of such a fierce assault, his smile growing even more sinister. "Come on!" With a roar, a surge of dark energy erupted from his body, and he surprisingly withdrew his hands to his waist, thrusting his chest forward to meet the incoming fist. Han Lai's pupils constricted in an instant. Bang! The sound resonated, allowing everyone present to hear the dull thud of impact. The surrounding yellow sand was instantly blasted apart, creating a towering wave of sand several meters high. The talented individuals from the eastern continent gasped in astonishment. Han Lai's cultivation leaned towards physical prowess, making his body exceptionally robust. Yet, Hong Shan, seemingly indifferent, had forcefully braced himself against that punch. Whether out of blind confidence or a well-founded assurance remained uncertain as the dust settled. The image became clearer once more. Han Lai's fist was pressed against Hong Shan's chest, his face reddening in distress, while Hong Shan's smile remained unchanged, his entire being appearing as though drenched in ink. Enveloped in a pitch-black hue, this darkness, however, reflected a brilliant sheen, resembling polished metal in appearance. Ing Wudi glanced at the astonished expressions of the Eastern Continent's talents and explained with a smile, Hong Shan is a disciple from the Fire Peak Cave in the Central Continent. His proud technique is the black gold bulwark. Once this physique is cultivated, it becomes immensely formidable, only slightly inferior to Mighty Ying's Azure Flood Dragon Holy Body. Speaking of which, I wasn't even aware he had cultivated such a physique. He kept it hidden from us. Chapter 69. The contest between the Eastern and Central Continents. Ing Wudi feigned reproach, yet the corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears, betraying his prideful glee. Hong Shan, resembling a coal-black figure, remained unfazed by the punch, prompting concern among the Eastern Continent as talents. Within the dual realm, Han Lai, realizing his attack bore no fruit, prepared to retreat. The opponent's physique was exceptionally strong. His nearly 80% strength had yielded no desired outcome. Although his golden metal body was robust, it paled in comparison to his adversary's prowess. Just as he intended to withdraw, Hong Shan, who had remained still until now, suddenly struck like lightning, clasping Han Lai's wrist. Not good. A chill surged through Han Lai's heart, and he quickly launched his left fist toward Hong Shan's head while simultaneously unleashing a surge of spiritual energy to break free from the grip. However, Hong Shan lowered his head, and the punch barely grazed the back of his skull. With a powerful tug, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing Han Lai to stagger a step toward him. It was this slight misstep. Han Lai's heart sank, and he steadied himself to defend. Yet at that moment of imbalance, his chest was left wide open, allowing Hong Shan's right fist to strike like a venomous snake, with no option to evade. He could only mimic Hong Shan, gathering all his spiritual energy at his chest, hoping to withstand the blow with sheer physicality. Crack. The sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed, sending chills through the onlookers. Han Lai's eyes bulged, his face turning crimson, and with a splatter, he coughed up a mouthful of crystalline blood. Hong Shan's punch not only shattered his ribcage, but also inflicted severe damage to his internal organs. In a moment of desperation, Han Lai summoned his remaining strength and delivered a knee strike that landed squarely against Hong Shan's waist. This time, the attack bore fruit, forcing Hong Shan to stagger back a step. Seizing the opportunity, Han Lai quickly withdrew, retreating a considerable distance. .1 strike. In a single exchange, he had sustained grave injuries. The talents from the Eastern Continent fell into silence. Disbelief etched across their faces that it was known that Han Lai possessed exceptional talent, ranking among the top 10 in the entire Eastern Continent. Yet, facing an opponent who did not even feature in the rankings, he exhibited signs of defeat after just one blow. The disparity was simply unimaginable. However, Hong Shan seemed disinclined to grant Han Lai a moment's respite. Lowering his body like a crouching leopard, he propelled himself forward, creating a massive crater beneath him, and in an instant he was before Han Lai. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of punches and kicks rained down upon Han Lai, akin to a tempest, leaving him struggling like a leaf in a storm. After several breaths, Hong Shan ceased his assault. Without a backward glance, he strode past Han Lai, grinning as he rolled his neck. Just as he took a step, Han Lai's colossal form crumpled into the yellow sand, a pool of blood seeping from beneath him. The talents from the Eastern Continent erupted in an uproar. As Han Lai, all right, how could he possibly be unscathed? He hasn't moved at all. Someone hastily called out to Che Chun, Holy Son Che Chun. Has Han Lai been killed by Hong Shan? Che Chun shook his head with a smile. And no need for concern, everyone. The dual realm is governed by rules set by the elders. When one is in danger of death, a protective shield will automatically manifest, preventing any true fatalities. However, it is likely that this Brother Han will require an extended period of recovery. Che Chen's face bore a look of regret as he continued. Nevertheless, Brother Han was the first to step forward, and his courage is commendable. The talents of the Eastern continent should respect him for that. While this statement appeared to commend Han Lai, the smile on Che Chen's face resembled a blatant mockery. The Eastern continent's crowd felt immense frustration, their pride wounded by being so openly belittled. Han Lai's body emerged from the dual realm, bloodied and battered beyond recognition, as several maidens carried him into the Linjiang Pavilion for healing. Che Chun continued with a beaming smile. Rest assured, I have already arranged for several highly skilled healers to address any injuries sustained. Our brother Hong Shan from the Central Continent has emerged victorious. I wonder who else is willing to spar. Han Lai's defeat not only left the talents of the Eastern Continent feeling despondent, but also ignited a flame of determination in many hearts. Eager to reclaim honor from the Central Continent. I will. A young man rose with indignation as Che Chun finished speaking. From the Ouyang family of the Eastern Continent, Ouyang Lycan, Che Chun disregarded his impolite demeanor and turned to the Central Continent side. Who will take the stage this time? A melodious laugh echoed, and a bewitching woman clad in sheer fabric, her smooth, fair skin exposed to the air, stood up, casting a flirtatious glance at the visibly displeased Ouyang Lycan. Little brother, would you allow me to join you for a bit of fun? Ouyang Lycan's expression darkened further. He ignored her and turned to Che Chun. Holy son Che, I do not wish to fight a woman. Che Chun chuckled in disbelief. Ouyang brother, your words seem rather narrow-minded. On the path of cultivation, talent knows no gender. Do not be fooled by Shang Yi's appearance. She is the current saintess of the Miaoyu Pavilion, possessing formidable abilities. Oh dear, brother Che, you've revealed all my secrets. Xiao playfully pouted, then turned her gaze to the not-so-far-off Ouyang Lycan. Brother Ouyang, grant me but a chance to truly experience your might. With a cold snort, Ouyang Lycan took flight toward the dual realm. A cold glimmer flashed in Xiao enchanting eyes before she smiled and floated into the air, her garments billowing gracefully. In the dual realm, the setting transformed into a grassy plain, where waist-high grass swayed gently in the breeze, creating ripples of green. Despite facing a woman, Ouyang Lycan showed no intention of holding back. Be careful. Out of courtesy, he offered a warning, then unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, igniting a dazzling layer of pale blue flames around him. Wind and thunder converge, reshaping the world. Accompanied by his call, the Ouyang family's renowned wind and thunder technique was activated, and a bolt of blue and white lightning flashed across the sky, almost transcending space to appear above Xiaoxingyi's head. Oh dear. Little brother, you truly are ruthless. As Xiaoxingyi gracefully called out, her hands moved deftly, and a pink aura coalesced above her head, forming a barrier that precariously warded off the impending attack. Retreat, with the first strike thwarted. Ouyang Chun suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar. Even through the screen, it seemed as if everyone could hear that resounding shout, causing a tingling sensation in their ears, for Xiaoxingyi, who faced the brunt of that voice. It was even more overwhelming. Her delicate features displayed a moment of confusion, as if she had momentarily lost her senses. Before she could regain her composure, Ouyang Chun, embodying the very essence of thunder, surged forth, crackling with layers of electricity. Chapter 70. Lin Juying steps forward. Xiaoxingyi gasped, and with a gentle sweep of her jade-like hand, the pink gossamer that enveloped her body instantly billowed outward. The veil formed a circular barrier, cloaking her figure from view. Crack. The lightning struck like a pillar, crashing violently against the delicate fabric. The fierce arcs of electricity erupted, mercilessly lashing out at the earth. However, the once devastating power of the thunder seemed to lose its footing upon encountering the gossamer, dissipating its immense energy into the ether. Ouyang Lycan tested a few strikes, but his punches and kicks found no purchase against the veil, failing to inflict further harm. Dear brother, you are indeed fierce. Yet, I must admit, I rather fancy your formidable and fierce demeanor. Xiao Xingyi's playful laughter echoed from behind the veil, causing Ouyang Lycan's expression to grow grave. Enough with the idle chatter. Let our abilities speak for themselves. He barked as the thunder in his palm coalesced into a spear, aiming to pierce through the veil as defenses. Dear brother, you truly break my heart. Xiao Xingyi's beguiling voice resonated once more, this time echoing directly within his soul. Ouyang Lycan felt an immediate surge of anxiety. Yet before he could react, the gossamer suddenly parted to the sides, revealing an intoxicating tableau. Several enchanting beauties, clad in scanty attire that barely concealed their most vital areas, posed alluringly in an array of mesmerizing postures. Ouyang Lycan felt a rush of warmth surge from his dantian to his forehead, his expression becoming increasingly dazed, the smile upon his lips growing more audacious and exaggerated, in the distance. The onlookers from Dongzhou watched in astonishment as Xiao Xingyi danced behind the veil, their faces reflecting a mix of shock and awe. Ouyang Lycan, a prodigy of the younger generation known for his unwavering resolve, found himself spellbound by her captivating dance, his murderous intent and aura gradually waning. Even those of lesser cultivation present felt their blood surge merely from observing the dance. Ing Wudi's smile grew ever more radiant. It seems Shengyi's demon dance has reached new heights. After offering a compliment, Ing Wudi surveyed the expressions of the Dongzhou crowd, finding their grim visages only further delightful. As Xiao Xingyi continued her dance, Ouyang Lycan's face flushed crimson until he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He coughed a few times, bewilderedly surveying his surroundings, taking a moment to regain his bearings. Dear brother, you have been defeated. Xiao Xingyi's teasing voice chimed again, now seemingly resonating in his very heart. Ouyang Lycan jolted in shock. Hastily too, indeed, if there were any who could rival them. It would likely be the gaze of the prodigies from the eastern continent, which inadvertently fell upon Xiao Chen, as the favored son of the Ye family. He held the highest status among the gathered, and it was only fitting that he should be the most formidable among them. A flicker of excitement coursed through Xiao Chen's heart. At last, the moment of utmost attention had arrived. Rising to his feet, he met the expectant eyes of the eastern continent's elites, directing his gaze towards Che Chun, who occupied the central seat. Brother Che, he began, though I may lack talent, I possess a modicum of confidence in my abilities. I humbly request your guidance in a spar. What say you? His words resonated like thunder, abruptly silencing the banquet. Both the central and eastern continent's attendees regarded Xiao Chan with expressions of disbelief. Che Chun-s, standing among the three major powers, attested to his superiority over the others. What audacity did Xiao Chun possess to challenge him? Yet, some speculated that this situation might hold promise. After all, Xiao Chun was indeed a top-tier genius from the eastern continent, hailing from the esteemed Ye family. With a formidable expert at the virtual emperor level backing him, their attitude towards the three major powers of the central continent had been notably indifferent. Perhaps Xiao Chan could indeed offer them a surprise. However, the central continent's elites interpreted this astonishing declaration differently. By bypassing so many to directly challenge Che Chun, it implied that he considered himself an equal among geniuses, simultaneously displaying contempt for them. Che Chun, momentarily taken aback by Xiao Chen's boldness, couldn't help but let out an internal sigh of bitterness. This individual seemed utterly oblivious to the implications of his actions, mistakenly calculating himself into a position of relevance. It was precisely because Che Chun had shown Xiao Chen courtesy that he sought to utilize his status to suppress the Yi family. He never anticipated this fool would overestimate himself and attempt to pull him down. To engage with Xiao Chun now would risk diminishing Che Chen's own stature as a renowned genius. Mingling with someone of Xiao Chen's caliber, regardless of the outcome, would only serve to elevate the latter's reputation. Che Chun, Xiao Chun was but a mere insect, hardly worthy of his attention. Yet, failing to respond would also be problematic. Firstly, rumors might circulate in the eastern continent suggesting that he feared Xiao Chun. And secondly, the gentlemanly persona he had painstakingly cultivated could easily collapse. After all, it would appear disrespectful to decline a challenge presented by someone seeking to spar. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Ingwudi, who was seated nearby, and said, "Your Highness, why not engage in a spar with Brother Xiao?" Ingwudi was momentarily taken aback, a shadow passing over his eyes. Chen, not wishing to intervene himself, had passed the responsibility on to him. Moreover, there was no hierarchy between them. As the crown prince of a grand dynasty, being suggested to fight by Chen made him feel like a subordinate, as though he were being commanded. Nevertheless, Chen indeed held the reins of this gathering, and his prowess surpassed both Ingwudi and Kong Yin by a narrow margin. However, declining Chen's proposal would be tantamount to disrespecting him, and it might also reveal a fracture in their unity before the Eastern Continent's crowd, possibly leading to further entertainment. After a brief hesitation, he nodded in acquiescence. "Very well, I shall test the mettle of the Eastern Continent's elite." Xiao Chen felt a surge of displeasure. When Chen had spoken on his behalf earlier, he had assumed it was a sign of respect, a sense of mutual admiration. Yet, upon proposing the challenge himself, Chen had handed the matter over to another. This was, at its core, a clear indication of his lack of regard. Were it not for representing the Ye family, he would have walked away in indignation. Since the crown prince is willing, I shall have no objections," Xiao Chen replied. Ingwudi, the crown prince of the Grading dynasty, felt a sense of dismay at Xiao Chen's foolishness. This man was utterly unaware of his own limitations. Chen had merely offered him a modicum of courtesy, and now he was acting as if he were a peer. Were it not for his ambitions concerning the Ye family, Xiao Chen would hardly merit his presence. Yet he had to maintain appearances that, Brother Xiao is indeed a top-tier genius of the Eastern Continent. "I, too, look forward to this exchange," Ingwudi said with a forced smile. Xiao Chen nodded, suddenly gesturing as his sword, suspended at his waist, transformed into a radiant arc in his hand. Holding a cup of wine in his left hand, he strode towards the main seat. "Today, I am greatly pleased to be in the presence of so many geniuses from the Central Continent. Such an opportunity is rare, so I wish to toast to Brother Che, who has facilitated this gathering." As he spoke, his aura surged, overwhelming those of lower cultivation levels and leaving them gasping for breath. Xiao Chen understood his path clearly to gain recognition and importance from both the Ye family and the Central Continent. He must first defeat the crown prince of the Great Ing dynasty and then engage in a true battle with Chen. Only then would he possess the requisite capital to pave his future. Chapter 72. The Defeat of a Genius. Ingwudi's overwhelming power. As Xiao Chen's imposing presence approached, Ingwudi rose from his seat, a flicker of irritation in his heart. Chen had pushed him forward as a shield, but this Xiao Chen was utterly lacking in discernment. Did he not realize his own limitations? Was it necessary to be so arrogant before such a large audience? Could he not wait until the arena for the duel to unleash his bravado? Xiao Chen believed he had devised a clever strategy, while using the opportunity of the toast to project his might and elevate his fighting spirit. He intended to subtly shift the focus back onto Chen. Should he manage to triumph over Ingwudi, he could then wield that victory to compel Chen into a confrontation. Regardless of the outcome, it would leave a lasting impression on the hearts of the Central Continent's people. Even in defeat, he could claim that his exhaustion from 2 consecutive battles had led to his loss, thereby enhancing his reputation and allowing him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Chen. Ingwudi, suppressing his smile, stared impassively at Xiao Chen as he drew nearer. The tension in the air escalated. Filled with an indescribable sense of oppression, Xiao Chen's skin shimmered with a faint golden hue, and behind him, indistinct images of divine beings appeared. This was a manifestation of profound physical cultivation, a testament to his extraordinary nature. The prodigies of the Eastern Continent were taken aback by Xiao Chen's display of strength. This Xiao Chen had actually conjured an anomaly. Indeed, one could not reach such a state without significant mastery of the physical form. How splendid! With such cultivation, Xiao Chen should be well matched against Ingwudi. These murmurs wafted through the air, prompting a smile to emerge at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. Should he succeed in equaling or even overcoming Ingwudi, his name and status would ascend to new heights, propelling him onto the grand stage of the Central Continent. Ingwudi's expression remained unchanged as he coldly regarded the advancing Xiao Chen. "Ingwudi, I seek your guidance." With that, Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened, and he strode purposefully up the steps, his overwhelming presence surging forth like a blazing inferno. Wudi appeared unperturbed, maintaining his calm demeanor as he watched Xiao Chen approach. As Xiao Chen ascended the first step, Wudi finally spoke. Xiao Chen, while your talents may be considered exceptional in the Eastern continent, today, allow me to impart a lesson. There are always greater talents beyond one's own. As soon as the words left his lips, the intensity in Wudi's gaze shifted dramatically, and a resonant dragon's roar emanated from within him. Let me show you what true azure dragon tearing strength is. With a fierce shout, two brilliant green lights flared in Wudi's eyes. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy in the banquet hall seemed to freeze, no longer flowing. Xiao Chen's steps halted abruptly, a chilling sense of foreboding enveloping him. The dragon's roar intensified, and Xiao Chen's pupils constricted in alarm. The two green lights in Wudi's eyes transformed into dragon forms, surging towards Xiao Chen's face. Instinctively, he summoned all his spiritual energy to defend himself. But the two ethereal dragons penetrated the swirling storm of energy and barreled toward him. With a violent gasp, Xiao Chen's heart was a chaotic mess. His mind felt like it had been struck by a series of heavy blows. Leaving him in a state of utter disarray, he dared not contemplate how others would perceive him in the aftermath. Leaning against the esteemed family of Dongzhou and being a prodigious talent himself, he had been utterly defeated and grievously wounded by a mere glance. The ensuing wave of skepticism, ridicule, scorn, and abuse overwhelmed him. Remorse and terror surged like a relentless tide, completely consuming his thoughts. Wudi, akin to a sovereign on the battlefield, exuded a chilling and menacing aura, as if the gilded four-clawed golden dragon adorning his robe might spring to life. Xiao Chen lay prostrated on the steps, which, though merely 9 in number, felt like an insurmountable height he would forever have to look up to. It was worth noting that Xiao Chen's past achievements had been nothing short of glorious. Having matched the most formidable of ancient beings in his realm, engaging in battles beyond his level had once been as effortless as eating or drinking. Even in defeat, he would not have fallen so disgracefully. Yet, the disparity between him and Wudi was merely 5 minor realms apart, and Xiao Chen had been confident in his ability to mount a counteroffensive. Even if he were to lose, he believed the worst outcome would be an inconclusive result. However, reality struck him with a brutal force, shattering all his illusions into fragments. The gap between geniuses was indeed vast. After surveying Xiao Chen for a moment, Wudi finally smiled. Xiao brother, it was merely a sparring session. Do not take it to heart. Have only coughed up blood under the true might of my Qingjiao's tearing force speaks volumes of your prowess as a Dongzhou prodigy. His words were delivered with a casual nonchalance, reminiscent of a senior soothing a junior. Yet, the fact that they were peers of the same generation only underscored that Wudi had never regarded Xiao Chen as an equal. The repeated emphasis on the Qingjiao's tearing force stemmed from Wudi's prior defeat at the hands of the Ye family's young master, which had tarnished the reputation of the Dang dynasty's formidable technique. Consequently, the people of Dongzhou had begun to lose their reverence for the Dang dynasty, casting doubt on its strength. Given that Xiao Chen had presented himself, Wudi saw no harm in sacrificing this insignificant pawn to restore the dynasty's honor. Though the exchange felt prolonged, it had only taken a matter of moments for Xiao Chen to descend the steps and for Wudi to speak. The chasm between them was as stark as that between a firefly and the bright moon, filling the hearts of Dongzhou's talents with a sense of helplessness. With even the Ye family's prodigy falling victim to a mere glance, what chance did they have to resist? In contrast, the talents of Dongzhou were effusive in their praise, lauding Wudi as one of the foremost prodigies, his strength earning them admiration. Wudi feigned warmth as he descended the steps, extending a hand as if to help Xiao Chen rise. Xiao brother, it was merely a sparring match. Let us not harm our camaraderie. This statement struck Xiao Chen like a dagger, piercing deeply into his heart. The implication that it was merely a sparring session suggested he had not even faced Wudi's full strength. Yet, even under such circumstances, he had suffered a resounding and unequivocal defeat. His status as a top prodigy felt like an oppressive mountain, suffocating him. The thought of this incident reaching the Ye family filled him with dread about the scorn he would undoubtedly endure. After a brief silence, he struggled to maintain the last vestiges of his dignity, refusing to grasp Ingwudi's hand, instead propping himself up with his spirit sword, swaying unsteadily as he stood. "Thank you. Your Highness," Xiao Chun, concede. The few words nearly drained him of all his strength. A flicker of coldness crossed Ingwudi's eyes as he withdrew his hand and chuckled lightly, returning to his seat. A harsh voice erupted from the Zhongzhou seats. "Oh, this is the so-called top talent of Dongzhou." Xiao Chun paused, a mouthful of blood rising in his throat. After several moments of restraint, he could no longer suppress it and spat it out. The Dongzhou crowd glared with fury, yet beneath that anger lay a sense of helplessness. Everyone, it was merely a sparring match. There is no need to take it so seriously. The previously silent Chun smiled and addressed Xiao Chun gently. "Xiao Zhenzi, we have prepared skilled physicians in the pavilion. Would you not consider receiving treatment?" "No need." Observing Xiao Chen's stubbornness in the face of defeat, Chen lost interest in him and turned to the Zhongzhou crowd, saying, "It is evident from this spar that there remains a significant gap between the talents of Dongzhou and Zhongzhou." Such a statement was courteous at best. With multiple defeats, the disparity was not merely slight. It was a comprehensive rout. Even the Dongzhou individuals dared not underestimate the chasm between the two sides. Noticing the crowd's waning enthusiasm, Chen quickly shifted his tone. However, with the rupture of the source wall, the channels between Zhongzhou and Dongzhou have opened. This means that resources from Zhongzhou can flow into Dongzhou, providing everyone with greater opportunities to train and catch up. The eyes of Dongzhou's prodigies sparkled. Although there was an underlying tension between the two regions, Chen's words bore truth. Dongzhou was far more impoverished than Zhongzhou. Despite their ambitions for this territory, it simultaneously promised broader horizons and avenues for exchange. Perhaps the dawn of a new era was indeed on the horizon. Chen's remarks alleviated much of the Dongzhou talent's despondency and frustration. Their presence here attested to their innate talent and intellect. Otherwise, they would not have reached such heights in their cultivation. Provided they could access the resources of Zhongzhou, or even escape the constraints of Dongzhou's flawed path, their futures remained promising. Naturally, such thoughts were kept to themselves. None dared risk the scorn of the masses by defying the greater good. Observing the expressions of the Dongzhou crowd, Chun could not help but smile. After all, convincing individuals from a lesser region with both threats and lures was hardly a formidable challenge. Lin Juying glanced at the excitement in the eyes of the Dongzhou prodigies and could not suppress a sigh. How naive they were! Did they truly believe that aligning with Zhongzhou would yield favorable outcomes? If Zhongzhou had sufficient resources to spare, why would they covet the already barren land of Dongzhou? If they did not strip Dongzhou of its resources entirely, it would be nothing short of an act of mercy from Zhongzhou. As for cultivation resources, why would they distribute what they themselves had no use for to those who had only recently joined the fray? Yet, even if all were aware of this truth, human greed and desire would compel them to take that gamble. The allure of Zhongzhou's cultivation resources and complete celestial pathways was simply irresistible. Chun continued, "As long as everyone can coexist peacefully with Zhongzhou, we can all look forward to a bright future. I kindly ask that you all raise a toast to our promising future." The Dongzhou prodigies raised their cups in agreement, signaling their recognition of Chun. Just then, a somewhat flippant and arrogant voice rang out from beyond Mountain Gate. "I hear that young Master Chun is inviting the younger generation of Dongzhou to join him in Wangjiang Mountain. Yet you have not extended an invitation to my spouse and me. Is this not a tad dismissive of our presence?" Such brazen words instantly drew the ire of the Zhongzhou talents. The Dongzhou crowd, too, was filled with curiosity, wondering who this might be. After all, the tone suggested they were from Dongzhou. Only Xiao Chen's gaze narrowed in shock and confusion at Ye Changsheng. How did he arrive? Wasn't it said that he would not attend without an invitation? As footsteps approached, a striking pair of young individuals appeared at the edge of the square. Ye Changsheng had rarely dressed so well, donning a cerulean robe, with a jade pendant hanging from his waist. His long hair tied back with a ribbon, exuding an air of carefree elegance. Beside him stood an enchanting beauty, her ice blue gown accentuating her ethereal beauty, resembling a celestial being emerging from the water. Ye Changsheng and Gu Qingyi. Some in the crowd recognized their identities and gasped in astonishment. After all, Ye Changsheng's reputation in Dongzhou was even more prominent than Xiao Chen's, once infamous as a waste. Everyone delighted in witnessing the spectacle surrounding the top powers. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Ye Changsheng appeared calm on the surface, though internally he was in torment. When he had first heard that the prodigies would invite Xiao Chen, he had felt a surge of joy. He had never particularly enjoyed such raucous events, especially knowing that Zhongzhou harbored no good intentions. Whether for glory or embarrassment, neither appealed to him. Originally, he had anticipated that the system would undoubtedly assign him a task, as was its nature. However, he was pleasantly surprised when no such mandate came during the council meeting. Yet, shortly after returning, that familiar voice had coldly issued a directive, compelling him to partake in this gathering of prodigies. Ye Changsheng was filled with 1,000 reluctances, but upon seeing the rewards listed, his resolve weakened. The supreme gift, the cultivation technique of the Qinglong's sacred body. The moment he laid eyes on the reward's name, he could not help but grin widely. Were it not for the system's usual cold demeanor, he might have suspected it harbored a wicked sense of humor. Knowing full well that he had no desire to attend, he nevertheless included the very thing that his companion most needed as a reward, which seemed nothing short of deliberate torment. Reluctantly, he found himself in a state of inner turmoil, ultimately accepting the task. However, given that it was an opportunity to shine, he felt a measure of discomfort at being alone. So he managed to persuade Gu Qingyi to accompany him. In Chapter 74, the young master of the Yi family boldly provokes. Initially, Gu Qingyi was opposed to the idea. After all, she had not received an invitation to the Tianjiao conference, and her nature was one that preferred tranquility, making her reluctant to engage in such affairs. Yet, unable to resist Ye Changsheng's persistent coaxing, she ultimately acquiesced. Thus, the couple made their way to the Tianjiao conference together. Chen gazed in a daze at Gu Qingyi's exquisite visage, momentarily struck by the sensation of encountering a true celestial being. He had seen many stunning beauties before, but none could compare to the ethereal grace that Gu Qingyi exuded, which was like the heavens in contrast to the earth. Meanwhile, Ingwudi finally understood why his utterly useless younger brother, even after suffering a beating, still lingered on thoughts of that woman. After all, she was a Tianjiao from Zhongzhou, and Chen quickly regained his composure. Before he could speak, however, those from the eastern continent began to murmur amongst themselves. What was Ye Changsheng doing here? Who knows? After all, he was a waste incapable of cultivation. Wasn't he just seeking his own humiliation by appearing in such a gathering of geniuses? The whispers of derision and disdain filled the air. But Ye Changsheng remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on the trio at the center. Noticing Chen's somewhat peculiar stare, his instincts prompted him to grasp Gu Qingyi's hand, raising an eyebrow in a showy manner toward the three. Chen felt a flicker of anger, a glint of coldness flashing his eyes. Nevertheless, he maintained his persona as a humble gentleman, a facade he had upheld for so long that he could not afford to shatter it. With a gentle wave of his feather fan, Chen smiled and remarked, "My dear Yi, you are mistaken. It is not that I did not extend an invitation to you. It is merely that rumors from the eastern continent suggest you have no interest in martial arts. How could I be so unobservant?" This statement was a thinly veiled mockery of Ye Changsheng's status as a waste, couched in more refined language. What was past is past. The present is different. The young master of the Yi family has now taken an interest in martial arts. With all these ignorant fools fixated on my dear Qingyi, if I do not take action to protect her, some may genuinely believe I am easy to bully. Ingwudi's brow furrowed at this declaration. Who else could be harboring designs on Gu Qingyi but his brother, Ingwuji? Ye Changsheng's words were clearly directed at Ingwuji, demonstrating a blatant disrespect for both him and the Deng dynasty. However, what followed next left everyone questioning Ye Changsheng's sanity. Moreover, with this unparalleled physique, should I not showcase it for all to see? Would that not be a waste? Without concern for the strange expression surrounding him, he pulled Gu Qingyi to survey the area, ultimately arriving at Lin Zhuing's table. "Brother Lin, having traveled quite a distance, I find myself rather hungry. Would you mind if I partake in a few bites?" Before Lin Zhuing could respond, Ye Changsheng had already seized a spirit fruit, munching away. Lin Juiying could only stare in disbelief. Shifting slightly to accommodate Ye Changsheng and Gu Qingyi. With a soft sigh, he murmured, "Brother Yi, you may be a tad reckless." Why Ye Changsheng appeared unconcerned, patting Lin Juiying on the shoulder with a cheerful smile. "Do not worry, Brother Lin. We were able to defeat Ing Wuji's head with ease. With my unparalleled physique, what is there to fear?" He suddenly turned to Gu Qingyi, winking at her, understanding the implication behind his words. Gu Qingyi felt a flush of embarrassment rise to her cheeks, her bashful demeanor drawing the attention of the men around her. However, this remark piqued the interest of many. Initially, they had come to observe, but his unintended declaration sparked their recollections. After all, Ye Changsheng had indeed defeated Ing Wuji, that if he was not considered a genius, then what did that make Ing Wuji and those beneath him? Ing Wuji's expression darkened considerably, his gaze toward Ye Changsheng laced with a hint of murderous intent. Such words clearly indicated a lack of regard for the Ing dynasty. Just as he prepared to speak, Chen interjected. "Brother Yi, you speak too harshly. I was unaware of your interest in martial arts. Since you have taken the initiative to come, we can simply add a couple more seats for you." "Someone, fetch them." Wait. Ye Changsheng interrupted, casually tossing the fruit pit across the table toward the Zhongzhou genius, a smirk playing on his lips. "There is no need for seats. I have no interest in such ostentatious displays. Today, I merely wish to inquire why, having spent some time in the Eastern continent, you have not yet come to visit my Yi family. Have the divine halls neglected to teach you the proper etiquette?" Chen's smile froze on his face. Such astonishing words escaped Ye Changsheng's lips without hesitation, as if he were oblivious to Chen's expression. While munching on his fruit, he cast a sidelong glance at Chen. It must be noted that this was a genius from Zhongzhou. Xiao Chen could not withstand even a single blow from Ing Wuji, let alone the more dominant Chen. Did Ye Changsheng not fear being killed on the spot for such words? Ing Wuji occasionally glanced at Chen, his eyes questioning this moment. Gu Qingyi finally broke free from her embarrassment, instinctively echoing Ye Changsheng's query. "Yes, as a junior. Why have you not come to pay respects to my husband?" Chen's heart jumped, and he forcibly restrained his anger. Young Master Yi, you jest that I am new to this place and not very familiar with the customs of the Yi family. It would be rather presumptuous for me to visit uninvited. So I intended to learn more before making my visit." Outwardly courteous, he inwardly wished to see Changsheng torn to shreds. That it was precisely because he had not visited the Yi family that he had orchestrated this grand gathering of geniuses, intending to humiliate the Yi family through Xiao Chen. Who would have thought that Ye Changsheng would confront him first? He had anticipated a visit from the Yi family. How could he possibly take the initiative to call upon them? How disingenuous! Did he truly believe his own words? The atmosphere grew tense as the onlookers realized that Ye Changsheng was not there to participate in the Tianjiao conference, but rather to provoke. Chen had the backing of the divine halls. Should Ye Changsheng continue his insolent questioning, he risked incurring deadly wrath. After a moment of silence, Chen forced a smile. "Brother Yi, you jest that I am rather pressed for time and cannot afford to waste it. I had intended to visit the Yi family after this matter concluded. I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly." That a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, as it seemed Chen had chosen to de-escalate the situation. It was uncertain how a confrontation between the two would unfold, but those of lesser status would undoubtedly be caught in the crossfire. Chapter 75. The Winds of Change in the Yi family. Ultimately, the Yi family was protected by a powerful figure at the Void Emperor level. Not just anyone could trample upon them. Currently, the barriers were still quite formidable, and with the elite powers of Zhongzhou unable to cross over. The head of the Yi family remained their greatest asset and bulwark. Indeed, the talented aristocrats from Zhongzhou tend to forget the significance of the Yi family. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Chen was certainly no ordinary strong dragon. Why Ye Changsheng replied with a cheerful smile, the sarcasm in his words unmistakable. Rage, unbridled rage. As a genius of the divine halls, Chen had never been so openly mocked, especially not in this insignificant eastern continent. Were it not for his trepidation regarding the Void Emperor of the Yi family, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this audacious fool on the spot. After several deep breaths, a semblance of a smile appeared on Chen's face. I must not be hasty. I must consider the bigger picture. Continuously reminding himself of this, Chen managed to maintain his composure. Haha, young Master Yi, you jested. I am hardly a strong dragon and would not dare to act recklessly before the Yi family. After all, your clan has long held dominion over the eastern continent. How could someone like me from Zhongzhou compare? My divine hall seeks to collaborate for mutual benefit with the families of the eastern continent, rather than clinging to a single tree. Would you not agree? The words of Chen are laced with malevolence on the surface. They appear to be a capitulation to the Yi family. In reality, they serve as a subtle provocation, stirring discord among various factions. The flourishing tree invites the wind's fury. For many years, the Yi family has stood as a pinnacle in the eastern continent, and countless individuals and factions have awaited its inevitable downfall, eager to feast upon the remains of this colossal entity. His subsequent remark, "There is no necessity to cling to a single tree," implicitly threatens Ye Changsheng, suggesting that ascending to supremacy in the eastern continent does not necessarily require the Yi family as a proxy. Simultaneously, he conveys to the prodigies of the eastern continent that the era of the Yi family's dominance has irrevocably passed. With the involvement of the central continent, those lurking in the shadows can now freely engage in their schemes without the caution that once restrained them. It must be said that these words indeed carry weight. Many in the eastern continent now regard Ye Changsheng with veiled glances, their thoughts shrouded in secrecy that a moment's inattention could very well plunge the Yi family into peril. Yet, Ye Changsheng remains unperturbed, even taking the time to place a grape into Gu Qingyi's mouth with an air of leisure. TSK, the words of Master Che are quite grave. The Yi family hardly qualifies as a local tyrant when compared to the formidable powers of the central continent. Moreover, considering that the central continent looks down upon us, the Yi family is certainly not the sort to eagerly attach itself as a sycophant. By the way, I forgot to mention something to you. During a conversation with my father, he mentioned that he still has some connections with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas in the western continent, that I find this quite intriguing. If Master Che has any information regarding the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, I would appreciate your insights to broaden my understanding. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Chen and his companions shifted simultaneously. Yet, Ye Changsheng seemed oblivious, turning to Xiao, his smile fading entirely. That aren't you ashamed enough to still be here? Xiao's fists clenched tightly, the anger and frustration within him threatening to overwhelm his reason. He was a divine child. He represented the Yi family at the Talented Youth Conference, initially humiliated by a mere glance from Ingwudi. He never expected this wretch to show him no respect, openly berating him in front of so many. His fists tightened and then relaxed, only to tighten once more as Xiao reluctantly swallowed his indignation. This trip to the Talented Youth Conference had not yielded any of the splendid futures he had envisioned. Instead, he bore the stain of disgrace. Being publicly humiliated to such an extent would be a laughingstock if it were to spread. Failing to leap over the Dragon Gate, upon returning to the Yi family, he feared his status and resources would suffer greatly. With this crushing defeat, everything he once possessed might slip away. This moment. The vanquished had no right to speak. After a brief call to his companions, Ye Changsheng disregarded the expressions of others and rose to depart. Gu Qingyi linked her arm with his, walking alongside him, followed by the pallid Xiao and 3 younger members of the Yi family. All eyes were cast down upon Chen and his 2 companions, Ye Changsheng's brazen demeanor, audaciously intruding upon the banquet to provoke them. Surely warranted some reprimand. Chen gazed at Ye Changsheng's retreating figure, his eyes dark as an abyss. His thoughts were consumed by matters concerning the Yi family. Ye Changsheng's insinuations clearly indicated that the Yi family had secured an alliance with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. Should the central continent apply further pressure, it was evident they would pivot towards that side. Although the veracity of this claim remained uncertain, Chen's confidence in its truth left him hesitant to gamble. Thus, while harboring resentment towards Ye Changsheng's arrogance, he found himself momentarily at a loss. With a grim expression, he watched as Ye Changsheng and his entourage prepared to leave, finally unable to contain himself. Ingwudi murmured, "What shall we do about this?" Chen could not help but curse inwardly. What other options were there? That scoundrel Ye Changsheng must die. He simply had to die. Yet it was essential to stabilize the overall situation first. Despite his outwardly resplendent position as a distinguished figure of the temple, even the crown prince of the Ying had to accord him some respect. Yet, the reality of the situation was clear only to him. The temple was not like other factions. Its rules were harsh and unforgiving. His ascent to this position was not solely due to innate talent. It was also because he had consistently fulfilled the temple's mandates. For this reason, his hands were stained with blood, and he understood the dire consequences that awaited the vanquished. For the temple, the only faction of note in the eastern continent was the Ye family. Others were of little consequence. Thus, Chechen's mission in the eastern continent was to draw the Ye family closer to the temple. Take action against Ye Changsheng would signify the temple's stance, thereby declaring the failure of this mission. Perhaps he could indeed eliminate Ye Changsheng, even withstand potential retaliation from the Ye family. However, the repercussions of a failed mission within the temple were exceedingly severe, and one might even pay with their life. Such a course of action was hardly worthwhile, as long as he did not wish to perish alongside Ye Changsheng. There was only one path to tread, to accomplish the temple's objectives. After a prolonged silence, as Ye Changsheng and his party faded from view, he finally exhaled deeply, the icy demeanor in his eyes gradually dissipating. Let them go. Chapter 76. The decision of the Tuning Pavilion in Wudi was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at Chechen with surprise, in his recollection, Chechen had never been so accommodating. Are you certain you wish to let them go? The previously silent Kong, Yin finally spoke, her cold eyes behind the veil betraying hints of confusion. She was equally familiar with Chechen, making his choice all the more unexpected. Chechen, acutely aware of the doubts held by his companions, felt a surge of irritation and impatience. What alternative is there? Ye Changsheng's insolence has already put me in a foul mood. And now you both doubt me. Ing Wudi's expression darkened instantly. If Ye Changsheng has upset you, do not take it out on us. If you truly have the ability, go kill him instead of yelling at us. Kong Yin added, there is no need for such anger over this matter, Brother Che. Though she did not articulate it explicitly, her support for Ing Wudi was evident. After being so sharply rebuked by Ing Wudi, Chechen finally regained his composure. Hearing their displeasure, he took a deep breath and said, let's put this matter to rest. I do not wish to continue entangling ourselves in it. You both understand well that the Ye family is crucial to the eastern continent. Without their cooperation, taking control here would be quite challenging. Therefore, you need not provoke me with such rhetoric. I shall fulfill my responsibilities. What we should be most concerned about now is whether the Ye family truly as Ye Changsheng and his spouse departed. The grand event of the Tianjiao assembly came to an abrupt conclusion. The objectives of Chechen were only partially fulfilled. Aside from establishing authority over Dongzhou, their efforts were largely in vain. The unexpected appearance of Ye Changsheng successfully undermined Chechen's strategy against the Ye family. More significantly, the subtly hinted information suggesting a possible connection between the Ye family and the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas caused the Dongzhou factions, who were beginning to entertain other thoughts, to retreat into silence. If Zhongzhou could not serve as a reliable support against the pressure from the Ye family, very few in Dongzhou would dare defy them, in an era of fierce contention. One misstep could lead to a cascade of failures. Thus, no one was willing to take such risks. Consequently, the influence of the Tianjiao assembly swiftly diminished, inadvertently amplifying Ye Changsheng's reputation once more. With the stark contrast presented by Xiao, he faced the three major factions of Zhongzhou with neither deference nor arrogance, even daring to engage in mockery, which garnered him immense admiration from the people of Dongzhou, and one wished to see their homeland completely subjugated. The affairs of Dongzhou should remain in the hands of its own people. Yet simultaneously, numerous factions grew increasingly anxious. After all, the Yi family had offended the divine hall of Zhongzhou and had conflicts with the Grading dynasty, effectively antagonizing two powerful forces, with the exception of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, which had not engaged in direct communication. Nevertheless, even without formidable experts, Zhongzhou was reluctant to take action against the Yi family, resorting instead to clandestine schemes aimed at sowing discord, hoping to isolate the Yi family amidst the numerous factions of Dongzhou. The Tuning Pavilion, Linjing, after watching the departure of the Divine Hall's representatives. Inquired of the pavilion master, Master, must our Tunning pavilion truly involve ourselves in this matter? The pavilion master hesitated, sighing uncertainly. I cannot make a firm decision. Let us consult the ancestor before deliberating further. I must admit, the conditions proposed by Zhongzhou are indeed enticing, making it hard to resist. That be by the way. What is your perspective, disciple? Lin Jing furrowed his brow in contemplation before speaking earnestly. Master, I believe we should not sever ties with the Ye family. Oh, what is your reasoning? Lin Jing raised 3 fingers. Firstly, we are a Dongzhou faction. With our roots firmly planted in this land, we must continue to reside here, that if we choose to collaborate with Zhongzhou, our reputation may suffer. Secondly, the Ye family is undoubtedly one of the premier families in Dongzhou, and rumors of their connection to the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas abound. After all, Zhongzhou is an external force, and their foundations are ultimately not as solid as those of the Ye family. In the event of a true confrontation, the outcome remains uncertain. Thirdly, and most critically, if Zhongzhou's conditions are indeed so favorable, Master, have you not considered what their ulterior motives might be in coveting Dongzhou? The resources they promise seem almost twice as beneficial as our own. Can they truly afford to part with them? This kind of trickery, akin to an empty-handed wolf stealing, should be approached with caution. Upon hearing Lin Jing's analysis, the pavilion master furrowed his brow. So you are suggesting that we should not hastily agree to cooperate with Zhongzhou? Lin Jing shook his head. This matter is of great importance to the pavilion. I dare not make unilateral decisions. Only you and the ancestor possess the authority to make such determinations. However, I believe that if we wish for Tunning Pavilion's long-term development, we must carefully contemplate this issue and not easily lean toward Zhongzhou. Days later, the actions of Ye Changsheng at the Tianjiao assembly became widely known. The undeniable reality of his consecutive defeats in sparring instilled a growing apprehension among various factions, amplifying their fear of Zhongzhou's overwhelming might. Yet, simultaneously, the resolute stance exhibited by Ye Changsheng on behalf of the Ye family reignited a flicker of hope within them. Despite Zhongzhou's formidable nature, as long as the Ye family remained, the forces of Dongzhou could indeed unite to mount a counterbalance. But of course, some individuals speculated that this was merely a strategic maneuver by the Ye family. The connections among the states had existed for a considerable time. With no prior exchanges, what credibility did the Ye family have to establish ties with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas? This dichotomy of thought sparked continuous disputes across the lands of Dongzhou, complicating the situation further. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Ye Changsheng's reputation had been irrevocably transformed, dispelling the mockery and derision that had once accompanied his status as a waste. While some praised him, others slandered him, yet no one questioned his intellect any longer. The 3 major factions of Zhongzhou, during this period, adopted an unusually low profile, refraining from their previous brazen conduct. However, all were acutely aware that their temporary retreat was likely a prelude to an even greater conspiracy. After all, given Zhongzhou's strength, should they truly resolve to act against Dongzhou, there would be no need to fear the distant threats posed by the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. Within the Ye family, a young man who had participated in the Tianjiao assembly alongside Xiao Chen smiled as he declined an invitation for further discussion, stating, I have matters to attend to. Please continue your training. Watching him depart, Xiao Chen's expression darkened, his chest heaving with agitation. Once upon a time, individuals like him would dutifully comply in Xiao Chen's presence. How dare they so brazenly reject an invitation today? TSK, their relationship had been quite amicable. How had it come to this? Who knows, but I heard it has something to do with the last Tianjiao assembly. Our Xiao Shensi initially sought to make a name for himself, only to be rendered speechless by a mere glance from the crown prince of the Grading. Ultimately, it was the young master who personally intervened to bring him back. Really? Is it possible that Xiao Shensi is not the most formidable Tianjiao in Dongzhou? Yes, he was once the strongest, but that was merely due to our young master's concealed capabilities. Look at how he was unable to confronting Wuji back then. It was only through the young master's assistance that he salvaged his pride. Some individuals merely bully those around them. When faced with real challenges, they falter. Such people cannot uphold the future of our Ye family. Xiao Chun had never loathed his acute senses more. The discussions and jeers of his kin echoed in his ears. Each word etched into his mind. Anger, resentment, and jealousy intertwined within him, compelling Xiao Chen to wish for nothing more than to vanish from the Yi family. Yet, to elevate his cultivation, he remained dependent on their support. Ye Changsheng, Ye Changsheng, Ye Changsheng. This name clung to him like a curse, tightening its grip on his mind. Every encounter related to this person invariably led to unfavorable outcomes. That Ye Changsheng, I shall surely kill you. He bellowed in his heart, his expression dark as storm clouds as he stormed into the courtyard, slamming the door behind him. The Kanglan sage within the ring sighed deeply, yet offered words of comfort. Xiao Chen, do not allow transient emotions to impede your future path of cultivation. Xiao Chen remained silent, unsure if he absorbed the wisdom. Though you have faced defeat once, it may not be entirely disadvantageous. In the vast expanse of the Wanyuan continent, exceptional talents abound. It is only natural that there are those beyond compare. There is no need to harbor grudges over momentary victories or losses. Remember, those who tread the path of the Emperor are never solely defined by their innate gifts. They must also possess unwavering spirit and intellect. After a heartfelt counsel, Xiao Chen responded with a reluctant acknowledgement, yet remained taciturn. The Kanglan sage recognized the profound impact this incident had on him, ultimately resigning to the fact that he must navigate this turmoil on his own. Meanwhile, in the council hall, the elders convened, with Ye Changsheng and Gu Qingyi also present. The Grand Elder cheerfully remarked, "Young master, your actions this time were commendable, allowing our Yi family to reclaim a measure of dignity. Indeed, we are not mere playthings for Zhongzhou to manipulate at will. Absolutely, without your intervention, our Yi family would have faced considerable embarrassment." Various praises echoed around. Yet Ye Changsheng found the noise bothersome. Had it not been for his father's insistence on his attendance, he would have preferred to be honing his skills in the back mountains. Although he held no strong opinions on the matter, the rewards for accomplishing the task were tangible. The cultivation techniques for the Qingtsong's sacred body now resided in his mind, with diligent practice. He would surely heal the hidden wounds within him. Lost in thought, he was stirred by his father's voice. "Changsheng, based on your observations, what is the stance of the Divine Hall and the great Ink dynasty regarding this matter?" Ye Changsheng collected his thoughts briefly before hesitantly responding. "At that time, Chen did not act against me, suggesting they were wary of our Yi family's connection to the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. Moreover, even if they wished to take action, with the current limitations of the rock fissures and the absence of experts, they still lack the capital." Many agreed with Ye Changsheng's assessment. The second elder nodded, stating, "This matter indeed warrants their caution. However, we cannot entirely dismiss the might of Zhongzhou." Ye father nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the threat from Zhongzhou looms large. We must prepare several contingency plans." After speaking, he suddenly turned to Ye Changsheng with a smile, saying, "Nonetheless, Changsheng, your recent actions have truly been commendable, and all of Dongzhou is abuzz with your exploits." Ye Changsheng, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Is it really that exaggerated? Father, Tiske, I cannot articulate it clearly. You shall learn for yourself." Upon concluding his remarks, he turned to face the assembly of elders, his expression growing grave. Present. Our Yi family stands at the brink of an unprecedented upheaval alongside the Eastern continent. If we can seize this opportunity, it may very well become a new dawn for us. Regardless of the circumstances, the longevity of our Yi family in the Eastern continent has been sustained through our unity and relentless efforts. Thus, as the head of the family, I earnestly hope that during this critical period, all of you can unite as one to help our Yi family navigate through this trying time. The elders responded in unison, their confidence palpable. Once the meeting adjourned and the attendees began to disperse, Ye Changsheng approached his father and whispered, "Father, you mentioned that our Yi family has connections with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. Is that truly the case?" Ye father cast a sidelong glance at him, but offered no reply. "Are you truly curious about this matter? Then ponder at your leisure," he said enigmatically. Chapter 78. The hidden connection with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. Ye Changsheng felt helpless. His father was always so cryptic. Although he understood this was intended to maintain suspense and apply pressure on the central continent, his curiosity clawed at him like a cat. after dropping such an ambiguous statement. Ye father turned and left, leaving Ye Changsheng and Gu Qingyi exchanging glances. Qingyi, do you think our Ye family really has ties with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas? Ye Changsheng inquired, stroking his chin. Though doubt lingered in his heart that Ji Qingyi shook her head. Since it was spoken by father, it must bear some credibility. Moreover, the ultimate aim is to instill caution in the central continent. Isn't it more advantageous to keep them guessing? That is true, he nodded, choosing to set the matter aside. After all, in the grand scheme of things, his modest cultivation level would hardly make a difference. The most pressing matter at hand was to seize this fleeting period of tranquility to diligently enhance his own abilities. With the grand event of the celestial talents concluded, the three major forces of the central continent momentarily quieted, allowing the eastern continent to bask in a rare serenity. However, those with even a modicum of insight understood that this tranquility was but a prelude to more tumultuous waves brewing beneath the surface. Both the eastern and central continents had their gazes fixed upon Ye Changsheng's proclamation. Did the Ye family truly have connections with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas? The various factions were covertly verifying this claim, yet remained without definitive answers. Gradually, rumors began to circulate, suggesting that an ancestor of the Ye family had once engaged in discourse with the Buddha king of the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, thereby establishing a connection that seemed entirely plausible. Furthermore, within the Ye family, numerous techniques and divine abilities inherited from the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas served to corroborate this notion. The most compelling aspect of this rumor was, astonishingly, the cultivation level of the Ye family patriarch. It was common knowledge that the Heavenly Dao of the eastern continent was flawed. Throughout the ages, many prodigious talents had emerged, yet all ultimately faltered at the threshold of the quasi-emperor realm, unable to ascend further. Yet, the patriarch of the Ye family had shattered this celestial confinement, forcefully propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of the void emperor realm. If anyone or any force could achieve such a feat, only the foremost powers of the other four continents could possibly accomplish it. The Ye family's emperor's extraordinary level of cultivation was likely due to clandestine assistance from the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. Such speculation was well-founded and truly compelling, making it difficult not to believe. After all, the challenge of transcending the limitations of the Heavenly Dao was something that profound cultivators could clearly appreciate. However, as this rumor stirred the waters, an entirely different wave of skepticism also emerged, backed by equally robust reasoning. How could this be true? Questioned one voice. The Ye family's ancestor has perished for countless years. If this were indeed the case, how long must the Buddha king have lived? How many ages has he endured? Just contemplating such a time span seems absurd. It is inconceivable that anyone could achieve such longevity. But you are merely underestimating the extraordinary. Interjected another. I have heard it said that the Buddha king possesses supreme power and has unraveled the secrets of time itself, allowing him to exist indefinitely. Is it not widely believed that there are three supreme holy Buddhas? It is said that they are merely manifestations of the Buddha king. Consider this. For such a formidable cultivator, living for an extended period is hardly surprising. Is it? The discussion continued, and Ye Changsheng, wearing a peculiar expression, whispered, "Why does the rumor become increasingly absurd? Such is the nature of rumors. There will always be those who embellish and exaggerate." Ye Changsheng nodded. That said, it serves a purpose, as my father mentioned. At least until the truth is uncovered, the central continent will be hesitant to act rashly. After their meal, the couple strolled for a time before returning to the Ye family estate. Outside, the atmosphere was charged with impending storm, yet within the family, under Ye father's restraint, tranquility prevailed. The Ye family was well aware of the external rumors, yet Ye father chose to remain silent, adopting a stance of reticence that the higher echelons naturally emulated. Despite the increasingly bizarre rumors circulating in the eastern continent, the Ye family maintained their silence, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding situation. This demeanor only served to heighten the tension and concern among the powers of the central continent. After all, the Ye family was a top-tier force and would never utter such statements lightly. The kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas was not to be trifled with, should they discover that someone was leveraging their name as a shield. They might very well purge the offenders. Yet, The Ye family's willingness to allow such rumors to proliferate throughout a single province without fear of repercussions reaching the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas only served to underscore the possibility that they indeed had connections with that realm. This conjecture weighed heavily on the minds of the three major forces of the central continent. Failing to subdue the Ye family would pose a significant obstacle to their ambitions of dominating the eastern continent. Among them, Chen from the Divine Hall was particularly anxious, as the representative dispatched to the eastern continent. Securing an alliance with the Ye family was his primary objective. However, if the Ye family truly conspired with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, it would likely spell the failure of his mission. The repercussions from the Divine Hall were daunting, and he could not afford to accept such a failure lightly. Chapter 79. The unpredictable situation in the eastern continent within the Linjiang Pavilion. Chen, Kong Yin, and Ing Wudi were present. The teacups on the table had long since lost their warmth, indicating they had been seated for an extensive period. After a moment of silence, Ing Wudi spoke up first. This matter is of utmost importance to us. We cannot allow the situation to deteriorate further. Chen inhaled deeply, a rare expression of concern crossing his face. Indeed, the Ye family is crucial to the eastern continent. Gaining their support would equate to securing nearly half of the eastern continent's forces, significantly bolstering our control. Moreover, the fissures in the source wall continue to widen. I believe you are all aware of the eventual outcome. Kong Yan's ethereal voice chimed in. The rupture of the source wall signifies that a deluge of spiritual energy will flood into the eastern continent. For a time, it will become the most abundant source of spiritual energy in the myriad source continent. Various resources and spiritual entities will accumulate rapidly and may even give rise to rare phenomena. Even without those, cultivating in this environment will yield remarkable results. Furthermore, Kong Yin paused, her tone turning somber. Moreover, when the source wall shatters, the Heavenly Dao of the eastern continent will be supplemented and merged with the Heavenly Daos of other regions of the myriad source continent. I could see that moment. The fluctuations in the laws of heaven and earth on the eastern continent will be strikingly apparent, presenting an exceptional opportunity for profound practitioners to experience the great Tao. Such occurrences are rare, happening only once in a millennium, and could potentially elevate those venerable figures to unprecedented heights. It is not inconceivable that several emperors may emerge from this convergence. If there were esteemed individuals from the eastern continent present, they would undoubtedly experience a moment of profound realization upon hearing Kong Yan's words that it is no wonder that the central continent has long harbored ambitions towards the eastern continent. This region is characterized by its barren resources and fractured heavens, which, by all accounts, should render it an undesirable locale. Their investments are in the anticipated transformation of the eastern continent, rather than its current state. This matter is well understood by the three of them, and the elders of their respective factions have also speculated on it. Ing Wudi sighed and remarked, however, at present, both my grading dynasty and the temple are regarded with disdain by the Ye family, making the prospect of collaboration seem rather bleak. Only you, Kong Yin, from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, remain relatively unscathed, having had no direct conflict with the Ye family. Yet, with our foresight, it appears that your pavilion may also face limited opportunities. Kong Yin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The current situation had indeed plunged them into a dilemma, leaving them somewhat distressed. Should the Ye family truly establish a connection with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, it would spell grave consequences for them. The presence of their three factions is already sufficient for the eastern continent. Should the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas insert itself, the benefits to be gained would diminish even further. After a moment of silence, Chen seemed to have made a resolute decision, inhaling deeply before stating, "Very well, I shall pay a visit to the Ye family." Upon hearing this, Ing Wudi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Chen, are you serious? What else could I mean? Do not forget, Ye Changsheng harbors no affection for you. Are you certain that your visit will not result in humiliation? After a brief moment of silence, a faint smile suddenly graced Chen's face. And so what? You are all aware of the temple's stringent regulations. Failing to accomplish this task would result in punishments far more severe than any humiliation at the hands of the Ye family. Ing Wudi and Kong Yin fell silent, fully understanding the terrifying nature of the temple's penalties and empathizing with Chen's concerns. Yet the crux of the issue remains. The Ye family's stance is entirely unclear, and it is highly probable that they will reject collaboration with the Central Continent. Kong Yin voiced her apprehensions, which Wudi readily agreed with. Chen, however, exuded confidence that I have considered this matter as well. There is no need to overthink it for now. After all, we have the three leading powers of the Central Continent. Once united, even the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas would not stand a chance against us. Our goals align, and there are no significant conflicts of interest among us, making cooperation against external enemies quite feasible. Moreover, the Ye family is not composed of fools, even with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas backing them. They cannot afford to offend the Central Continent lightly. Furthermore, my visit is merely a preliminary inquiry into their stance. It should not escalate too far. These words serve merely as a surface rationale. In truth, aside from these broader considerations, Chen is primarily motivated by his own future. Although the temple is resource-rich, its rigid rules hang over him like a sword of Damocles. The reason he has endured so much to come to the Eastern Continent is that accomplishing this task would be a significant achievement, playing a crucial role in his future competition for the position of Temple Master. Were it not for this, he would not have forsaken the temple's favorable training environment to venture into such a barren land, where he must constantly navigate intrigue and rivalry. Regardless, Chen cannot accept the notion that all his efforts might be rendered futile due to matters in the Eastern Continent, seeing that Chen had made up his mind. Wudi and Kong Yin ceased their attempts to dissuade him. Ultimately, it is your decision to make that we will swiftly investigate the connection between the Ye family and the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. Wudi stated, then furrowed his brow, adding, however, the recent news regarding the Ye family has stirred some unrest among our people. We currently lack sufficient manpower and must rely on them. Chen nodded in agreement. You shall handle this matter. Do not allow undue anxiety to fester among our ranks, though we must also manage the rumors to prevent them from disturbing the populace. Indeed, I fully understand that principle. However, should you visit the Ye family, remember to avoid any conflict. Our current situation is extremely precarious, and we cannot afford further losses. Understood. With their plan established, the three swiftly set their plans into motion. Wudi convened a meeting with the people of the Central Continent, assuring them that even if the Ye family has the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas as a backing, it will not alter the overall dynamics. After all, the collapse of walls is an inevitable occurrence. With the three major powers of the Central Continent behind them, there is no need for excessive apprehension. This reassurance indeed calmed the talents of the Central Continent significantly. With the backing of these three major factions, they felt emboldened to take action. Meanwhile, after a flurry of preparations, Chen personally set off to visit the Ye family. The news of this visit sent shockwaves through the Eastern Continent. After all, Chen had never previously expressed a desire to visit the Ye family, showcasing the pride of the Central Continent's talents. This inevitably led many factions in the Eastern Continent to recall the rumors. Could it be that the Ye family genuinely has ties to the Buddha of the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas? Otherwise, given Chen's backing from the temple, it would be unlikely for him to take the initiative to visit, even if he were wary of the Ye family. Chapter 80. The opportunity of the Ye family's secret vault in the Ye family's council hall. Numerous high-ranking members had gathered, including the reclusive Xiao. Ye father sat prominently in the position of the family head, his expression grave. After a moment, the grand elder opened his eyes and surveyed the room, nodding at Ye father. Family head, everyone has arrived. We may commence the discussion on this matter. Indeed, Ye father replied, nodding. After a light cough, the hall quickly fell silent. The current situation in the Eastern Continent is likely known to all. The rock walls have begun to crack, and the talents from the Central Continent have descended, intent on dividing the Eastern Continent among themselves. As one of the premier factions, the Ye family naturally finds itself under the spotlight. During this period, I believe you all have a general understanding of the challenges faced by the Ye family. First, there was betrayal from various factions, and just as we managed to stabilize the situation, Wudi arrived with the threats of the Great Ing dynasty. Following that, the crown prince of the Great Ing appeared at our doorstep, repeatedly leveraging Qingyi's issues against us. Their ambitions are laid bare for all to see. Each of these incidents underscores the increasingly tense atmosphere. When the cracks in the rock walls widen and the masters from the central continent arrive, it will indeed mark a time of peril for all factions in the eastern continent. After Ye Father finished speaking, he scanned the room and, seeing everyone attentively listening, nodded in satisfaction. I do not share this to dampen your spirits. Rather, I wish to convey the gravity of our situation. In these perilous times, it is crucial that we strive for progress. And it is also a moment for our Ye family to unite as one regardless of any previous friction among our kin. We must set it aside in the face of such significant issues, taking the family's survival to heart. As he spoke, Ye Father's gaze lingered on Xiao Chen, imparting a meaningful glance. Xiao Chen felt a shiver down his spine and promptly nodded in earnest. Though Ye Father typically disregarded conflicts among the younger generation, it did not mean he was unaware of such matters. In the past, the resentment towards Ye Changsheng due to his inability to cultivate was understandable. Given his unique status, a young clan leader incapable of cultivation could hardly shoulder the family's future. However, with Ye Changsheng revealing his physical cultivation talent and subsequently defeating Engwudi before the eyes of many, he had effectively vindicated the Ye family and showcased the brilliance of the Eastern Continent's talents. Xiao Chen had also been quite exceptional in the past. However, his pride led him to forget the virtues of humility and open-mindedness, resulting in a deepening rift between him and Ye Changsheng, culminating in his disastrous defeat at the last talent competition. In the context of family affairs, this was merely a minor interlude. After concluding his remarks, Ye Father pondered for a moment before addressing the Council of Elders. Shall we speak of that matter now? The Grand Elder nodded. We have previously discussed this. It is time to access that location. Our ancestors stated that in times of family hardship, it may be opened. Although we appear stable on the surface, beneath the surface, there are treacherous currents, and it is possible that the Ye family faces imminent danger. Thus, we must hasten to utilize it. The other elders voiced their agreement, supporting the Grand Elder's opinion. This exchange of cryptic remarks left the others in the hall bewildered, unsure of the riddle being played out between the family head and the elders. Ye Father remained silent for a moment, his aura suddenly intensifying. Ladies and gentlemen, as the situation in the Eastern Continent, and indeed the entire continent evolves, the Ye family, having stood in the Eastern Continent for many years, cannot afford to be swept away by this tide. Therefore, after deliberation among the family, the Council of Elders, and the Clan Elders, we have decided to unlock the Ye family's ancient secret vault. The high-ranking members of the Ye family gazed at Ye Father in astonishment, shocked by his declaration. Could it be that the rumors of a secret vault within the Ye family are indeed true? I am uncertain, but since the family head has stated it, then it must be correct. The elders echoed, affirming the existence of the vault. The room buzzed with excitement as everyone expressed immense enthusiasm for the prospect. Ye Changsheng leaned closer to Gu Qingyi and whispered, Qingyi, have you ever heard of our family's secret vault? Gu Qingyi shook her head. No, I haven't. This matter is indeed a secret within the Ye family, and I had not heard of it before. It seems our family harbors quite a few hidden treasures. He let out a sigh, and then heard Ye's father continue. Thus, one day hence, the Ye family's secret vault shall be unveiled. That time, the vault will be open to the entirety of the Eastern Continent, and the young disciples must be prepared. As soon as these words were spoken, the discussion hall erupted into chaos. How can this be possible? Indeed, this secret vault belongs to the Ye family. Why should it be shared with others? Patriarch, is this decision not rather hasty? The vault has been hidden for so long. Surely it concerns the future of our clan. How can we casually release it for others? Is it true that the elders agree with this? The crowd's exclamations and discontent reverberated as they struggled to comprehend Ye's father's announcement. The secret vault is inherently the possession of the Ye family. Why should it be given away to outsiders? Observing the fervent emotions of the assembly, Ye's father exchanged a glance with the Grand Elder, their expressions remarkably composed, clearly having anticipated such a reaction. Silence. A light reprimand infused with imperial authority echoed through the hall, swiftly restoring calm. All eyes turned in unison towards the patriarch, eager to hear his explanation. Ye's father maintained a steady countenance, devoid of any hint of anger. I understand that many may not grasp the rationale behind this decision. Therefore, I shall provide an explanation. However, once we leave this hall, no one is permitted to question this matter further. Understood? Yes, Patriarch. The assembly responded hastily. Discontent notwithstanding, they lacked the courage to openly defy the commands of the Patriarch and the Council of Elders. Ye's father nodded, his demeanor slightly more relaxed. This decision was reached after thorough deliberation among myself and the elders. Go elaborate. There are 3 key reasons warranting the opening of this secret vault. First, while it is true that the vault belongs to the Ye family, the commotion surrounding its unveiling is bound to attract the attention of other forces. Instead of concealing it, we might as well showcase it boldly to all. Second, although the vault is replete with resources, the will of our ancestors and the rules of heaven and earth impose restrictions on who may enter. Thus, the number of our own capable individuals is limited. Third, given the shifting tides of power, the Ye family finds itself amidst the machinations of various forces in Central Continent. If we wish to survive and thrive, we must unite with more allies to resist the pressures from Central Continent, thereby maintaining our independence. The opening of this vault serves as an olive branch from the Ye family to the various factions of the Eastern Continent. Chapter 81. The Opening of the Secret Realm. The Ye family's turbulent times at Lingjiang Pavilion. Chen stood atop the tower, gazing at the surging river below, and let out a sudden sigh. Alas, Brother Che, why the long sigh again? Wudi inquired cheerfully, his mindset contrasting starkly with Chen's. Previously, after Wuji had been beaten, the people of the Daming dynasty had repeatedly attempted to court the Ye family, but were rebuffed, leaving him quite disgruntled and feeling a loss of face. Yet now, upon observing Chen, he realized his own situation was far more favorable. The strict penalties of the Divine Hall were daunting, even to one like him who was only slightly informed. The Daming dynasty was far better. At least he did not have to worry about his life being in jeopardy every few days. Chen looked up at the sky, clasping his hands behind his back, and sighed once more. Alas, it's about time. We should set off to the Ye family. This journey may not be particularly smooth. Wudi expressed surprise, but you prepared well beforehand. Why the sigh now? Indeed, that is true. Yet our previous relationship was not exactly pleasant, and to visit them under such circumstances leaves one feeling somewhat reluctant. Chen was quite candid, articulating his innermost thoughts clearly. However, though this endeavor may be arduous, it sets a precedent for you. If this attempt fails, we can no longer rely on previous conciliatory methods with the Ye family. Wudi nodded in agreement. Indeed, I initially thought the Ye family would be easy to deal with, but they have proven to be quite a formidable opponent. Brother Che, I wish you a successful endeavor in persuading the Ye family. I appreciate your kind words, brothering. With that, Chen turned to descend the stairs. But just then, boom! It was as if a massive drum resounded throughout the heavens and earth, the deep and distant thud sending tremors through the hearts of the people. In that moment, countless individuals, shocked and bewildered, looked up to see a vast expanse of golden light in the eastern horizon, seemingly connecting the heavens and the earth, with ethereal palaces and lofty pavilions faintly visible within. Chen abruptly halted, turning to gaze at the extraordinary phenomenon. What is happening? Wudi asked, perplexed, his eyes filled with curiosity as he looked towards the golden light. Moments later, the golden light seemed to pulse with life, ebbing and flowing like a tide. Then, amidst the astonished and awestruck gazes of the crowd, the golden light gradually coalesced into numerous fantastical sword shadows, gliding like fish within the space enveloped by the golden radiance. Chen and Wudi exchanged astonished glances as prominent figures of the Central Continent. They had visited many secret realms and blessed lands, and they could discern that this was undeniably a sign of some ancient site or secret realm being unveiled. Brother Che, what is going on? Wudi asked, perplexed. He had at least a basic understanding of the Eastern Continent situation and had researched its more famous secret realms. Logically, such a grand unveiling should not occur at this time. Chen furrowed his brow, equally baffled. I am uncertain. It seems there are no such types of ancient sites in the Eastern Continent. The overwhelming sword energy, even from such a distance, was palpable, indicating the unusual nature of this site. Could it be that this is a relic left behind by some powerful predecessor, only now coming to light. Not just the two of them, but a significant portion of the eastern continent quickly took notice of the extraordinary phenomenon in the eastern sky, with various forces promptly dispatching individuals to investigate. Before long, news of the celestial anomaly reached various factions across the eastern continent, and more people flocked to the scene. The eastern forces closest to the golden light were the first to respond. However, upon arriving and discerning the source of the golden light, they were all left dumbfounded. This secret realm, could it be that of the Ye family? Gazing at the golden glow rising from the Ye family's rear mountain, an elderly man with white hair lamented, "What more is there to say? This place is actually owned by the Ye family. We won't get a single hair from it." The elder sighed, shaking his head vigorously. "Let us depart. There is nothing to see here." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait, don't be hasty." Another elder in black robes suddenly spoke up, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. "Old man, let's observe a while longer. Perhaps the situation will take a turn. The white-haired elder paused, muttering in dissatisfaction. "But that is the Ye family, with a ninth-stage void emperor presiding. No one in the entire eastern continent can rival him." The black-robed elder, however, did not quite agree. "You old fool, you truly are short-sighted. Such a colossal commotion has drawn the attention of half the eastern continent. It would be nearly impossible for the Ye family to conceal this matter. All major forces will surely take note and send people to investigate. Just consider, with such a significant disturbance in this secret realm, how many treasures might be hidden within. Do you think those people wouldn't be curious and eager to partake?" "What do you mean by that?" The white-haired elder began to understand, a smile gradually forming on his face. "Let us wait and see. If the major forces unite to exert pressure, even the Ye family must take this matter seriously. Perhaps, in the end, they may find it difficult to monopolize everything, and we might still manage to gain a share." The black-robed elder's reasoning was sound, leading the white-robed elder to feel somewhat swayed. Many were harboring similar intentions, and soon the vicinity of the Ye family became abuzz with activity, as numerous pairs of eyes secretly observed the unfolding situation. Yet the Ye family remained silent, maintaining an eerie calm. Moments later, representatives from several premier forces in the eastern continent finally arrived. Countless gazes turned towards them, eager to discern how these factions would address the matter. After a round of silent exchanges, the representatives of the leading forces selected one among them to negotiate with the Ye family regarding this issue. However, as he approached the door of the Ye family, the celestial phenomenon suddenly shifted. Countless golden sword energies converged, forming a towering, ethereal figure rising from the ground. Countless witnesses were left speechless by this spectacle. Regardless of the overwhelming destructive aura it emanated, the sheer ability to bind those sword energies together showcased the profound cultivation level of the one who had acted. Suddenly, someone gazing at the colossal figure exclaimed in astonishment, "Look, does that not resemble the appearance of the Ye family patriarch?" Indeed. Now that you mention it, that is indeed the visage of the Ye family emperor." Amidst the cacophony of discussions, a colossal golden apparition slowly began to speak. Chapter 82. The Trial of the Eastern Continent's Talents. Its voice resonated like a great bell, reverberating through the minds of those present. "This place is a secret realm left behind by the ancestors of the Ye family, belonging solely to us." With these words, the Ye family emperor asserted his sovereignty, causing the representatives of several first-rate forces who had contemplated negotiating with the Ye family to exchange glances of surprise. When the emperor himself spoke, they lacked the audacity to counter him 1,000 miles away. Chen gazed at the towering divine form, his expression grave. "If I am not mistaken, that is indeed the emperor of the Ye family, is it not?" Wudi, having seen Ye Fu's visage with his own eyes, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is undoubtedly Ye Fu." This, however, complicates matters that Chen's voice grew unexpectedly heavy, prompting Wudi to exclaim in astonishment. "What do you mean by that? Can you not discern it? As an individual from the eastern continent, why does Ye Fu's divine form resemble that of a Buddha?" At this revelation, Wudi's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, the ethereal figure above resembled a turquoise-eyed Tathagata, surrounded by a tempest of sword aura, his left hand gently cradling the sword's hilt while his right hand formed a gesture of reverence at his chest. The the long sword resting horizontally across his right arm. This truly is the Buddha. Ing Wudi gasped in shock, swiftly comprehending Chechen's earlier concerns. Could it be that the Ye family has genuine ties to the land of 10,000 Buddhas? Otherwise, such an apparition would not have emerged without the profound understanding of the Buddha that only the land of 10,000 Buddhas possesses. Chechen nodded, equally awed, and remarked, "It appears that this visit to the Ye family may no longer be necessary. Even if we were to go, the likelihood of obtaining any desired outcome seems bleak." As soon as they finished speaking, the mighty voice of the divine form resumed. "Today, esteemed guests, you have come to the Ye family due to the celestial phenomenon. Have you not?" Several representatives from the first-rate forces, eager to respond, were interrupted as Ye Fu continued. "I am well aware of your intentions. Therefore, let us dispense with superfluous words. What I shall convey next is for you to remember well." With this pronouncement, he effectively silenced those who had been lurking with ulterior motives. Faced with a formidable virtual emperor, they certainly lacked the courage to argue in these times of great upheaval, as the earth trembles and the walls crack. The long isolated continents begin to reconnect. This presents both a crisis and an opportunity. As a participant of the Eastern continent, the Ye family must take early action, which is why, after deliberation, the decision was made to open the secret realm of our ancestors. Although this secret realm belongs to the Ye family, we are ultimately a part of the Eastern continent and thus bear the obligation to contribute to its future. Consequently, the Ye family has resolved to share this secret realm, allowing any cultivators who meet the criteria to enter and seek their fortunes. Upon hearing this, the onlookers erupted in joyous exclamations. "How marvelous! Truly marvelous! It is no wonder the Ye family has maintained its status as a top power in the Eastern continent for so many years. Their vision and generosity are unparalleled by other forces." Indeed, the Ye family's actions provide support to our Eastern continent, and all must remember their kindness henceforth. Countless spectators lauded the Emperor's magnanimity, their flattery echoing through the the world transforms, and the Eastern continent's heavenly principles remain flawed and impoverished. It is clear that we are somewhat disadvantaged compared to other continents. Yet, I firmly believe that as long as we unite in purpose, we shall remain the people of the Eastern continent. This calm declaration instantly elevated the atmosphere to a pinnacle of excitement, especially among the smaller sects and wandering cultivators who cheered the loudest. They, devoid of any significant backing or protection, were the most vulnerable to oppression. Previously, while they were all considered Eastern continent people, several forces maintained order, deterring anyone from overtly disrespecting them. However, with the influx of powers from the Central Continent, the situation has dramatically shifted. The major forces, preoccupied with their own preservation, have little time to attend to them. The Central Continent individuals certainly do not regard them as equals, employing various means of coercion and temptation, and when all else fails, resorting to brute force, rendering the lives of lower-tier cultivators and smaller forces utterly miserable. Though it is evident that entry into the Ye family's secret realm will come with restrictions, the mere chance of escaping their plight is already immensely valuable, should fortune favor them and they uncover some splendid treasures. Whether for personal use or to barter for a chance at survival, it would indeed be a commendable choice at that moment. The Ye Emperor's ethereal form spoke once more. Of course, the secret realm is merely a small world and cannot accommodate too many individuals. After much deliberation among the senior members of the Ye family, it has been determined that only young prodigies from the Eastern continent under the age of 40 may enter the secret realm to seek opportunities. Do you all understand? Upon hearing this, many were immediately filled with disappointment. Some were far beyond the designated age, while others, despite being of age, lacked the cultivation skills to compete with the top talents of the Eastern continent, rendering their chances of gaining anything negligible even if they were permitted entry. These two simple stipulations effectively barred countless individuals from access. The lurking old monsters, upon hearing this, similarly found their interest in the secret realm diminished significantly. Since only the young prodigies are allowed entry, it suggests that the secret realm is more suited for tempering the younger generation rather than being a repository of treasures left by fallen mighty beings. Nonetheless, These ancient figures often possess forces or families backing them, and allowing their juniors to enter and undergo trials could still yield benefits. As everyone pondered this, a somewhat hesitant voice suddenly inquired, "Ye Emperor, may I ask whether this secret realm is exclusive to us of the Eastern Continent, or can individuals from the Central Continent also enter?" The moment this question was posed, the people of the Eastern Continent quickly reacted. Judging by the performances at the previous talent gathering, it was apparent that the Eastern talents were no match for their Central Continent counterparts. If Central Continent individuals were permitted entry into the secret realm, it was likely that they would leave with nothing, facing utter annihilation instead. After all, the top talent of the Yi family, Xiao, had been subdued by a mere glance from Ingwudi. The crowd began to murmur, clamoring to know Yi Fu's intentions. Faced with the chorus of inquiries, Yi Fu remained silent for a moment before his grand voice resonated once more. "I have stated before that only young talent from the Eastern Continent under the age of 40 may enter the secret realm." Though he did not provide a direct answer, the implication of Yi Fu's repetition was crystal clear. This time, only the talents of the Eastern Continent are permitted entry. As for the reasoning behind this restriction, it is evident that it specifically targets those from the Central Continent. Upon hearing Yi Fu's response, the Eastern Continent individuals beamed with joy, while the Central Continent representatives seethed with discontent. Linjiang Pavilion. Ingwudi and Chen simultaneously wore solemn expressions. Chapter 83. Chen's true cultivation level. "Brother Che, what is your take on this matter?" Ingwudi inquired, his tone laced with a sense of resigned anger. Chen remained silent for a moment, his demeanor gradually solidifying with resolve that we know of this matter, and we cannot simply act as though it has not occurred. The Yi family's secret realm, having been passed down since ancient times, undoubtedly harbors abundant resources. While it may not be essential for us, it holds significant importance for others. Their support for us stems from the desire to gain something from the Eastern Continent. With benefits laid bare before us, it is unlikely they will simply relinquish their claims. Ingwudi nodded in agreement. Since the Yi family has ties to the land of 10,000 Buddhas, it is possible that the secret realm conceals valuable treasures. Whether for our own sake or for the sake of others, we must strive to secure our interests. Chen acknowledged this and suddenly stepped lightly onto the railing of Linjiang Pavilion. Gracefully leaping into the Ye Emperor, "I have something to say." His voice carried across the distance, capturing the attention of countless spectators along the riverbank. Having reached the realm of the virtual emperor, Yi Fu's power was unfathomable. Any thread of causality connected to him would be perceived with clarity. Even a vague call would resonate within his heart. Chen had witnessed such top-tier beings in the divine palace, and thus had some understanding of their powers. What seemed like a distant separation of thousands of miles was merely a fleeting moment for such a mighty being. Sure enough, as Chen's words faded, the space before him abruptly split open, revealing a long fissure. Chaos swirled within, and a golden hand extended across the vast expanse, reaching out directly towards him. Chen halted midair, allowing the golden hand to grasp him as he was drawn into the rift. Above the Yi family, amidst the gaze of countless onlookers, the immense divine form casually reached out, vanishing into the infinite void. When a hand returned, keen observers noticed what appeared to be a figure within. As the golden hand released its grip, Chen emerged high in the sky. "I am the junior Chen, paying my respects to the esteemed Yi Emperor." Yi Fu showed no inclination for pleasantries. "What did you just say?" "You may now disclose it to all." Chen paused for a moment, a refined and affable smile gracing his face, his graceful demeanor causing some female cultivators to gaze at him in admiration. "Senior, the younger generation has just mentioned that since the secret realm of the Yi family has been opened, why must the talents of Zhongzhou be turned away?" The immense golden head of the lowered slightly, its sun-like brilliance fixated upon him, instilling in Chen an unsettling sense of foreboding. Though his instincts screamed warnings, he endeavored to maintain an air of composure, exchanging smiles with them after a few breaths. They spoke slowly. "The secret realm belongs to the Yi family." Chen's smile remained unchanged. "Of course, I am well aware of this matter and have never harbored any intentions regarding the Yi family's secret realm. However, as the emperor has stated, with the current upheavals in heaven and earth, The fissures between regions are widening, and the integration and communication among the 5 continents are becoming an inevitable trend. As a top-tier powerhouse of the Eastern continent, you must also understand what this implies. While it may pose certain challenges to the Eastern continent, it simultaneously presents immense opportunities for its people. Senior, having ascended to the Imperial realm, your vision and heart must be exceptionally broad. In this prosperous age, the Ye family should indeed embrace diversity, allowing for the gathering of myriad talents, thereby paving a wider path for their future. I wonder if my reasoning holds any merit? Ye father shot him a glance, his voice still cold. These matters are for me to consider. It is not your place as a junior to dictate. If this is your reasoning, then I suggest you return from whence you came. Chen suddenly burst into laughter. Ye Emperor, your words seem somewhat biased. Just as you said, the reason for opening the secret realm is to consider the talents of the Eastern continent. But how many exceptional individuals truly emerge from those nurtured in a greenhouse? That said, if someone of my cultivation cannot enter the Ye family's secret realm, then others will likely find little of value within. This statement immediately incited the wrath of many. Numerous individuals from the Eastern continent glared at him. Emboldened by the presence of the Ye Emperor, they were unafraid of Chen's potential retaliation. Thus they hurled insults with abandon. Chen, unfazed, chuckled lightly and stepped forward. Boom! A formidable surge of power erupted from his body, rendering the crowd of the Eastern continent speechless. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. The pinnacle of the... How is this possible? Such strength could rival some elders of the sacred lands. The sounds of shock and astonishment filled the air, only serving to intensify the radiance of the smile on Chen's face. Ye Emperor, I mean no offense to your authority, but is it truly the case that the Ye family's secret realm is only meant for those lacking in ability? When the ancestors of the Ye family established this secret realm, they surely did not wish to see treasures gather dust. Coupled with his overwhelming cultivation, Chen's words were exceedingly persuasive, leaving the crowd at a loss for words in comparison to him. The proud youths of the Eastern continent were rendered pale. In a corner of the floating square, Xiao gazed dazedly at the confident Chen in the sky, his heart awash with bitterness. This was the pinnacle of the... He had always believed himself to possess extraordinary talent, with his cultivation advancing as effortlessly as eating and drinking. Yet, despite the support from the Ye family, he had only reached the 3rd level of a far cry from Ingwudi's 8th level. Let alone from Chen, who was half a step into the It was foolish of him to have once thought to challenge Chen, a realization that now struck him as laughably naive. All the bitterness swirling within him finally coalesced into a soft sigh. I'm still so far behind. The voice of the sage of Kanglan resonated at the opportune moment. Xiao, you must solidify your resolve and clearly understand your path, although your cultivation may not match Chen's at present. Firstly, the heavenly path in the Eastern continent is incomplete, and secondly, it is only natural that the resources here are inferior to those of Zhongzhou. You possess considerable talent. As long as you remain steadfast in your resolve and press forward, there will undoubtedly come a time when you can catch up to or even surpass Chen. Indeed, there are always greater talents beyond, but while maintaining humility, one must never lose their fighting spirit. Understand? Xiao, however, responded with an unusual calm. Senior, I grasp the principles you convey. Others are others, and I am regardless of Chen's high cultivation, is ultimately his own achievement. I harbor no jealousy nor discouragement. I only seek to catch up, as you said. Only with a steadfast heart can one forge ahead. Chapter 84. The dual cultivation method of the Cloud Summit Palace upon witnessing Xiao demeanor. The sage of Kanglan finally expressed his satisfaction with a few words of praise. This Xiao truly possesses notable talent. Otherwise, he would not have garnered the attention of a being of my caliber. However, he understood that the path of cultivation required more than mere talent. Mental fortitude played an immensely crucial role. If one's mind is not resilient, even with celestial cultivation, it would be difficult to truly master it, possibly leading to self-inflicted harm. He harbored high hopes for Xiao and naturally wished for him not to falter along the way. In truth, ever since his defeat to Ingwudi, Xiao had anticipated Chen's strength. If even Ingwudi could severely injure him with just a glance, It was needless to say that Chen, who vaguely occupied a dominant position among the talents of the three major powers, would be formidable. Now witnessing this outcome did not come as a great surprise to him. However, the desire to grow stronger within him only intensified and became more earnest. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ye Changsheng leaned against a stout, coiling dragon pillar, observing the self-assured Chen in the sky with a mixture of emotions. Qingyi, how do you think this person has cultivated? Could it be that he grew up consuming spirit stones? Some of the elders in our family have only reached this level. Yet he has already attained such heights. Truly, one can feel disheartened when comparing oneself to others. Gu Qingyi replied seriously. After all, he is from Zhongzhou, and to hold a position within the Divine Hall, even being one of the candidates for the Hall Master, attests to his exceptional aptitude. However, my husband, do not overthink it. We simply cannot measure up to him, and as long as we live our lives well, that is sufficient. Ye Changsheng laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, indeed, indeed. Qingyi, your words resonate perfectly with my thoughts. Although he jested, internally he began to ponder. In terms of physical prowess, he had cultivated the 10,000 calamities immortal body, the Qing Song sacred body, and achieved the indestructible golden body, which should allow him to contend with someone at the pinnacle of the. However, Chen was undeniably a genuine pinnacle of the enhancement brought about solely by the elevation of realm would suffice to bridge the gap between them. Furthermore, he was merely comparing himself to an ordinary. Had it been Chen, a top talent of such a powerful faction, it was likely he had also cultivated an exceptional physical technique, further widening the disparity with ordinary. With his current abilities, relying solely on physical strength would likely prove insufficient. As for the disparity in cultivation realms, the gulf between them was even more pronounced. Although he had acquired the Great Wilderness Sutra to commence his cultivation, the methods of the were exceedingly arduous, and the rate of progress was rather slow. Despite his diligent practice daily, he had only barely stepped into the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, with still a thin layer of paper separating him from it. When considering this aspect, the gap was even wider, nearly insurmountable. Ye Changsheng couldn't help but lament, thankful that he did not have to contend directly with Chen. Otherwise, with his current capabilities, how could he possibly stand against him? He reflected on how he had been so arrogant during the previous gathering of prodigies. Fortunate that Chen had the patience to endure. Had it been him, he would not have shown such restraint. Once again, he felt the advantages of having support. Were it not for his father standing firm, the predicament faced by the Ye family would be exceedingly dire. Just as he was lost in thought, Ye Changsheng suddenly stiffened. A suggestion from the system echoed in his mind. Defeat the Divine Hall's talent Chen within 3 months. Difficulty, quite difficult. Danger level, quite high. Task reward, advanced gift package, top-tier dual cultivation method of the Cloud Summit Palace. Listening to the cold voice of the system reverberating in his mind, Ye Changsheng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Just moments ago, he had calculated that he was not Chen's opponent, and now this troublesome system had handed him such a daunting task. And that level of difficulty, was it mocking him? As someone at the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, standing before Chen, who wouldn't even spare him a glance, how could he possibly compete with such a prodigy? This system was not merely assigning a task. It was clearly sending him to his doom. After a few moments of internal grumbling, Ye Changsheng opted to disregard the task. What a joke! He currently possessed several supreme techniques, such as the Great Wilderness Sutra. Why should he risk his life for some trifling dual cultivation method from a sacred palace? Competing against someone of such caliber was akin to the old immortal eating arsenic, simply courting disaster. At that moment, Gu Qingyi's voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Husband, what are you daydreaming about? Ye Changsheng returned to himself, quickly smiling and replying, It's nothing, just recalling some cultivation matters. Gu Qingyi, realizing, couldn't help but smile joyfully. Husband, you have truly changed so much. Before our marriage, I heard that you had no interest in cultivation, only seeking pleasure in food and drink. It seems that was not the case. Those people simply lacked insight. Ye Changsheng felt a twinge of unease in his heart. In the days before awakening the system, he indeed partook in such trivial matters. However, it was only after the arrival of his golden finger that he began to strive for improvement. After all, who wouldn't relish the opportunity to cling to a powerful ally and enjoy a life of ease? Yet, Ye Changsheng seemed to have recalled something, and his gaze towards Gu Qingyi grew peculiar. Since the system provided a dual cultivation technique, it must undoubtedly be a top-tier treasure from a prestigious sect, free from any adverse effects like the absorption of yin and yang. With Gu Qingyi's cultivation deepening, her progress had significantly slowed. If this technique could help bridge the gap at her pace, it would certainly be worth considering. This thought crossed his mind. Vivid and alluring images flashed through Ye Changsheng's mind, causing him to chuckle mischievously. Why, dear husband, what are you secretly amused about? Gu Qingyi inquired, her autumn-like eyes sparkling, igniting a surge of warmth in Ye Changsheng's heart. Ahem, it's nothing, just recalling a few matters. Ye Changsheng replied, clearing his throat in an attempt to redirect the conversation. By the way, Qingyi, how has your cultivation progressed recently? Gu Qingyi furrowed her delicate brows and sighed softly. My advancement has become increasingly sluggish. It often takes several days of diligent practice just to see a slight improvement. Ye Changsheng's eyes gleamed with a sudden thought as he leaned closer to her ear. What if we were to find a top-notch dual cultivation method? Might that accelerate your cultivation speed? Gu Qingyi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a perfectly ripened peach, stirring a delightful restlessness within Ye Changsheng. Oh, dear husband, what nonsense are you speaking in broad daylight? Gu Qingyi playfully stomped her foot, yet her mind drifted back to the unspoken scenes from the previous night, a mix of joy and shyness enveloping her. Ye Changsheng chuckled, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and whispering, Qingyi, we could certainly give it a try. Not only could it enhance our cultivation, but it would also be, well, isn't that appealing? Chapter 85, The Legacy of Tao High Above in the Sky. Chen unabashedly radiated the peak cultivation of the cave heaven realm, smiling as he observed the golden phantom of the Buddha's sword. Your Majesty Yi, as an emperor-level expert, your vision and perspective are undoubtedly among the finest in the world. If individuals like the younger generation cannot enter the secret realm, what purpose does it serve for the geniuses of the Eastern continent? Without experiencing storms, how can one hope to cultivate true talents capable of treading the path of emperors? Although everyone understood Chen's intentions, his words held a semblance of truth that if only the geniuses of the Eastern continent were to enter the secret realm, even if it were over treasures, they would likely hesitate due to concerns over each other's influence and status, ultimately choosing to retreat. After all, they were all from the same region, and no one wished to face embarrassment, knowing it would lead to a plethora of troubles upon their return. Moreover, there was a significant possibility that the geniuses of the Eastern continent would treat the secret realm merely as a place to seek benefits, avoiding conflict and solely pursuing opportunities and treasures. This reasoning was understood by anyone with a modicum of insight, let alone someone of Ye Emperor's caliber. Observing the silence of the phantom, Chen seized the moment to press on. Your Majesty Yi, your presence in the Eastern continent is a blessing for us. I firmly believe that with your magnanimity and spirit, you would not treat the geniuses of other continents differently. I harbor no disrespect towards you, Your Majesty, but I hope you might consider this matter further. As for the geniuses of the Central Continent, they hold great admiration for the ancestors of the Yi family. Entering the secret realm is also a means to pay homage and witness the grandeur of powerful figures. Upon hearing this, the recently arrived geniuses of the Central Continent voiced their support. Indeed, we hold the ancestors of the Yi family in high regard, and entering the secret realm would certainly allow us to pay our respects. Absolutely, the heart of a strong individual deserves admiration, and we from the Central Continent are no exception. The geniuses of the Central Continent chimed in, flattering the Yi family while skillfully donning them with lofty accolades. In truth, the average secret realm held little allure for these Central Continent geniuses who were accustomed to the wonders of the cave heaven. However, the Yi family's hidden treasures were different before arriving in the Eastern Continent. They had diligently studied its history under the guidance of their elders, learning that this place once flourished and was formidable, merely slightly weaker than the Central Continent. The number of top-tier experts was also considerable, and the quality of the relics left behind was equally excellent. Moreover, this was a hidden realm with a long-standing legacy, capable of producing experts of the virtual emperor realm even under the current rules of heaven and earth, which piqued their interest even further. some speculated that the legacy of Dao might still linger within the Ye family's hidden realm. Given the Ye family's ancient history, they must have produced numerous strong figures to uphold their lineage. Thus, it was plausible that the ancestors of the Ye family were indeed extraordinary beings who had truly stepped into the realm of emperors. The geniuses of the Central Continent had little desire for the cultivation resources available in the Eastern Continent. They possessed more than enough in their own land. However, such a treasure trove belonging to an emperor-level expert was a rare find, especially one that might hold the legacy of Dao. With such an opportunity laid before them, they could not fathom letting it slip away. If they could encounter the Dao left behind by the ancestors of the Ye family within the secret realm, even a mere trace of its essence would undoubtedly pave a smooth path for their future cultivation, allowing them to reach the sage realm without any obstacles. With such temptations before them, it was no wonder the geniuses of the Central Continent were stirred with excitement. This pinnacle legacy was predominantly controlled by the three major powers in the Central Continent, and outsiders needed to pay a hefty price to gain entry. Now, the opportunity to access such a legacy in the Eastern Continent without the constraints of the three major powers thrilled the Central Continent geniuses to no end. Countless eager gazes converged upon the towering golden phantom, eagerly awaiting the decision of Ye Father, the strongest figure in the Eastern Continent. Within the council hall, Ye Father rested his chin on his hand, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Several important elders and clan leaders were present, yet no one dared to speak. Typically, they would engage in debates and even refute Ye Father's opinions on various matters. However, when it came to issues concerning the family's future or the broader situation of the continent, only Ye Father possessed the strength and authority to make decisions. After a few moments, Ye Father sighed softly. That lad speaks a truth. The rift has opened, and the situation in the Eastern Continent is set. If we cannot adapt and advance, even opportunities may not prove beneficial. The elders and clan leaders had no retort, only agreeing with the sentiment. Outside, the golden phantom finally spoke. It is not that I forbid the disciples of the Central Continent from entering. However, the Ye family's hidden realm is governed by both the rules of heaven and earth and the will of our ancestors. Anyone entering will have their cultivation suppressed to the same level as the geniuses of the Eastern Continent. I am not your elder, and for your safety, it would be prudent not to enter. This revelation left the geniuses of the Central Continent in stunned silence. So, the Ye family's hidden realm had such a concealed rule. No wonder Ye Emperor had barred their entry. Many began to reconsider their intentions. Though these Central Continent geniuses believed they could hold their ground against their Eastern Continent counterparts even under equal cultivation levels, the critical issue remained. This secret realm was in the Eastern Continent. This was the home turf of the Easterners, whose number of talented disciples was vast. Although they might not surpass in quality, they certainly dominated in quantity. If it came down to one-on-one battles, they could easily resort to overwhelming tactics. With their cultivation suppressed, the Central Continent's individuals could find themselves overwhelmed in a war of attrition. The Eastern Continent geniuses also recognized this potential threat, their gazes towards the Central Continent geniuses growing perilously sharp. Despite the internal conflicts within the Eastern Continent, uniting against a common enemy was not a difficult task. Having suffered humiliation at the recent talent gathering, where they faced 7 consecutive defeats, the Easterners would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to reclaim their honor. As the Central Continent geniuses sensed the hostility in the eyes of their Eastern counterparts, many of the second-rate talents began to waver. Although they were stronger than the Easterners of the same level, their advantage was limited, and in the face of a mob, they had few means of escape. If they encountered a top-tier Eastern talent capable of entangling them, they would have no chance to flee. Moreover, given that this secret realm was established by an emperor-level figure, the protective measures granted by their elders might also be suppressed or even rendered ineffective. If it came to that, calling for help from the heavens or the earth would be futile, and they would truly find themselves in a dire predicament. While the Tao is indeed precious, what value does it hold if one cannot protect their life? Chapter 86. The determination of the Central Continent talents, only Chen and a few other formidable talents from the Central Continent showed no reaction to Ye Emperor's words. Wudi had personally tested Xiao, Chen's cultivation and strength, He was already among the top talents of the Eastern continent and could not last a single round against Ngwudi, let alone Chen, whose cultivation surpassed his. Even at the same level, Chen was confident he could subdue and defeat him. One Central Continent genius flew to Chen's side, frowning as he whispered, "Young Master Che, given the restrictions of the secret realm, should we still proceed?" Chen glanced at him, the smile on his lips unwavering. "Ask our Central Continent brethren, who among them could bear to forego the chance to encounter the Tao." The individual paused momentarily, falling silent as he relayed Chen's words to the waiting prodigies of Zhongzhou below. Chen, either intentionally or inadvertently, cast a glance at Xiao in the corner, a broader smile gracing his lips. This person was no match for him. What was there to fear? However, Xiao's expression remained tranquil, showing no sign of being affected by Chen's somewhat dismissive gaze. Once Chen's attention shifted away, he slightly lowered his head, and a profound shade of crimson suddenly flickered in his cold, abyss-like eyes. It seems I have not been taken seriously by the prodigies of Zhongzhou. Following this, a chilling and sinister smile unexpectedly bloomed on his face as he lifted his gaze towards the congregation of Zhongzhou's talents. Well then, let me anticipate this moment. The prodigies of Zhongzhou, sensing the provocative gaze, turned their attention in that direction. Upon realizing it was Xiao, many began to mock him. TSK, so it's the defeated subordinate of the Invincible Prince. Daring to provoke us? Truly unaware of his own mortality. Does he seem dissatisfied? What use is dissatisfaction? Even under the same realm, he might not be our match, not to mention the presence of young Master Dong and the Invincible Prince. Merely an ant, unworthy of our concern. The murmurs among the Zhongzhou prodigies did not diminish, some reaching Xiao's ears, intensifying the crimson hue in his eyes. How amusing indeed. Let us see what unfolds. Had there been acquaintances present, they would have noticed that Xiao's demeanor had drastically changed from before. Although he had once exuded pride and arrogance, his overall aura now leaned towards an eerie and sinister chill. In the heavens above, the Emperor Ye's avatar spoke once more. "How have you all deliberated?" Chen took a deep breath, stepping forward, his aura swelling even further. "Emperor Ye, cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, one will regress. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, one must contend with others, with heaven, and with earth. There is only forward, never retreat. To not thrive is to perish. The path of martial arts is defined by life and death. Can one avoid it due to fortune or misfortune? The prodigies of Zhongzhou have reached this point not out of cowardice. If we did not possess the unwavering belief to face challenges head-on, how could we muster the confidence to tread upon the arduous and cruel path? Furthermore, since we Zhongzhou prodigies aspire to pay homage to the prowess of the ancestors of the Yi family, if we dare not enter even a mere secret realm, would that not reflect a lack of sincerity? Colleagues, am I not speaking the truth? Chen's fervent voice ignited a stir among the Zhongzhou prodigies. Indeed, young Master Che's words resonate. Without the resolve to sacrifice for the path, how can one step upon the Imperial road? Correct. We have always possessed the courage and determination to sink our boats and fight. Excellent. The chorus of agreement from the Zhongzhou prodigies elicited a hearty laugh from Chen. Truly, they're the pride of Zhongzhou. Emperor Yi, I, as a junior, have resolved to enter the Yi family's secret realm. Though suppressing my cultivation, I possess the belief of being invincible within the same realm. If I cannot steadfastly uphold my convictions, how can I speak of traversing the path to the pinnacle? I, Chen, am invincible within the same realm. The resounding echoes cascaded like tidal waves, the powerful and pure conviction rendering many from the East continent solemn. Behind Chen, various phenomena, such as celestial flowers and golden lotuses, began to manifest. Merely his fervent desire for the path had invoked a resonance with heaven and earth, showcasing its formidable nature. The Zhongzhou prodigies were stirred to their very core by his words. Indeed, despite their commendable talents, every one of them had endured countless tribulations to reach their current stature, becoming esteemed juniors within their factions, and gaining some notoriety in Zhongzhou. What if the East continent has more people? They are confident they can suppress their opponents even under the same realm. Why should they fear their numbers? Colleagues, fortune is bestowed by the heavens. We must seize it without lament, as Zhongzhou individuals. We cannot tarnish the reputation of our land. What if the East Continent has more people? Each of us possesses the ability to contend against two in the same realm, as long as we unite. What can they do to us? Indeed, Brother Pan speaks wisely. Heavenly materials and treasures are reserved for the worthy. Zhongzhou has never lagged behind, and how could we yield to minor difficulties? Precisely, it is merely a matter of bloody combat. In life and death struggles, who is afraid of whom? The Zhongzhou prodigies were fervently agitated, eagerly echoing Chechen's sentiments. This revitalized those who had previously felt hesitant, solidifying their resolve to partake in the upcoming secret realm. In the skies above, Chen listened to the fervent cheers of the Zhongzhou prodigies, a radiant smile illuminating his face, as they stated. Although the East Continent has numbers, their levels of cultivation cannot compare to theirs. If only a few individuals from Zhongzhou were to enter, even a top-tier prodigy like him could potentially be overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the East Continent. However, if all the prodigies of Zhongzhou entered the secret realm, as long as they could unite as one, even against the multitude of the East Continent, they would be an indomitable force. Moreover, the various factions of the East Continent are not entirely united. There are numerous frictions and conflicts amongst them. As long as they lack a decisive, united front, they will not be able to contend with the united prodigies of Zhongzhou. I, Chen, am determined to seize the path within the secret realm. Emperor Yi, you have heard the heartfelt voices of the people of Zhongzhou. Those who have reached this point possess unwavering faith. My fellow prodigies of Zhongzhou shall not retreat in the face of adversity. We implore Emperor Yi to permit us to enter the secret realm. As his words fell, the voices of the Zhongzhou prodigies harmonized into a unified plea. We implore Emperor Yi to grant us entry into the Yi family's secret realm. Amidst the grave expressions of the East Continent people, the avatar of Emperor Yi slowly spoke. If that is the case, I grant you permission to enter the secret realm. However, be prepared. Life and death are determined by the will of heaven, and have no relation to the Yi family. You understand? Chapter 87. The journey into the secret realm under the suppression of heavenly principles. Chen clasped his hands in salute, bowing slightly with elegance and respect. It is only natural, as a junior representing the prodigies of Zhongzhou. I thank Emperor Yi for your benevolence. As a junior who has become a son of the temple, I am accustomed to life and death. It is merely a matter of time and fate to know my own day. If we hesitate due to fear of danger, would that not be a cause for ridicule, since we have arrived in the East Continent? We carry the conviction to forge ahead. This matter is a testament to the Emperor's grace, and both I, Chen, and the people of Zhongzhou shall forever remember it. This eloquent speech not only showcased the spirit of the Zhongzhou prodigies, but also demonstrated profound respect for the great Emperor Yi. Living up to the image of the charming young master he had long sought to establish, in the void, several elderly figures, clearly of advanced age, concealed their forms, their gazes fixated on Chen. Alas, one of them suddenly sighed, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. It is no wonder Zhongzhou is so prosperous. The mere presence of one son of the temple is sufficient to overshadow the youth of our East Continent. Indeed. Although I'm somewhat displeased with these Zhongzhou individuals who carry themselves with such arrogance, I cannot deny that their juniors are undeniably exceptional. In terms of cultivation, talent, and intellect, few from the East Continent can compare. Tiske. That is quite true. By the way, Elder Vaning, did your Tianing Pavilion not produce a remarkable junior? What was their name again? The patriarch of Tianing Pavilion, being among these individuals, snorted lightly and replied, Do you truly believe that? Although Juing possesses commendable intellect, his talent pales in comparison to Chen. However, when one reaches the profound realms, intellect becomes paramount. The gap in talent will gradually diminish. I, for one, hold great expectations for him. Hearing Elder Doning's words, the others burst into laughter. It seems this old fellow indeed has high hopes for his junior. However, when it comes to competing with the talents of Zhongzhou, our young people still fall short in many aspects. One among them lamented, Indeed, although the juniors of Zhongzhou may be somewhat arrogant, they have the right to be, given their capabilities. Just Chen alone is enough to leave the younger generation gasping for breath. Such breadth and demeanor are unmatched in the East Continent. After a casual exchange, these old monsters express their pessimism regarding the future of the East Continent. The disparity among the younger generation is so significant that it is no wonder they dare to face greater numbers. Alas, compared to those useless little brats in my family, these are the true prodigies. Point one elder spoke, harboring not only dissatisfaction with the talents of Zhongzhou, but also a tinge of envy. Let's hope the journey into the secret realm goes smoothly. As the ancient monsters engaged in their discussions, Ye Changsheng's gaze was firmly fixed upon Chen. Although he inwardly critiqued the man's penchant for ostentation, he could not deny that such demeanor exuded an air of supreme arrogance and dominance. Nevertheless, admiration aside, Chen remained his adversary. The system had issued a task to defeat Chen within 3 months, a feat that would reward him with an exceptional dual cultivation technique. Achieving this goal would undoubtedly elevate his reputation. Yet, this was merely an ancillary incentive. He had no desire to live a life under constant scrutiny, for such existence would be exhausting. Initially, his enthusiasm for completing the task was lackluster, but circumstances had shifted. Given that the secret realm could constrain the cultivation levels of the prodigies from Central Continent, his own pressures would consequently diminish considerably. Should he engage in battle with them then, the pressure from their cultivation would be significantly alleviated, allowing him to fully exploit his physical advantages. The dual cultivation technique from the Yunding Sacred Palace was certainly worth pursuing. With this thought, a rare sense of excitement stirred within him, as the saying goes. Pressure breeds motivation. With goals and rewards laid before him, Ye Changsheng felt a renewed vigor for his training. He grasped Gu Qingyi's hand, unable to restrain himself from applying a slight pressure, leaving her somewhat astonished. "Husband, are you all right?" Ye Changsheng shook his head, his focus unwavering on Chen. Gu Qingyi, mistaking his demeanor for overwhelming pressure from Chen, tightened her grip on him and gently reassured, "Husband, you need not feel too burdened. You have only recently embarked on your path of cultivation and have already triumphed over Wuji through sheer physical prowess, a rare talent even in the Eastern Continent. Given time, you will undoubtedly catch up to or surpass Chen." Ye Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Not expecting such confidence from Gu Qingyi, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Rest assured, Qingyi, I do not feel unduly pressured. As I have said, should the sky fall, there are taller individuals to bear the weight. It is not for me, a mere mortal, to shoulder such burdens. However, I do harbor some modest ambitions." Though he did not explicitly state his goals, Gu Qingyi could sense they were undoubtedly linked to Chen. As the crowd engaged in discussions regarding Chen's cultivation and talent, Xiao in the corner maintained a fixed stare upon him. For reasons unknown, he had donned a black robe today, complete with a hood, as if he feared being recognized. Gazing at Chen, who stood like a blazing sun against the sky, Xiao suddenly licked his lips. Such a rare talent must surely be delectable. Before he could finish his thought, a bloodshot gleam intensified in his eyes. However, it seemed he was wary of being seen, causing him to lower his head slightly. Chen, keenly aware of an ominous gaze directed at him from above, took note of the hostility, yet dismissed it, as most present were from the Eastern Continent, their glances tepid at best, the intensity of the gaze merely a fleeting sensation. As the prodigies from Central Continent confirmed their intention to join the secret realm, Ye Emperor's avatar suddenly stirred. He extended his arm in an embracing gesture, drawing forth an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy from the heavens, flooding towards his colossal form. The immense absorption power created a momentary vacuum of spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius, leaving those within feeling a long-forgotten suffocation. Is this the pinnacle of the Void Emperor's power?" Chen murmured, his gaze towards Ye Emperor now ablaze with fervor. Under the oppressive constraints of the fragmented Heavenly Dao, the head of the Yi family had ascended to such heights. One could only imagine how formidable their ancient ancestors had been. The potential for enlightenment within the secret realm had thus increased manifold. As the golden figure devoured countless streams of spiritual energy like a black hole, its form gradually became more solid, the golden light intensifying and thickening. Chapter 88. Preparations before the secret realm after a breathtaking deluge of spiritual power. Ye Father's golden avatar, transformed into a resplendent Buddha, radiating a brilliance that was almost blinding. The Dao rhythm and luster emanating from him made it difficult to gaze directly. The Ye family's secret realm is about to open. For the sake of the Eastern continent, the entrance will be opened in 3 hours. Those who meet the criteria are welcome to come. The Ye family welcomes all. The deep, resonant voice echoed throughout half of the Eastern continent. Those factions situated further from the Ye family, still en route, were instantly filled with exuberance, hastening their pace at any cost. The Ye family's secret realm represented a once-in-a-century opportunity for the Eastern continent. Even prodigies from Central continent were eager to seize this chance, and naturally, the local inhabitants felt even more fervent. However, certain factions were indeed located quite distantly. Despite employing every means available, they still had a considerable distance to traverse. Now that the Emperor had granted 3 hours, it was ample time for the majority to arrive promptly. Countless individuals expressed their gratitude towards the Ye family and Ye father at this moment. The Ye family's reputation and influence in the Eastern continent had reached its zenith. In the floating square, Ye Changsheng yawned and turned to Gu Qingyi, saying, "Let us return and make our preparations." Gu Qingyi, somewhat astonished, inquired, "Husband, are you also entering the secret realm?" "Why not? Although my cultivation is not particularly high, my physical prowess is not to be underestimated. It would be a shame for me, as the young clan leader of our own secret realm, to refrain from entering. That would merely benefit others." Though Gu Qingyi felt a tinge of danger, Ye Changsheng's reasoning was sound, and she did not wish for her husband to miss this opportunity. Thus, she nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall follow your lead." After the two departed, Xiao cast a lingering glance at Chen, who loomed in the heavens, and without uttering another word, left to prepare as well. Following this 3-hour interlude, various factions commenced their frenzied preparations. The prodigies from Central Continent pooled their resources to procure medicinal pills while adjusting their own states and hastily heading toward the Ye family. The majority congregated at Linjiang Pavilion. Thus the journey was not overly arduous. Other factions from the Eastern Continent rallied their similarly talented disciples, generously distributing various supplies and urging their juniors to perform admirably within the secret realm. Upon returning to his humble courtyard, Ye Changsheng was greeted by 2 familiar figures. "Mother Xiao, what brings you here?" Ye mother smiled warmly. "Changsheng, are you planning to enter the secret realm?" Yes, that is my intention." Here that Ye mother handed him an ancient-looking pouch, arousing Ye Changsheng's curiosity. "What is this?" "Oh, just some medicinal pills and artifacts that..." Ye mother spoke nonchalantly, and Ye Changsheng did not dwell on it, nodding in appreciation. "Thank you, mother." "Gee, brother, I want to go into the secret realm too," Xiao suddenly exclaimed, causing Ye Changsheng to frown. "Xiao, this secret realm is not solely populated by individuals from the Eastern continent. There are also those from Central continent who possess a rather arrogant demeanor. What if you encounter danger?" "Mother and father, I've already asked mother and father, and they agreed to let me go." Ye Changsheng cast a surprised glance at his mother, who nodded with a smile, feeling somewhat exasperated as he replied, "Very well then. Since this is our family's secret realm, it would indeed be a pity to miss out. However, you must be cautious, seek opportunities within, and avoid battles whenever possible. Do not get caught up in the excitement and act recklessly." He was well aware of his sister's personality. Without a proper discussion, she could easily create trouble. Xiao giggled mischievously, her eyes darting about. "Rest assured, brother, I know the stakes." Though she claimed this, Ye Changsheng did not perceive her as particularly serious. After sighing, he retrieved the storage pouch he had just placed on himself. "Take this. It serves as a precaution that I don't need it, that I told you to take it. So take it." "How dare you retort?" Ye Changsheng frowned, intending to give his sister a good scolding. Just then, Ye mother chimed in, "Changsheng, keep those items for yourself, that I'm not so forgetful as to overlook Xiao's share." She shot Ye Changsheng a playful glare, feigning displeasure. "You little rascal, do you think Xiao is picked up?" Ye Changsheng paused, then broke into a broad smile, revealing his white teeth. Yes, my son was foolish, almost forgetting about both of you." After playfully apologizing, he feigned a fierce demeanor as he ruffled Xiao's hair. "Remember this, once inside, do not be reckless. If you cannot win, run. Your life is far more important than any opportunity. Do you understand?" A Yao struggled for a while before breaking free, pouting, I know, stop ruffling my hair, or I want to grow tall. Watching the siblings bicker, Ye mother wore a tender smile. Although the outside world often labeled her son as a waste, a mother's heart was unfazed by such judgments. She only wished for her children to live safely and soundly throughout their lives. Gu Qingyi was watching the two siblings engage in a battle of wits with a smile on her face, when Yimu suddenly called out to her, "My dear, here, take this." Yimu removed a brilliantly green bracelet from her wrist and gently placed it into Gu Qingyi's hands. "But mother, this is too precious." "Silly girl, just accept it. This item is an excellent defensive talisman that can ensure your safety in times of peril." "But mother, this is your personal possession. It is far too valuable." "Nonsense." Yimu interrupted with a warm smile. "You are the wife of Changsheng. We are family. What is there to hesitate about when I wish to gift you something? This trinket is of little use to me, but it will serve you well, and oh, more refusals. As for the elixirs and resources, you may select what you wish later on, as your constitution is rather unique. I shall not interfere. In summary, I understand your preference for tranquility, but in such a secret realm, a moment's carelessness can lead to bloody conflict. You must ensure your own safety. Do you understand?" Gu Qingyi bit her lip and nodded earnestly. "Mother, rest assured, I will protect both my husband and Yao." "Ha! That rascal Changsheng is as tough as a boulder. It won't be easy for anyone to harm him. Just take care of yourself first." After a brief conversation, Yimu took her leave, as she was the matriarch and had to manage family affairs, especially with Yi Fu preoccupied with matters related to the secret realm. As soon as Yimu departed, Yi Yao leapt in front of Ye Changsheng and mischievously remarked, "Brother, I've prepared quite a few good things. Once we enter the secret realm, let us deal with those rascals from Zhongzhou." Ye Changsheng's eyes widened in surprise, ready to reprimand her, but Yi Yao nimbly dodged his warning, "Don't think of such nonsense. You little brat. Once we enter, behave yourself. The people from Dongzhou might still hesitate to act against you as a member of the Yi family, but those from Zhongzhou will not hold back. If you provoke serious trouble and something unfortunate happens, have you considered how heartbroken our parents would be?" "I understand," Yi Yao pouted, disappointment evident on her face as she slumped into a chair. Ye Changsheng couldn't help but feel puzzled. This girl had previously been as lethargic as a salted fish, indifferent to everything, spending her days merely indulging in food and leisure. Yet now, her cultivation was soaring. And according to Gu Qingyi, her abilities were nearly on par with Xiao Chen, only hindered by her age. He had once felt disgruntled, wondering if she had some sort of lying flat system that allowed her to improve simply by being idle. However, after their conversations deepened, her once slightly scheming personality began to emerge, leading her to playfully stir up trouble daily. He found it curious why their parents had consented to her entering the secret realm. 3 hours swiftly passed. Numerous forces from Dongzhou, accompanied by their talented disciples, gathered in the floating plaza outside the Yi family's celestial mountain. The geniuses from Zhongzhou were also arriving in droves. The two factions stood distinctly apart, filled with palpable hostility. Ye Changsheng found himself positioned in the rear of the Dongzhou contingent. The resounding chime of a bell echoed, denoting the end of the 3 hours. The golden body, having absorbed endless spiritual energy, suddenly radiated an overwhelming brilliance that overshadowed even the sun above. A series of ethereal Buddhist chants reverberated through the void, with countless ethereal Buddhas encircling the central golden figure, making him appear as if a true Tathagata had descended upon the world. This grand spectacle left all in awe, as it was the first time the Dongzhou people had witnessed a genuine pinnacle of virtual emperor power displaying his might. Chang furrowed his brow, his expression suddenly turning grave. Beside him, the veiled Kong Yin flashed a look of astonishment. "This is the Tao of the great Emperor Yi." Upon hearing this, the others quickly grasped the significance. "This is the great Tao, the true Imperial realm's great Tao. Quickly, focus your minds and absorb this incredible opportunity." The onlookers finally reacted, closing their eyes to immerse themselves in the resonating sound of the Tao. Although Yi Fu had not truly stepped into the Imperial realm, The scant resonance of the Tao within the chants was a height that most of the people from Wanda continent could never hope to attain in their lifetimes. Many sat cross-legged or found comfortable positions, each seeking to comprehend the mysteries within this Tao resonance. The rhythmic Buddhist chants cleansed their souls. In the midst of this, Chen stood with his hands clasped behind him. Not partaking in the experience of the Tao like the others, Kong Yin observed him curiously. Shensi, why do you not engage with this rare Tao resonance? Chen smiled slightly, his demeanor tinged with a hint of arrogance. My Tao is not that of Buddhism. Hence, the Buddhist Tao holds no significance for me. This declaration, brimming with audacity, compelled several enlightened individuals to open their eyes in disbelief. The resonance of the true Imperial realm was indeed profound, and even if it differed from his own Tao, experiencing it would undoubtedly bear benefits, such as the nature of learning through analogy. Yet, Chen appeared wholly disinterested in allowing even the Imperial powers to sway his resolve. In the void, an ancient figure chuckled. This lad is impressive. He truly possesses character, and I like him. The sage of Tianying, seated in meditation to comprehend the Tao resonance, interjected, What use is your admiration? He is a genius of Zhongzhou. If you enter his territory, you may very well find yourself merely guarding the gate. Hey, old man, if you can't speak wisely, then keep silent. Regardless of the judgments of others, Chen stood firm, showing no inclination to engage with the Tao resonance. Boasting is not frightening. What is truly alarming is the unity of knowledge and action. Chen's unexpected stance only heightened the pressure on the geniuses from Dongzhou. In the floating plaza, Ye Changsheng observed Chen, who stood in the sky, brimming with confidence, and couldn't he help but curl his lip in disdain. What a show-off, he thought, as if he has already secured his place on the Imperial path without any certainty. Indeed, this individual displayed a certain arrogance. Gu Qingyi nodded in agreement, then smiled as she held his hand, gently reassuring him, Do not worry, my husband. With your efforts, you will undoubtedly become a great cultivator in the future. Ye Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle. I lack that confidence myself, yet you seem more assured than I. In Gu Qingyi's heart, you are the mightiest. Witnessing her rare and charming smile, Ye Changsheng felt a surge of warmth within. He realized that acquiring the dual cultivation techniques from the Yunding Sacred Palace was indeed a matter of urgency. The Buddhist chants echoed, seemingly originating from the ancient past, imbued with profound mysteries. Gradually, Ye Changsheng's mind calmed, and he attempted to grasp the essence of the Tao hidden within the chants. Unfortunately, after some time, he felt no connection to this so-called Tao resonance. Rather, he found his mind tranquil, akin to listening to a soothing lullaby. Alas, it seems I am fated to be disconnected from the sounds of the Tao, he sighed inwardly, suddenly recalling his initial experiences upon arriving in this realm. Logically, given his aversion to women at that time, wouldn't he be more suited to a monastic life? Feeling a sense of ennui, Ye Changsheng began to survey the talents from Zhongzhou, unaware that all his actions were under the watchful eye of Yifu. Observing his son's complete lack of resonance with the Tao, Yifu couldn't help but express his frustration, muttering, This rascal has inherited none of my lineage. What a pity, such a remarkable Buddhist art, left without a successor. Shaking his head in regret, he mused, How did my son end up cultivating his body like a barbarian? TSK, my descendants should not be like this. After pondering in vain, Yifu decided to disregard Ye Changsheng's situation, knowing that as long as his son remained alive, he would navigate through life safely. However, he lamented that this expedition into the secret realm would likely yield no results regarding that coveted item. Chapter 90. The implication of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Though this relic belonged to the Yi family, its origins were not from the ancestors of the Yi clan. Its connections ran deeper with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. As an Imperial realm cultivator, he had naturally explored the hidden treasures within. Indeed, the item was a treasure, but only those possessing Buddhist nature and affinity could approach and wield it. Unfortunately, his son seemed entirely devoid of any potential for enlightenment, let alone a connection to Buddhist principles. As he mulled over this, a peculiar wave of energy suddenly rippled through the floating plaza, capturing Yifu's attention. Beside Ye Changsheng and Gu Qingyi, Yao had her eyes closed, and her body was continuously emanating small, flickering lights. As they absorbed the dispersing Buddhist light, they quickly coalesced into golden characters, surrounding Yao and gently elevating her into the air. Husband, could it be that Yao is resonating with the sounds of the Tao? Gu Qingyi was overwhelmed with joy, genuinely feeling elated for Ye Changsheng. Ye Changsheng looked at Yao in astonishment, not expecting this girl to possess such a Buddhist nature. Countless golden Sanskrit characters swirled around, and amidst them, the faint sound of Ba resonated, gradually forming a resonance with the immense ethereal figure of Ye's father that filled the heavens and earth. Ye's father gazed at Yao with surprise, realizing that his son had not inherited his Buddhist nature. Rather, it was the girl who appeared to be exceptionally gifted. Many others also sensed the extraordinary occurrence, and upon discovering that it was the Ye family's little princess who had caused it, they hurriedly offered their congratulations to the Ye family. The elders of the Ye family wore smiles as radiant as blooming chrysanthemums. The secret realm belonged to their family, and the Tao rhyme emanated from their clan's master. If the Ye family were to gain nothing, it would indeed be a significant embarrassment. Above the heavens, Kong Yin, who had been closing his eyes to sense the Tao, slowly opened them, observing the golden Sanskrit surrounding Yao. A glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. This must be the little princess of the Ye family, he thought. Chen cast a glance at Yao, nodding. Indeed, she is Yao, the daughter of the Ye emperor. Kong Yan's gaze shifted, and suddenly addressing the grand, he proclaimed loudly, "Congratulations to the Ye emperor for having his precious daughter attain enlightenment. The younger generation's opportunity is merely a stroke of luck." He chuckled, "Your Majesty, you just gained something from your Tao rhyme. The little princess is certainly no ordinary individual." His words fell. It seemed he recalled something, and with a gentle smile, he continued, "Your esteemed self's Buddhist Tao cultivation is truly astonishing. Even in the Western Zhou, few have reached such a level. It appears that the Ye family indeed shares an extraordinary connection with the land of 10,000 Buddhas." Ye's father's voice, calm and steady, resonated. What of it? What if it is unrelated? The Ye emperor must not misunderstand. Kong Yin quickly clarified, continuing to smile. Now that the rock wall has shattered, the Ye family's profound ties with the land of 10,000 Buddhas is indeed a fortunate event for them. Upon hearing this, representatives of various major factions were taken aback. What is the Tianji Pavilion? It stands as the most formidable intelligence agency in Zhongzhou, indeed across the entire Wanyuan continent. The divine son of the Tianji Pavilion. Kong Yan's words could, to some extent, represent their stance on the matter. By openly discussing this in front of so many people, she effectively acknowledged that the Ye family truly has some connection with the land of 10,000 Buddhas. This gaze lowered slightly, a formidable pressure causing Kong Yin to instinctively bow her head, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Matters concerning the Ye family require no elaboration from others. Yes, I was presumptuous, Kong Yin hurriedly admitted, daring not to further allude to the Ye family's background. However, with the conversation having reached this point, those with some discernment could discern that the Ye family indeed has ties to the land of 10,000 Buddhas. For the forces of the Eastern continent, this was, in fact, a favorable development. Should they wish to escape the oppression of Zhongzhou, they could readily ally with the Ye family, a local power, thus securing a viable path forward. Simultaneously, the existence of the Ye family serves as a reminder to the forces of Zhongzhou, preventing them from recklessly plundering the Eastern continent. Of course, for the talents of Zhongzhou, this news could hardly be deemed favorable. Especially for Chen, who, upon hearing Kong Yin speak, fixated on her without blinking, his expression growing serious. Chen was acutely aware of Kong Yin's status and influence. The information she conveyed was, more often than not, close to the truth. Coupled with the appearance of the Ye families today, it indicated that the Ye family indeed has ties to the land of 10,000 Buddhas. However, his mission for coming to the Eastern continent was to win over the Ye family. If this were true, it meant his task had already failed significantly. The thought of having previously awaited the Ye family to initiate a visit filled him with regret, wishing he could rewind time and slap himself a few times. No matter how one looked at it, they were an ancient family with a stronghold, possessing secrets and treasures beyond count. And no matter how formidable he was, He remained merely a junior within the temple. Inconsequential in the eyes of the Ye Emperor, such a force would never willingly seek to pay respects to others. Even if they were inclined, Chen lacked the audacity or shamelessness to pursue such an endeavor. Sighing lightly, Chen was engulfed by a sense of helplessness. Although he could participate in this secret realm, the impending failure of the task assigned to him by the temple left him feeling apprehensive. Kong Yin, why did you not inform me sooner? He muttered with a hint of reproach. Kong Yin turned slightly, her tone devoid of discernible emotion. You are aware of the rules of the Tianji Pavilion. Revealing secrets of heaven incurs a price. Chen fell silent, yet he resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Kong Yin in the future. The Tianji Pavilion may conduct its affairs discreetly, but they are also shrouded in mystery. Each generation only sends forth a handful of disciples to traverse the world, yet every one of them possesses the ability to discern the yin and yang, predicting the secrets of heaven. As the largest intelligence agency in Zhongzhou, the secrets and information they possess are immeasurable. Should he gain Kong Yan's assistance, his competition for the position of Temple Master might proceed more smoothly. Kong Yan, since we hail from the same region, perhaps in the future, you could offer a slight reminder regarding such matters. Kong Yin shook her head. Heavenly secrets must not be divulged. Instantly, the smile on Chen's face faded, and with a cold snort, he turned to observe the enormous, which had begun to stir, in the midst of the cosmos. The Buddha, towering like a giant, suddenly gripped the hilt of the sword resting upon its arm. In an instant, boundless sword energy and an overwhelming wave of Buddha light erupted, only to retract entirely into the long sword held in his hand. The secret realm is about to be unveiled. The resounding voice of the echoed, igniting a wave of excitement among all present. The golden-bodied held the sword vertically against its chest, then slowly slid it downward, with a sound akin to silk being torn. A vast and formidable rift appeared in the fabric of reality. Chapter 91. The cruelty of the ruins within the rift lay a murky haze, filled with an oppressive and destructive aura. Those with insight immediately gasped in astonishment. A spatial rift. Everyone, step back. Do not get caught within. Such a terrifying rift would be perilous even for those at the countless shards, resembling fragments of mirrors, emanated from the rift, each revealing bizarre sights. Even someone as formidable as Chen, a prodigy of Zhongzhou, wore an exceedingly grave expression at this moment. The spatial stability of the Wanyuan continent is remarkably robust. It cannot be easily disrupted unless one has reached the